This young man wore an utterly indifferent expression as he stood before the campus bell. While Chu Qingli rambled on about how they weren't compatible and had no future, Fang Yi, now completely fed up, replied softly, "Don't flatter yourself, Miss Campus Belle. I am a very busy man." Chu Qingli's face turned beet red with embarrassment while the onlookers were just as confused. Is he really just brushing her off like that? Just then, dark clouds began to gather ominously. Fang Yi could only think of one thing: Chu Qingli and these people had no idea, no awareness of the impending crisis. Money, academic achievements, or the standards of modern society. They would all turn to dust. They also didn't know that the person standing before them had been reborn, sent back to the present from a future catastrophe. The Chu Qingli before him now was nothing more than a distant old acquaintance. He had far more important things to worry about. Who cares if she's the campus belle? What does her opinion matter? In the end, everything is about to be turned upside down anyway. This story began last night when a speck of light with shattered fragments fell, containing images of unfathomable events. As Fang Yi was dreaming, a strange voice echoed, "Alert, in 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes, spiritual energy will begin its complete restoration. Once the restoration begins, the world will undergo earth-shattering, unpredictable changes. Societal norms will be reshuffled and the age of cultivators will arrive. Strength will become the one true standard for everything." Startled, Fang Yi stared directly at the light and its many fragments. "Wait, who are you?" A system screen appeared in response. This system originates from the Supreme Universe. Using the universe's ultimate esoteric algorithm, it can automatically generate corresponding cultivation techniques based on the spiritual items the host comes into contact with. Number of techniques currently held 0. Curiously, Fang Yi reached his hand forward. The moment his hand passed through the system screen, a demon's head with a gaping maw appeared. After a moment of shock, Fang Yi looked straight into its mouth and was horrified to witness a panorama of blood and death. The system issued another warning. This was once the fate of an ordinary person like you, and it was the fate of billions of others on Blue Star. Fang Yi froze, sweat beading on his forehead as a sharp pain shot through his heart. That was me. Memories flooded his mind. I remember now. In my past life, I was just an ordinary person forced to struggle just to survive. Back then, all I wanted was to get through that cataclysm. But I watched my country fall, my people suffer, and in the end, I couldn't escape the pursuit of mutated monsters. I died in despair, my heart filled with unwillingness and a thirst for vengeance. I wanted to reach the very peak. Perhaps that's why this system chose me, allowing me to return to the present 1 year before the official restoration of spiritual energy. Right now, most people can't sense anything about its recovery. Fang Yi raised his hand towards the light. During this time, I will take advantage of every single anomaly created by this spiritual energy. The system display began a new assessment. A different light flashed in Fang Yi's eyes. The system continued its announcement. Host has been bound to the system. A new path has begun. Everything in the world can be used as material for the system to compile. Strive to collect and gather powerful abilities and techniques to become a mighty cultivator and save the world. The scene quickly shifts back to the present. On the bustling streets amidst the hurried crowds, the national broadcast suddenly interrupted its regular programming for an emergency bulletin. The anchor's voice rang out. Humanity is facing an unprecedented situation, an event that transcends all frameworks of modern history. We cannot find answers in the past. We can only rely on ourselves to adapt and survive in the future. At that moment, Fang Yi was walking down the street looking at his phone and thinking. That's right, the system said everything can be used. Doesn't that mean I should go wherever there's an anomaly? Suddenly, he read a news headline. Qingqing University advises students to be mindful of safety and take sun protection measures. The UV intensity at Qingqing University has reached the highest level in nearly 100 years. A few people standing near him also read the news and scoffed. Our famous university's all about hype these days. With temperatures that high, everyone would have been toast by now. It's gotta be fake news. Did they pay to get this on the hot search list? He looked up at the sky, feeling that something was genuinely wrong. Looking back at his phone screen, the current UV index was 0, which only made him more suspicious. Wait a minute, how can the weather be so different? Qingcheng University was only a 15-minute drive away. Something was definitely up. The temperature measured at Qingcheng University was now 74 degrees Celsius. The comments right below the news article were filled with mockery. Where's this UV light coming from on a cloudy day? I think it looks like a Photoshop picture. It looks so fake at first glance. Fang Yi just smiled faintly after reading the comments. In this world, when something unusual happens, most people don't care and just write it off as a publicity stunt. Only I know that my first great opportunity has arrived. He just looked up at the sky, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and smiled. Less than half an hour later, at the north gate of Qingcheng University, the area with the least foot traffic, the weather suddenly turned extreme. The scorching sun made the road surface steam. Students passing by couldn't stand it and had to cover themselves from head to toe. By the time Fang Yi arrived, he was already drenched in sweat, his face flushed from the heat. His eyes quickly scanned the campus. His intuition told him this place was anything but normal. Just a few seconds later, the young man suddenly noticed something strange. Right where the harshest sunlight was beating down, tiny yellow bubbles were floating ethereally like smoke rising from the ground. It was an incredibly bizarre sight. Without hesitation, Fang Yi immediately crouched down, his eyes lighting up as if he'd just found a treasure. He reached out and gently touched the smallest bubble. The instant his fingertip made contact, the anomaly erupted. The system roared in his mind with a rapid series of notifications. Strong Yang attribute fluctuations detected, proceeding to unlock Yang attribute data. In an instant, a golden orb of light enveloped Fang Yi's entire body. Spiritual energy surged into him so powerful it felt like it was burning every fiber of his muscle and every joint from the inside out. The intense pain made Fang Yi grit his teeth, sweat pouring off him like rain. A brilliant flash of light erupted in the middle of the schoolyard, causing the surrounding students to scream in chaos. Someone stared with wide-eyed shock. Could that be a real-life superhero? No, I think it looks more like some kind of apostle of destiny, or maybe a sci-fi actor filming on location. Amidst the pain that felt like it was melting his soul, Fang Yi gritted his teeth and hissed weakly. Is it done yet? I feel like I'm about to evaporate. Right after that, the system slowly displayed a notification that the editing process was complete. The host has successfully acquired his first technique, the Golden Sun Breathing Technique. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Qingcheng University, the atmosphere was completely different. A lively welcome ceremony for new students was taking place here. Amidst the bustling crowd, Chu Qingli was the center of attention, captivating everyone around her. Hey, do you need help with your luggage? Which building are you headed to? Do you know the way? I can take you right there. Hey, beautiful, this is a flyer for our club. Take a look. If you're interested, you can leave your phone number. Every invitation, every flyer was offered with irresistible enthusiasm. But Chu Qingli just replied coldly, her voice indifferent. Thanks. I don't need it. She walked on, scanning her surroundings. Just then, her eyes fell on a couple holding hands, laughing and chatting affectionately nearby. Instantly, Chu Qingli scoffed, her face showing clear annoyance. Hopeless romantics. The other two paid her no mind and continued their sweet talk. Hee, lucky for us, we both got into universities in the same city. A half-hour distance isn't too far. You're right, now we can see each other every day. Just as she was about to gag, a loud explosion from the distance shook the entire main gate. The school's PA system immediately blared. There is currently an abnormal high-temperature phenomenon in the northern garden area. All students are advised not to approach the north gate. Chu Qingli frowned, feeling that strange incidents were becoming more and more frequent lately. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her jaw. No, I have to go see what's happening. At the same time, at the north gate, the golden light created by Fang Yi had gradually faded. He stood still in the middle of the schoolyard, his body enveloped in a faint aura. An invisible pressure radiated from him, making others afraid to get close. His sharp eyes glowed, and his entire demeanor had completely changed. A line of text appeared from the system. Gaze at the blazing sun, breathe fiercely. You can proceed with body tempering using the newly learned technique. This technique has been specially edited for the host and is unlocked directly without needing to be learned. Receive 50 edit points. Fang Yi looked down at his slightly trembling hands, his heart full of doubt. Edit points. What are these now? Ugh, I'll figure that out later. Although he wasn't sure of its specific use, something given by the system couldn't possibly be useless. While Fang Yi was still regulating his breathing, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. The harsh sunlight was swallowed by churning black clouds. A sudden chill spread through the air. Fang Yi closed his eyes and began to focus on circulating the golden sun breathing technique. Not long after, the sun reappeared, shining brightly as if nothing had happened. But that strange event didn't go unnoticed by everyone. A group of curious students gathered from a distance, buzzing with discussion. Hey, did you feel the sky just suddenly go dark? Yeah, I did. I even felt it get a lot cooler. It was scorching hot just a minute ago. Hey, look over there. There's a huge crowd at the north gate. The crowd quickly moved closer, but less than a minute later, the principal of Qingcheng University appeared in person, his face flushed and dripping with sweat. He panted as he yelled, "What are you all doing gathered here like this? Didn't you get the emergency text telling you to stay away from the north gate? If you don't report on time, you'll get points deducted. Don't blame me for not warning you." That threat immediately made the students retreat obediently. They all bowed their heads, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Just then, a woman in a black cloak appeared next to the principal. Her face was hidden by a hood, but her voice rang out with authority. "Please set up a perimeter and completely lock down the north gate area." The principal immediately agreed. At the same time, the system also sent a notification. Host Fang Yi, you have successfully purified the Class A contaminated zone at the north gate of Qingcheng University. A contaminated zone is a place formed by the abnormal recovery of spirit Qi energy, often marked by the Xie Kingdom government as anomaly points and classified by various danger levels. Fang Yi was startled. What, the Xi Kingdom government has been secretly marking anomaly points? Does that mean someone else discovered these phenomena before I did? Before he could think it through, a series of urgent warnings blared in his ear. Emergency alert. The north gate is about to close. All students please evacuate immediately. At the scene, the students started chattering loudly again. Hey, are those people in uniform over there from the military? Is something serious going on? Fang Yi frowned, knowing that he caused too big of a commotion this time and definitely couldn't stay hidden. With no other choice, he immediately turned and made a tactical retreat from the North Gate area. Not long after the mysterious person who was with the principal arrived. It was a woman in a wide cloak, her movements secretive. She silently observed the surrounding area, then bent down, lightly touched the ground with her hand, then closed her eyes and gently brought her fingers to her nose. This was man-made. Could it be that someone has already come into contact with spirit chi? The principal did his best to shoo the students away. All of you leave this area immediately. This is an order. One student still lingered, his fingers flying across his screen. Wait a sec, Professor. I'm just posting this to my feed. After hearing this information, Chu Qingli turned her head, lost in thought. Man-made spirit chi. What was this terrifying phenomenon really caused by a person? No, that figure I saw earlier was definitely Fang Yi. After thinking and analyzing for a moment, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. Hey, don't be so naive, Chu Qingli. That good-for-nothing ex of yours had such terrible grades, how could he possibly show up at Qingqing? A while later, back at Fang Yi's place, the young man had returned home. In his room, he was sprawled on the bed, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, groaning non-stop. What the hell is going on? This heat is clearly coming from my own body. Cold showers and turning on the AC are useless. I'm not getting any sleep tonight. Fang Yi suddenly shot up as if he'd been electrocuted. A sense of unease washed over him, making him shudder. This is bad. I caused such a huge scene today. What if someone noticed me? I have to check right now. The young man hastily grabbed his phone quickly, scrolling through the news sites, but what was strange was that everywhere he looked only one name was mentioned. The Spirit Chi Cultivation Association. Fang Yi frowned as memories from his past life were stirred. It seemed there was once a mysterious organization that appeared online, specializing in posting some strange cultivation rules. Back then, everyone thought it was just a joke, some kind of fantasy role-playing by novel fanatics. But now that he had been reborn and experienced these phenomena firsthand, Fang Yi no longer dared to take it lightly. Perhaps that strange woman. The person I met today is a member of that association. Without hesitation, he went straight to the association's homepage where a notice board appeared. A list of cultivation realms was clearly laid out. First realm, Ghost Mansion, drawing spirit chi into the body, consolidating it into divine power and refining mortal weapons. Second realm, Spirit Creation, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, opening divine bloodlines and creating internal chi for cultivation. Third realm, Diamond Body, strengthening the physical form, making the bloodline indestructible and mastering elemental powers. Fourth realm, Divine Moon, breaking the limits of heaven and earth, accumulating faith and birthing a divine body. Fifth realm, Rising Sun, pinnacle of the universe, manipulating life and death, becoming a regional hegemon. The ultimate realm, Transcendence, surpassing the cycle of life and death, creating new worlds and grasping the heavenly Tao. At the bottom of the list was a line of text. Currently, spirit chi is recovering at an unprecedented rate. To prevent fellow Taoists from straying from the correct path, this list of realms has been made public. It is hoped that cultivators can use it as a reference and not fall into the demonic path. Fang Yi furrowed his brow after reading it. The content was mysterious, even a bit dark, but the presentation felt strangely familiar. It even had a watermark. A notice like this should have come from the Xia Kingdom government. Why was it from some mysterious, unheard-of cultivation association? In his past life, he was just an ordinary person caught up in the apocalypse. When the strange mutations happened, all he knew was how to run and survive. He never had the time or the standing to care about these kinds of mystical organizations. If I hadn't been reborn, I'd probably still be in line waiting for relief supplies like everyone else. He let out a soft sigh. His gaze darkened. Could this be a subtle signal the government is sending to those who've had early contact with spirit chi? Well, I might as well follow the instructions and practice the golden sun breathing technique for now. Right after, he sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began circulating his ki, exactly as the technique instructed. In an instant, the spirit chi in his body began to flow with pure, intense power. His entire body felt as if it were being lifted, floating gently in midair as it emitted brilliant golden streams of light. The first step of the technique was to refine the body, turning it into a vessel for spirit chi, capable of absorbing the energy of the heavens and from there cultivating a divine mansion. Fang Yi was so absorbed he felt as if he had merged with the surging spiritual energy. A moment later, his whole body trembled, a faint layer of light enveloped him, and his aura erupted violently. One-star Ghost Mansion Realm breakthrough successful. The host can now use the acquired editing points. Technique data can be forcibly implanted into any object. Current editing points 50. Fang Yi was startled. Editing points? I almost forgot. What does this part mean? The editing data I got is the golden sun breathing technique, which has a yang attribute right. The line he was reading said the following. You can use the received editing points to forcibly implant the editing data you've obtained into any object. Fang Yi was still a bit confused about the details. So what about forcibly implant into any object? What exactly does any object mean? Immediately, the young man reached his hand forward. The system displayed a prompt. Do you wish to consume editing points to imbue this object with the Yang attribute, yes or no? Instantly, the cup floated under his control. Fang Yi smiled faintly. I guessed right. Forcibly implanting is like enchanting an object, giving it supernatural powers. If I choose yes, this cup will become a Yang-attributed cup. So, what if it were a gun, a saber, or some other weapon? Could it become my own special weapon? According to the system, this means I can collect data for more than just one attribute. A whole series of custom-designed weapons with supernatural powers will be crucial in the future. The young man turned to look at a gleaming sword displayed prominently nearby. Why don't I test it on you first? If it works, I can order a real one. Now that he was reborn to deal with those mutated monsters, I need to be perfectly prepared. Only a corner of the room was lit. The sky outside was pitch black, the moon high. Fang Yi had no idea about the existence of a dark entity watching from outside. Rustling sounds were accompanied by a horrifying blood-red eye, followed by a continuous strange scratching noise. Fang Yi seemed to sense the anomaly. He broke into a cold sweat and snapped awake, wondering where is that mouse coming from. He shot up, got out of bed, and immediately used his spirit chi to scan the area. However, he detected no living creatures inside the house. The water pipes were silent, too. Could it be the neighbor's pets calling for a mate? With the enhanced hearing he gained after reaching the ghost mansion realm, he could easily hear sounds from the next apartment. But he quickly realized the sound wasn't coming from inside his apartment, but from the hallway. Tiptoeing out and peeking, Fang Yi immediately saw a dark figure moving silently at the end of the hall. The moonlight was just bright enough to reveal the creature's deformed shape. A chill ran down Fang Yi's spine. He took a sharp breath. Holy crap, it's that thing. A mutated beast rabbit affected by the altered spirit key. Even though he had been reborn and his memories had returned, seeing that creature so up close still made the hair on his neck stand up. In his past life, this supposedly harmless species of mutated beast had torn countless people to shreds, creating rivers of blood. At that same moment, atop a skyscraper, a few kilometers away, a girl in a black cloak stood on the edge of the roof. Under the moonlight, she murmured to herself, that rabbit still hasn't been caught. It must have swallowed the nightshade's spirit fruit. Its speed is terrifying. A walkie-talkie crackled in her ear and a teammate's voice came through. After listening, she immediately replied, report any new information at once. I'm going in pursuit. The moment she finished speaking, the girl bent her knees and shot down from the rooftop like a black arrow. In midair, she suddenly sensed a sinister aura that had just appeared, and spoke urgently into her walkie-talkie. It's appeared. It's the aura of that mutated beast. Locked onto the nightshade aura again. The target has entered a densely populated area 20 kilometers away. Receive coordinates. We must pursue with all our strength or the residents of this area. After reporting, she kicked off a wall, flipping through the air. A final warning echoed from the walkie-talkie. Everyone, be careful. It hasn't been long since it swallowed the spirit fruit, so its mutated evolution isn't complete yet. It could still continue to evolve and become stronger, so do not under any circumstances let your guard down. The figure of the girl in the black cloak flew like a phantom gliding across rooftops, with every leap moving from one skyscraper to the next. An office worker, still stuck working overtime, happened to look up. He froze his eyes wide with shock. I must be hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, mumbling, working until 2 in the morning. Now I'm seeing people flying past the 65th floor. His capitalist boss yelled, what are you spacing out for? Are you done with that illustration yet? Meanwhile, back at Fang Yi's apartment, the hunt had reached its explosive climax as the mutated rabbit finally launched its attack. It lunged forward with incredible speed, its 4 legs kicking up a howling wind as its sharp claws and fangs aimed for a death-dealing bite. Fang Yi was momentarily stunned, but in a flash, he regained his composure. His eyes lit up and his spirit energy instantly activated his body, reacting by shooting to the side to dodge. My reaction speed really has improved tremendously, he thought to himself. After breaking through to the Ghost Axe realm, Fang Yi could feel a distinct change. Not only were his hearing and reflexes sharper, but his muscles were also many times more flexible and resilient than before. Every movement of the mutated beast appeared clearly in his eyes as if he were watching a slow-motion replay. Even so, Fang Yi didn't dare to let his guard down. He frowned wary. A demonic mutated beast of this level appearing so soon. In his past life's memory, beasts of this caliber only appeared after the mutation had spread far and wide. But now this rabbit had absorbed a Shadow Knight fruit, causing its nature to become frenzied, its strength and speed far exceeding the norm. If he didn't stop it immediately, this entire building would become its bloody feast. Swiftly, Fang Yi spun around and grabbed its furry tail. The mutated beast shrieked in panic. Its tail was its weak point. He channeled all his strength into a mighty throw, sending it crashing through the glass window. The sound of shattering glass was the only thing that broke the quiet night. Immediately, Fang Yi leaped out after it. While suspended in mid-air with ice-cold eyes, he gathered spirit energy into his fist. Without any fancy techniques, he threw a close-quarters punch, striking the mutated beast directly in the abdomen. In an instant, the rabbit's stomach was pierced through, leaving a large gaping hole. But it wasn't over yet. In its death throes, it desperately tried to absorb the yang energy from Fang Yi. Fang Yi scoffed internally. "You dare to covet the power of the great sun, you're truly courting death." Immediately after a flash of light, a massive explosion erupted. The light spilled into several dark rooms, startling a few sleeping residents awake. Thunder. A man thought something was wrong and peeked outside, but he didn't see a thing. As for Fang Yi, he had just landed. The mutated beast was now nothing but scattered fragments. The young man stood, clenching his fists, looking cool. A moment ago, that thing was like a hungry ghost wanting to devour his power. He turned to leave when suddenly a round object rolled to a stop at his feet. Fang Yi looked down. It was the mutated rabbit's remaining eye. The pupil was still wide open, glowing with a deep red hatred. Without a word, he casually lifted his foot and crushed the eye without a shred of pity. Fang Yi frowned, muttering in a low voice. It was clearly a shadow attribute beast, yet it desperately tried to absorb a yang attribute. It wasn't because it was crazy, but because it was truly starving. That thought weighed heavily on Fang Yi's mind. The mutation has already begun to spread. If I were still an ordinary unawakened person, everyone here would have become its dinner by now. His gaze suddenly became sharper than ever. To fight against this threat, I still need to collect more techniques. At the same time, not far from Fang Yi's building, the black-cloaked girl from the association finally arrived at the scene. Her body was as graceful as a falling leaf, but her eyes immediately widened in shock when she saw the remaining traces. "It's dead." Without daring to delay, the girl immediately knelt, took out a spirit energy detection device, and reported on her comms. "Target is deceased body completely disintegrated. I am collecting the residual shadow spirit energy." The moment her hand touched the ground, she instinctively pulled it back. This scorching aura is extremely potent, like a pure yang attribute, strangely pure, identical to the energy once detected at the north gate of Qingcheng University. This absolutely cannot be a coincidence. She frowned in thought, then added to her report. "HQ, the rabbit has been eliminated, but not by me. It was another cultivator, seemingly a newcomer." The other side responded immediately. "You mean the contamination purification at the north gate and the shadow rabbit were both handled by the same person. Furthermore, although this person's aura is only at the one-star Ghost Axe realm, their attribute is extremely pure, the same type of yang attribute as the one at the north gate of Qingcheng," the girl confirmed. "That's correct." HQ began running a check. "I can confirm there are no traces of this person in HQ's files. For a pioneer with this kind of talent, the association absolutely has to take this chance to make new friends." I agree." After she finished speaking, she stored away the remaining spiritual energy. The other side gave an order. "For now, all of your recent missions are on hold. The important thing is to find the pioneer's whereabouts, record it in their file, and ideally be able to persuade them to join the Spirit Energy Cultivators Association." But Ji-Lan was still Ji-Lan, a badass on missions, but she couldn't live without her lollipop. "Understood. But right now, I want a cup of boba tea." As she finished speaking, the image of Fang Yi appeared in her mind. She thought of the back she had seen and wondered, just who in the world is this person? Actually, the association is right. Someone with this level of strength is definitely a master. I must befriend him. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window. Fang Yi stretched, took a deep breath, and looked outside with a look of complete bliss. A day's plan begins in the morning. The bright sunlight shining on me, being an early riser, is beneficial for my cultivation. Fang Yi put on a shirt, his stunning abs on display, and sat cross-legged on his bed. He relaxed his mind and began to circulate the golden sun-breathing technique. He snapped his eyes open. "After entering the Ghost Axe realm, every time I circulate the golden sun-breathing technique, I can feel the flow of energy created by the method like threads winding around my divine core. Am I about to break through again so soon?" He reached out and grabbed the axe, performing a few basic forms. Cultivation is like chopping wood. There are no profound secrets, only perseverance and constant practice. Both hands gripping the axe handle tightly, Fang Yi channeled all his strength and brought it down hard into the empty air. Immediately, the system chimed. "Congratulations, you have advanced to the 2-star Ghost Axe realm." A golden light flashed in his eyes. Inside his body, every muscle fiber felt as if it had been remade, expanding noticeably. He could feel that his physical body had grown stronger once again. "It's just that my advancement speed is fast, but that's also because when I broke through to 1-star before, there was still leftover energy from my cultivation that hadn't been used up. From now on, I have to upgrade step by step. However, the phenomenon caused by my cultivation is too conspicuous. I should find a quieter place." In the corner of his room was the sword he had ordered online, still in its packaging. At the same time, at the office of the Superpower Association, a middle-aged man was sipping tea, slowly scrolling through his phone. His eyes were deep in thought when he detected a fluctuation of energy from the sun. Could it be him again? Meanwhile, Fang Yi had quietly found a small, secluded, and deserted lake. He drew his new sword, which still smelled faintly of paint, and held it upright. When the system's voice rang out asking if he wanted to consume composition points to infuse the yang attribute into the item, he immediately replied yes. Fang Yi recalled a time he had tried to use a model as a weapon. Although the composition was successful, it seemed the item couldn't withstand the power of the yang attribute. It appeared not just any prop could become a suitable weapon. This time, I can clearly feel that this blade shares the same origin as the power within my body integrating miraculously. Just then, a notification popped up. Composition successful. Fang Yi was incredibly excited and pleased. All right, little guy, let me test out your power. After a few basic swings, Fang Yi froze completely, the sword still gleaming brightly. Good heavens, with just a few slashes, the lake had almost completely evaporated. Sweat beaded on his tense face. Luckily, I didn't start a forest fire, but the commotion was still too big. This thick smoke must have been noticed. Gotta go, gotta go. Just as he left, the girl in the black cloak from the other day rushed over panting. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I just took a quick break to use a coupon for a cup of milk tea, and I missed him by just a little bit again. Mercury retrograde, it must be Mercury retrograde. Wait a minute. This hot spring, this Buddha statue. What on earth happened to them? At this point, all she could do was cry helplessly. Oh my god, where am I supposed to get this fixed? Who can I find to restore it? I'm going to get chewed out by the After Effects department again. Ever since that person showed up, nothing has gone right. Just as she glanced back, the girl suddenly froze in shock. Wait a second. No way. Last night, his aura was that of a 1-star ghost servant, and now he's already at 2-star. Not only that, but there's also a powerful aura mixed in. Is that a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon, just as the name implies, is a weapon infused with an attribute allowing an ordinary weapon to unleash extraordinary power. However, spirit weapons are extremely rare. Even the association only has 2 of them. Not to mention, the spiritual core technology is still incomplete and limited, so it can't be mass-produced yet. How could this person possibly have one? Haha, I must be mistaken. I should focus on cleaning up this mess first. I'll start by cooling down the spring. Elsewhere, Fang Yi was lost in thought as he walked. My weapon now has the yang attribute, but the system didn't specify if I can only use the yang attribute. After all, the system did mention before that I can compose various types of techniques, so if I obtain another attribute in the future, could I infuse it into this weapon on top of the existing attribute? Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. He opened it to see a series of messages from an unsaved number. Hello, are you a cultivator as well? Sorry about this, but I saw your browsing history. I noticed you were interested in the recent anomalies and even saved an article about the cultivation realms. I have a few friends who are also cultivators, and we often get together. We're currently looking for more like-minded people. Fang Yi sighed. He had forgotten to set his privacy settings. He continued reading the message. There are 3 of us. After the changes began, we've always relied on each other. You know how things are now. We were just hoping to find some senior cultivators online just to make some friends. Fang Yi typed back, I'm just a beginner myself. The other person replied, that's even better. How far have you gotten in your cultivation, brother? Have you entered a realm yet? That body tempering and divine mansion stuff is really tough. But I heard a rumor that even the top masters in the national team are only at the ghost servant realm right now. So the gap between us isn't that big. Fang Yi replied, that's pretty strong. But inwardly he was silently comparing. The official team was only at the ghost servant realm. Before he could think, the person sent another message. Hee, let me tell you another secret. A new contaminated zone just appeared. Want to team up and go. There's safety in numbers and we'll split the resources evenly. Hearing this, Fang Yi was quite surprised. A new contaminated zone, he typed. Send me the address so I can take a look. A few seconds later, an attached file arrived. The title stood out, Dark River Molten Dragon. Compiled data. Fang Yi opened the file and his screen filled with illustrations and detailed notes. The contaminated zone, known as the Dark River Molten Dragon, was once an underground river formed by telluric water fissures. But after the world's cataclysm, the original water was replaced by boiling lava, turning the place into a natural furnace deep underground. After reading, the young man thought to himself, it also has the yang attribute, just like me. Looks like I'll definitely gain a lot this time. He immediately replied, I can join the team. The next morning in the Shinmu district, a place of dense forests, majestic mountains, and mist, a group had gathered in front of a gloomy cave. An impatient man asked Fang Yi, when is that friend you mentioned going to get here? Li scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Soon, he'll be here soon. Zhang Xiaoye, thanks to the detailed map and info you prepared, I was able to find this place so quickly. You were impeccably thorough. The woman he mentioned, Zhang Xiaoye, just smiled modestly. It was nothing. I should be thanking all of you. If you all weren't here with me, I wouldn't dare go in alone. When we go inside later, let's make sure to support each other. Xiaoye was an employee of the Spirit Qi Cultivation Association's cultural department. Although she was smiling brightly, she was sighing internally. What a shame. It seems I won't be meeting any outstanding cultivators with potential this time. I was even thinking of recommending someone to the association. Many cultivators don't know that. The Spirit Qi Cultivation Association is actually a government agency under the Xia country. The requirements to become an official employee are extremely high. Normally, only the absolute elite can find a way in. I only managed to join by passing rounds of rigorous tests. Of course, my family also had to call in quite a few favors. Sigh, if I don't get anything out of this, I'll probably be forced to work overtime again. Just then someone recognized Fang Yi and immediately called out his name from the group chat. Ah, is that Fang Yi? Fang Yi also smiled brightly and introduced himself. I'm Fang Yi. Hello everyone. Zhang Xiaoye immediately noticed Fang Yi and was visibly shocked. He's so young. If I'm not mistaken, his strength is at the 2-star Ghost Servant realm. How strange. Even though his aura is very powerful, it doesn't feel oppressive like other experts. On the contrary, it feels warm. After the group had fully assembled, the cave entrance is open and everyone's here now. Let's go. Fang Yi took the lead. I'll go first and lead the way. Can you shine the light for me? Xiaoya nodded, responding naturally. Okay. After walking for a bit, a few people spoke up. Fang Yi, slow down a little. Watch out for the loose rocks underfoot. I thought all the water in here would have turned to lava. A drop of water just fell and scared the life out of me. Strange. Does anyone else feel like it's not as hot in here as you'd expect? Yeah. Maybe it's because we haven't reached the center of the contaminated zone yet. If you get tired, just say so. Everyone's safety is the most important thing. Fang Yi remained silent, as was his style, but inwardly he was assessing everything. Even though I was the last one to arrive, they're treating me like a part of the group. Whether it was because of their easygoing nature or a genuine desire to find a trustworthy teammate in these chaotic times, the feeling was sincere. In that very moment, a roaring waterfall of lava appeared before the group, flowing through the deep darkness. We're here. Is that real lava? Without a word, Fang Yi immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoya's heart sank. She yelled out in worry. Hey, it's dangerous up there. Don't be reckless. What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Someone pulled him back. Xiaoya's shouts echoed through the cave, but before anyone could react, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The churning crimson lava lake suddenly roared like a waking monster. The whole group instinctively stepped back, their eyes filled with panic. System notification: world anomaly detected. Analyzing inner flame. Activating maximum computational power. Compiling. You have acquired the skill Crimson Annihilation Technique. The system continued to display inner flame, extremely high internal fuel content, explosive properties, incredibly destructive power. Crimson Flame Blade Technique requires a blade to unleash its power. Each slash roars like a raging fire. The blade is enveloped in a layer of burning embers, exploding into a torrent of ferocious lightning-fast flames. The deeper one cultivates, the more one's fighting spirit is ignited, releasing immense energy. Without hesitation, Fang Yi reached his hand through the boiling lava stream and grasped the handle of a saber. In that instant, blade and man became one, with the fire resonating perfectly. He was calm, his gaze unwavering. It'll just take a bit of energy. I'll imbue the inner flame attribute into this Tang saber. In the distance, the rest of the group could only stare in stunned silence. A cheer erupted. Everyone, look, he's okay. Not only that, his weapon is absorbing the lava's power. One person let out a sigh of relief. Looks like Fang Yi has recovered. It must have just been a small accident during his cultivation. At the same time, the flow of spiritual energy around the cave began to stabilize. The air suddenly felt lighter, refreshingly cool and clean, bringing with it a strange sense of comfort. Fang Yi spread his arms wide, smiling with a relaxed expression. I can feel it. The spiritual energy has changed. I can absorb it smoothly now. The guy next to him couldn't hide his joy either. I can feel it too. With just a little more cultivation, I can officially step onto the path of cultivation. Xiaoya smiled gently. I'm mainly here to gather materials, so you all can cultivate without worry. I'll help keep watch over the surroundings. The group shouted in unison, thanks. A moment later, a few figures suddenly appear at the cave entrance. Xiaoya glanced back. More cultivators have arrived. These 3 brutes showed up and immediately started acting all high and mighty, trying to push everyone around. Ha! Where did you small fry crawl out from, Scram? This place belongs to my brothers and me now. While everyone was still focused on cultivating, Xiaoya broke into a cold sweat, looking worried. This is bad. Those 3 are all at the 1-star Ghost Talisman realm. The enemy is strong and we're weak. Even if all of us team up, we won't be able to beat them. We can't mess with them. She had no choice but to adopt the calmest, most gentle demeanor to negotiate. Excuse me, we were here first. My friends have already started absorbing the spiritual energy. If you don't mind, you could join us. The leader just kept yelling. Hey kid, have you even reached the Ghost Talisman realm? Enough with that, we and everyone crap. Get lost or else, Xiaoya thought to herself with a sinking feeling. With the current restoration of spiritual energy, the law of the jungle applies. In this era of wild growth, weak cultivators don't deserve the resources to become strong. But the Xia Kingdom won't let this situation continue forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. I can't let them bully my teammates like this anymore. Fang Yi, getting annoyed, stepped in with a little O. Then he came face to face with the red-haired leader. A big burly guy like you only knows how to pick on a little girl. While the guy was still staring blankly, Fang Yi drew his sword in a flash. The energy was so powerful that the other guys immediately backed away. A few people who were sitting peacefully cultivating suddenly felt the whole cave shake and didn't know what was happening. Fang Yi's gaze was ice cold. It's precisely because there are too many cultivators who worship survival of the fittest that irreversible tragedies occur. It's impossible to know what causes this kind of counterproductive effect on true strength. The guy who was so arrogant moments ago was now pale with fear. The moment Fang Yi decisively drew his sword, another huge explosion occurred. At this point, they knew staying meant they wouldn't keep their lives. As the second explosion went off, the three guys screamed and scrambled. What the hell is this? What kind of monster is he? Run, witnessing that incredibly cool scene. The people in the group could only exclaim, "That was amazing, bro. That last move was so cool." Fang Yi pretended to be shy, scratching his head. It was nothing really. They were just going too far. That was a pretty good practice session, ready to go. After everything settled, Xiaoya turned to the others. It seems like the contaminated area here is out of spiritual energy, so let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked intently at Fang Yi, her brows furrowed. If that last strike had actually landed, this place would probably be filled with nothing but a few charred corpses. He's definitely a heavenly aperture cultivator with a high-grade attribute, and he possesses a top-tier talent too. I absolutely have to report this to the organization. At the office of the Spiritual Cultivation Association, a female employee was taking a call. "Xiaoya, are you saying another cultivator with a high-grade attribute has appeared?" Xiaoya, still a bit dazed, asked back, "What do you mean another one?" Just then, a man stood looming behind the female employee, scaring the daylights out of two hair. It's nothing, I've already taken notes. If there are any developments, please inform me immediately." As soon as she hung up, the female employee turned to the man, looking very excited. "Teacher, could it be that our luck has turned? Two cultivators with high-grade attributes have appeared in a row?" With a serious expression, he replied, "What luck? Anyone with a high-grade attribute these days is a person of noble status. They're given special treatment, destined to be at the center of power in the future. This is really awkward." Just as he was thinking this, his desire to quit was as high as the sun. It was then that Fang Yi emerged, looking extremely tired and sleepy. The moment he stepped out, he was surrounded by whispers and chatter. "Look, that guy cosplaying as Mr. X is so handsome. The prop sword looks so real, and wearing it on his back is just the coolest. I wonder where he had it made. He's truly a man among men, an ultimate ruler." In reality, Fang Yi was pretending to be a cosplayer, but was standing out too much and drawing attention. The young man took out his phone, his face instantly turning serious as he read the news. Cultivation novels become reality. A brilliant golden light and cultivation aura have appeared outside a 1,000-year-old cave. There was even a photo capturing a giant dragon flying by. According to an anonymous source, they had encountered a masterpiece-level beast with ice attributes, and that very person appeared and chased them away. Fang Yi thought to himself, "This is all Wu Yan's fault. How careless. Emitting heat up to 2,000 degrees Celsius. It'd be strange if it didn't cause a phenomenon. The person who leaked my description couldn't be Li Dongli or Zhang Xiaoya, could they? I've absorbed so much Yang attribute spiritual energy, I feel like I can break through if I just perform the golden sun breathing technique. One more time." He decided to ignore it and quickly moved to the back of the mountain. 5 minutes later, at Fang Yi's house behind the mountain, a girl named Su Qinghuang, known as a gardening expert, was diligently digging before letting out a sigh. Finally done, just as she turned her head, Qinghuang was shocked, speechless. "That aura is so overwhelming. Is this person in the mountains? No, wait, who is that? Are they about to break through to the 3-star spirit mansion realm?" Unable to wait any longer, she immediately dashed off. A spirit mansion realm cultivator, causing such a huge disturbance. This is far beyond the scope of a mere prodigy. I can't let this go. I have to see if it's him. It can't be. I'll definitely catch you. The power radiating from Fang Yi formed a massive vortex. He performed every hand gesture in the blink of an eye. The aura within Fang Yi was being released more and more powerfully, and especially from a lower vantage point, it looked more intense than ever. Qinghuang ran while looking up at him as he tried to activate his spirit mansion, never expecting him to be able to control his spiritual energy so stably. Could this person have been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? An old memory suddenly flashed through her mind. In the past, my own failure to break through to the 3-star spirit mansion realm was because I was repelled by the pressure of my spirit mansion. I coughed up blood and was bedridden for a whole week. I really don't want to remember it. Even someone with my constitution failed. Just where did this monster crawl out from? Witnessing the current scene, Qinghuang had to admit his spiritual energy was abundant, his control was precise, and his activation of the spirit mansion was flawless. Every wisp of spiritual energy seemed to have been refined 1,000 times. A person like that is no longer just a prodigy, but truly a godlike being who has descended to the mortal world. Not only that, but she could also see clearly that most cultivators rush to break through the moment they feel it coming. But this person was taking steady steps. His mindset and courage were incredibly seasoned, just like a hidden master. Soon the power up there began to change. The spirit mansion moved to the east. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was still focused on releasing his power. The next second, his entire body radiated a terrifying energy, breaking through to the two-star spirit mansion realm. At that moment, Qing Wang suddenly screeched to a halt. She gasped for air, exhausted from running. But now there wasn't a soul in sight in front of her. That person made her extremely anxious. Was I too late again? It's only been 30 seconds. In fact, Su Qinghuang had already figured it out. If she wasn't mistaken, he already knew she was watching him. If this continues, won't I never be able to recruit him? At that moment, Su Qinghuang realized something. Wait. Then she called out, "Senior, you probably haven't left yet, right?" At the same time, Fang Yi was observing her from above. It's her. She's been following and investigating me for the past few days. Qinghuang politely spoke, "I am the captain of the Huang Squad, a team under the Xia Kingdom's Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. I am also a cultivator. On behalf of the association, I would like to formally extend an invitation for you to cooperate with us. To avoid any misunderstanding," she explained. "I've been monitoring your movements for the past 2 days only because I hoped you might formally join the association. Please don't get a bad impression of the association because of this. Also, although our association hasn't been announced to the public, yet all our regulations and official documents are in order." Although she spoke boldly, Qing Wang couldn't help but worry. I hope he doesn't feel offended, right? And I hope he doesn't think I'm bothering him. Her posture had to be respectful, her tone gentle. After a moment, Fang Yi responded in a deep voice. Why Qing Huang's voice involuntarily went up a pitch. It's because. She was so flustered now. What should I do? Should I tell the truth? But a person like him probably isn't easy to fool. What's the point of insincere flattery? Fang Yi already understood the whole situation. It was because the Xia Kingdom wanted to find and unite all the cultivators so they could gradually operate in a more regulated manner. At the same time, it would provide cultivators with an extra layer of protection. Right now, cultivators are developing spontaneously and chaotically. I understand that joining an association might seem like a restriction to you, but in the end, we all have to face the spiritual energy recovery together and face unknown enemies in the future. Then he asked in return, "And what if I say no, I still can't fully trust you right now?" Fang Yi's words left Qing Huang at a loss. Even so, she gathered her courage and introduced herself. "My name is Su Qinghuang. Before the spiritual energy recovery, I was an athlete." Qinghuang even held up her ID card as proof. "I don't know if you remember me at all. These are my credentials. Please believe me." Glancing at the information on the person before him, Fang Yi silently assessed her. I think I do have some impression of her. He remembered seeing Qinghuang receiving an award on television. As expected, people with outstanding natural qualities are more likely to become cultivators. No wonder she can run so fast. However, at that point, Fang Yi grew solemn. But if I look at the situation from my past life, the Xia Kingdom ultimately failed to achieve its goals. All of humanity was destroyed. He was a bit hesitant. Having been reborn once and with the help of a system, I will definitely become a part of it, but not now. The time isn't right yet. Fang Yi finally responded. "I do have an impression of you," he admitted. "How about this? Let me think about it for a moment." Fang Yi added a condition, "But for now, you must keep my whereabouts a secret from your people." He knew this because based on Su Qinghuang's behavior, the Spirit Energy Association currently wouldn't dare provoke a cultivator like him. And so Fang Yi had already formed a plan. He could conveniently use her for his own purposes. Su Qinghuang immediately agreed. "I can cooperate with you, but the phenomenon you created when you broke through to the next level was detected by the association. I'll still have to file a report that's half truth, half lie." So Fang Yi prompted, "Go ahead and do that." Suddenly, Qinghuang spun around and exclaimed, "Wait." Before she could even get a look at his face, Fang Yi had vanished. This left her incredibly frustrated. I couldn't catch him again. How many times has it been? He's clearly avoiding me on purpose. I have to work so hard cleaning up the traces this master leaves behind. My luck is just the worst. The person on the other end of the line replied, all right, let's put that aside for now. Actually, I think it's a good thing you're out on a mission right now." That person then relayed some news. The aberrations have appeared recently. Qinghuang was a bit surprised. They've shown up again. Her mood instantly darkened. Those savage aberrations. I'll never forget them. Qinghuang still remembered them vividly. They were either dark and evil or insane and brutal. They thrive on the energy in contaminated areas that formed after the revival of spirit energy. Some mutated into monstrous beasts, others into hideous monstrosities that devoured humans, while some disguised themselves as catastrophic disasters, relentlessly killing, conquering, and dividing territories. And she could never forget. They ultimately fueled the formation of new contaminated zones. If they weren't destroyed, they would carry their terrifying destructive attributes and continuously erode the human world. Streetlights illuminated a road amidst a torrential downpour, accompanied by powerful bolts of lightning that seemed to tear the sky apart. Someone's foot splashed into a puddle on the street. An announcement echoed throughout the city. Red alert for a major thunderstorm. Residents are advised not to go outside unless necessary. Please be mindful of your safety. The Jade Emperor's scenic area within the city is at high risk of flooding. The area has been sealed off. We urge everyone to stay away." People inside were all talking at once. We haven't seen a thunderstorm this terrifying in decades. Which great power is undergoing their tribulation here? Only Fang Yi remained his face, an icy mask as he strode down the street. He silently assessed the lightning attribute. It was incredibly dense, both majestic and violent. But the center of the lightning storm was. Fang Yi immediately moved towards a portal. After stepping through, he could clearly see the mountain completely enveloped in lightning. Having identified his target, Fang Yi didn't hesitate and jumped straight down. He landed with incredible lightness and safety. The system announced contaminated zone detected ahead, approaching Jade Emperor Peak. Not only that, it also provided information. Jade Emperor Peak is 1,545 meters high with an area of 25,000 hectares. It is one of the city's key scenic spots. Contamination level undetermined. Yet Fang Yi showed no fear, walking straight into the forest. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. Suddenly, bolts of lightning converged into one and struck Fang Yi directly. Elsewhere, someone was watching the news on a large screen. According to spirit energy density readings, the danger level of Jade Emperor Peak is on the rise. The other person replied, "Jade Emperor Peak must be sealed off immediately and established as a new contaminated zone." The association president stated the gravity of the situation. "This happened suddenly and is extremely serious. I had originally sent Qing Huang on another mission, but now she must be urgently recalled. Qing Huang, your report." Hearing her name, Qing Huang stood up to report. At present, Jade Emperor Peak is no longer accessible. The lightning attribute spirit energy is on the verge of exploding. We have temporarily assessed this area as a Class A contamination zone. With the information she had, she added, "Based on the current situation, Jade Emperor Peak could be elevated to S-Class within the next hour. The emergency protocol must be activated immediately. However, according to all records of cultivators in my jurisdiction, none of them have the ability to even get near this area, and that includes me." Qing Huang specifically revealed, even for a 3-star cultivator from the Ghost Mansion, the probability of death is projected to be 100%. Han Li seriously proposed, "Then let's start the lockdown from the base of Jade Emperor Peak. Dispatch patrols 24/7 to prevent anyone from going up the mountain." The president shared the same view, agreeing to cut off the risk at its source by completely sealing off the mountain. The contaminated zone has just formed, and the spirit energy is erupting violently. Absolutely no one is to go near. We'll wait until the spirit energy density decreases before conducting further investigation. Now, on the mountaintop, lightning was striking the ground itself. After taking that direct lightning strike earlier, Fang Yi was unharmed. Good thing I have the divine golden sun breathing technique. Not only that, he pushed forward more forcefully. But this still isn't enough. To extract the purest lightning attribute, I have to enter the very center of the thunderstorm, the summit of Jade Emperor Peak. And Fang Yi understood very well that during this era of spirit energy revival, humanity not only benefited little but was even at risk of being reversed, on the food chain falling to the very bottom if they remained stagnant. Not to mention the changes in the world's climate, even small creatures like rabbits or rats could become threats to people. With his profound insight, he was certain that in the future, things far more terrifying than monstrous beasts would appear, creatures that could easily defeat even cultivators. Although he had currently mastered the golden sun-breathing technique and the red flame blade technique, which represented the yang and inner flame attributes, respectively, it was clearly still not enough. Fang Yi recalled that he had previously spent compilation points to imbue both of these attributes into his Tang blade. The yang attribute increased the blade's defense and endurance, while the red flame blade technique enhanced its destructive power in attacks. But relying too much on a weapon would expose many vulnerabilities. Only by becoming truly strong himself could he control those savage and cunning creatures. By doing so, he could gain the upper hand. Therefore, Fang Yi was certain that the lightning power here was a perfect opportunity for him to once again temper and strengthen himself. He pushed himself onward. If he wanted to grow continuously stronger, he had to know how to seize opportunities amidst the world's great changes. Moreover, Fang Yi already understood the consequences if he didn't. His only option was to wait to perish in some natural disaster. Because of this, his grip on the object in his hand tightened. Fang Yi slammed down with all his might. Even he had to admit the resistance was immense. Instead of giving up, Fang Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. He once again gathered his strength and smashed everything with a single claw strike. From using too much power, Fang Yi coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He finally had to accept the truth. This ultimate lightning attribute was the embodiment of divine punishment's brutal power. Fang Yi realized something. It was constantly pressuring him, furious that he dared to step into its forbidden territory, wanting to force him to kneel at its feet. This gave him a headache. But how could he make it submit and become his own power? In this situation, Fang Yi could only remind himself to calm down and think carefully. The system had reminded him before to make direct contact with the original spiritual energy. Just a few seconds later, he had already chosen a suitable technique. Golden Sun breathing method activate at full power. As the lightning from the sky continued to strike Fang Yi violently, he stubbornly resisted unleashing his full power. That strength was gradually overpowering the painful lightning strikes. Fang Yi suppressed the pain, determined to succeed no matter what. The will inside him grew stronger. He had to hold on until he reached the peak ahead, then risk everything to survive. The ground beneath Fang Yi's feet began to crack. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling pain. The lightning's spiritual energy was incredibly overpowering and dense. Just breathing made his muscles go numb. It wanted him to die, but Fang Yi's eyes had already turned completely golden. The lightning bolts gathered together and shot toward the mountaintop. At that moment, the system announced that it had detected an extremely powerful lightning attribute and was analyzing it. Elsewhere, people in a room were all talking at once. I've never seen a lightning bolt that big in my entire life. Could a powerful being from a higher dimension be undergoing a tribulation? Why do I feel like I can see a human silhouette in the sky? What if that lightning strikes the city center? Is it going to blast right through my house? A moment later, the system updated. You have obtained 100 refined divine thunder capable of summoning heavenly lightning. Refine the mortal body until it becomes divine. Receive 50 editing points. Fang Yi had now overcome the most difficult stage. The lightning attribute, a powerful high-level attribute specializing in offense, is different from the yang attribute. The lightning attribute can be used to temper the body, transforming one's body into lightning, making it unmatched in both offense and defense. It's been said that ancient cultivators with their abundant spiritual energy and heavenly techniques would all draw lightning into their bodies, enduring it over time until their bodies were like mountains, immortal and indestructible. Soon enough, Fang Yi had merged his power with the lightning. The thunder became both his spear and his shield. His body had undergone a massive change. I can feel that the power of thunder isn't just about destruction and annihilation, but also about cleansing and rebirth. I can feel it honing and strengthening my muscles, bones, and meridians. And during this tempering process, there's no pain at all. The system popped up again. This is pure judgmental thunder, which punishes all evil and can inflict 300 critical damage. Do you wish to consume editing points? Fang Yi was a little puzzled. So should I infuse it into my blade? From his perspective, while infusing the lightning attribute would make it stronger, it would shatter the purity of its yang attribute. Fang Yi considered another angle. Besides, if he infused too many attributes, he was afraid this blade wouldn't be able to handle it. Finally, he made a decision. I've got it. I'll infuse it into my right hand. The system presented a choice. Do you wish to infuse the lightning attribute into this object? Fang Yi decisively chose yes. Instantly, a new surge of power was absorbed into his body. The next day on Jade Emperor Peak, Su Qingwang spoke up to report, Major Han, the situation isn't what we predicted. The contamination zone on Jade Emperor Peak within 3 hours has seen its spiritual energy concentration drop from its peak down to a light contamination level. However, a large electrical charge still lingers in the air. Army Major Han Li took one look and confirmed, someone's been here. A pioneer. Su Qinghuang hurriedly asked, what another pioneer? Are they still alive? Then she placed her hand on the ground to check. I can't sense their attribute, nor when they left. It's probably been too long. Plus, the storm last night washed away any tracks. Han Li cut her off. That person likely left safely around 8 p.m. last night. Su Qinghuang was still confused. How can you be so sure? And Han Li analyzed. The anomaly started around 6 p.m. yesterday. We seal off the base of the mountain at 7, so he must have gone up before then. Otherwise, we definitely would have spotted him. He was also very perceptive. The peak of the lightning storm on Jade Emperor Peak was at 7 p.m. Didn't you use the association's tool to predict that as well? By dawn, the contamination level on Jade Emperor Peak was supposed to reach S-class, but after 8 o'clock, the concentration of volatile spiritual energy decreased. Han Li added, furthermore, I can sense that this person likely possesses a lightning attribute ability, which is how they were able to withstand this lightning tribulation. This anomaly was actually a huge opportunity for him. Based on this, he continued, therefore I speculate, and can't help but wonder. Not only is this person still alive, but the anomaly itself changed because of him. Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence. Did this person stumble upon this opportunity by chance, or did they proactively engage with this natural phenomenon, staying one step ahead of us? However, he then became more concerned about the individual. This kind of person is the most frightening. We have no idea whose side they're on. If they decide to harm society, the resulting disaster would be no less than an anomaly. We have to find them and fast. In a corner of his house, Fang Yi was sneezing nonstop. Meanwhile, Han Li gave an order. Next, we must find this person at all costs. Their temporary codename will be. He read the name out loud and clear, Tyrant. Han Li stated, we hope the association can recruit Tyrant soon. Our side will lock down all information and proceed with the investigation immediately. The person on the other end replied, of course. However, we also have a high-level pioneer attempting to make contact. Han Li immediately gave a directive. Su Qingwang, give Major Han your report. Receiving the order, Su Qingwang replied seriously, yes, sir. She tried to stay calm as she began her report. It's like this. It's the same pioneer who previously cleansed the anomaly in the A-class contamination zone at the north gate of Qingcheng University. She couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This is bad, we absolutely can't let this get out. Su Qinghuang added, lately, I've been trying to get in touch with him, but unfortunately his movements are a complete mystery. I once found the corpse of a mutant rabbit that he had destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. I'll do my best to approach him and figure out how he purified the north gate of Qingcheng University. She couldn't stop the fear growing inside her. Ancestors, I've done everything I can. A mix of truth and lies is what makes people believe. If we say nothing, we'll only get into trouble. Hearing this, Han Li's expression suddenly turned grim. Yang Flame attribute, you say? Then he said softly, I understand, Su Qinghuang. You've worked hard. We need talented young people like you who are always pushing forward like the waves of the Yangtze River, one generation surpassing the next. Qinghuang jumped slightly and replied, respectfully, Major Han Li, you're too kind. This is my duty and I will certainly continue to do my best. Beside them, Han Li added that they would also release some smokescreens about natural disasters to create a diversion. Let's leave it at that for now. To be honest, I'm not entirely on board with you all believing this online talk about spiritual energy. That kid could easily be exploited by the wrong people. The chairman seems a bit wary. In the background, Su Qinghuang silently breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Meanwhile, back at Fang Yi's house, another heavy rain began to fall. Inside, Fang Yi was using magic to dry his golden sun-breathing method shirt. In the blink of an eye, the white shirt was clean and dry. Fang Yi immediately put it on. Even after being infused with the lightning attribute, he could still feel a distinct change. He could now clearly sense that his right arm seemed to have been physically altered by the lightning attribute, becoming the hardest part of his entire body. Its strength greatly increased. Not only that, but Fang Yi noticed another difference. It felt as if he was approaching the limit to level up once again. But what surprised him most was that the lightning attribute, which was originally extremely violent, had become as docile as a kitten after being grafted by the plant, allowing him to control it with ease. A flash of pain went through his mind as he remembered unlocking the sun attribute. The first time he used the golden sun breathing method, the pain was something he truly didn't want to recall. And Fang Yi thought to himself, surely it won't be weakened after I've absorbed it right. The system then reminded him that this lightning attribute also dealt 300% increased critical damage to vile aberrations. He couldn't wait to test it out. Just then his phone screen suddenly lit up, catching his attention. Fang Yi picked it up to check what was happening now. After the last incident, he had immediately set all news and forums to give him special notifications so he could keep a close watch. He looked at the red notification on his screen. This was a time of great chaos in the world. To protect the people as much as possible, the General Assembly of the Xia Kingdom would always issue danger warnings as quickly as possible. Fang Yi had already made up his mind. However, these warnings concealed opportunities, and for a pioneer like me, that's an enormous temptation. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to go there and try my luck. Just then, something unusual caught his eye. The top trending news story was an explosion at a chemical plant with no casualties reported so far. An explosion occurred at a chemical plant causing pollution in the city. The cause of the explosion is currently under investigation. This explosion happened right during a shift change, so there were no casualties. We urge the public not to panic and to please prioritize their personal safety. Just reading it, Fang Yi immediately saw something suspicious. An explosion pollution. An event of this scale made it hard not to suspect something shady was going on behind the scenes. Comments kept popping up. Oh my god, my house is right near there. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, the feeling at that moment was really strange. I don't know how to describe it properly. +1. Was it like a gloomy and evil aura? Yes, that's it. A gloomy and evil feeling. You described it perfectly. Unbelievable. Have you two up there lost your minds? It was a factory explosion and you're somehow making it about supernatural stuff. A chemical plant exploded where I live once, and at worst the smell was just a bit unpleasant. You're scaring people. Terrifying. But looking at the pictures, it does look really gloomy. It's giving me the creeps. Is this a movie, shoot, or something? This stirred a familiar feeling in Fang Yi. Why does this gloomy, evil smell feel so familiar? A moment later, he finally realized it. I remember now. It's that horrifying evil thing from my past life. On that day, a giant Zhu Ye walked forward, making Fang Yi not even dare to breathe loudly. Don't move. With its keen sense of smell, it quickly caught the scent of humans. The Zhu Ye's face was incredibly ferocious. It prepared its stance to annihilate its prey. Back in the present, Fang Yi speculated. Could it be them? It was like his worst nightmare. Those things especially loved to appear in the darkest, gloomiest moments. At first, they might have been ordinary plants or animals, but after mutating, they could gain intelligence and their power would become berserk. From their observation and capture abilities to their lightning-fast killing power, everything was enhanced to a monstrous degree. Fang Yi clearly recognized that this was 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit from before. I have to set out tonight to stop them from surviving and evolving. He began to seriously prepare for battle. It was time to test his 300% increased critical damage in a real fight. The rain poured down harder and harder like buckets of water being dumped. The entire flat road was flooded. A vehicle that had just passed left a mark on the road's surface. It was a squad on a mission. HQ Annihilation Squad is tracking anomaly file number 7, Zhu Ye. We have temporarily lost the target's trail. We currently know that the Zhu Ye's abilities are fusion and darkness, allowing it to conceal its form. The captain of the squad explains that as it gets closer, it emits faint sizzling sounds and has a taste for human flesh. Please assist in updating its file immediately. He added that in this weather, it was definitely about to start hunting. The squad leader said in a grim tone, "We absolutely cannot let that happen." The people in the digital technical area replied, "Understood. Supplemental data for file number 7, Zhu Ye, has been sent." One person in the group announced, "The request for a surround and destroy operation has been elevated to priority B. It is expected to be handled within the next 12 hours. They instructed the Annihilation Squad, "Please continue the pursuit mission. You must prioritize your own safety above all else." The whole team acknowledged the order and moved out together. The squad leader took this mission very seriously. 12 hours wasn't fast, but it was the most support headquarters could provide. The Shy Kingdom was vast, and with anomalies and resurgences happening everywhere, headquarters' resources were stretched thin. Just then, someone updated them with new information. "Wait, the area you are approaching currently has personnel from our Spiritual Energy Cultivators Association stationed there." The person said, "Squad leader Su Qing Wang is currently on a mission observing a pioneer. We can send a message for her to temporarily assist you." Hearing this news was like being thrown a life raft. "Great, thank you so much. Please have her come and support us as soon as possible. I've heard about her combat record." Just as the man finished speaking, a voice suddenly cut in. Since when did I become so famous?" The captain and the people behind him all looked up in confusion. Su Qing Wang, wrapped in a raincoat, spoke in a cold voice. "Oh, it's you guys. Calling me in for overtime." The captain immediately shot back. "Su Qing Wang, we're dealing with an anomaly, this time a man-eating Zhu Ye. This isn't about overtime." Su Qing Wang was very displeased. "Is this how you ask for help?" And she turned away decisively. "Looks like the all-powerful demolition team doesn't need any overtime support, huh? In that case, Team Huan will be taking its leave." The two girls beside her deliberately added their sarcastic remarks. "Wow, boss, you're so brave. What if people really get eaten now? Well, that's their problem then. As if our missions aren't dangerous." The captain hastily stopped them. "Please wait." Now he had to humble himself. "I'm sorry I was a bit hot-headed just now. I hope you can still help us track it down. I'm sure you're all aware of how dangerous the Zhu Ye is. Without your tracking and locating abilities, not only will we be eaten, but every citizen in this city will surely perish." Hearing this, Su Qing Huang replied coldly, "All right, no more joking. I never said I wouldn't help you." Only then did the faces of the entire demolition team relax, looking up at her with some relief. Su Qing Huang continued to reassure them, "This species is naturally cunning and prefers to operate in the dark, hiding without making a sound, which makes it very difficult to catch. But once it has tasted human flesh, it becomes uncontrollable and utterly disgusting. We will do our best to assist you in capturing the Zhu Ye." Elsewhere, Fang Yi stood, lost in thought amidst the heavy rain. He was also wearing a cloak. His head covered, his voice low. "I can smell it. This is the scent." Quite a distance from where Fang Yi was standing, a dense source of deathly energy was rising. He was a bit worried. This isn't a normal amount. Has it grown this strong? Ultimately, both teams cooperated to carry out the mission. It only took Su Qing Huang a few minutes to track it. "Found it. Over here." She then sent a small amount of power in that direction. File number 7, Zhu Ye. Likes darkness, humidity, eating flesh. Currently gnawing on something in a cave. The captain quickly shouted, "Demolition, team move out." The entire group leaped from their positions at once, attracting the Zhu Ye's attention. Just as planned, it immediately went on the hunt. The captain warned, "The target has spotted us." The demolition team quickly moved into formation. The Zhu Ye screeched to a halt, kicking up dirt from the ground. The demolition team members took their ambush positions with 4 members surrounding it from all 4 cardinal directions. They shouted in unison, "Full encirclement." Not only that, but another person was diving down from right above the Zhu Ye, his hand already charged with power for an attack. The captain slashed, leaving a deep gash on the Zhu Ye's body. Yet it remained standing, glaring back at him with hateful eyes. Red welts were rising on the Zhu Ye's flesh. It roared furiously and charged forward aggressively. Su Qing Wang, observing from above, quickly warned, "Watch out for the sound wave, dodge now." The Zhu Ye's cry echoed through the area, even blowing away the people nearby. One of the team members asked, "Are you all right, Captain?" The captain now had to painfully accept the truth. The Zhu Ye is as strong as they say. If we hadn't retreated in time just now, we'd probably be mincemeat. Such terrifying destructive power, and it even has the fearsome darkness attribute. If it remains in the city, it will definitely cause a catastrophe. The Zhu Ye not only attacked fiercely, but was now even stronger than before. It took a deep breath and spat out a glob of sticky green fluid, then took the opportunity to use its teeth to corrode the ground. Seeing this, Su Qinghuang grew anxious. It's trying to dig its way out. The girl beside her hurriedly stopped her. Captain Su, that's a darkness attribute with corrosive properties. Just touching an object can instantly destroy its structure. We don't have a high-level counter-attribute to deal with it. Down below, the demolition team members were talking amongst themselves. Even if it can corrode the ground, it can't create an escape route instantly. So don't break formation. Our main job is to gather information and adjust our strategy. Everyone be careful. One of the team members' faces suddenly turned pale. Right in front of him were the Zhu Ye's blood-red eyes. It charged violently, sending the person in front of it flying. The other members refused to let it go. Don't let it escape. They gave chase. Wherever the Zhu Ye went, its sticky fluid followed. From her position, Su Qinghuang could see clearly. Wait. The concentration of anomalous spirit energy here just suddenly spiked. You two wait outside. I'll follow them inside. Understood, the two girls replied in unison. The members of the demolition team were bewildered. Is this an abandoned factory? Su Qinghuang said. Let me check the spirit energy concentration here first. The captain looked at the device on Su Qinghuang's wrist with curiosity. Is that the new support device developed by the Research Council? She confirmed. That's right. The watch shows that the threshold of anomalous spirit energy a small team can handle is 50 and the Zhu Ye's anomaly concentration earlier was 48. Just then, the watch flashed bright red. Wait, the threshold has passed 80 and it's still rising rapidly. There's probably more than one anomaly here. Everyone looked up nervously as the sound of frantic running grew closer and closer. The captain was terrified. This is bad. There really is another anomaly. That Zhu Ye must have deliberately lured us into a trap. Realizing the problem, Su Qinghuang shouted, Quick retreat. We can't stay here any longer. Let's all head for the exit. If it tries to stop us, it'll have to show itself. With just a few of us, we can definitely force the main door open. Su Qinghuang quickly cleared a path. Suddenly, her entire body froze up. Su Qinghuang immediately collapsed to the ground. My eyes. Something's wrong. My senses, my whole body. They're being invaded by a toxic gas. She tried to call out, but no one answered. Is everyone all right? Even so, Su Qinghuang was lucid enough to realize there was no reply. It was as if she were the only one left in the abandoned factory. But they must still be around here somewhere. I can't sense them and they can't respond to me. She suppressed the pain, forcing herself to think. Thinking back, Zhu Ye led us into this factory, but this place is actually the territory of another aberration. I vaguely sensed it just a moment ago. It's most likely a colossal serpent. Following that line of thought, Su Qinghuang analyzed unlike Zhu Ye's shadow attribute. This black mist is poisonous. We were poisoned the moment we stepped into it. But now her whole body is gradually weakening. This poison can paralyze our senses and accelerate the consumption of our spiritual energy. If we use our spiritual energy to attack, we'll only exhaust ourselves faster. And finally, my spiritual power is almost depleted. Without a spiritual energy shield, I'll become a soulless corpse before long. Su Qinghuang lay helplessly on the ground. What in the world is this anomaly? It has combat intelligence and possesses such a heaven-defying ability that it has us running in circles. Is this how it ends? At that moment, a ray of light shone in from a crack in the ceiling. Su Qinghuang pried open her heavy eyelids to look forward. A figure was descending from the ceiling, but Su Qinghuang no longer had the strength to recognize them, her eyes closing shut. That person was none other than the charging Fang Yi. He landed on the ground with incredible lightness. Right behind Fang Yi was a black serpent. So it's a dark attribute anomaly. It opened its massive mouth, intending to attack, but Fang Yi quickly dodged. Just when it seemed there was only one, a Zhu Yi rushed out from nowhere to attack. Yet Fang Yi remained perfectly calm, so that's how it is. There are two anomalies here. Even as the Zhu Ye bit into his arm, he calmly assessed the situation. One acts as the lure, the other is in charge of the kill. Pretty fast, aren't they? No wonder the spiritual energy here is so abnormally dense. You like biting people, huh? Fang Yi immediately unleashed the new power within him. Well then, have a nice long taste of lightning. With just one strike, he left a deep wound on the black serpent. Next, he targeted the Zhu Ye. Now it's your turn. You scared of fire, the black serpent charged forward to attack again. Fang Yi just had to do a simple flip to easily evade it. Not only that, he even turned the tables. Watch this. While the black serpent was still dazed, not understanding what happened, Fang Yi swung his arm, delivering a terrifyingly powerful slash, immediately causing the serpent to cry out in pain and vomit all the slime from its throat. On the other side, Fang Yi stood by waiting to see what would happen next. The black serpent's slime gave off a disgusting stench, but then it began to heal. Fang Yi had already guessed as much. Just as I thought, it was still hiding its true power. A stream of lightning coursed along the black serpent's face. It roared in a frenzy, its body reacting with lightning speed. To this, Fang Yi just smirked slightly. He remained calm and observed. Good thing I sensed beforehand that this big snake's dark aura was even denser than the Zhu Ye's. Fang Yi prepared to unleash a new move. A moment ago, when I used my blade strike at the peak of my inner flame's power, I controlled the energy, withdrawing the flame to use the blade as a conduit, channeling the lightning power from my hand into the snake's body. He had set the black serpent ablaze in a sea of fire. As a dark-powered anomaly, the Zhu Ye, though bizarre and frightening, is relatively weak. It's bloodthirsty, but it can only harm 1 or 2 humans at most, far from being considered evolved. But this snake, only now did he notice the sharp pain in his shoulder. Snake scales. This time, Fang Yi was genuinely surprised. As expected of a variant species, even its intelligence is higher. A hidden attack is so hard to defend against. He then began to heal himself. This thing's venom comes with a paralyzing effect, silently taking lives without anyone knowing. The wound is gradually closing, but I can feel a sharp sting. It's probably thanks to the effects of the golden yang breathing technique circulating through me. Fang Yi realized something. The yang flame attribute can dissolve toxins. The golden yang breathing technique provides bodily protection and healing, and the lightning power purifies. When these two react to the invasion of a toxin, they can also produce a distinct sensation of pain, alerting me to an enemy's attack. He then looked back at the current situation. But as for the other unlucky ones, even if they had some protective abilities, I'm afraid they're beyond saving. Thinking back, for this snake to have grown so large in secret, besides having abilities at least on the level of a 3-star ghost official, it must also be related to this kind of surprise hunting method. Accordingly, Fang Yi analyzed, not to mention its collaboration with the Zhu Ye. It's truly a perfect method for trapping elite spirit practitioners. It must have eaten quite a few people. I'm afraid many spirit practitioners were taken out before they could even team up with the government. And he concluded, in the end, no matter how wicked and vicious it is, no matter how unwilling it is to accept its fate, it can only turn to dust. Fang Yi had a question. His firepower is very pure, but the 3 critical strikes of lightning power were truly more outstanding. I feel like my current practical combat skills are pretty good among the spirit practitioners. He unconsciously stood still, watching the black serpent burn to a crisp, and Fang Yi slowly approached it. He was about to touch it when he realized someone else was there. Fang Yi instantly went on high alert. Su Qingwang was waking up, coughing a few times due to the thick smoke. She looked extremely haggard, unable to even stand steadily. Fang Yi still remembered the person before him. Is that her? The one from that association named Su something. He spoke in a low voice. Hey, you can stop pretending now. Fang Yi assessed her coldly. Your act of playing dead is a little sloppy. Su Qingwang was so exposed that she blushed with embarrassment. Oh my god, how ironic. So the person just now really was him. She wanted to explain, I was woken up by the smell, I wasn't pretending. Fang Yi commented, you have pretty good strength. Your teammates have all exhausted their spiritual energy and lost consciousness, but you still managed to maintain a bit of a shield. If you hadn't held onto your will, you wouldn't have been able to smell the stench of blood and burning. Su Qingwang replied, thanks for the compliment. In her heart, she was extremely puzzled. I really did maintain a small bit of spiritual shield, and he even noticed that. But I have absolutely no idea how he defeated the Zhu Ye and that giant snake too. Right now, Su Qingwang was so embarrassed she didn't even dare to open her eyes. Seeing this, Fang Yi reminded her, you don't have to cover your eyes all the time. As long as you promise to be honest and not reveal my identity, we're good. He was being sincere. This guy's attitude is much friendlier than last time. He then turned to leave. It's getting late. Since you and your colleagues are no longer in life-threatening danger, I'll be going now. Hearing that, Su Qingwang hurriedly called out to him. Hey wait. But Fang Yi was decisive. No need. It's hard to talk with this many people around. I'll leave this place for you to handle. After escaping that place, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she didn't see me just now trying to touch it to absorb its dark attribute. Fang Yi didn't want to remember it. That uncomfortable and cold sensation is truly disgusting. So he guessed it's probably because the dark attribute's spiritual power was dispelled by me, plus my body's instinctive resistance, so it didn't work. The system didn't react either. Oh well, I'll go home and analyze it later. At that moment, Su Qingwang was still sitting dazedly in the warehouse. What a shame I couldn't even get a clear look at his face. It seems he still hasn't completely let his guard down around the association. Then she walked over to wake up the other captain. Hey, wake up. It's over. A physical nudge was enough to make him slowly open his eyes. The captain belatedly realized we were ambushed. The group started to notice the remains of what Fang Yi had just annihilated. The captain was bewildered. What is all this? Where did this pure yang attribute energy come from? Su Qingwang explained, as you can see, a conduit came and helped us. She recalled with suspicion. He might be the target of my mission. My original mission was to identify a conduit with a pure high-level attribute. Specifically, this yang attribute. The captain started to ask, so that person is Su Qingwang. Cut him off. I haven't completed my mission yet. His identity is still a mystery. In fact, he was counter-surveilling me. He knew what I was doing, but this time he was the one who protected us. A member of the demolition team was ecstatic. He took down Zhu Ye and that giant snake all by himself. I can't believe someone that powerful exists. Captain Pang Huang chimed in. Speaking of which, where's Zhu Ye's body? We should process the scene first. Let's collect these remains and submit them to the association. He then used his ability to clean up the remnants, but when he accidentally stepped on a scale fragment from the black serpent, a jolt of electricity shot through him. Startled, he exclaimed, "What is this violent energy?" The whole team was in disbelief. Captain Su, did you just say he had a yang attribute? But this residual electrical charge is way too powerful. Su Qingwang approached to examine it. Are these the remains of Zhu Ye? The purity of the attribute on it is incredibly strong, and it's a high-level attribute. This made the captain extremely curious. Could it be that two high-level conduits appeared here one after another? One who killed the black serpent and another who killed Zhu Ye, and then they left together. Only Su Qinghuang knew the truth, didn't she? That's not it. How should I explain this? The truth is, he was the only one here. It sounds unbelievable, I know. For one person to simultaneously possess two pure high-level attributes, having just one of them would already make you a top-tier genius. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Su Qinghuang was lost in thought, a dual high-level attribute conduit. A truly one-of-a-kind existence. And she knew those abilities well. The Yang Flame, conduit. And the other one couldn't be more familiar, the Lightning Tyrant. Even Su Qinghuang had to wonder just what kind of monster is he. In the darkness, two trucks with their headlights on stood, waiting silently in front of a building. Good thing I had a team waiting outside the factory. If I was inside for too long, they were to report to the association immediately. The association would then assess the situation and dispatch an investigation team to the scene. Originally, their job was to collect our bodies. Fang Yi knelt down, hugging Su Qinghuang's leg and wailing. "Captain, thank goodness you're not dead. I thought we lost you." The teammate next to him also cried nonstop. "If you had died, what would I have done?" Someone opened a tablet to check the readings and parameters on it. A group of personnel in hazmat suits were investigating the long scorch marks left on the ground. But now the main objective had shifted to scanning for residual spiritual power, analyzing the traces and reconstructing the entire battle. The association's investigators would scan, then compile the results and report back. An agent reported, "Captains, based on analysis of the traces left at the scene, both the execution habits and the method of killing indicate that the one who killed these two aberrations." Hearing this, the demolition team captain's face grew grim. In contrast, Su Qinghuang remained very calm. It was almost 99% the same person. He concluded, "It really is a conduit with dual high-level attributes. I previously thought we had to be mistaken. After all, just one of these two aberrations would have been enough to wipe out our entire team." A member of the demolition team standing nearby agreed, sweating profusely with anxiety. "That's right. This master took them out in the blink of an eye. We're all supposed to be at the Demon Slayer level, so how can the power gap be this huge?" Su Qinghuang spoke into her mic. "The subject I'm monitoring has just appeared. The data has been updated. I need to report to my superior." The bright moonlight shone down through a hole in the roof. Her steady voice came through. "Here are the surveillance results. Both the Tyrant and the North Gate of Qingcheng University are my monitored subjects." The chairman, sitting in his office, sipping hot tea, replied, "I understand the situation, Su Qinghuang. Suspend your mission for now." Su Qinghuang's face was serious as she listened to the order. "He saved you, eliminated the aberrations, and protected the area. That shows he doesn't harbor any ill will towards the association, nor is he our enemy. In any case, Han Li and I don't see eye to eye on this. For your own safety and to ensure the association makes a good impression on this tyrant, do not make any further contact with him for the time being." She immediately replied, "Understood. But I have another theory related to the incident on the back mountain when the tyrant was about to level up." The chairman's eyes narrowed as he asked urgently, "What is it?" Su Qinghuang quickly explained, "I once sensed an extremely powerful aura in the area where he was active. At the time, I suspected he might have a spirit armament, but I thought it was unlikely. However, if we've confirmed that he is someone who possesses dual high-level attributes." The chairman's gaze suddenly turned grave, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "He has a spirit armament," but less than 3 seconds later, he dismissed the idea. "Impossible. No matter how exceptional his talent is, he couldn't possibly possess a spirit armament without any resources or support. Furthermore, the investigation team found no traces of a third type of energy at the scene that would belong to a spirit armament." Su Qinghuang spoke with a serious expression. "When I made contact, the spiritual energy I felt from the spirit weapon had a yang attribute." Hearing this, the chairman also lowered his voice and continued, "So that's how it is. If the spirit weapon's attribute truly comes from his own yang attribute." He imagined the scene of Fang Yi unleashing, leaping from the cracks on its body surrounded by immense power. If he's a master at the spirit creation realm, then theoretically he could do it all on his own. Suddenly, Su Qinghuang's eyes widened as a thought struck her. The spirit creation realm. In today's world, masters who have reached the spirit creation realm are as rare as phoenix feathers, with no more than 10 of them in existence. The glowing figure stood out from the others, emerging from the association president's story. But if this person truly possesses spirit energy of a third attribute, it would change the entire situation and send shockwaves through the entire world of cultivators. His brow furrowed, wrinkles forming on his forehead as his deep, steady voice rang out. Because according to our research, different spirit energy attributes repel each other within the body. It's incredibly difficult for them to coexist. As of now, not a single cultivator in the world has ever been known to possess multiple spirit energy attributes at the same time. He stood under the shower, letting the water wash over him deep in thought. He was still completely unaware of the doubts others had about him. If he truly possesses a spirit armament, then the fact that we couldn't detect a third attribute isn't necessarily a bad thing. We can only hope that such a powerful cultivator doesn't become an enemy of humanity in the future. Fang Yi dried his hair as he walked out the door, his mind a tangled mess of thoughts. There's less than a year left until the spirit energy officially revives. But the world is already in upheaval. Strange phenomena are appearing everywhere, and the aberrations have begun to act more aggressively. He raised his hand, using his own power to dry his hair. Suddenly, Fang Yi paused, thinking back to the silent, one-eyed man. He pondered for a long time, his gaze distant. Many cultivators like myself have voluntarily stepped onto this path. After opening the connection between their bodies and the world of spirit energy, they can sense the changes in the world far more keenly than ordinary people, just like that group we found in the underground river. Even those who are self-taught, not yet officially recognized by the Xia Nation, have mostly reached the one-star level of the ghost establishment realm. He turned and casually grabbed his shirt from a chair. Right now, the Xia Nation is showing goodwill towards rogue cultivators like me. This also shows that both official and independent cultivators are in a relatively stable exploratory phase. Fang Yi's expression darkened as he thought of Su Qinghuang. The aberrations are still within the government's control, and there haven't been any major conflicts between cultivators yet. Fang Yi relaxed his face, closed his eyes, and put on his shirt. However, even though they've established the Spirit Cultivation Association, the government has no intention of making it public yet. Outside, the sky was dark, surrounded by red alert systems. Now, everywhere you go, you can hear people talking with a sense of unease about the unpredictable mutations happening around the Spirit Cultivation Association. It's clear the government is trying to both protect humanity and issue early warnings about potential threats. Fang Yi stood outside, looking up and murmuring, but that's precisely where the problem lies. The tall building in front of him was burning, a horrifying scene of devastation. Fang Yi said aloud, "I can sense that the government isn't confident enough to usher in a full-scale era of cultivation. The population is too large. Once all the information is made public, the first thing that will happen is a breakdown of social order. Internal chaos will lead to widespread turmoil and casualties. Looking at the current situation, the recognized cultivators aren't strong enough yet to maintain stability against upheaval, both internal strife and external threats at the same time. It would only make the current situation collapse faster." That's why he told himself, there's nothing wrong with the government's current gentle approach, because the human heart is more terrifying than any demon or god. An image of monstrous beasts flashed through Fang Yi's mind. The only thing that worries me, he thought, is that the aberrations seem to be evolving faster than I predicted. He stared intently at his system panel, his hand unconsciously coming up to his chin in a thoughtful gesture. The creature I met today is a prime example of a mutation caused by corruption from the dark attribute after it touched that black mist. I realize now that they actually belong to a sub-branch of the dark attribute, the shadow attribute, the bane of all cultivators. The system panel reads shadow attribute, a sub-branch of the dark attribute, bane of cultivators, currently uncollectible. Fang Yi analyzed this in his head for a long time. These aberrations possess intelligence far beyond that of ordinary beasts. Not only do they enjoy feeding on humans, but the bodies of cultivators are a great delicacy to them. They even know how to team up to set traps and eliminate cultivators. He lowered his head, his expression unchanging, completely focused. Though they're definitely no match for the true dark attribute aberrations I've encountered before. A single one of those could destroy an entire nation or even a continent. The beast in a frenzy had a girl clamped in its jaws, but if I hadn't followed it, I'm afraid that little team and even the guy who tried to mess with me would all be dead. Fang Yi stood between two opposing forces, one side a gloomy, blazing red and the other shining bright like a sacred flame. Just a sub-attribute, and it's already this sinister and disgusting. The true dark attribute is too great of a threat, but if it's only temporarily unabsorbable, doesn't that mean I'll be able to absorb it once I meet the system's requirements? The dark attribute has such a powerful ability to suppress humans. If I could make that power my own, nothing would be better. It could even be the key to turning the tide. He flew into the air, his entire body erupting with powerful flames as he summoned a golden sword in his hand. Right now, I possess the golden yang breathing method, which has the yang attribute. The divine lightning tempering, which has the lightning attribute, and the crimson flame saber of the inner flame attribute, a sub-branch of the yang attribute. These are not just high-level attributes. More importantly, I have techniques that are perfectly compatible with me, plus I'm at the 3-star level of the ghost establishment realm. I doubt there are many cultivators who could be my opponent. Blue electricity crackled around Fang Yi, his eyes glowing. But that's still not enough. A phone on the table suddenly rang. Fang Yi picked it up, a look of surprise on his face. Aunt Y. The sudden call. Fang Yi's aunt was on the line, cheerfully asking Fang Yi, "Dear, how have you been? Your cousin is coming to study near you for a while. I'm not comfortable with her staying in a hotel by herself. Could you let her stay with you for a few days?" he replied, his voice questioning. My cousin. Fang Yi thought to himself. My only impression of her was that she was a bookworm who loved to study. I've almost forgotten what she even looks like. Without a second thought, he immediately agreed. Yes, then just let her come over. We still have a spare room. When will she arrive? Fang Yi's aunt quickly waved it off. No, that's not necessary. I'll send her the address and let her come on her own. The scene changes as her words overlap. Someone's small hands are typing on a keyboard. I'll have her bring some local specialties for you. Fang Yi replied politely, "Thank you, auntie. In that case, I won't be shy." His aunt continued, "Your cousin will probably arrive tomorrow afternoon. Then I'll be troubling you," he says. "It's no trouble at all. Auntie, I have something to take care of, so I'll hang up now." On the girl's computer screen, a message thread from several anonymous people appeared in a group chat named Spiritual Energy Revival and Martial Arts 7. "I'll arrive this afternoon." And number 81 beauty named Wang Liangyi asked, "Are we meeting in person or going straight to the location?" "Neither. I have to stay at my cousin's house for now to deal with something." Wang Liangyi. A user named Scammed5Mao online dating replied, "Your cousin, will figure it out then. I'm logging off." Fang Yi's aunt replied to Wang Liangyi, "All right, you go handle your business. Remember to visit me next time, okay?" The girl moved her mouse and clicked on something. An article appeared on the screen with the headline, "Rumor Mill, famous internet town, renamed Life Reaping Town, after 3 more people die." The girl's voice was filled with both strangeness and curiosity. "Yanghuo Town, huh?" Fang Yi's aunt opened the door and cheerfully asked, making the girl jump. "Is your luggage all packed?" The girl turned and answered, "All done. But really, I still don't want to bother my cousin. A hotel would be just fine." Fang Yi's aunt immediately reassured her, "No way. It's safer for you to stay at your cousin's house than out there on your own. I trust your cousin." Even though her daughter was pushing her away, she continued to nag. "Now that you're at his house, don't cause any trouble. If there's anything you can help with, make sure you help out, understand?" The girl didn't seem to pay much attention. "Don't worry, I know." She slammed the door shut. In the dark room, she leaned against it, panting heavily. Her glasses glinted and a calculating look appeared in her eyes. She pulled her hood down, thinking to herself, "I'll just take it one step at a time. Compared to those strange phenomena, whatever my cousin might say is nothing to be afraid of." The scene changes to the outside under a clear blue sky with crowds of people bustling about. A young girl was slowly pulling a suitcase down the street. She opened Google Maps on her phone, which announced, "You have arrived at your destination." Wang Liangyi looked up and mumbled, "So this must be the place, right?" Fang Yi slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing him, Wang Liangyi called out in surprise, "Cousin." His eyes widened in confusion as he asked, "You're Wang Liangyi." He didn't recognize her at all. The girl stood frozen, not saying another word. The two of them went inside and sat down. Fang Yi asked awkwardly,
"So you're here for summer camp, right?" Wang Liangyi simply replied, "That's right," he said. "If you need anything, just let me know." She added, "Okay, thank you, cousin."
Fang Yi turned and handed her a key, explaining, "This is a spare key. I'll head back to my room now. Your room is right across from mine." Wang Liangyi took it and replied politely, "Okay, sorry to trouble you for the next few days." She watched Fang Yi's back as he entered his room, thinking to herself, "Looks like my cousin is pretty easygoing. He probably won't meddle too much in my business." Fang Yi paused, his brow furrowing as he secretly watched her. Suspicion grew in his mind. Was I mistaken, or is she just not very good at hiding it? Just now, when she was sitting on the sofa, I definitely felt a strange, fleeting trace of spiritual energy. Could it be? She's also become an immortal practitioner. A blue aura emanated from Wang Liangyi, leaving his train of thought unfinished. So she said she's here for a summer camp. Could it be because of? Wang Liangyi quietly took out her phone about to text someone. The screen showed her anonymous account, Wang Liangyi messaging with other anonymous users. "My cousin is nice, seems like he won't interfere with my activities. When are we making our move?" The number 81 beauty replied, "Don't rush. Let's be discreet for now. This area has been pretty chaotic lately. There are many contaminated zones, but there are always other immortal practitioners fighting over them first." A user named Scammed5Yuan in online dating chimed in. "I heard about that too. That's exactly what happened last time at the underground river. 2 teams ran into each other, and it turned out one of them had an incredibly powerful master. They say with a single sword strike, he unleashed the light of the sun, forcing the other side to retreat." The number 81 beauty asked, "A single sword strike that unleashes the sun? For real? Then he must have a top-tier Yang attribute. An immortal practitioner with such a high attribute, it's true. I heard the same thing," Wang Liangyi added. "That's why we must be extremely careful this time. The spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet, so everything is still hidden in the shadows. Who knows how many monster-level immortal practitioners are hiding in Shi country. We absolutely cannot stand out. The number 81 beauty plus 1. Scammed 5 yuan and online dating plus 10086. Wang Liangyi. Alright, I'll wait for news from you too. Wang Liangyi put her phone away. Oh well, since it's my first day here, I better not practice just yet. If my cousin finds out, it'll be hard to explain. 3 days later, she came out after a shower to find Fang Yi sitting there in silence, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. He felt that living with his younger cousin was causing quite a few problems for his own cultivation progress. His meditation and breathing exercises could be interrupted at any moment. His entire body emitted a powerful glow as he sat on his bed. Practicing the golden sun breathing technique could potentially be seen by others. As Fang Yi practiced, he worried, it's so bright. Will she notice? Why didn't I ever realize the golden sun breathing technique was this conspicuous before? But the most terrifying thing was Wang Liangyi diligently preparing a delicious meal for Fang Yi. Cousin, dinner is ready. Tonight we're having beef stew with tomatoes, a cucumber salad, and a corn and rib soup. He slowly walked to the table and sat down. Okay, you're being too formal. Just leave the dishes for me to wash. The girl quickly chimed in. It's fine. I'm staying here temporarily. This is something I should be doing. So polite and considerate, absolutely flawless. She does chores like she has OCD and is a neat freak. As Fang Yi thought this, he picked up a beautifully caramelized piece of braised meat and put it in his rice bowl. The two of them just sat across from each other, neither saying a word. I'm not stopping her from doing all this, so she'll truly let her guard down around me. Fang Yi acted completely normal. Only then can I find out her secret. Wang Liangyi, on the other hand, wasn't overthinking anything. Suddenly, her phone on the table buzzed. Seeing it, he asked, "What's wrong? Is a friend looking for you?" A flicker of fear crossed the girl's face and she hesitated, unable to answer right away. Fang Yi immediately stood up to leave. Well, you two go ahead and talk. I'll head back to my room. Wang Liangyi wanted to stop him, but the words wouldn't come out. She looked up slightly to watch him as she answered her phone. Wang Liangyi spoke into the phone. What did you say? The great change in heaven and earth is happening again tomorrow, when at 3 p.m. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. She immediately agreed with the person on the other end, seemingly oblivious that Fang Yi had flown up and was listening from outside her window. Okay, let's meet at the entrance to Yanghuo Town. See you there. He wondered to himself, Yanghuo Town. Isn't that a famous town in the suburbs? It's about an hour's drive from here. A stream of blue energy flowed out, catching Fang Yi's attention. So it's true. My cousin is also an immortal practitioner in this era of spiritual energy revival. He peeked inside and saw Wang Liangyi sitting upright, practicing her technique. With her current strength, she probably can't detect me. A powerful energy is radiating from around her. Fang Yi speculated silently, but she's just a high school student and she's already reached the 2-star ghost mansion realm, and it looks like... Could it be that her eccentric personality is because of her incredible talent? As the eerie twilight sun began to set, his gaze darkened. So my cousin coming here for summer camp was just a lie. And the great worldly change is the real reason. She must have heard about the great worldly change from somewhere and made up an excuse to come here. Fang Yi's hand trembled as he gripped the wall. Every great worldly change is both an opportunity and a chance to obtain a new type of magic to enhance one's power. He smiled faintly to himself, wondering what kind of element would appear in Yanghuo Town this time. After that, Fang Yi let it go and quickly left. Whatever. Suddenly, Wang Liangyi's eyes shot open as she sensed something strange. How weird. She looked out the wide-open window, illuminated by the bright moonlight, wondering if she was just imagining things. It felt like someone was just watching me. The scene shifts to Yanghuo Town, where rolling mountains surround tightly packed houses. A loud voice calls out from outside the city gate. Wu Mao runs up and throws an arm around the girl's shoulder, winking as she asks, "So you've been staying at your cousin's place these past few days. How is he? Is he handsome?" Her screen name is fell for a catfish and lost 5 yuan. Wang Liangyi rested her chin on her hand and replied coldly, "Yeah, he's fine. As for his looks, he's just average. A regular kind of handsome, but definitely not the popular pretty boy type you like." Hearing this, Wu Mao sighed in disappointment. That's a bit of a letdown. Suddenly, number 81 approached, crossing her arms and smirking. Her sharp voice cut in. Don't you forget, Yi used to describe herself as just an ordinary face in the crowd. Her online alias is number 81 Beauty. A middle-aged man sitting in the distance saw this and announced, "All right, everyone's here. Let's get down to business." Wang Liangyi suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh right, is that person not coming this time either?" He informed her. "It's still just the 6 of us this time. She's not coming." Number 81 urged them on. "She's always been mysterious like that. We're used to it by now. Let's go." From a high vantage point, Fang Yi watched the group walk away, his expression unchanged, thinking, "Looks like my cousin's team is strong enough to operate discreetly." Fang Yi could immediately gauge each person's strength. The weakest one was at a stable 2-star Ghost Mansion level, while the man who just spoke had even reached the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm. From what they said, there's another strong member on their team who's often absent. His brows furrowed as he sat in silence for a long time on the mountain of this famous town, his sharp eyes revealing a calculating gaze. He stared into the distance. The scene changes as a voice begins to narrate. Suddenly, a vine appeared hanging down from the sky, just like the beanstalk from the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. The vine was incredibly tall, and where it touched the ground, its roots spread over a vast area. The vine appears randomly around the Yangguo town area at unpredictable times. This contradicts all the information the cultivators had known before. It was beyond everyone's understanding and perception. It was clearly a great worldly change, but it wasn't related to meteorological phenomena, nor was it a collapse and restructuring of the Earth's surface. It was a strange object that appeared from the void, drifting everywhere without causing any damage. It didn't emit thunder, lightning, or scorching sunlight like other rare phenomena. It just moved silently, appearing and disappearing. The group of 6 slowly entered the fog in the mountain range. Number 81 gasped in shock. "Oh my god, is that it?" They were standing very close to the vine, which radiated immense power. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Suddenly, Wu Mao suggested, "Wait, let's not go any further." Wang Liangyi found this strange and asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Mao's whole body was trembling. She gripped her backpack straps tightly, her lips pressed together, her eyes wide with fear as she stammered. "It wasn't until I actually saw it that I felt how wrong this is. I got chills all over." She then asked, "Have you guys seen the rumors on the internal forum?" Wu Mao covered her mouth, revealing her fear. "Actually, I have a friend who was on that team. The last time the vine appeared, they tried to approach it. They were all cultivators much stronger than me, their realms were not low," she recounted. "But after they came here, they all disappeared." As she spoke, Wu Mao's voice trembled more and more and her face grew visibly pale. She clutched her head. "I have a feeling the same thing will happen to us." Despite this, the 6 of them were still determined to enter. Only Wu Mao's warning echoed, "We'll die without even a burial place." Wu Mao stood there, trembling, her face drained of all color, her hands clutching her head. A mysterious energy emanated from her body as she constantly lamented. "At first I thought I could easily accept the risks of being a cultivator. Either come back victorious or be crushed to pieces. But now that I've seen this thing, I feel a primal fear. My intuition is telling me that we're facing a high-level form of the great worldly change, a powerful, unknown, and completely new anomaly." She bit her lip hard and tears streamed down her face without her realizing. "I don't want to throw my life away here. I want to back out." Seeing this, number 81 froze speechless. Wang Liangyi, concerned, agreed with her. "Yeah, you're right. Actually, we all feel it." She looked up at the vine and confessed in a serious tone, "This wood element vine has an aura of desolation. I don't know how to describe it. It's the feeling of being submerged in the flow of time. All things perish and life force is drained. That's why it's making us feel so intensely uneasy and uncomfortable. It's as if it wants to devour our very life force." Suddenly, Wang Liangyi grabbed Wu Mao's hand, startling her, and emphasized. But she clenched her fist and shouted with a determined expression, "But this is the path of a martial cultivator." Fang Yi watched from above, thinking to himself, "The aura is so gloomy. I've seen many celestial phenomena, but aside from the yin element anomalies, this vine is the most unsettling one." His gaze lowered, staring intently at the group. They've decided to cultivate here. Their courage is truly commendable. The massive trunk of the vine in front of Fang Yi was stained blood red, and there were people draped over it. He thought to himself, this plant is supposed to symbolize abundant life, yet it gives off such a gloomy feeling. It doesn't seem alive. It's more like a dead object, masquerading as a living thing that's lost all its life force. Wang Liangyi stood up high, trying to urge them on. "Everyone, we don't have time to overthink this, because we'll feel the danger right here." Standing on a branch, she advised everyone stay within sight of each other. Don't go too far. The others immediately sat down and focused. Wang Liangyi scanned the area and felt a sense of relief. This way, they'd probably be a bit safer. After that, the young woman also sat on a tree branch and began to focus on her cultivation. She was enveloped by a vast aura of energy. A gentle breeze swirled around Fang Yi, who stood with his arms crossed, watching and silently marveling. Not bad at all. She's vigilant, sensing the power to cultivate at a distance that's neither too close nor too far. Truly befitting an outstanding student, she had calculated the position that would maximize her benefit, neither rushing forward nor holding back. Wang Liangyi's sphere of power burst outward in an instant. Fang Yi stood silently, watching a beam of light shine down into the forest, emitting a powerful energy, and wondered to himself, is she about to advance his star level, to have reached the 3-star threshold so quickly? This cousin of mine truly has extraordinary talent. He watched as Wang Liangyi's sphere of power grew even stronger. Wu Mao shouted, and number 80, one of the 3-star ghost abode, also praised her relentlessly. "Yi's amazing." She couldn't believe her eyes. "Yi, she actually did it." In the middle of the trees, the vines began to glow and stir continuously. The older guy, sensing something was wrong, reflexively turned to look behind him. He screamed in terror, warning everyone, "This is bad. The vines are coming for us." Number 81 asked worriedly, "What's going on? How could that thing detect us from so far away?" Two people in their group were quickly ensnared by the vines, desperately crying for help. "Help me." Wu Mao scrambled to his feet. Run for your lives. If we don't, we'll definitely die here." Everyone screamed in panic except for Wang Liangyi, who remained seated silently within her sphere of energy. Her breakthrough was causing too much of a commotion. She absolutely could not let the vines get to her. Once you're caught in them, the desolate aura will wrap tightly around your body and you'll be dissolved in an instant. The vines slammed hard against the sphere of power, causing a few cracks to appear. Wang Liangyi's brows furrowed slightly. Number 81 grabbed Wu Mao's hand and firmly declared, "No, we can't leave yet. Something will happen to Yi." Wu Mao's face darkened as he snapped. "What do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to protect her. She's the one who decided to cultivate here, completely disregarding the danger. Does she expect me to risk my life just so she can get stronger?" But unexpectedly, the older guy coldly told Number 81 to calm down. "Life and death are determined by fate. If we don't go now, we'll all be buried here with her. You're too young, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. We're all just strangers who happened to meet on the road." She immediately slapped him hard across the face. Number 81 furiously shouted, "Then get out of here, just get lost, I will never abandon a comrade." Fang Yi, observing from above, thought to himself, "My cousin probably still doesn't realize the situation she's in." He worriedly wondered, "She's still just a student after all. The power of these vines is terrifying. I don't even know if my current strength is enough to save her. But I'm afraid she's running out of time." The sphere of power protecting Wang Liangyi was gradually being enveloped by the vines. Fang Yi prepared to draw his sword, murmuring, "I promised her aunt I'd take good care of her. I can't go back on my word." Number 81 leaped up, determined to fight the vines. Suddenly, she slipped and was tightly bound by a vine. The vines continued to try and pierce through Wang Liangyi's tough barrier of power. Fang Yi leaped forward with his weapon. Number 81 called out worriedly. Yi Wu Mao, tears streaming down his face, turned to see a ball of fiery energy shoot straight down at the vines with immense destructive force. A foot slowly landed. Radiating a brilliant aura, Fang Yi ascended amidst the chaotic scene. The older guy and Wu Mao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "The vines are retreating. They've stopped attacking." That flame was gradually burning the vines away. Fang Yi's entire body emitted a massive amount of energy, overwhelming the destructive power of the vines. The blinding light forced the older guy to shield his eyes as he wondered, is he a practitioner too? Number 81 also wondered, it's an ultimate yang attribute. That makes sense. Only someone with such a high-level attribute would dare to be so reckless. Having forced back the desolate vines, the older guy gritted his teeth. "On what grounds? I consider myself to have extremely high talent, having reached the 3-star ghost abode in just a short time. Across the entire country, you could count the number of practitioners with that kind of speed on one hand." He looked up with a resentful and defiant gaze. "Never mind that mysterious prodigy, even Wang Liangyi's talent is only on par with mine, but... Fang Yi swung his sword to the side. The older guy stood below, a million thoughts racing through his mind. If there are people like this among the practitioners, then what does that make the rest of us? Are we just specks of starlight meant to serve as a backdrop for the bright moon? You've crushed me. No, you've crushed all of us practitioners." Fang Yi's cold face and sharp eyes flickered in and out of view within the aura of power. What kind of being is this? The system panel announced, "Ultimate Wood attribute detected. Auto recording in progress. Recording successful." Fang Yi's body rose amidst the endlessly regenerating vines as he instantly absorbed all the surrounding growth and vitality, rapidly healing his own injuries. This wood attribute technique is too powerful. As long as there's life force nearby, it's basically a self-recharging perpetual motion machine. The glowing, stretching vines were continuously extracting attributes. Fang Yi closed his eyes as the vines gradually wrapped around him. The system panel announced, "Desolate attribute extracted." The desolate attribute can instantly stir a desolate aura, corroding all surrounding life force. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes snapped open, glowing with a green light as he thought to himself, "It's no wonder these vines can only grow in this kind of treacherous terrain." The aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Fang Yi looked around, analyzing the situation. If they grew anywhere else, I'm afraid the life force for dozens of miles around would be completely drained. He glanced behind him, watching the vines retract with a cold, sharp gaze. Depriving lethal. This desolate attribute is just too overpowered, forcibly seizing the life force of others. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, startling Fang Yi. "Thank you for saving my life." Number 81, covered in injuries, used what little strength she had to approach him and whisper, "Thank you. If it weren't for you back there, we would have surely died. What can we do to repay you?" Fang Yi quickly waved his hand dismissively and started to leave. "No need. See you around." He thought to himself, "I guess following their lead allowed me to get here and acquire both the abundant life force and desolate attributes. Honestly, I'm the one who benefited." The older guy and Wu Mao said nothing, just stared intently after him. Fang Yi figured that, as for their conflict from before, from now on I should pay more attention to my cousin's activities. He gripped the shining blade tightly and leaped up. When people face danger, their true nature is most easily revealed. A disjointed team won't be safe when a major crisis hits. Wu Mao's eyes widened as he looked up and exclaimed, "He left so quickly. What are we supposed to do now?" The old man questioned in a cold voice, "What you regret, not saving him earlier?" He turned to Wang Liangyi, who was sitting inside a power sphere. Now that the threat is gone, Wang Liangyi has reached the third stage. Our best option now is to try and stay with this team. The girl's eyes fluttered open, her gaze hazy and unfocused. Wang Liangyi shot to her feet as number 81 called out anxiously, "Wang Liangyi, you're awake." The old man figured that now they'd have to see if she was rational enough to keep the team from falling apart. Instead of dwelling on these things, it's better to think about that mysterious person. Wang Liangyi looked worriedly at the people lying motionless on the ground and wondered what happened. Meanwhile, next to the girl, the vine creature was still smoldering. A fearful expression crossed Wang Liangyi's face as she thought, "The residual yang attribute is so strong. Even from this distance, I can feel its brilliant and overwhelming heat." The old man stepped forward and offered gently, "Let me tell you what happened. Here's the story." Wang Liangyi walked slowly back to Fang Yi's house, her mind in turmoil, asking herself, could someone really be that powerful? The old man had previously planted the idea in her head that such a person was no different from a monster. He recounted the image of Fang Yi single-handedly using his immense power to stop the swarm of vines. The vines that we couldn't cut no matter how hard we tried. He forced them back with a single slash. See, the main body of the vine monster gradually retreated into the sky. The old man revealed with a somber expression, "Now those vines have completely withdrawn into the sky. They shriveled up, not daring to come near us at all." As Wang Liangyi quietly opened the door, the old man's words echoed in her ears. This is his shocking power. Even though he's already left, the vines are still as docile as chickens. They've completely lost the roaring aggression from before. As soon as she stepped inside, Fang Yi, who was already waiting quickly, asked, "You're back." He looked up in concern and asked, "You don't look so good." Wang Liangyi lied awkwardly, "It's just school. I'm a little tired." She then rushed back to her room despite Fang Yi's repeated advice, "You've been working pretty hard. Go get some rest. We'll order takeout tonight." The girl just replied indifferently, "Okay." As soon as she got into her room, Wang Liangyi leaned against the door, panting, her face showing clear exhaustion. The breakthrough took too much of a mental toll. Every time she controlled her spiritual energy to activate divine judgment, it required intense concentration. It was honestly more tiring than staying awake for a whole month. She flopped onto the bed and opened her phone. Good thing I'm not a normal person anymore. I won't die from staying up a few nights. Trying my best, huh? But this cultivation is the destiny of a practitioner. The world has already begun to change drastically. While Wang Liangyi was still lost in her turbulent thoughts, Fang Yi quietly left the house. A normal life like my cousin's is impossible for me. Suddenly on the phone, something appeared that made Wang Liangyi's eyes widen in surprise. The phone screen displayed a message, "Ji Lan, if there are any traces of that expert left, inform me." The girl suddenly realized this was the first time Ji Lan had ever spoken in this group. The screen showed a message exchange between Wang Liangyi and the person nicknamed Ji Lan. "Ji Lan, if there are any traces of that expert left, inform me." From Wang Liangyi. "All right, Ji Lan. Also, I have a question. Does anyone think the person who saved us could be the one who was famous at the Dark River Dragon Cave before? If it really is that great master, then why would he save us?" Hot discussions about Fang Yi's power began spreading like wildfire online. Breaking news, a high-level Yang attribute master has reappeared. That sword strike was like a rainbow piercing the sun. The light of the sky was completely swallowed by a vast white brilliance. I've seen it before in the polluted area of the Dark River Dragon Cave. It was that exact light followed by a fiery explosion. We were forced to leave the cave. I dare say with that one strike, there isn't a single practitioner of the same level in the Xia Nation who would dare to face him. If you see him appear in a catastrophe zone in the future, everyone be careful. Consciously keep your distance. As night fell, a person stopped their bicycle on the side of the road. Fang Yi got on his bike, making a silent decision. "All right, Wang Liangyi should be less wary of me now. If I go out, she won't suspect I'm following her." He quickly pedaled away. This was his chance to find a way to acquire the Wasteland attribute. The Wasteland attribute is more closely related to plant-type things. As he rode, Fang Yi remembered the white skeletons left on the vine monster's body. But still, this is a corrupting attribute. Its nature is corrosive. It might have a bad reaction if I take it into my own body. A worry surfaced in his mind. Moreover, it might conflict with the lightning attribute I already possess. Fang Yi thought to himself, so the best way is to have something similar to that strange monster tree. The vine monster descended from the sky because it sensed dense, revitalizing spiritual energy. It chose to evolve on its own, which is how the Wasteland power attribute was born. He smiled with satisfaction and muttered to himself, "I know where to go." Fang Yi made his way towards the rolling hills under the bright, clear moon. He parked his bike right in front of the gate to the city's forest park. Fang Yi walked solemnly towards a patch of wildflowers growing in the grass. I need to choose a plant that can create the maximum spiritual energy resonance with me, and also show a sense of intimacy to act as a medium. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to sense something. A stream of power surrounded Fang Yi as he spread his arms out in the air, unleashing his spiritual energy. That flow of energy gradually made the small flower stems tremble. Is this the plant's reaction to spiritual energy, he thought to himself. It's intense, but still not enough. I need to be stronger. Fang Yi said aloud to control his power. I need to be even stronger. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he sensed something. A small flower was swaying gently. Fang Yi stared at it for a long moment and then wondered, is that it? He moved closer, about to reach out and touch the flower. Its petals clustered together and clung tightly to Fang Yi's finger, greedily drawing energy. After it had its fill, the flower became very vibrant. Fang Yi smiled gently. It has a lot of spirit. This wildflower is clearly a plant, but when it encounters spiritual energy, it's like a greedy little puppy. After absorbing the spiritual energy, it even nuzzles against my finger. He gently caressed the flower, and it also stretched out, nestling its head into his palm. Fang Yi spoke gently to the flower. In this whole forest, only you reacted most strongly to my spiritual energy. You're very suitable for binding with a wasteland attribute, so I'll choose you. Are you ready? Then he reached out his hand, maintaining a certain distance as power flared up, enveloping both him and the flower. The flower was quickly in Fang Yi's palm. The system panel asked, do you want to bind the desolation attribute to this item? He immediately replied, yes. A powerful surge of energy burst from Fang Yi, shooting upwards as if to tear the night sky apart. Suddenly, he noticed something strange right in front of him. The flower had bloomed even more, no longer having just the initial 5 petals. The white blossom radiated a mystical beauty, shining in the dark forest as brilliant as if it contained some magical power. Fang Yi stood silently observing the stream of power emanating from the flower. He looked up at the desolate, ruined landscape around him and thought to himself, the power of desolation is terrifying. It's like the hand of a demon. In just 3 seconds, it had nearly drained an entire ring of the city's forest. It's so overpowered, and it's still spreading like crazy. In the entire vast forest, only the spot where Fang Yi stood was radiating this immense power. The flower trembled gently, gradually growing larger. Without a second thought, he casually plucked the flower and took it with him. Whatever. Any longer and I'll attract people from the Aura Association. Before leaving, Fang Yi didn't forget to look back one last time. After all, this is the city center. The Aura Association will definitely notice this place because of the restored aura. These kinds of plants are all dangerous. After he entered the park, he noticed there were a lot more security cameras and the area had become very deserted with no visitors at all. He held the flower tightly, wondering in confusion. It still hasn't stopped absorbing. How can it live without roots? Fang Yi gently touched a petal, smiling softly. But compared to its reckless absorption earlier, its intake had become much gentler now. It's truly miraculous. Even though it was plucked from the ground, its spiritual nature hadn't diminished at all. Before I chose it, it was just an ordinary wildflower. He wondered to himself, could it be that after being bound to an attribute, this plant species began to evolve as if it had unlocked some kind of evolutionary chain? Suddenly, a red light flashed with a warning voice breaking the silence. Warning, abnormal value exceeding threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded. Anxious Fang Yi quickly ran away. This is bad. Did I still trigger the monitoring system? Gotta go. The system kept blaring. Warning, abnormal value exceeding threshold. Warning, threshold exceeded. Over at the Aura Restoration Plant Research Department, people were panicking. The abnormal value is spiking. What's going on? A voice commanded. Everyone put on your bracelets and enter the park immediately. Quarantine the park and prohibit any outsiders from entering. A watch screen displayed the number 30 beeping rapidly. A team member exclaimed, this is terrifying. The north gate of Qingcheng University only fluctuated between 8 and 10 before, and the Dark River Molten Dragon was 25. Someone walking beside him agreed. That's right. If an abnormal aura concentration exceeds 10, the military takes over. This park's aura concentration wasn't even 10 to begin with. A team member took out a device to check, then turned and said, this is strange. Everyone, look at this. Air, humidity, surface, moisture, temperature, everything is normal. Solar radiation is fine too, but the plants here. It's as if their life force was completely drained in a matter of seconds. The man stood up abruptly, wondering what kind of attribute power could have caused this. I think we need to go a little further ahead. That's where the epicenter must be. Suddenly, from behind, a researcher shouted, stopping them. Don't get any closer, he affirmed in a grave voice. Absolutely do not touch anything. This is the desolation attribute. A team member asked, confused. The desolation attribute. Do you know about the vines that hang suspended in the sky? 2 team members blurted out in surprise. You mean that demon-like vine that was classified as an A-rank mutation? He lowered his head and explained in a low voice. That's right. It was classified as A-rank precisely because it's extremely dangerous. The reason it's so ferocious, causing so many predecessors to be torn to shreds, is ultimately because it possesses the desolation attribute, a powerful attribute capable of draining the life force of surrounding creatures and claiming everything for itself. Hearing this, the team member was so frightened he bit his lip, sweat streaming down his face. Another member spoke up. "Sir, if you hadn't stopped me just now, would I have died the moment I stepped in there?" The researcher nodded in response. For plants that have awakened the desolation attribute, the area around them can be described as a dead zone. Anyone who steps inside will have their life force devoured. He continued to reveal, "I've read documents about another plant with the desolation attribute in Sha country, the forbidden ancient tree located in Shangcheng. The decaying ancient tree polluted the forest, turning it into a forbidden land. Any living creature that gets close will be impaled." The researcher subconsciously raised a hand to his chin, deep in thought. His steady, mysterious voice echoed in the quiet mountain forest. With the great changes in the world, the mutation of plants cannot be underestimated. Based on what we know, the desolation attribute is currently the most powerful attribute a plant can awaken. Now, besides the ancient tree and the vine, a new desolation has appeared. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke the suffocating atmosphere. "I've been briefed on the situation." Han Li placed a hand on the researcher's shoulder, startling him into a yelp. "Major Han." He immediately gave an order. "All researchers present change into protective gear and follow us into the contaminated zone." Everyone quickly complied, changing into fresh protective suits. In the night, their feet moved silently over the barren soil. The member in the lead reported, "Haven't found the source of the desolation. Weren't we told that only that vine could move around? Could the desolation aura be fading? We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes and the concentration has already dropped to 25. Han Li turned with a serious expression and proposed, "Let us scout ahead a bit." Su Qingwang agreed immediately. "All right." The two of them crouched down, preparing to use their powers. In the blink of an eye, the two of them teleported far away from the group. Su Qingwang's eyes widened in surprise, a flash of fear in them. "Wait, this is..." Han Li also looked shocked, breaking into a cold sweat. He stated firmly, "The source has been dug up." The researcher was so stunned, he could barely stammer out the words. "Dug up? How is that possible?" Han Li lowered his head grimly. If someone was really able to dig up the source from within a desolation dead zone, then that person's identity is worth serious consideration. Su Qingwang quickly spoke up. "Captain Han, I know what you're thinking, but there's no residual spiritual power from that mighty one at the scene." He didn't seem to pay her any mind, simply opening his device and stating, "Based on big data screening and analysis, we have found this person's file model. This person's whereabouts match the locations of the two anomalies." She picked it up, looking at it and murmuring the name Fang Yi. Han Li stated in a cold voice, "I will transfer all of his files to you. This person is very likely the one you came into contact with before. The rest is up to your association to handle." Su Qingwang stood in stunned silence for a long while before replying, "I understand." 2 hours later, the scene changes. Fang Yi is holding a pot of freshly picked flowers in his hands. He smiled gently, caressing each petal. "It's my first time planting a flower. How could I not even have a pot for it? This is the little home you chose for yourself, so don't cling to my hand anymore." The little white flower is obedient, and with its desolate attribute, it will cultivate nonstop. I guess you could call it a capable assistant that I've nurtured. The white flower pot was still emitting a green light as it gazed at Fang Yi, thinking to itself, "The desolate attribute is quite special. It can be a great help in battle and even has many surprising effects, right? Plus, it looks perfectly unremarkable. If Wang Liangyi happens to see it, it's unlikely to make her suspicious. In a fight, an ordinary appearance is the best camouflage." In a flash, his expression turned serious. In a real fight, strength is only one part of it. What's more important is who has more trump cards. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The screen showed a call from his neighbor, Wang Liang. Fang Yi picked it up, wondering to himself, "Wang Liang, isn't that my childhood best friend? He went to serve in the army 3 years ago. I haven't seen him since." He recalled their school days. Wang Liang's full name was Wang Liang, and he was Fang Yi's neighbor. They were deskmates from elementary to middle school. They probably would have continued being deskmates in high school, but that brat just up and left saying he wanted to join the army. Fang Yi answered the phone and asked, "Hey you punk, you're back." Wang Liang replied, "Yeah, I am. Want to grab a drink? Let's meet at the usual place," he asked in surprise. So suddenly, the guy scratched his head sheepishly and continued, "Yeah, I have an important secret to tell you. Don't pass out from shock when you hear it." Then Wang Liang immediately put the phone down on the table. Sitting in front of him were Su Qinghuang and Ji Lan. Wang Liang spoke up. "Reporting, sirs. I've done as you asked. But I'd like to request that if he isn't the person we're looking for, can you guarantee his safety?" Ji Lan slammed her hand on the table. She crossed her arms and said in a stern voice, "Just do your job properly. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he isn't the one, then just act as a friend and give him some advice." Fang Yi and Wang Liang clinked their beer mugs together and drank. He cautiously took a few sips of his beer, guessing to himself, "Looking at Wang Liang like this, he must have had a tough time in the army. This goofy kid Wang Liang has matured a lot. He drained the beer in his hand, then sighed and began to open up. These past 3 years, I've felt a lot of things. Life in the army. What about you, Fang? He smiled lightly and replied, It's been all right. Getting into college wasn't bad. Hearing that he just said, oh, Fang Yi glanced at his beer and smiled to himself. Fang Yi recalled the chaotic warfare of his past life, the scenes of devastation and ruin with nothing but dust and the remnants of riots. To be honest, in my past life, I never got the chance to see Wang Liang again. In those chaotic times, let alone getting news as a soldier, it's very likely he died at an unknown time in some nameless battle. This time, can I change my old friend's future? Suddenly, Wang Liang spoke up worriedly, asking I wanted to ask, have you encountered anything strange lately, like in the movies? Zombies, monsters, that kind of thing. A seed of suspicion grew in Fang Yi's mind. This guy. It makes sense. It wouldn't be strange for someone in the military to know about the spirit chi recovery. Are these questions of his meant to test me? He questioned him back in a cold, direct tone. What exactly are you trying to say? Wang Liang looked scared and carefully reminded him. If not then, that's good. Actually, I came today to tell you something. I'm not trying to comfort you. I'm warning you. In the near future, maybe in a few months, maybe in a year, the degrees and assets that we value now will become the most worthless pieces of paper. Everything will be reset. Hearing this, Fang Yi froze, unable to say another word. A thought flashed through his mind. A regular soldier would definitely be ordered to keep this a secret. They'd have to sign a non-disclosure agreement forbidden from revealing anything about the spirit chi awakening. So the military has actually listed me as a suspect and is monitoring my whereabouts. And Wang Liang was sent to probe me because he's my childhood friend. Wang Liang quickly raised his hands to reassure him. Don't worry. As long as you don't reveal a single thing about what I told you today, you'll be fine. But since I'm playing dumb and not cooperating, Wang Liang still gave me a well-intentioned warning to be careful of the changes even though it could be a breach of discipline. Suddenly, the phone next to him buzzed insistently, catching his attention. The voice on the other end was severe, yelling out an order. Wang Liang, within 10 minutes, emergency assembly at the target location. Without a second thought, Wang Liang immediately replied, yes, sir. Then he left Fang Yi sitting there and quickly ran off. Sorry, brother. Urgent mission, I have no choice. You should head home first, I can't see you off. He immediately shot up and offered, is this related to the spirit chi recovery? Let me go with you. Hearing this, Wang Liang suddenly froze. Fang Yi quickly stepped forward, clapped Wang Liang on the shoulder and said with a smile, take me with you. You meeting me this time. It was also on orders from your superiors, wasn't it? He asked worriedly. How did you? He quickly reassured him, don't worry. Although I'm not sure what information your superiors gave you. I know you wouldn't hurt me. As night fell, Fang Yi stood with a serious expression, observing everything in the forest and analyzing it to himself. Besides, I really want to know what kind of business the military has to handle that's definitely related to the changes in the world. He and Wang Liang entered the military's restricted spirit chi zone number 19. The sky was pitch black with thick gray clouds, but since the Spirit Energy Association exists to handle anomalies, what is the army responsible for now? Good, I wanted to investigate the situation anyway. The spirit energy here is so dense. A concentration at this level might even surpass a contaminated zone. The two of them walked up to a squad standing in neat formation. Wang Liang shouted, Wang Liang, assemble. Fang Yi and Lu Shuang followed them inside, successfully blending in. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted in front of them, making everyone jump back. A formidable army gathered their strength to subdue the demonic beast. The demonic beast unleashed a powerful blast of red energy, sending several soldiers flying. Fang Yi's eyes widened in confusion. This is a tribute fusion, Jilan answered grimly from beside him. That's right, an abnormal fusion between two attributes. Darkness and flame has made this beast exceptionally ferocious and brutal. Several soldiers are already seriously injured. Jilan, a 3-star military officer of the Ghost Mansion realm. Finishing her sentence, she called out loudly, Wang Liang. Wang Liang slammed a fist to his chest and shouted back. Ma'am, Jilan reprimanded him, bringing an unauthorized person into a restricted zone without permission. He stammered, trying to explain. It wasn't him. She angrily brushed him off. Forget it, this is an emergency and we were just waiting for you. Get over here, form up for battle, Wang Liang shouted. Yes, ma'am, Jilan tightened her lips, glancing back. So that's Fang Yi. He doesn't look like anything special. The spiritual energy around him is only slightly active. Could it be he's not the one? But now's not the time to overthink it, she warned him in a low voice. Since you're Wang Liang's friend, I won't say much. This is a restricted area. Once you enter, you're responsible for your own life and death. Everything you see must be kept secret. Fang Yi immediately replied, I understand. Jilan raised her weapon and shouted, Zhang Mi Liu. The demonic beast's power grew, unleashing a massive destructive force. She raised her gun, aimed straight ahead, and fired. A burst of flame erupted right above the beast's head, making it roar in pain. The beast opened its terrifying maw, its eyes glowing red as it let out a deafening roar. Someone shouted. Its mutation level is getting even worse. That person shouted a warning as the beast swung its claws about to attack Li Yu. Li Yu, watch out. Li Yu froze, raising her hands to block. Jilan ordered with a stern face. Don't get careless. Maintain your distance. We have to finish it before it fully evolves. Li Yu acknowledged understood. From a distance, she observed Fang Yi with a faint, sharp-eyed smile. A well-trained team. Teammates who trust each other, disciplined and well-coordinated. Every member is essential. When they work together, they can unleash a power far beyond their individual capabilities. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed something. Fang Yi shouted, "Run, you're no match for it." The beast emitted a powerful aura devastating everything near it. Jilan quickly commanded high alert, raise the mutation level of the restricted zone. No one retreats. Wang Liang rushed forward to obey. Yes, ma'am, the massive beast stood before him, forcing Wang Liang to fall back. Attention. The dark flame has fully fused with the dark attribute. It's completely mutated. Its blood-red eyes glowed with a terrifying light. Wang Liang froze, gritting his teeth, fear evident in his eyes. Jilan called out worriedly. Wang Liang Fang Yi gritted his teeth, thinking we're screwed. The beast slammed its claw into the ground, but luckily Wang Liang managed to dodge in time. Jilan clenched her fists and shouted, "Everyone listen up. The C-rank mutation in restricted zone 019 Dark Flame has fully mutated and evolved. It's now upgraded to a B-rank update, the battle plan." Fang Yi stood by silent and grim-faced. Suddenly, Wang Liang coughed up blood. Fang Yi rushed to his side. "Are you okay?" Shaking, he forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine. I just poured more spiritual energy into the collar, binding it, and got hit by the backlash." Using his remaining strength, Wang Liang tried to say, "Don't worry about me. All of us soldiers in restricted zone 19. Fang Yi's gaze darkened with a flash of sadness. Jilan slammed her gun on the ground. She ordered all units. "Whatever tactics or methods you use, we stand together against this massive beast. Even if it costs us our lives, we will absolutely not let a B-rank mutation escape this restricted zone." Fang Yi said nothing, simply crouching down and preparing to leap forward to Jilan's astonishment. Just as he gathered power in his hands to strike, she quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" Fang Yi leaped up, carrying a whirlwind of power, devastating everything in his path. His eyes lit up with a savage grin, his tone arrogant and challenging. The beast also leaped to meet him head-on, its eyes glowing red, bearing its terrifying fangs. He soared high above the beast's head to unleash his attack, then let this divine lightning. Fang Yi slammed the raw power straight down onto the beast's head, giving it no time to react. "Be your judgment." Sparks of electrical fire erupted, amplifying the power, as if to tear everything apart. The ground exploded and trembled, and the others could barely keep their footing. Zhang Mi couldn't believe his eyes and yelled, "Am I seeing things? This is a B-rank mutation that even Commander Jilan couldn't handle on her own." Wang Liang's eyes went wide as he stammered out a question. "Commander, my brother, is he really?" Jilan's eyebrows furrowed as she nodded in reply. "None of us are mistaken." She stated with conviction, "He is without a doubt the tyrant." Fang Yi stood before the flames that were slowly consuming the massive beast. His gaze turned sharp, his voice cold. "Still not completely dead. Then I'll just have to do this." "Commander Old Wang, you two should step back." Ji Lan and her squad stepped forward, she thought to herself. We needed everyone to form up, coordinate, and be ready to sacrifice themselves to deal with a B-rank mutation. Yet he can do this all by himself. Her brows furrowed, creasing her forehead. Her mind filled with countless thoughts. What kind of power is this? Just as Fang Yi raised his hand, a current of lightning power enveloped it. Witnessing this, Ji Lan had to silently admit, "I have to acknowledge that this is the ultimate lightning attribute. Even in the current Xie Kingdom, this is a top-tier existence. If we wait until spiritual energy is fully restored." She noted the power he was summoning with a frown, wondering, just how monstrously will he evolve? A massive vortex formed in the sky and a bolt of lightning connected with it, striking straight down to the ground. Ji Lan stood frozen before the spectacle. Fang Yi walked with an imposing aura. With a powerful sweep of his hand behind him, he brought the energy crashing down, shattering the ground. He was truly worthy of the name Tyrant. His eyes flashed with a murderous blue light, his face exuding a cold pride. Li Yu grimaced and complained, "Just watching this sends a chill down my spine. My head is ringing." Zhang Mi stood beside her, trembling all over and stammering, "Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times scarier than the darkness attribute? I can handle being corroded, but getting struck by lightning, I can't take that." Fang Yi slowly walked out and announced Wang Liang. "It's over." Wang Liang rushed over lightly, scolding him. "You little punk, you scared me to death." He casually slapped him on the back of the head, laughing playfully. "I never knew my great brother was this incredible." Model Fang Yi replied with a faint smile, returning kindness with malice. "Is that it? I hit the dog and you hit me." Wang Liang scratched his head sheepishly, saying, "Sorry, I actually knew you might be an ascendant. The ironclad military order has already dragged you into this." He patted his chest comfortingly. "What's this? We haven't seen each other in 3 years and you're treating me like a stranger." "Why would I be a stranger to you?" From a distance, Ji Lan approached, catching Fang Yi's attention. He turned his head slightly as she held out her hand with a smile, taking the initiative to speak. Fang Yi, thank you for your help. Hearing this, he smiled gently, his eyes softening. Fang Yi shook her hand and said kindly, it's nothing. Just think of it as me saving my friend. Ji-Lan continued seriously, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ji-Lan, responsible for guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved Forbidden Zone 019. And I hope you can leave your contact information. I need to file a proper report. Hearing this, Fang Yi immediately agreed. No problem. Witnessing this, Wang Liang was overjoyed. What an experience it is to see your superior officer paying respects to your childhood friend. Ji-Lan began to praise him. Fang Yi, your strength surpasses that of many ascendants specially recruited by the military. Therefore, I sincerely wish to invite you to join the ranks of the Han Nation's army. But an invitation from a mere commander of a forbidden zone like me probably isn't enough. Her gaze fell slightly as she thought to herself. What's even more astonishing is that his cultivation level should be the 3-star spirit forging realm, yet he's already reached, no, I should say, surpassed the level of a venerable spirit creation master. Fang Yi immediately asked Commander Ji, are you saying you feel you're unworthy of inviting me? Ji-Lan replied without hesitation, that's right, I don't see any reason to deny it or be ashamed. Ji-Lan explained in a gentle voice, this time we were following orders from our superiors to learn more about you. We never intended to drag you into this anomaly. I believe they will come to invite you personally. He gave a faint smile and said, it's not that big of a deal. Actually, I deeply respect all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I'd never seen military personnel in combat with my own eyes before. What was that you all said earlier? It was quite moving. Hearing this, she paused for a long moment before replying, thank you. Fang Yi placed a hand on his chest, speaking from the heart. So if there's any trouble in the future, you can call me for help, just like all of you have done for us. The ordinary people during times of peace. Of course, there's one prerequisite, you can't interfere with my personal training and you can't place any restrictions on me. Ji-Lan was a little taken aback, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Then he waved his hand to leave. It's getting late, I should be on my way. She immediately agreed. Okay, Wang Liang and I still need to handle the mutated dog's corpse. I'll have someone escort you back now. Fang Yi walked away with a commanding presence. Now I understand the military's role, he thought to himself. The squad behind him continued to watch him go. The base was nestled in a mountain forest where spirit energy was concentrated. Countless thoughts raced through Fang Yi's mind. The military garrisons in dangerous areas with dense spirit energy. On one hand, it's so soldiers can train where the energy is rich, ensuring the army's combat strength is a priority. On the other hand, it also creates a warning boundary separating ordinary people from the supernatural. The moment he turned to leave, Ji-Lan said, Wang Liang, that friend of yours can no longer be described as just impressive. What we saw today was only a tiny fraction of his power. However, that alone is enough to show us that we can't possibly keep up with an ascendant who reached this level so quickly. It proves he possesses unprecedented instincts. He possesses luck, courage, and ability. He's not lacking in any of the three. Wang Liang turned and suggested, Commander, if that's the case, can we really not improve the offer? If you don't feel you're the right person to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it. Ji-Lan turned and playfully pushed his head down. All right, you brat. Now come with me and help clean up the scene. Wang Liang could only agree, yes ma'am. The scene changes as night falls. The entire building was dark except for Fang Yi's apartment where a light was still on. He sat in his room concentrating on his training. Although I revealed my identity on this trip, I still haven't revealed any abilities other than my lightning attribute. Besides, judging by their attitude, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Fang Yi recalled the day's events. At least now I know this lightning attribute is incredibly rare, almost one of a kind. And it's a counter to the dark attribute, which is why the military desperately wants it. He then lowered his head and let out a weary sigh. To win me over, they won't just threaten or suppress me. On the contrary, they'll give me a voice, the fastest path to power and access to the most advanced intelligence channels. I also have a clearer understanding of the functional differences between the military and the Spirit Energy Association. Ji-Lan and Su Qinghuang from two different teams stood back to back. Fang Yi thought to himself, the military is the Night's Watch, the sword in the darkness, the nation's unyielding shield, doing everything in their power to protect the peaceful lives of its citizens. The government uses the forbidden zones to protect ordinary people on one hand, while on the other, it sends signals that spirit energy is about to return, a two-pronged approach. As he pondered this under the bustling streetlights, he thought, the government is using the forbidden zones to protect ordinary people while also signaling the impending return of spirit energy. This two-pronged approach is meant to buy ordinary people more time so they aren't immediately overwhelmed by anomalies, losing their homes and becoming refugees. A spiral of golden light vortexed into Fang Yi's abdomen. He raised his hand, holding a sphere of power. As expected, the forbidden zone is brimming with spirit energy. Even taming that wild power didn't feel like I was about to break through to the next level. But just spending a little time in the Forbidden Zone has completely replenished the spirit energy in my body. The power flared, erupting violently. Fang Yi's eyes turned golden. This is the sign of an imminent breakthrough. Wang Liangyi walked down the street carrying a bag of groceries, wondering to herself, I wonder if cousin is home yet. The young girl walked alone down the street. If he is, maybe he can see if my cooking has improved. Suddenly, a beam of power erupted in front of Wang Liangyi, shooting up and tearing the sky asunder. She stood frozen, her eyes wide as she stammered, "Wow, what is that?" All Wang Liangyi could see was the reflection of that power surge. Is this the shockwave from advancing to the spirit-forging realm? It erupted with incredible force, its aura spreading to envelop the entire city. No, that's not right. This terrifying aura. In an instant, that surge of power erupted violently, forming a massive cloud in the sky. Wang Liangyi wondered, could someone have already broken through to the Genesis realm? Wang Liangyi froze in place as she witnessed an immense power that seemed to want to tear the sky apart. It's moving. Wait, this isn't the Phantom Axe realm. This immense power was a finger of energy pointing forward, Genesis realm. The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief, constantly asking herself, a cultivator this powerful is right here beside me. The system panel inside the office blared with a warning. Warning, warning, anomaly index has reached 99. The anomaly index has reached 99. The spiritual energy fluctuation is located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Hanli yelled into his radio. What's going on? All units converge on the target area immediately. Su Qinghuang's eyes widened with worry. An anomaly this powerful, why wasn't it detected until now? This index is high enough to destroy an entire city. The soldiers standing around watched the model of the massive light energy explosion over the city. Is a new Genesis realm cultivator appearing? In other words, this place is about to face a world-shaking disaster. It's also possible that both are true. Hanli urgently gave the order, immediately request backup from HQ. Send all of our most advanced equipment and resources, excluding any large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Someone ran in and frantically announced, Major Han, the alert has been lifted. The anomaly has been neutralized. It was a cultivator ascending. The scene changes to Fang Yi sitting in his room, letting out a long sigh. He scratched his head and mumbled calmly, 1-star Genesis realm. I can't believe breaking through was that easy. Besides my body feeling lighter, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference. Fang Yi opened his phone and saw a message notification from someone feeling a bit puzzled. Wang Liang. The screen showed their chat history. Hero of Liangshan, hero of Liangshan. Shocking news. A huge unexplained fire broke out at Qingcheng University's sports field. Whoa, hey bro, check this out. An inside source confirmed it's an anomaly from a contaminated zone. And this is the second time it's happened. You mean the abnormal high temperature at the North Gate last time has now turned into the campus field catching fire? Hero of Liangshan, so you already knew about this. I heard a cultivator once purified the contaminated zone at Qingcheng University. But for some reason, the anomaly has reappeared. Don't tell anyone you heard this from me. I get it. I'll go find your superior right now. Hero of Liangshan about that. Hero of Liangshan brought it up. Bro, I have to warn you about something. Your power is getting too big. Even my superiors are saying it's uncontrollable. I can't cover for you anymore. From now on, you have to be extremely careful when you go out. Fang Yi read the messages, confirming his own thoughts. Wang Liang is right. This is also why I've always been wary of the military and the Spirit Energy Association. Living too ostentatiously isn't always a good thing. That's also why I've always hidden the true power of my Yang Flame attribute and Scarlet Flame Dao arts. He replied with a reassuring message. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I've still got an ace up my sleeve. Just then, Wang Liangyi gently opened the door and walked in, announcing I'm home. The young girl gently asked her cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought some food back for you. Okay. Fang Yi felt grateful. Just leave it there. I'll eat it later. A slight frown crossed Wang Liangyi's face. She sighed to herself. My cousin is a great person. He doesn't have any bad habits. His only problem is his laziness. Wang Liangyi stared at his silhouette engrossed in his phone. He just loves to lounge around at home, didn't even bother going to college, and just clings to his phone all day. Although whether he studied or not doesn't really matter anymore, cultivators like us are busy running around all the time, searching for heaven and earth's opportunities while also having to pretend to hide our identities from ordinary people. Yet my cousin's life is so carefree and thoughtless. Before fully entering her room, she couldn't help but look back one more time. After that, Wang Liangyi flopped onto her bed to rest. In this very same area, an earth-shattering Genesis Realm Master has appeared. The cultivators who noticed this fluctuation will surely spread the news soon. Whatever. When the time comes, I'll protect my cousin as repayment for him letting me stay here. Outside, Fang Yi was still intently rewatching the video, which showed the breakthrough of his flame power. First high temperatures, now a fire. Could it be the Yang attribute again? From the video, you could see the flames erupting quickly and fiercely. He thought to himself. The trees and flower beds around the sports field were all burned to a crisp. The place is probably sealed off by now. People were commenting, "Holy crap, that fire is huge. Did someone in the dorms try to make hot pot and blow a circuit? What a massive fire." As expected of the prestigious Qingbei University, even a random fire gets the special forces to come to the rescue. So scary, am I seeing things? Even the special forces are here. But is this even under their jurisdiction? A worried look appeared on Fang Yi's face as he wondered to himself. The video is too short, it cuts off abruptly. This looks much more serious than the situation at the North Gate before. I wonder what's different about the Yang attribute this time. If I want to go check it out myself, I still have to contact her first. The next day, a large crowd gathered outside the school gate holding up their phones waiting for something to happen. Qingsheng University. I heard the university caught on fire, is that true? Excuse me, were there any casualties? Why isn't a major incident like this on the news at all? Despite the continuous buzz of chatter, a pair of feet quietly moved forward. This matter concerns the safety of the students and the flammable materials on school grounds. When Ji-lan and Fang Yi walked in, everyone was in awe. Who are those two? They have such an imposing aura. They even wondered. We're being held back outside, so how did they get in as soon as they arrived? The two of them stood still with a commanding presence. Ji-lan spoke up, questioning. It burned to this extent. Is this what they call heavenly fire? Fang Yi asked back. Heavenly fire. She explained that it was a name given by the government. At night, a bright flame erupts, spreading across roads and mountains without any prior warning. The fire appears suddenly, it can't be extinguished. One can only wait for it to consume everything it desires. Doesn't that name fit perfectly? Ji-lan turned to ask Fang Yi, I'm making a trip to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me? He quickly replied, you go ahead, I'll be fine here. She didn't forget to remind him, then be careful. I'll see you in a bit. Fang Yi took a walk around to observe the area. He knelt down, sifting through the dirt. The scorched ground was already ice cold. Was there really not a single trace of the celestial flame's energy left? Which means, of course, there's nothing for me to collect. Seems I oversimplified things. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Fang Yi jump. Fang Yi. He turned around, unable to hide his surprise. It was Chu Qingli. Confused, Qingli asked, it really is you. What are you doing here? Her friend turned to her. Is that the ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only got into a community college? She just gave a quiet nod. Qingli's friend patted her on the shoulder and sneered at him. Hey buddy, I know you might be here because you still have some lingering feelings for Qingli, but the gap between you two is obvious now. Just give it up. Fang Yi's expression didn't change as he coldly asked about the lingering feelings. For her. The people nearby saw this and began to whisper, isn't that Chu Qingli? Why is some random guy with her? Must be another pathetic suitor trying to hit on our campus belle Chu. Never seen him before. He's not from our school, is he? What's wrong with security? I thought they tightened surveillance. How did they just let an outsider in? This guy is so annoying, probably just here to leech off her fame. Qingli's friend stepped closer to confront him. Let me tell you, Qingli is the belle of our university now. I suggest you think carefully. Do you have any idea how many outstanding guys are pursuing her? You don't stand a chance now. Go back home. This isn't a place you belong. Oh right, one more thing. Our school is under lockdown. How did you get in? If you don't explain yourself, I'm calling the cops. Qingli said nothing, just shyly turned her head away, thinking to herself smugly. Didn't he say he wouldn't regret breaking up? So what's he doing here now? He says one thing but means another. Ji-lan suddenly appeared and questioned him. Fang Yi, is this a friend of yours? Fang Yi replied in a cold tone, a high school classmate. Not exactly a close friend. She continued, oh, so just a classmate. Ji-lan even smirked smugly at Qingli. Qingli and her friend recoiled in fear. Her aura was so powerful. Who is this woman? And how does she know Fang Yi? Ji-lan turned and spoke. I just spoke with the principal. This celestial flame situation is more serious than we thought. It's hard to explain right now. The principal will take us to the initial ignition point. Your current identity here is a consultant invited by the military, so you have to come. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation. No problem. Principal Qing Cheng appeared with an entourage of guards beside him, shouting orders. Everyone disperse. The sports field is sealed off. No one is allowed near it. Qingli's jaw dropped and she stammered. The principal. She stared at his stern expression and thought to herself. The principal is normally swamped with 1,000 tasks, so busy that no one ever sees him. I heard even the vice principal has a hard time getting a meeting. There are even rumors that no one in the entire school has ever seen him smile. Is he here because of this woman? And Fang Yi. Qingli's friend timidly crossed her arms, showing respect. The principal actually showed up. Could he be here to arrest these two trespassers? The principal stood opposite Fang Yi and Ji-lan. He shook Fang Yi's hand with a cheerful smile and said, hello, sir. You must be Consultant Fang, the one Captain Ji recommended, correct? I've been at my wit's end with all the strange occurrences at the school lately. I was afraid the students would get hurt in the fire. It's wonderful that you're here to resolve this. The principal even bowed his head, pleading with Fang Yi. We'll have to rely on you for the matter of the sports field. Seeing this, Qingli's eyes widened in shock as she watched the guards shouting orders. All unrelated personnel stand back. No spectating, move back. A student in the crowd couldn't believe his eyes and started buzzing with the others. Am I seeing things? The principal is so old, yet he's treating that young man with such respect. With all this commotion, he must have some special status. No wonder he could get into our school. Look at his presence and the way he's being treated. Only Qingli was still in a daze. The others turned to mock her, causing her to lower her head in shame. Who was it that just said he was Chu Qingli's suitor or ex-boyfriend? Qingli's vision started to blur. How could this be? Even if she chased after him now, she probably wouldn't stand a chance. She stood alone, surrounded by whispers aimed directly at her. Didn't you notice throughout this entire time that young man didn't even glance at the campus bell? Outside in the North District of Qingcheng University, the school was surrounded by rugged mountains and forests. Principal Qingcheng led the group, which included Ji Lan, Fang Yi, and a few soldiers. After the golden light at the academy's north gate vanished, I thought the situation was mostly over. But then a few nights ago, a stadium suddenly burst into flames. Not even the fire trucks could extinguish it. Luckily, there were no students there at night, and we managed to seal off the scene in time. He confessed through gritted teeth in frustration. But then stadium number 2, then number 3. If one stadium caught fire, we could explain it. But then these strange phenomena kept happening one after another. I saw with my own eyes fire falling from the sky, a blazing red flame just hovering in mid-air for no reason. Principal Qingcheng stood frozen. He looked up and lowered his voice. Fortunately, the fires at the other stadiums were extinguished. Only this one. Fang Yi followed his gaze and sniffed the air. The dragon inside him silently assessed. A strong acrid smell. Looking at the basketball hoop engulfed in flames, he asked, "This basketball hoop is the starting point of the fire." Principal Qingcheng immediately confirmed, "That's right. This is the only flame that we..." Jilan held up a watch-like device displaying the number 11. Fang Yi asked, "What is that?" She explained softly. "You can think of it as a basic device for detecting abnormal spiritual energy. A threshold over 10 means the area must be sealed off from ordinary people. The lives of normal people are incredibly fragile. For them, an anomaly over 10 is a disaster that's nearly impossible to escape." The device buzzed and the number climbed to 60. Jilan's voice trembled as she gasped. It's that high," she shouted. "This is bad. The threshold is too high. If we leave it alone, I'm afraid it won't just be Qingcheng University, but the entire city that will be affected. We need to immediately dispatch 3 3-star ghost generals and 7 2-star ghost generals to form a containment array. They must be the ones with the purest spiritual energy and the most stable realms." Hearing this in a split second, Fang Yi recklessly leaped inside, ignoring the others, calling out Consultant Fang and even the warning sign outside. That strictly prohibited entry. He fearlessly dove into the sea of fire. The monitor on his watch beeped relentlessly as the reading shot up to 110. Jilan shouted, announcing that the fire was still raging and the number had climbed again. A reading of 110 could be classified as an S-class anomaly. "He's inside, what do we do now?" She hesitated, staring at the massive blaze. How could he dare to go in alone? Not even the strongest soldier king from the current forbidden zone would risk this. Fang Yi's tall, imposing figure stood firm, flickering within the sea of fire. He slowly moved forward to inspect everything. "Last time, my Yang attribute helped me resist the lightning. This sky fire should naturally be something I can block too. But while my body is protected, I can't touch the source flame and there's no way to activate my technique's ability. The sky fire entity in front of me is surrounding the basketball hoop, so I have to get as close as possible to its source flame." Then the sky fire creature opened its mouth wide and lunged to attack. Fang Yi, without a hint of fear, met it head-on, raising his hand to block. They clashed directly. His golden yang body protection technique met the sky fire's wide-open maw, and he struggled to stand his ground against its immense power. Fang Yi gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he broke out in a cold sweat. The system panel announced extreme sky fire attribute fluctuations detected. He grit his teeth and let out a cold smirk. Truly worthy of being a sky fire. More capricious and powerful than even the desolate power of death. But I will absorb you. Even as wounds appeared on his face, he endured. A system notification popped up. You have obtained the attribute technique Dragon Sky Fire Sealing Art. 9 dragons, Sky Fire, exorcise evil and slay demons, seal all malevolent spirits. Fang Yi stretched out his hand, sending the Sky Fire soaring into the heavens. The system announced. The technique you compiled has been unlocked without needing to be learned. Extracting attribute. The Sky Fire began to multiply. His eyes lit up as if he had just activated a new power. With his eyes still closed, tight marks of power began to appear on his face. Sky Fire attribute obtained. Fang Yi clasped his hands together, then opened his bright red eyes and shouted, 9 dragons, Sky Fire Sealing Art. A mystical red light erupted from Fang Yi's entire body. From the single Sky Fire, more now appeared along with chains that wrapped around him. Both Principal Qingcheng and Jilan were stunned as they watched the vast power grow stronger and stronger. This is the aura of a seal. I've seen high-level ascendants from the military seal, a forbidden shrine before. Their methods were different from Fang Yi's, but this sealing aura is incredibly similar. Fang Yi raised his hand and shouted, commanding the chains. Retract. They began to twist around him, and the flames and chains quickly shrank. Fang Yi took hold of the bundle of chains. The seal was a success. He held them aloft in the air as he walked out. Principal Qingcheng, overjoyed, said, "I will temporarily seal the sky fire here. For now, don't lift the seal on the stadium, don't repair it, and don't allow anyone near it. That way, at least the sky fire won't continue to spread. Rest assured, sir, the stadium will remain sealed. Besides, it's not the only stadium the school has." Jilan just stood there silently observing. Her brows were furrowed, showing clear annoyance. Fang Yi spoke up with a compliment. "Qingcheng University is really generous, having 7 or 8 stadiums." The principal said loudly, "Advisor, you're too kind. If you ever need." But he was cut off by Jilan before he could finish. "Principal, I have some things to discuss with Advisor Fang." The principal scratched his head and laughed. "No problem, no problem. Please go ahead." Fang Yi pressed. "What's wrong?" Jilan stepped closer and said cryptically, "Fang Yi, you sure know how to hide your secrets." He replied calmly, "It was nothing special. This sky fire is very powerful and was quite difficult to deal with." Her gaze sharpened her words like steel. "Stop playing dumb. You know I'm talking about you, hiding your true talent and cultivation level, don't you?" Fang Yi just listened to her words with a casual smile. "Fine. It's normal for an ascendant to have secrets, especially one as strong as you. Fang Yi, although I have no right to ask anything of you, hope you'll listen to what I have to say next." Outside, the city landscape was in ruins with smoke and fire billowing up. This is a critical moment of great change for the world. The Xia country is in desperate need of top-tier geniuses like you. Let me put it this way, when the spirit energy fully returns, you will be equivalent to a nuclear deterrent in today's world. Fang Yi remained silent as he faced Jilan's arguments. Therefore, whether it's the military restricted zones or the Spirit Energy Association, they will all fight to have you. It's not even out of the question that high-level powers from other countries will come to recruit you, offering generous conditions. She closed her eyes. She continued softly, "Of course, I won't deny that I have my own considerations. If you were to join the military, it would be like our forbidden zone gaining another friend, another ally. So I suggest you start thinking about it now so you won't be undecided when the time comes." Hearing this, Fang Yi was silent for a moment before speaking. "I'm very curious about one thing. Why do you and Wang Liang not want to pull me into your forbidden zone? You even seem to feel you're not worthy." A flicker of confusion crossed Jilan's face before she quickly replied, "Of course, it's because of that legendary, military restricted zone. They're so powerful, it's almost insane. So I thought you'd be more interested in them." He asked back sarcastically, "A matter of rank," she affirmed with certainty. "Of course. But I haven't met them much either. I heard they've been very busy lately." Fang Yi thought to himself. The top military unit of the Xia country has been so busy recently that even officers in other military zones have heard rumors. Jilan waved her hand dismissively. "Anyway, enough talk. Let's go. The principal said he wants to treat us to a meal at the Qingcheng University cafeteria." Fang Yi followed, wondering to himself, it seems they're also facing some significant troubles. Countless ascendants appearing in a city in peril. This indicates that some extremely terrifying anomalies have appeared. Their power far exceeds that of the current ascendants. Judging by Jilan's tone, these ascendants must also be in the spirit creation realm like me, or maybe even stronger. Fang Yi's brows furrowed and a cold sweat broke out, his worry evident. He thought the day of the spirit energy's return is truly approaching. It feels like our preparations are still not enough. He slowly stepped out of the massive fire. How should I make the most of this sky fire attribute I just collected on the stadium? The sky fire spreads lawlessly, burning indiscriminately. Nothing is left in its wake like an endless wildfire. It's perfectly suited for dealing with large-scale, endlessly regenerating anomalies. An idea suddenly struck him, and Fang Yi's eyes widened. "That's it," he thought to himself. "Isn't this a 100% perfect match for my red flame saber technique? Adding enchantments is like embroidering on brocade, the more the better." One quiet morning in the forest among the endless mountain ranges behind the main peak. This is Fang Yi stepping forward with his weapon held firmly in hand. He stood before a sign that read, "This mountain is dangerous. Please do not climb." He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why was the mountain sealed off when there were no apparent abnormalities? However, news from the military couldn't have traveled this fast. The only ones who would know I practice and test my skills behind the mountain, who know my habits, must be the Spirit Energy Association. Fang Yi subconsciously brought a hand to his chin, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Could it be that they gifted me this land for my experiments? If so, it would be rude not to accept. Suddenly, something fell off and he paused for a long moment. Fang Yi stood frozen, scanning his surroundings. His expression darkened as he thought, wait a minute. Did some of those mongrels sneak back here too? This aura. It's exactly the same as the one from the factory, just not as concentrated. From a high branch on a tree behind him, a beast's tail and feet dangled down. The demonic beast perched on the branch, its ice-cold gaze fixed forward. Fang Yi stroked the sword in his hand and smiled to himself. So it's sentient. It's weighing its enemy's strength to decide whether to attack. In that case, Watch closely. The system panel announced Heavenly Flame, also known as Supreme Flame, possesses a powerful light attribute specializing in eradicating evil. Do you wish to bind the Heavenly Flame attribute to the Tang sword? Do I, he replied, raising the sword that was already emitting immense energy. Yes. A powerful golden flame erupted from the blade. The Heavenly Flame ignited eternal and unquenchable. Fang Yi's eyes blazed with golden fire as a sly grin touched his lips. This undying Heavenly Flame combined with my red flame saber technique. I wonder what kind of effect it will create. He swung the sword down hard, unleashing 2 dragons of heavenly fire and shouted, "I'll use you as a test subject." Seeing this, the demonic beast recoiled in panic, grinding its teeth as fear flashed in its eyes. The flame, like a roaring vortex, blazed fiercely, chasing the beast so closely that it turned and fled in terror. As the flames gradually subsided, Fang Yi stepped closer, smiling in satisfaction. Excellent. The energy of this flame is 1, no, maybe even 2 times stronger than the original red flame saber technique. Moreover, this energy flow has no effect on me. He lightly touched the blade with 2 fingers. It was still glowing brightly. Fang Yi's gaze hardened as he muttered coldly, "In that case, let's hunt that mongrel down." The scene shifts, but we're still inside the same forest. A voice rang out from a phone that was live streaming. "Hey everyone, I'm really not a fraud. Do you guys have any idea what it feels like to be super lucky since you were a kid?" The streamer happily made a cute pose with 2 fingers to charm her viewers. "Even though this is my first day, live streaming the content just finds me." People with various online nicknames started commenting. User 123.456, clickbait spicy urban legends. Stop bragging. If you've got the guts, go straight to the north gate of Qingcheng University and film that high-temperature phenomenon. I'll gift you a Zak. Everything else is boring. Profake Debunker 5000 is the person above me using a 2G network. The hottest thing right now is the Heavenly Flame at Qingcheng University Stadium. All the videos were taken down. It's totally not fake. It looked terrifying. If the streamer manages to film the Heavenly Flame, I'll do a handstand and eat dirt. Suddenly, the streamer's eyes widened as she noticed something strange in front of her. From behind, a demonic beast lunged, tackling her to the ground and knocking the phone from her hand. The phone hit the ground hard, cracking the screen. The camera captured the scene of the streamer groaning in pain as the demonic beast pinned her down by the neck. This gave everyone something new to talk about animatedly. Spicy urban legends. What's wrong with the streamer? Did she see a ghost? Profake Debunker 5000, what the hell? This act started way too suddenly. The special effects looked so fake. 2 streams of tears unconsciously rolled down her cheeks as she let out a desperate muffled cry. No. The demonic beast refused to let go. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a set of sharp white fangs. Suddenly, a heavenly flame flew in from behind to save her. Watching through the screen as the demonic beast fled, people couldn't believe their eyes and started commenting. "Holy crap, what is this? A fire dragon, top-tier special effects." The screen showed the viewer count 13,544. The female streamer shot up her voice, trembling as she asked hurriedly, "Who are you?" She quickly snatched her phone. The streamer laughed loudly quickly, raising her phone to film the brilliantly shining flame of power. "I got it on camera. There's someone standing in the fire." The phone screen showed the faint image of Fang Yi within the brilliant golden flame. "There must be a celestial being. A celestial being saved me." His image was plastered all over the news and media. People began discussing it non-stop. A flash of a blade, a fiery blaze, a single strike that split the heavens. A celestial descends to save the world. The heavenly flame is nothing compared to this. The mysterious man with a heavenly flame saber. The sovereign of flames creates a sea of fire. Views 13,596,254. Popularity number 1 on the charts. Chu Qingli's friend sat at her computer excitedly, calling out, "Chu Qingli, come quick and look. The celestial descends to save the world guy." Powerful cultivators really do exist. The heavenly flame is real too. Hearing this, Chu Qingli crossed her arms and dismissed it indifferently. "Don't believe that stuff. Everything online is just acting and special effects." Suddenly, something caught her eye. Chu Qingli immediately leaned closer to the screen, stared and stammered. "This is..." Chu Qingli's friend smiled and continued.
"See, I told you it was real. So cool, Qing-el."
Chu Qingli's face darkened, her jaw clenched, and a cold sweat broke out. She couldn't believe her eyes. She decided the video had to be fake. It was all just special effects. She thought to herself, no way, that's definitely not him. It's just someone with a similar build. If it were really him, he would have been burned to a crisp long ago. But if it is real, will he use this chance to get revenge on me? Damn it, there's no way I'm bowing my head. The scene changes. Number 81 pulls out her phone to show Wang Yi. Hey, does this person look familiar? He looks just like the spirit user who saved us from those vines before. The girl immediately replied, I think so too. Plus, I recently found out that a great master who broke through to the creation spirit realm lives right near my house. Could they actually be the same person? Meanwhile, in the forest, Zhang Xiaoye also took out her phone and turned to Fang Yi. Fang Yi, look. Isn't that Fang? He feels a lot stronger now. He smiled and added, my god, that sword-swinging posture is exactly the same. Looks like we really latched onto a powerful ally back then. The scene shifts to the outside of a tall building under a clear blue sky, the sun shining brightly as a voice speaks up. The city's crisis is drawing near, yet our spirit users aren't strong enough to handle it. The association president spoke up urgently in the meeting. I heard the military had an in-depth discussion with Fang Yi. Su Qinghuang affirmed in a firm voice without the slightest hesitation. I believe he will help us. The scene changes to another meeting room where Ji-Lan begins to advance to the creation spirit realm in such a short time. What kind of monster is he? Even abnormals tremble at the sight of him. Besides, just how many high-level attributes does he possess? Han Li replied in a low voice, 3 or more than 3. With such immense potential, our prestige is nothing but a joke. Recruiting him is our only option. She wondered, are you saying the higher-ups have decided to go themselves? He closed his eyes and explained slowly. They've decided, but it seems the top brass aren't ready to lower themselves to approach Fang Yi. After all the top spirit users in the past have come from the military. Then Han Li lowered his head and left, but not before giving instructions to see what Fang Yi needs: newly researched weapons and equipment, and even information on suitable training locations. All of these things can be given to him. Also, this live stream video and any others that were posted must be taken down. Qinghuang looked up worriedly. All the spirit chi of Xia country is now focused on him. Ji-Lan lowered her face, closed her eyes, and gave a faint smile. It really makes you look forward to what he'll do next. A heart monitor beeped in the quiet space. A soft voice whispered, Teacher, it seems Xia country has a new hope. Ji-Lan sat by the hospital bed speaking sadly. With someone this powerful appearing, the chances of you waking up have increased just a little. A day later, outside a building surrounded by trees, the early morning sun filtered in. Fang Yi sat quietly in the kitchen eating breakfast, his mind a mess of thoughts. The rumors were flying yesterday. Who would have thought some streamer would sneak into the back mountains to livestream? They're really reckless just for fame, he thought to himself while taking a small bite of bread. But now that video is nowhere to be found online and the live stream channel has been shut down. It was probably taken care of by the military or the Spirit Chi Association. Fang Yi's eyes shot open as he noticed something. He looked at Wang Liangyi's door, worrying to himself. Wait a minute, Wang Liangyi didn't come home all night and she didn't text me. What's going on? Even if she's on a mission. Fang Yi quickly picked up his phone to call her. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? She's not usually this unreliable, is she? But the only response he got was the automated voice from the operator, hello. The subscriber you have called is currently out of service. Fear was evident on Fang Yi's face as he thought to himself, this is bad. I have to go find her. Wang Liangyi and number 81 walked through the foggy forest. The girl whispered, Number 81, how long have we been trapped here? Can you give me a rough estimate? Number 81, exhausted, managed to reply roughly. Probably about 10 hours. I can't remember clearly. I'm sorry I got you involved in this. At first, I thought it was just a normal shadow demon. She cried out in pain, and Wang Liangyi quickly said, It's okay, stop apologizing. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough. Remember, stay alert and conserve your strength. The girl's gaze was fixed ahead as she silently wished she could be like that powerful expert. Then from behind them, a giant demon with glowing red eyes appeared in the cold darkness, completely unnoticed by them. As she turned, the girl saw a black claw lunging at her only inches away. Wang Liangyi shouted, Watch out, and drew a seal. A swirl of blue spiritual light rose to shield her comrade. She focused her power, firing a pillar of blue light straight at the descending claw. A figure flashed past. Wang Liangyi knocked down a horde of black shadows as number 81 spoke up. Are these the people who were trapped and died here? The girl said. Now they've become abnormal zombies. It's toying with us, wanting to assimilate us too. Number 81 spoke up. Our attacks have no effect on this black mist, and our spiritual energy is draining fast. On top of that, we have no idea where the abnormal even is. She continued, It's like it's waiting for us to run out of spiritual energy completely. It's treating us like prey, just wearing us down. In here, it seems invincible. Number 81 frowned, staring ahead intently, silent in thought. She screamed in terror when she saw a red orb like an eye open within the black mist. The red mass throbbed with power, dripping liquid from its lower edge with a soft patter. Tiny red circles detached from its body, floating in the dark vortex. Stumbling back half a step, she focused her power into her hands to block the incoming diagonal blast. Number 81 said, Get lost, you damn thing. Wang Liangyi added, It's starting to lose its patience. Don't let your guard down. The killing intent in its eyes subsided. The corner of her eye twitched slightly before she quickly calmed herself. A blinding flash appeared from behind as a beam of red light shot through the smoke, and the girl quickly dodged aside. Countless eyes surrounded Wang Liangyi. She thought to herself, Am I going to die? She lifted her face towards the dim light, her hair gently brushing against her cheek. Wang Liangyi continued to think, I can't hear number 81's voice anymore. It makes sense. We've both been swallowed by the darkness. The girl held her breath, blinking slowly to stop herself from trembling. Wang Liangyi thought, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own and been so overconfident thinking the two of us could complete this mission. That's right. The path of a practitioner is always filled with danger. I always knew that one day I might just disappear in some nameless corner of the world. The girl reached out her hand as if trying to grasp something. It's just. What will the world be like then? What role will the hidden spirit users play? The great majestic wave after the revival of spirit chi. I guess I'll never get to see it. Wang Liangyi's eyes twitched and a tear escaped from her eyelashes. She looked forward in surprise. Wang Liangyi tried to reach for a brilliant blue aura that erupted violently, its branches of light illuminating the entire space. Fang Yi shot straight into the blue light, pressing his hand firmly into its fiery core. His blue eyes flashed like a cold blade as he exclaimed, "That was too close." Tears streamed down Wang Liangyi's face when she saw Fang Yi, and the young girl cried out, "Cousin." He created a blue aura that exploded into a shattering force, blasting Wang Liangyi's body out of the epicenter. Fang Yi stood tall in the dark space, his hand clenched around the still vibrating torrent of blue light. The girl thought to herself, "That's my cousin, all right. And he's no ordinary person." Wang Liangyi shouted in terror, "Watch out. The abnormality's true body is to your back right." He gripped the glowing weapon in his hand tightly. Fang Yi thought to himself, "Perfect. Let's see what effect my heavenly fire has on a dark attribute." He spun around his fist, erupting in a sweeping arc of orange flame. Behind him, the red monster roared as Fang Yi yelled. Red Fire Saber Technique. A torrent of blazing red fire shot straight at the monster. Wang Liangyi stared ahead, silently lost in thought when number 81 spoke up. "Yi, are we about to die?" she continued. "Holy crap, what is this sea of fire? Did we go to hell along with the abnormality?" The young girl calmly reassured her, "Look closely. We're still alive." Number 81 said in surprise, "We're alive. Wait, you're..." The young man spoke up. "It's dealt with. All taken care of. I haven't even had breakfast yet." The two girls and Wang Liangyi smiled at him. Number 81 stared intently at Fang Yi, her eyes widening as if she just remembered something. She approached him and said, "It was you, wasn't it? Back in Yanghuo town at that place with the death vines. You're the one who saved us." He spoke shyly. "Was I that easy to recognize?" Wang Liangyi asked. "Wait, you're saying the powerful fire user who saved us before was my cousin?" Number 81 said excitedly. "What? The super powerful Fang Yi is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was just an ordinary guy?" Fang Yi scratched his head, standing there with a quiet smile. She put her hands on Wang Liangyi's shoulders, shaking her as she continued. "This is our savior, the one who cleared out that whole desolate area with a single strike, who made the 3-star demon lord uncle's defenses crumble, and even caught the attention of that old lady Lan." The young girl thought to herself, "So my cousin is that high-level fire attribute expert, but just now he clearly used the lightning attribute, one of extreme purity, to destroy the black-boned abnormality. A high-level dual system super genius. His lightning and fire auras both far surpass my abilities. Wait a minute. Could the legendary figure who broke through to the spirit creation realm in our district be my cousin?" His glowing hand raised a single finger, energy gathering at its tip. Fang Yi spoke up. All right, it was me. But I have something I need to ask you too. This dark attribute abnormality. You know you can't handle it like a normal one, right? Why did only the two of you come? Where are your teammates?" Number 81 replied, "Oh well, Wu Mao seems to have gotten really sick. He always hid his missions from his family, so now he's stuck at home and couldn't come. The uncle also seems to have another more difficult mission. And as for our other friends, we aren't always together." Wang Liangyi said, sheepishly, "Yeah, I was careless this time. I thought that since I'd broken through to the 3-star demon lord level, there wouldn't be any problems." He stood there looking intently at the two girls, thinking silently. Fang Yi thought to himself, "Come to think of it, these teammates all have their own agendas. It seems this team won't last much longer. So just get lost, then I would never abandon a teammate like number 81. Just a moment ago, she was complaining about her teammates, yet now she's saving face for them in front of an outsider. She's truly a righteous person. And my cousin, being smart, probably sensed this a long time ago." He spoke up. "Cousin, actually, I was thinking. Since you and your friend already know my identity and I trust you both." Fang Yi continued, "How about we form a team, but you two cannot reveal this to anyone." Wang Liangyi was silent in thought, but number 81 was ecstatic. "Really, Master Fang Yi, this is great, just great. My lips are sealed. Oh man, I'm really benefiting from Yi's good fortune." Tears fell from the young girl's eyes as she thought, "That's right. A powerful practitioner like my cousin must have realized long ago that I was also a practitioner, and he's been secretly protecting me. It turns out that on this lonely path of cultivation, having a trustworthy relative to wholeheartedly help and accompany you is such a happy thing." Wang Liangyi moved, bit her lip as tears continued to fall. The young girl smiled and said, "Okay. Thank you, cousin. Tonight I'll stir-fry 2 extra eggs for you." At the park, Wang Liangyi was looking at her phone and said, "Sister Ji Lan just posted a new mission." The young girl stared at her phone screen, reading her message. Ji Lan announces a mission for the land of extreme yin. Go to the land of extreme yin and collect a mission item related to the dark attribute. Think carefully before registering. Fang Yi spoke up. So it's the dark attribute, huh? This land of extreme yin. Do you know about it? The girl replied, mm-hmm. The land of extreme yin is located in a dark attribute border region that's strictly forbidden by Xia country. Because the dark attribute inside is extremely powerful, practitioners on missions always avoid this area and go around it. Wang Liangyi continued. Furthermore, most of the abnormalities currently in the city have slipped out from that region. The government has never explored deep into this forbidden zone. I've heard that some very serious accidents have occurred inside. Fang Yi said, is that so? Then we have to give it a try. Ask her for the specific mission details. Will she answer? Number 81 replied, no way. Sister Ji Lan is very mysterious. She never says more than a few words. He thought to himself, the land of extreme yin is in a forbidden zone strictly managed by Xia country, a place where many casualties have occurred. And yet Ji Lan can still issue missions related to the land of extreme yin to practitioners. She isn't just some bold daredevil who defies the government. Her status must be extraordinary. Either she's a high-ranking military official or part of the council. I'm leaning more towards the latter. A message from Wang Liangyi appeared on the computer screen. Sister Ji Lan, I want to register. What specifically do we have to do, Ji Lan? The objective of this mission is to collect the 7 decay flower. Ji Lan. A small reminder, the rewards for this mission are more abundant than usual, but all the dangers in the land of extreme yin are of the dark attribute, and the danger level of the abnormalities there is also higher than anything you have ever encountered. Therefore, you must form a team before registering to participate. Number 81 said in astonishment, oh my god, what's going on? Why is Sister Ji Lan replying with so much detail? Wang Liangyi held her phone deep in thought. She continued to text Ji Lan. This mission may involve an S-rank abnormality. The mortality rate is very high. Everyone should think carefully before acting. If we find a strong and reliable cultivator to team up with, it won't be too late to register then. She replied as she walked, so let's do that, we'll just have to see if he agrees. Fang Yi spoke up, if there's a strong and reliable cultivator. Wang Liangyi thought to himself, that's way too blunt. He might as well have just said, I know you. I know a cultivator like you would be interested. Do you dare to come? He continued, cousin, it seems this is aimed at you. In the middle of the pond, a black mass stood erect with white streaks faintly flashing like fangs. Fang Yi spoke up, interesting. This land of extreme yin. I really do want to pay it a visit. The computer screen displayed a message between Wang Liangyi and Ji Lan. One person spoke, Sister Lan, their squad is over here. She said it was fine. If he was a cultivator worthy of Xia country's trust, he would come. The other person continued, but if he doesn't come, then this batch of cultivators will be. Ji Lan continued, saying if he didn't show up, it just meant fate hadn't brought them together yet. She then asked, do you two think this mission to collect the 7 decay flower is just a setup to send powerful practitioners to their deaths? The other person stammered, Sister Ji Lan, we. She placed a bouquet on the table and said, undertaking a life or death mission like gathering the 7 decay flower has a core purpose that's the complete opposite of what it seems. This is the only way to build up strength for the Xia kingdom. Only by gathering the 7 decay flower can we save even more practitioners who will be the future core strength of the Xia kingdom. In the quiet train car, a little boy pointed out Fang Yi, who was leaning against a pole with a long weapon, to his mother. 3 young women stood before Ji Lan's master's hospital bed, and one of them spoke up, or even our top-tier core fighting force are falling one after another, their fates unknown. She gripped his hand tightly and said, no matter what, we have to gather more. 7 decay flowers. Master, as the only practitioner in the Xia kingdom to have reached the Diamond Realm, we must use the 7 decay flower to heal and awaken him. The existence of a Diamond Realm expert, especially after the recovery of spiritual energy, is no less valuable than a nuclear weapon today. He's our greatest leverage in negotiations with other nations both before and after the spiritual energy recovery. That's why even if we have to sacrifice a few veterans, a few squads, or even more practitioners, it's all worth it. The old man's eyes were shut tight, red veins bulging beneath his oxygen mask. A golden orchid flashed, weaving into a halo of light. A figure barely had time to cover their face before stumbling. The other person spoke up. The mission is important, but your health is just as crucial. She fell silent, her face hardening with killing intent. Ji Lan bit her lip and said, my health is important. She then shouted angrily, yes, it's very important because my life was brought back by my comrades. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Ji Lan went quiet, her eyes thoughtful. Full of regret, she said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you all. The other replied, Sister Ji Lan, it was my fault for misspeaking. Are your headaches acting up again? Ji Lan said, it's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. Thinking of her comrades, she said, I was just reminiscing. It's all in the past now. She recalled the life and death battles she fought alongside everyone. Su Qinghuang's sword-bearer squad retreat immediately. The extreme dark zone is truly a terrifying place. Su Qinghuang. Ji Lan, the mission to gather the 7 decay flower. We can only entrust it to you. For master, for the Xia kingdom, for everyone, Ji Lan screamed. No, I'm not leaving, Captain. He used his last bit of strength to protect her. Our attributes, I hope you can make use of them. You must. Survive in return. Ji-Lan said sorrowfully. They transferred their spiritual energy to me, but they didn't know that if the 7 decay flower is tainted by blood or not picked whole, it becomes useless. 45 minutes later on the cold gray plains, 3 people walked towards a rugged mountain range stretching to the horizon. Number 81 exhausted asked, how many more kilometers do we have to go? She then asked, hey, I'm telling you, boss, you guys are so strong, can't we just fly for a bit? Wang Liangyi replied, when the spiritual energy isn't abundant enough for the human body to fly at will, not even practitioners can do it. Fang Yi, with his sharp, cold red eyes, warily observed his surroundings. Suddenly, Fang Yi spoke up. Is that the extreme dark zone up ahead? He thought to himself. It's completely shrouded in a dark attribute. Even with all these barriers, I can still sense that unsettling aura. Number 81 said, this horrible stench is 100 times more terrifying than the mutated creature we encountered last night. No, 1,000 times worse. Wang Liangyi added, calm down. We're already here. Fang Yi said, not bad. Look ahead. I didn't expect so many practitioners to be here. In the clearing, a few people stood around talking, while a figure in armor sat cross-legged on the roof of a vehicle observing. Wang Liangyi spoke up, that's right. I think it's not just for the so-called generous reward, but also because, as number 81 and I have experienced, the dark attribute is very difficult to deal with. It's bloodthirsty and hostile towards humans. The young woman continued, but now there have been several riots in the city caused by abnormal dark attributes. He spoke up, that's right. I faced 2 dark attribute anomalies head-on. One was a mutated rabbit, but instead of a wild rabbit, it was more like a large rodent. Fang Yi continued, there was also a large snake lurking in a factory at night. They had higher intelligence than that mutated rabbit. They were able to work together to set a trap that nearly wiped out the entire Spiritual Energy Association team. Most importantly, just as Yi said, these anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be deliberately avoiding the army's defenses at the city border. The water cast a blue reflection on the steel pillars. A few technicians were inspecting a cluster of pipes near the edge. Fang Yi spoke up. Although I don't know how they did it, these anomalies are now appearing in the city more and more frequently to the point where it's becoming difficult to stop them. A black bird spread its wings over the ruined city district. Below, flames shot up, engulfing a building. He continued, that's why we absolutely have to make this trip. At the steel station next to the energy gate, the crowd waited silently for the supervisor's signal. Qing Huang stared intently ahead as if she had noticed something. She fell silent, lost in thought. Su Qing Huang exclaimed when she saw Fang Yi. What the hell, he's here too. And he even brought 2 girls with him. Su Qing Huang looked at her and called out softly, Fang Yi boss. Qing Huang clasped her hands and prayed silently. Amitabha, great Buddha, please don't let him see me, don't let him see me. As if he had noticed, he called out, hey, isn't that Captain Su over there? Su Qing Huang looked at Fang Yi and said, oh, it's you. You came to the extreme dark zone too. That's great. Qing Huang scratched her head and said, the army synchronized Fang Yi's file a long time ago. Great God. Number 81 asked, who's this girl? Don't tell me she's Yi's sister-in-law. Wang Liangyi was just as surprised. Ha Qingwang's cousin waved his hands to explain. Oh my God, this is a huge misunderstanding. He spoke up. Of course not. This is my errand runner, Captain Su of the Spiritual Energy Association. She thought, why does that sound even more grating? Suddenly, a voice came from behind and the group turned around. A bunch of shameless brats talking big. Fang Yideng spoke up. These practitioners nowadays just get younger and younger, and they have no manners at all. It's one thing not to greet your elders, but to be bickering so loudly. Have you forgotten where you are? This Fang Yifu then added, I certainly hope you can trust each other just as much in the extreme dark zone in a little while. Number 81 shouted angrily, look at that, my hot temper is flaring up again. Do you have any idea who these people are? Wang Liangyi put out a hand to stop her. Number 81 saw Fang Yi shake his head, so she held back. She pointed at the old man and said, hey mister, you should worry about yourself. In a little while, we'll see who's scared to death. Fang Yiding glanced into the distance and fell silent. He looked at her and said, the car's here. Well then, let's go have a look. The car door opened, and to the surprise of many, Ji-Lan stepped out. Someone spoke up. That's Sister Ji-Lan. She appeared with an ice-cold expression. Another person confirmed, it really is her. Ji-Lan strode forward, her cloak fluttering her gaze, cold, her aura overwhelming. Number 81 looked at her and exclaimed, what on earth is her status? That's so impressive. Fang Yi spoke up. Perhaps you are the one who will open the door for us. She turned around, her blue eyes flashing as lightning gathered behind her. Ji-Lan stood before a wall of lightning, opening a path to channel power from the azure abyss. She gripped the glowing blue seal tightly, spiritual energy flaring between her fingers. Ji-Lan's eyes were ice-cold as she raised her arm, creating a blue vortex that consumed the space before her. She threw the seal and said, enough of you have arrived. A crimson space tore open in front of them, and a portal opened. Ji-Lan turned back with a majestic air. She said, you may enter now. A special reminder, the 7 decay flowers you collect must be complete and untainted by human blood. If they do not meet the requirements, you cannot claim the reward. If there are no other questions, you may begin. Fang Yi and his group stood silently, staring intently ahead. The group entered one by one. Old Dang spoke up. She's not going in herself, but is sending us to our deaths. She doesn't even have a proper attitude about death compensation. A young man said, Fang Yi Dang, you should talk less. If we die, we'll just be reported as missing. If the government gave your family a large sum of money for no reason, wouldn't that be an admission that they got us killed? The old man fell silent, a pensive look on his face. Su Qingwang turned to him and said, that middle-aged man is probably like you, a one-star spirit creation realm. Also, among those who've been silent, there seem to be a few experts, but they've likely concealed their spiritual energy, so it's hard to judge. The others are also cultivators with solid foundations around the 2-star and 3-star Ghost Abode realm. The strength of each team is roughly the same. Fang Yi said thoughtfully, it seems this mission is quite difficult. I didn't expect them to find so many elite cultivator teams. He thought to himself, was that guy earlier also in the spirit creation realm? Why did his spiritual energy level not seem that high to me? The secretary spoke up, Sister Lan, the personnel statistics are complete. In the extreme dark zone this time, there are 37 people at the 2-star Ghost Abode realm, 12 at the 3-star Ghost Abode realm, and 3 at the 1-star spirit creation realm. The difficulty of this mission ranges from B rank to S rank. She replied, have them go to the monitoring equipment. I've already finished all the preparations, so don't worry. A bone-chilling presence descended into the valley where burnt-out trees stretched their twisted black branches over the cracked earth. The group entered the wasteland. A dark aura coiled around them like an invisible barrier. Suddenly, number 81 let out a soft groan. Fang Yi turned back and said, stay close. The dark attribute here will obstruct our vision. If we don't stick together, we'll get separated and lose our way easily. Number 81 sat down on the rocky ground and said, sorry, I feel sick. I can't hold it back. Wang Liangyi looked at her with concern. Su Qingwang placed a hand on number 81's shoulder and said, it's all right. It's the smell of rotting corpses and brain fluid mixed together. You're not the only one who feels sick. This is very normal. Number 81 wiped the corner of her mouth, her pale face still showing discomfort. Su Qingwang looked ahead and said, look, the group up front has similar cultivation levels and they're also throwing up. She continued, the dark attribute has a natural suppressive effect on cultivators. You can think of it as a type of corruption. The anomalous existences in the extreme dark zone are extremely complex. Fang Yi spoke up. Based on what we know about anomalies, a B-rank anomaly is equivalent to a cultivator at the Ghost Abode realm. The range of damage they can cause is controllable. He continued, an A-rank anomaly is similar to the spirit creation realm. They are often found where spiritual energy is turbulent or concentrated like this extreme dark zone. An S-rank anomaly is comparable to the Vajra realm or even higher, basically a catastrophe-level threat. However, it must be emphasized that dark attribute anomalies are enhanced within the extreme dark zone. An anomaly that would normally be rated B rank can be elevated by at least 1 rank here. Number 81 said, is that so? This is the first time I've heard that, I understand. Then what about Captain Su? Are you guys alright? Wang Liangyi also asked. That's right, aren't you guys affected by the corruption? Su Qinghuang replied, you're overthinking it. My teammate and I often deal with similar anomalies, so we're used to the stench. My captain has already broken through to the 3-star Ghost Abode realm. She continued, moreover, Yan Ke recently required him to improve himself by mutating his water attribute into an ice attribute. Number 81 spoke up, Captain Su, our ranks are the same. I wonder do you feel the same way I do? As soon as I entered this thick fog, my spiritual energy began to drain even more severely than on the last mission. Su Qingwang replied, yes. Many powerful experts have died here in the past, including military elites, at the 1-star spirit creation realm and above. So we must be extra careful. Let's go, the mission is important. Wang Liangji added, yeah, we can't see the people ahead of us anymore. Let's stay closer. I'll talk less from now on to conserve my breath. Everyone, focus your spiritual energy. Don't let this fog take advantage of any openings. He thought to himself, after coming in here, my body doesn't seem to feel that much discomfort. It seems the Yang attribute and the enhanced Enchanted Thunder attribute are both effective at dispelling the dark attribute. Or perhaps after I advanced to the spirit creation realm, the effect of my spiritual energy became stronger. Elsewhere, a young man leaped into the air, raising a glowing blade and slashing down in a phantom before him. He said, the anomalies in this extreme dark zone are nothing special. Fang Yi laughed and said, brothers, we will definitely be the ones to collect the 7 decay flowers. Let's show those young kids what real power looks like. Another person said, you did great, brother, charge. After number 81, it was Wang Liangyi's turn to grimace and cough softly, pressing her lips together to suppress the nausea. She cried out in worry. Yi Fang Yi turned to look at the girl, thinking she's still just a child after all. He touched her back with his glowing hand, and Wang Liangyi's discomfort immediately subsided. The girl exclaimed in surprise, cousin, your whole body is glowing so brightly. Wang Liangyi said, this feeling, the nausea and the corrosive gloom are all gone. It's as warm as sunbathing in winter. Su Qinghuang said, as expected of the power of the spirit creation realm. The girl said, the fire attribute is so warm. It truly is a rare high-grade attribute. Ever since I advanced to the 3-star Ghost Abode realm model, I've only just started to understand attributes more deeply. My wood system attribute specializes in absorbing the spiritual energy from the dew on plants in the wild, and Captain Su's water attribute that mutated into an ice attribute is also very rare. Fang Yi spoke up. It's not a fire attribute but a yang attribute. I just haven't explained it clearly to you. I was the one who handled the fire incidents at the North Gate and the training grounds of Qingcheng University. He continued, but these two anomalies are different. The yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute are also slightly different. Qinghuang asked, you're just admitting it like that. So does that mean you have 3 rare high-level attributes now? Fang Yi thought to himself, actually I also have the desolation attribute, but the tallest tree catches the most wind. It's best to keep it as a trump card. He continued, something like that in your number 81. She shivered and said, haven't I broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm yet? I can't sense attributes clearly, but I'm probably following the path of the metal attribute. Oh, great cousin, I promise I'll never bother you again once we get out of here. Your yang attribute. Can you warm me up a little? Fang Yi smiled at number 81. He said, all right, I'll warm you up for a day. With that, Fang Yi slapped her hard on the back, transferring his spiritual energy. Number 81 Winston cried out. Su Qinghuang asked, what are you two doing, slapping each other back and forth, so warm? She didn't answer, her eyes closed as if she was enjoying it. Phew, so warm? Fang Yi looked at Qinghuang and asked, Captain Su, how about your team gets a taste too? She smiled in reply. The feeling isn't bad at all. Su Qinghuang said excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Her teammate also chimed in, we await your grace, great one. All 3 of them were enjoying the warmth from his spiritual energy and feeling very comfortable. A monster's paw with long claws stepped heavily, echoing on the cold ground. Fang Yi lowered his head and glanced to the side, his red pupils flashing as he sensed an anomaly and said, watch out, an anomaly is coming. Qinghuang asked as she shot a beam of blue light straight ahead. What is that thing? Captain Su shouted. 81 was right in front of her. Number 81 jumped in terror. She looked up at the giant demonic shadow casting down like a mountain and exclaimed, holy. A black beast engulfed in purple flames glared with blood-red eyes, its snarling roar thickening the air. A voice said, be careful, it's an A-rank anomaly. Qinghuang gathered power in her hand and a blue light erupted like a spear tearing through the darkness. She shouted, let me handle it. Qinghuang shot a beam of blue light straight at the red-eyed beast that was lunging forward. She gathered sharp blue crystals and said, this level of difficulty. Wang Liangyi exclaimed in surprise. Did it vanish? A horde of zombies was closing in right behind Fang Yi. His eyes glowed a fiery red as if sensing something. Surrounded by the dead, the group stood back to back, their eyes fixed on the ground as a dark energy crept toward them. Fang Yi said, careful, look at your feet. He reached out and drew a brightly glowing sword, yelling, get back. Fang Yi's eyes blazed with a golden light showing the killing intent and power about to be unleashed. He knelt and unleashed a powerful palm strike, causing a fierce fire to erupt and engulf a corner of the sky. Fang Yi stood amidst the exploding sea of flames, his aura completely overwhelming all enemies. There were screams from within. Hot, hot, don't burn me. He rested his sword on his shoulder and said, we're safe for now. These anomalies have been dispelled. It looked like there were many eyes, but in reality there were only 2 of them. Fang Yi turned to Qinghuang and said, I just didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved to mimic human language. She cheerfully replied, maybe it's because they've eaten so many people that they learned. He continued, these anomalies, even the weakest among them, have been nurtured by this ultra-dark region to become A-rank. Anyone not in the spirit creation realm can't fight them head-on. Jilan appeared, gathering purple energy in her palm amidst the sea of fire churning across the ground. Jilan thought to herself, he destroyed 2 A-rank illusory beast anomalies with a single blow. Even for me, it would take at least a few rounds to deal with them. Wang Liangyi spoke up, if what Captain Su said is true, then we need to stick together even more. Otherwise, I think there's a high chance an anomaly will disguise itself and mix in with us. It'll attack when we let our guard down. Number 81 sat looking up silent. Suddenly, Fang Yi said, 81, get up. She looked at him thinking this oppressive aura is terrifying, even stronger than the cat demon and the Jiangshi. Even a slight touch could burn me to death. Is this the suppression of a higher realm? I feel like I can't breathe. Fang Yi suddenly turned his head as if he had detected something unusual. Wang Liangyi walked closer to him and said, everyone listen. Can you hear the sound of ocean waves up ahead? Fang Yi was silent, his eyes deep in thought. Everyone was startled when they noticed the strange phenomenon happening in front of them. Suddenly, 2 people fled in terror upon realizing the situation was beyond their control. One of them screamed, run, stop fighting, this thing is demonic. The other one cried out, help me, I've seen a ghost. Fang Yi and his team stared intently ahead. With an ice-cold gaze, he focused his thoughts while everyone else fled in panic. Someone asked, "Is this the thing that even the legendary army would suffer heavy losses against?" Fang Yi replied, "It's the Dark Tide." Old Deng's group screamed for help as they ran. He created a green defensive barrier and confidently declared this so-called Dark Tide. "Just because the regular army couldn't beat it, does that mean I can't either, fools? They're all just pray for me." With that, Old Deng turned around and charged directly into the Dark Tide. But as the darkness enveloped him, he realized in horror, this isn't right. Something is wrong here. Pitch-black hands appeared in all sorts of shapes as if trying to devour Old Deng. His voice was weak. "It's not just A rank and it's not S rank either. It's something more. I can't let it catch me." He was dragged into a magical trap, his screams echoing through the air. Everyone fled in panic. Someone asked, "The dark aura is so thick. Is there no way to save them anymore? Can we still escape?" Fang Yi asked Captain Su. "What is the Dark Tide?" She replied, "The Dark Tide. The ultimate form of the dark attribute, a decaying presence that can devour everything, even the anomalies within it. But the plan this time was supposed to avoid the day of the tide." "Oh God, are the people up ahead really all dead?" He remained silent, his gaze fixed on what lay ahead. Wang Liangyi exclaimed in amazement, "So this is the Dark Tide. I've only ever heard about it on the forums. They say it's a power that can destroy an entire city-state. Cousin, maybe we should get out of here." "Is there still time?" Fang Yi summoned the hidden power within his body, remaining silent. He activated his spiritual energy, creating an aura that enveloped the entire group. Fang Yi said loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. This barrier has the ability to counter the dark attribute. When needed, we can gather our strength to maintain this spiritual barrier, protecting everyone through the tide's impact," Su Qinghuang said. "What are you planning to do?" "The dark tide is the condensed state of the dark attribute. Our power is no match for it." That guy at the spirit creation realm was swallowed in an instant. Fang Yi summoned his dual attributes of ice and fire. He said, "So what if it's condensed? I'm going to destroy it." Cousin Wang Liangyi cried out in worry as she saw him shoot into the air. Su Qinghuang looked up after him and said, "Did I hear that right? What is he planning to do? Destroy the dark tide?" After summoning ice and fire, Fang Yi charged straight into the tide with an overwhelming attack. Sword in hand, he shot forward like an arrow of light, his entire body erupting in a brilliant golden aura. Bizarre fire tendrils hovered in midair as Fang Yi calmly assessed the situation. "Just as I thought." He stood amidst the monsters, his body glowing brightly as he spoke. "These anomalies are said to be A-rank anomalies controlled and evolved by the dark attribute. But it's more accurate to say they're upgraded fused versions." Fang Yi thought to himself, from B rank to A rank, from A rank to S rank, and the level of this entire dark tide anomaly, calling it SSS-RANK, wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder it can devour practitioners of the spirit creation realm. The elites of humanity swallowed so easily. He suddenly created an ice orb in his hand. Fang Yi launched the stream of ice straight ahead, tearing through the monster's body in an instant. The monster opened its mouth and roared furiously, creating a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surrounding space. He charged forward, his eyes blazing red, his gaze sharp enough to pierce his opponent. A brilliant golden light flared in his eyes as Fang Yi unleashed his power and flames erupted, engulfing everything. He thought to himself, the power of the spirit creation realm combined with my enhanced weapon. I used to have to fight a tough battle against a B-rank bamboo night serpent, but now I can easily destroy a fused A-rank anomaly within the dark tide. His red eyes glinted with astonishment as Fang Yi suddenly noticed something. He looked ahead thinking, he looks familiar. Is that the guy from before? Is he still alive? The man was shrouded in a bizarre red smoke, his body convulsing violently, letting out faint, desperate groans as he was about to be consumed. Fang Yi continued to think he's still reacting, which means his spiritual power hasn't been completely devoured by the dark attribute yet. Even if his spiritual foundation in the spirit creation realm isn't as solid as mine, he's still a true practitioner of that realm. There's still a sliver of hope. He raised his hand in the fiery space and blue lightning gathered as he summoned divine thunder. A massive thunderbolt crashed down from the sky. The punishment of the divine thunder tore the ground apart, shaking the space in a blinding flash of blue and white light. He shouted, "100 refinements!" Fang Yi was in despair as his body was swallowed by the darkness, unable to resist. Fang Yi stood before him, sword in hand, and said, "Just as I thought. There's still a small chance to save you, but not much." He held his flaming sword, standing in deep thought. A golden light radiated from Fang Yi as he spoke. Infinite growth. Could this be the special trait of S-rank and above anomalies? Fang Yi said, "Then let's try this. Protective spiritual energy dispel." In the midst of the red fury, he was the single point of golden light holding his ground. The system announced, detecting an extremely powerful dark attribute. The power of this attribute is very special and cannot be extracted at this time. Fang Yi thought to himself, even after reaching the spirit creation realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute. As expected, the dark attribute is a little more special than the others. He smiled confidently as if he had found a solution. Standing before the anomalies, Fang Yi thought, since I can't completely destroy it, and I can't directly absorb it, then I can only try another way. He radiated a golden light and charged toward the beast, thinking, it's a shame I didn't bring my little white flower. Otherwise, I could have used its desolate power to compete with this dark attribute. Is there anything else? Flames licked close to his face, but Fang Yi's red eyes remained calm, cold, and sharp as a knife. He thought, I've got it. It's been here all along, hasn't it? While Su Qinghuang was creating the barrier, number 81 asked Captain Su, have you ever encountered a situation like this before? Su Qinghuang replied, my knowledge is limited. I've never seen anything like this. Everyone stood still within the barrier, looking ahead as someone spoke up. The dark tide. It actually stopped, Wang Liangyi said with a tremble in her voice. What's with this shield? It's so strange. I never felt this uneasy before, not even when we faced the ghost vine. But in this bizarre environment, I'm worried my cousin has been inside for so long. What if something happened? Su Qinghuang took the girl's hand to reassure her. His spiritual shield is still there, isn't it? It just flickered a little. We can just reinforce it with our spiritual power. Besides, if something happened to someone with his strength, our only fate would be to be buried along with him. She continued, a person who possesses several supernatural attributes of the spirit creation realm. I even suspect his true strength has already reached the 3-star spirit creation realm. It's not our place as 3-star Ghost Axe realm practitioners to go save him. Both girls fell silent. Wang Liangyi let out a small laugh. Captain Su, you really have a sense of humor. Su Qinghuang asked, you think so? My teammates say the same thing. Are you feeling better now? The streams of dark red energy shooting through the air were swept away by a golden light, causing the space to tremble violently. The group was stunned, not yet understanding what had happened. Fang Yi unleashed the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire sealing technique. Golden fire swirled like a dragon, devouring the entire area. He roared, and 2 streams of energy erupted simultaneously, a pillar of golden fire and blue energy shooting straight up. Number 81 cheered excitedly. That's your cousin. The little girl's eyes widened. That move is so cool. Fang Yi channeled his fire power, and a roaring fire dragon appeared, coiling before crashing down onto the blackened ground. Jilan spoke the heavenly fire attribute, a seal. She looked ahead, thinking, did he seal the dark tide? Fang Yi clenched his fist, blue electricity crackling around his arm as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He merged the blue lightning with the golden fire, creating a fiery vortex that wiped out the dark energy. Fang Yi shouted 9 Dragons' edict. The blue lightning surged into a wave, supporting the descending mass of golden fire. He yelled, seal. A sealing formation appeared at his feet, the fire energy swirling, swallowing the white lightning and condensing into a golden storm. Fang Yi compressed the power, the crisscrossing streams of fire, creating a radiant golden orb. He guided the golden orb downwards, sending out waves of fire that scoured the ground clean. Fang Yi said, it's safe for now. An unexpected harvest. I picked someone up. What should I do with him? Wang Liangyi joyfully ran towards him and said, cousin, you're okay. That's great. Su Qinghuang said, leave that person to my team member. Boss. She looked at him and asked, you sealed a high-level dark attribute, so why don't you look happy? Fang Yi pondered with his arms crossed. He had said he wanted to destroy the dark tide, and he actually did it. This guy really is. He continued. Because this is just a temporary seal. The dark attribute here is too abundant. We have to leave quickly, while the seal is still effective. Seizing the chance to collect the 7 decay flowers, Su Qinghuang replied, understood. We will take this person back to the Spirit Association for treatment. She asked, what about the people who were ahead of us? Did no one manage to escape? Fang Yi replied that not a shred of their clothes or a piece of bone could be found. Except for this one person, they were all likely devoured by the dark attribute, no matter what realm they were in. Number 81 said, a moment ago, they were living people and now they've all vanished. Maybe I'm just cold-blooded. My only thought right now is that I'm glad I didn't have to watch them die. Everyone fell silent again. He turned back and said, why 81, you two and my captain go on ahead. The most dangerous thing right now is still this black pond. It makes more sense for me to cover the rear. The little girl replied, yes. Fang Yi stood firmly on the cliff's edge, hand on the hilt of his sword, eyes fixed ahead. The system panel announced it was beginning to scan for intense dark attribute waves. From the black cliff, he waved his hand and a violet dark light shot up around his feet. The system announced the scan was successful. Fang Yi levitated in the night sky with his arms outstretched, surrounded by pillars of violet dark light. The system reported, initiating ultimate computing power. Compiling. He closed his eyes to focus, purple magic runes creeping across his skin as his aura surged like a tide. Compilation successful. Fang Yi opened his eyes, purple flames burning along his eyelashes, his cold gaze piercing the darkness. The system continued to report, you have obtained the dark attribute technique, Boundless Dark Realm. Effect condenses a sealed misty space. Within this space, spiritual energy will be eroded by the dark attribute and existing spiritual energy will be sharply depleted. Violet dark light branched out like electrical currents. Fang Yi held out his hand and a glowing sphere of the formation gathered in the center. He spoke, dark realm, a special domain. He continued, In other words, as long as I deploy the boundless dark realm, when facing an enemy, the erosive effect of the dark attribute can wear down my opponent's spiritual power, and their spiritual energy will gradually decrease. If I combine this with my other attribute techniques, wouldn't I be able to stack even more powerful weakening effects? That way, even if an aberration more bizarre than the dark tide appears, I can still fight above my level and destroy it. Su Qinghuang said, "Boss, do you feel like this fog is?" Her eyes widened in shock as she thought, this wave of spiritual energy. Did he break through again? But there was no change in the heavens and earth just now. Su Qinghuang looked at him, her thoughts racing. No, that can't be right. Could it be that he absorbed the power of the dark tide, which the government rated as S-class? But that's just too absurd. She continued to ponder. During the Omen phase, as spiritual energy recovered, all cultivators knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying. It is a power gathered from the deepest negative emotions and latent malice within living beings. That's why absorbing the dark attribute is strictly forbidden by the government. Su Qinghuang thought to herself the government had previously tried to research ways to purify and refine the dark attribute. A doubt arose, but they had paid a tragic price for it. It's for this very reason that aberrations with the dark attribute are listed separately. Su Qinghuang thought further, although their levels also range from D-class to S-class, even a D-class 1 is enough to make a cultivator who has just entered the ghost abode realm suffer immensely, let alone an S-class aberration like the dark tide. Forget one spirit creation realm cultivator, it could easily devour 10 of them. She continued to muse that before the dark attribute was banned, some cultivators did try to absorb the power of the dark attribute. However, a 3-star ghost abode realm cultivator like him only absorbed a single wisp of the dark attribute from a class dark. Aberrations remaining. Music, and he suffered a frenzied backlash. His skin rotted and his mind shattered. To this day, he is still in a psychiatric hospital. He stood in contemplation for a long while. Fang Yi opened his eyes and said, "Come on out. You've been watching us for a long time." Ji Lan spoke up. "If I'm not mistaken, Fang Yi, you sealed the dark tide single-handedly." Su Qinghuang flusteredly said, Elder Lan." She approached him and asked, "Also, what were you doing just now?" "Absorbing the dark attribute," Fang Yi replied. "That's right." Su Qinghuang thought. He admitted it. Ji Lan remained silent, putting her hand into her pocket, as if to take something out. She pointed a gun straight at him, her stance cold and unwavering. Number 81 screamed in shock, "Sister Ji Lan, what are you doing?" Wang Liangyi's face paled, his lips trembling slightly as the tension mounted. Ji Lan continued, "If I recall correctly, Fang Yi is the highest priority target your military wants to recruit, isn't he? My spirit association wanted him before, but you all snatched him away. What do you think you're doing?" Fang Yi placed a hand on Su Qinghuang's shoulder and asked. "Strange isn't our mission to find the 7-decay flower. Ma'am, you were clearly in a big hurry to complete the mission. Now you seem unhappy that we didn't die here." With a sharp gaze, she kept the gun aimed at him in silence. Number 81 spoke up, "Elder Lan, we've always trusted you, but you were already here, so why didn't you act sooner? If it weren't for Boss Fang Yi, we would have all been wiped out. I don't matter, but Wai is still just a child. Yet you just stood by and watched, and now you want to give the boss trouble." Ji Lan smiled and said, "Just kidding. It seems you're well loved by your teammates. Congratulations on passing the test." Number 81 continued, "What do you mean well loved?" Qingru chimed in. "Yeah, that's right." Fang Yi looked at Elder Lan and asked, "So your purpose in coming here was to test me," she replied. "Something like that. Because you have this kind of talent and strength, I didn't want to read some cold file. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you are." Ji Lan continued, also to answer the question of why I didn't intervene earlier. Number 81's eyes widened in shock as she stared at her in silence. She continued, "Because cultivators can only abide by the rules of cultivators in a world of recovering spiritual energy. We're all the same. This is the fickle fate of life, death, and fortune for us cultivators." Ji Lan continued, "But you kids are very lucky to have someone trustworthy and powerful enough to protect you." Her voice echoed. "Haven't you noticed? No anomalies have come to attack you yet. That's because they were terrified by the power Fang Yi used to seal the dark tide." She turned her head to look at him and continued speaking. "The dark tide is just like that. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Let me lead you all to the 7 Withers flower. I'm more familiar with this place than any of you." He thought to himself, "Why do I get the feeling that she's mentally unstable?" Qinghuang said softly, "Her previous team also ran into the dark tide. But in the end, she was the only one who made it out alive." So that's what happened, Fang Yi thought. Because of her identity, she maintains absolute obedience and indifference to missions and rules. And at the same time, some kind of conviction is helping her carry on. It's just that after seeing me seal the dark tide, she couldn't hold back anymore. Fang Yi said, "Forget it, 81. Su Qinghuang, let's just cut this injured patient some slack." She asked. "She's injured," he replied. "Her spiritual shield is severely damaged. At a minimum, she should have the power of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, but her spiritual shield seems to have been degraded by 2 whole levels." Fang Yi continued, "That proves her injuries are anything but light. Jilan tilted her head up her footsteps, thudding on the cold floor. She spoke up, "Thanks, but my injuries are fine." In the umbral zone, the desecrated grounds, a cold barren wasteland where jagged tombstones jutted out from between fractured skulls. The group advanced through the cold gray wasteland. Fang Yi walked alongside his teammates, his sword at his hip, his crimson eyes narrowed slightly as if he'd sensed something was wrong. "This is," he uttered, seeing the skeleton and its tattered clothes. Jilan spoke up, "We're here. This is the desecrated grounds." Someone shouted, "Look, that's the Seven Withers flower." Fang Yi stared intently at Jilan. She bowed her head in silence and the atmosphere grew heavy. Jilan walked toward the Seven Withers flower, surrounded by swirling red-rimmed phantoms. She raised her hand and said, "Finally. I finally see you again." Fang Yi frowned, his crimson eyes turning ice cold as he realized something was off. He thought to himself, "This isn't right." As he spoke, Fang Yi opened his palm, a swirling flame gathering within it. "Snap out of it," he yelled, throwing the fireball at her. The pressure from the attack stunned Jilan. So strong. This is an extremely rare Yang attribute. Her reflexes were lightning fast and she immediately blocked the attack. And yet Fang Yi extinguished the flame with just a casual flick of his wrist. It made Jilan wonder if her preparations had still been insufficient. Wang Liangyi came over to check on her. "Miss Jilan, are you alright?" Qing Huang reminded them. "She's been affected by the dark attribute. We should all stick together." She placed all her trust in Fang Yi. As for the Seven Withers flower, it's enough to just let him go. To avoid wasting time, he immediately set off on the search. At that moment, a glowing flower appeared before Fang Yi. In a flash, it retreated back into the ground, and in the next second it transformed into a giant fox demon. It opened its massive mouth wide. "So hungry, so hungry, so hungry." Fang Yi remained calm and unleashed his power. Divine lightning. He decisively controlled the power, sending it crashing down on the fox demon. But it simply opened its mouth and swallowed the power whole. Fang Yi wondered, just how many anomalies did this fox demon devour to become like this? Another S-rank one. So Fang Yi switched tactics. "I have to deal with this quickly, get the Seven Withers flower and get back. The seal on the dark tide won't last much longer. Alright, then I'll use you for some practice." This time, he unleashed a super tier technique. Boundless Dark Domain Deploy. The fox demon was instantly trapped within a magical sphere. Not only that, but several chains also wrapped tightly around it, causing the demon to roar to the heavens. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Affected by the special dark attribute of the Boundless Dark Domain, the S-rank anomaly, the half-corrupted fox demon has been degraded to B rank. Fang Yi assessed. It dropped 2 full ranks. It seems the cultivation foundation of S-rank anomalies in the umbral zone isn't very stable after all. He then drew a sword blazing with red flames and slashed, seeming to set space itself on fire. "It's over." At the same time, Su Qingwang's attention was drawn to a strange flow of power. "What is this now?" "This dark aura. It's a dark attribute, but it feels different." Jilan agreed. "That's right. I don't feel that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and disgusting presence." She had realized why, because this is Fang Yi's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute and as a self-taught master created a domain of his very own. And Jilan knew full well that creating a domain with spiritual energy was an incredibly difficult feat. Before now, the only person she knew who could use spiritual attributes to create their own spatial domain was her master. Besides him, there are at most 3 other people in the entire world with this ability. The other 2's identities are unknown, but we know they are in the M Nation. At that, she recalled, back then it was prophesied that the capital city was about to face a world-ending disaster and Master deployed his domain to suppress it. But as she thought that Fang Yi had already emerged from the domain. "He's out," Wang Liangyi exclaimed. "That was so fast." Fang Yi smiled as if nothing had happened. "Alright, the desecrated grounds behind us probably won't cause any more trouble." The glowing flower from before sprouted once again. This time Fang Yi successfully touched it. It seems there won't be any more problems. Only when he had plucked the flower and held it in his palm did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Jilan had been standing motionless the entire time. She took the flower completely stunned. "This is the Seven Withers flower, such a tiny little thing." Fang Yi quickly reminded her, "Mission complete. We need to withdraw immediately. The dark tide isn't like a normal dark attribute anomaly. It can cause trouble at any moment." He thought about the immediate problem. "Besides, we still have a liability with us." Jilan didn't forget to express her gratitude. "Right. Thank you, Fang Yi. Without you." Turning the tables, this mission would have been impossible. "Thank you all as well. Let's get out of here." After that, they all began to leave the area together. Jilan spoke up again. "Fang Yi, thank you, I truly mean it." Then she revealed Elder Wu, South Korea's only Vajra realm venerable, is currently in critical condition. The Seven Withers flower is his only life-saving medicine. You saved his life. Fang Yi silently repeated the name in his mind. Vajra realm. Seeing the exit, number 81 couldn't hide his joy. He could finally see the light. "We made it back alive." Wang Liangyi was just as excited. That's right, we can finally see the sun again. The people outside saw them and cheered in unison. The 7-rot flower. They really got the 7-rot flower. Sister Ji-lan said she'd gotten it, but we hardly dared to believe it. They were all curious. Yeah, so who's the one who actually picked the 7-rot flower? Number 81 was shocked by the scene outside. Are all these people waiting for us? Something caught Wang Liangyi's attention. She realized the vehicle wasn't just any car, it belonged to the Spirit Combat Zone, an organization known for its absolute combat power and legendary reputation. Everyone in the Xia Kingdom knew of them leaving. Number 81 impressed once again. Turns out Sister Ji-lan is a high-ranking manager in the Spirit Combat Zone. Oh man, and I was just teasing her a minute ago. The Spirit Combat Zone, the top combat zone among the 19 major zones of the Xia Kingdom in this era of peaceful development. They are the most powerful elites renowned throughout the nation, a gathering of the top forces and brilliant minds. After the spiritual energy revival, they held a heaven-sent advantage. Not only did they have abundant resources, but the forbidden zone they guarded was a treasured land for cultivation, something one could only stumble upon, not seek out. The 7 fading flower was carefully placed in a vial. Hanley formally accepted the precious item, and he and his comrades didn't forget to show their gratitude. They bowed. Hanley affirmed, I'll take the 7 fading flower to the hospital immediately. Please don't worry. Ji-lan added, I'll head over. As soon as the words were out, they sped off in their vehicle. Fang Yi was also curious. Are you from the Spirit War Zone? Ji-lan explained. Your strength and performance have probably already spread throughout our entire war zone. It won't be long before you're a celebrity. She praised him profusely. However, I must admit that your individual strength could overwhelm even the strongest squad in the war zone. On top of that, your potential is immense. Your limits are nowhere in sight. Then Ji-lan made her offer. If you're interested, would you like to join us? You'd receive the best cultivation resources. Oh, and for this mission, you, your comrades, and Ning Xia's squad will all have your rewards doubled. But Fang Yi refused. I appreciate the offer of a reward. And while I know you guys are the strongest in the Xia Kingdom, I have my own methods and pace for cultivation. So I'll have to pass on joining. At this, Ji-lan gave Fang Yi a serious warning. The world is changing now, what the nation values. Or rather, what it fears the most are the dark attribute anomalies. The number of these anomalies is increasing at an alarming rate. In the future, the situation will only become more severe. She emphasized the gravity of the situation. Their sphere of influence will constantly expand like malignant tumors. At any moment, they could cause catastrophic consequences. That's why we have no choice but to pour all our efforts into building forbidden zones to contain them. Ning Xia is also keeping a strict watch everywhere, and Ji-lan affirmed, I'm not telling you all this to guilt you or morally obligate you. I just feel that an outstanding pioneer like yourself now has the right to know about this situation. Fang Yi gave his assurance, I understand. If I encounter an anomaly in the future, I won't just stand by and watch, even if it involves strangers. You can rest assured on that. Hearing this, Ji-lan smiled relieved. It's a pleasure to meet you. She offered Fang Yi an item. I'd like you to take this token. Then she explained, with this token, you can freely enter and exit any forbidden zone to cultivate. The Spirit War Zone will also be open to you at any time. And one more thing, would you like to visit Wu Lidong? Fang Yi asked dubiously for confirmation. You mean? The Venerable of the Vajra Realm, and Ji-lan proposed. He is my esteemed master. I think you should meet him. I wonder if you would agree. This is just my personal thought. I'd like to be friends with you. Fang Yi didn't answer right away, his hand tucking the token into his pants pocket. Finally, he agreed. One more friend is one more path. I'll go with you. Then consider this a gift between friends. Sensing a surge of power emanating from him, Ji-lan couldn't help but wonder. What is it? Fang Yi said, I think I can purge the residual poison contaminating your body from the dark attribute. As soon as the stream of power entered her body, Ji-lan clearly felt the healing properties of the lightning attribute. Right now, my whole body just feels numb. The area that was once cold and painful has become warm, and the discomfort is gone. A part of her body was recovering. The wound corroded by the black bone was healing. Her damaged internal organs seemed to have been restored to their former health, and the blood vessels in her body were being realigned and purified. Ji-lan was truly astonished. All the toxins in my body have actually been completely eliminated by this rare lightning attribute. It's simply incredible. I feel like I've been reborn. When it was done, Fang Yi checked on her. How do you feel now? Ji-lan replied. Very good. All the remaining dark attribute energy in my body has been completely removed. No, to be more precise, it was shattered. At the same time, doctors were examining old Deng. He's only at the first level of the spirit creation realm, and he's already injured this badly. Can he even be saved? Su Qing Wang walked over. You two haven't left yet. Wait, why do I feel like Ji-lan's injury? She gently confirmed it. That's right. The pure lightning attribute completely purged the residual dark attribute from my body. Su Qinghuang got a playful look in her eye. So this is the tyrant of the lightning attribute. It can destroy enemies and save people. Fang Yi instinctively covered his body with his hands.
Hey, what are you looking at? Then Su Qingwang excitedly waved them over. Everyone come here. She put on a puppy dog face. I wanted to ask you, could we possibly cooperate with you for a bit?
Fang Yi still didn't grasp the situation. What do you mean, Su Qinghuang proposed? Combining your spiritual energy with our medical equipment should allow us to save more pioneers who are afflicted by the dark attribute. She bowed deeply. Please show us again. Fang Yi agreed and began to channel his energy. Is this okay? A doctor couldn't help but be amazed. It seems to be working. Such a pure, high-grade lightning attribute can really shatter the dark attribute. Following that, Ji-Lan shared. A moment ago, Fang Yi transferred his energy directly to me and the dark attribute in my body was instantly shattered. So we just need Fang Yi to shake hands with the injured pioneers, right? I remember there was someone in a coma who's also in the spirit creation realm. Su Qinghuang scratched her head and disagreed. No, not everyone in the spirit creation realm can withstand spiritual energy like that, a doctor spoke up to explain. That's right, Chief Ji-Lan. Although your injury was severe in our assessment, it was still on the lighter side. To treat the patient from before, we need an estimated 10 times the amount of lightning spiritual energy you received. He added more about Meng Yang's condition. Besides, even if we can save his life, just getting him to wake up would be a great outcome. A full recovery is impossible, Fang Yi wanted to know. Okay, it's like a blood transfusion, right? So how am I supposed to transfer my spiritual energy to everyone? Are you guys going to store it up for use? The doctor gestured solemnly, please come this way. Then he instructed, just put your hand in here and release your spiritual energy. Fang Yi replied, all right. Wang Liangyi was overjoyed. She never expected that big sister Ji Lan was a high-ranking officer in the Spirit War Zone and that her cousin would actually make the illustrious Spirit War Zone offer him special treatment. The girl had witnessed everything how the cold Ji Lan took the initiative to befriend her cousin. Just now, I even saw sister Ji Lan give him her own token. Fang Yi clearly felt Wang Liangyi's gaze, so he instinctively turned his head and asked them, how are you two doing? Wang Liangyi explained, my cousin has already arranged everything. She revealed her next plan, number 81, and I want to go get some more training and take on a few missions. We can't always rely on my cousin or we'll never improve. Wang Liangyi reminded herself, I can't fall behind anymore. I have to catch up to my cousin's pace. Fang Yi smiled and advised, all right, just be safe. He felt a touch of happiness. His little cousin was growing up. After everything was settled, Su Qinghuang also waved goodbye. Well, we'll be leaving first. You two, if fate allows, will see each other on the next mission. Ji Lan left quickly. Let's go. We're going to visit Mr. Wu inside. Meanwhile, in a car that hadn't arrived, someone who'd been cursing up a storm was now acting cold. Su Qinghuang was incredibly frustrated. Well, that's just great. He got whisked away by the spirit combat zone. All my effort these past few days was for nothing. The girl behind her had to calm her down. Captain Su, calm down, calm down. Su Qinghuang knew full well that the organizational structure of the Spirit Association was still a complete mess. At the headquarters and its branches, many managers were even more two-faced than high-ranking military officials. Not only that, but this incident revealed several other problems. The top elite teams were completely disjointed, and let's not even talk about whether they'd be willing to humble themselves to befriend Fang Yi. It was already a blessing that some of the hard-headed ones didn't show up to cause trouble. In the highest-grade medical room at the Spirit Combat Zone's healing base, Fang Yi spoke up. So this is Mr. Wu. Ji Lan had to admit, pretty strange, isn't it? A powerhouse at the Vajra realm is such a scrawny old man. She added, his complexion was even worse before. He looked like a corpse. We even used the 7-rot flower, but he still hasn't woken up. Fang Yi wanted to understand more. What exactly happened to him? So Ji Lan explained everything. A dark attribute calamity descended upon the capital, an abnormal celestial phenomenon where the sky was torn open by darkness. To prevent this dark attribute anomaly from affecting the capital, my master used his own body to seal the remnant. She stated that at the time, all of us had already used a special method to transfer our spiritual power to him beforehand. Ji Lan grew somber as she recalled the truth. We estimated this abnormal calamity to be beyond S rank. Even though the dark tide we encountered was already a terrifying S rank, the destructive power of this calamity was many times stronger. The more she thought about it, the more distressed she became. Once it manifests, it could destroy the entire capital, and even the cities surrounding the capital would be corrupted and destroyed as well. The capital holds a special significance. If it falls, the entire nation will descend into chaos. Ji Lan truly couldn't bear to think about it. Master used his domain to forcibly seal the S-rank anomaly, but we never expected that even with the combined power of all of us, this massive calamity was still far more terrifying than we had estimated. She clearly remembered the scene. He was consumed by the dark attribute's backlash. If he weren't a venerable of the Vajra realm, he would have turned to dust right then and there, or worse, become nourishment for the dark attribute anomaly. Fang Yi remarked with genuine respect, stopping the capital from being destroyed. He truly is a great pioneer. He was all too familiar with situations like this. In the past, many pioneers stood in front of me just like that, allowing me to be the last one standing. Perhaps in my past life he had already sacrificed himself at this point. Seeing Fang Yi's actions, Ji-lan shouted, "What are you doing to my master?" Fang Yi reassured her, "Don't be so tense. Although the 7 rot flower has taken effect, I still want to see if I can remove some of the stubborn rogue dark attribute from his body. That way he'll wake up sooner." Ji-lan had to stress, "What? This is from an S-rank calamity." The image of Fang Yi obtaining the 7 rot flower flashed in her mind, giving her a sliver of hope. Ji-lan agreed. "All right, then give it a try." She was very hopeful. "Maybe you are the miracle we need. But you have to be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than the one in the dark tide. Otherwise, he wouldn't be recovering so slowly after using the 7 rot flower." Fang Yi affirmed in a low voice. "I know. I can feel just how powerful the darkness here is." He then shared, "Even though it's been suppressed and weakened by the purifying power of the 7 rot flower, it can still exert immense pressure on a person." Just then, Ji-lan's expression darkened. She quickly shouted, "Fang Yi, focus your mind. It's starting to affect you." Fang Yi released the power within him to calm himself. He opened his eyes, which were now brimming with energy. The scene before Fang Yi was all too familiar, and it pulled his spirit back into the past. A monstrous eye opened in the middle of the sky, emitting a powerful question. "Who are you?" Fang Yi thought to himself. "Just a little contact with the dark attribute in Mr. Wu's long ailing body was enough to corrupt my spirit and create an illusion." He spoke up. "That's not important. I'm just someone who has come to eliminate you." Fang Yi thought. It seems this anomaly isn't so powerful that it's omnipotent. It suddenly attacked him. Fang Yi shouted in surprise, "What the hell?" His eyes emitted a strong light, showing his intense focus. With terrifying speed, Fang Yi dodged the attack in an instant. He said, "The lightning from this monster is no weaker than the divine lightning I absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak." Fang Yi continued, "And there are so many insect-like anomalies with the dark attribute. I have to admit, even though this is just an illusion, every single one of them is as strong as the anomalies in the dark tide." He thought to himself, "And there are tens of thousands of them here." Flames enveloped his arm, destructive power gathering. Holding his weapon, Fang Yi said, "Then I'll just have to exterminate some pests." His eyes glowing red, he shouted as his flaming sword slashed through the air. Fang Yi unleashed a torrent of crimson power tearing through the darkness. With his flaming sword blazing, he was ready to charge and attack the mysterious enemy ahead. Fang Yi thought to himself that it was a collective of S-class anomalies, but perhaps because of the illusion or maybe due to the effect of the 7 rot flower, it was considerably weakened. A great power was unleashed and 2 beams of light quickly spread across the battlefield. You looked at the strange demon in amazement, thinking to yourself, a pseudo-A rank. Is this the kind of thing Old Man Wu is facing? Does he have to eliminate all the supernatural disasters throughout the city? No, I'm afraid it's more than that. Fang Yi spoke infinite dark realm. A black vortex concentrated in his hand. Fang Yi raised his hand facing the massive black vortex that was sucking in the sky. It spoke in terror. You're not human." The giant aberration watched as the purple and black vortex pulled everything in. He smirked, his red eyes filled with defiance as black hair fell over his forehead. Fang Yi let out a decisive roar. He opened the swirling dark orb, pulling everything into the void. It vanished, leaving a message behind. "We will be back soon." Standing inside the dark orb, you thought to yourself, this is likely the consciousness left behind by the power of the dark attribute aberration. It just said "we." Could it be that it still has allies and other disasters will strike again? Fang Yi stared straight ahead, his crimson eyes showing no fear in the face of the evil power. He said, "Let's get out of here first and then figure things out." His red eyes widened, staring at something extremely important. A burst of azure power erupted, startling Jia-lan behind him. A powerful electric current swirled around the dark orb, creating a terrifying force. Fang Yi shouted, "Seal it, 9 dragons, heavenly fire sealing technique." Jia-lan exclaimed, "This is the dark attribute from Old Man Wu's body." You said, "The dark attribute in Elder Wu's body is probably the remnant of a calamity-level aberration." Fang Yi continued. "Although it still possesses a very strong dark power after being worn down by the 7 decay flower and Old Man Wu's seal, its influence is no longer that great." You continued, "Old Man Wu truly is the #1 forerunner of Huan Nation. All this time, he's been using his own body as a vessel to suppress the power of the dark attribute. If it were anyone else, who knows how many times they would have died by now." She said, "You truly saved his life." Fang Yi replied humbly, "It wasn't all my ability. Without the 7 decay flower, I wouldn't have been able to remove the stubborn dark attribute from his body." Jia-lan said, "The 7 decay flower saved his life. But your ability also gave him a chance for a full recovery." His hand clenched and a powerful blue electric current exploded as he gathered all his strength. Fang Yi continued, "All right, it should be completely useless now." He went on, "However, there's still one more thing I need to tell you. A moment ago, in the mental illusion of the calamity's dark attribute remnant, it seemed to be warning that it would strike again. We must be prepared at all times. When that time comes, we can't let an old man who has just recovered from a serious illness lead the charge." She replied, "I know. I've heard the rumors." Fang Yi asked in surprise, "Rumors?" The The military's monitoring department and the Spirit Association periodically consolidate the abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations they've collected. The data on these phenomena are recorded in a log strictly managed to prevent leaks to the outside world, Jialan said. The rumor is that the speculative data shows that with Xi'an Nation's current reserves of power, I'm afraid we won't last the first year of the spiritual energy revival. Of course, no one believes it. You spoke up, monitoring data on abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. That sounds very authoritative. She asked, do you also think this rumor is true? Fang Yi thought to himself, could it be that because of my rebirth, the future will also change? I remember. I seem to have lived until 3 years after the spiritual energy revival. Although at that time the entire blue star was almost completely destroyed. He placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, don't overthink it, old man Wu will probably wake up soon. Fang Yi continued, don't worry if disaster strikes again, I will definitely stand with you all. He thought to himself, this battle against the calamity will break out sooner or later. This time I have to change everything. The full moon illuminated a large building in the night. As Fang Yi cultivated, he thought, after fighting 2 S-rank aberrations, I think I'm about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He continued thinking, the spiritual energy revival is on its way, and although I have the power of the dark attribute, it's still not enough. Even though the aberration in the illusion was weakened, it was hard to hide its true power. Fang Yi focused on the white flower pot, his expression full of concentration. He pointed at it and said, not bringing you along before was my loss. It's just that you weren't convenient to carry. Fang Yi happily held it in his hands and said, all right, I only regret not having a chance to let you use your upgrading effect. How about I take you out for a walk? That evening on the back mountain he walked and talked. The Spirit Association's Botanical Research Institute is quite skilled. Although nature's self-regulating ability has become very strong in the early stages of the spiritual energy revival, in just a short time the trees that were originally burned have recovered quite a bit, and there's a whole new batch of grafted saplings. Fang Yi took the plant out of the pot and said, I'll have to thank little Sue's group tomorrow. As he cared for it, he said, just absorb a little bit at a time. You can't be too reckless, or with your appetite, all the forests on Blue Star wouldn't be enough to feed you. The plant emitted a green light, its roots stretching out as if absorbing food. Fang Yi crossed his arms calmly, observing the erupting power of nature. He looked ahead and thought, that should be enough for now. Fang Yi pulled it up and said, all right, let's switch to another spot to absorb. He looked at it and asked, among the evolved life forms of the plant kingdom, or I should say the wood system, I wonder what rank you'd be. A desolation attribute aberration. At the very least, you could be considered A rank. Fang Yi continued walking and talking. There used to be quite a few animals on this mountain, but I haven't seen a single one today. Is it because they're afraid of the desolation power on you? His red eyes stared straight ahead, and Fang Yi looked surprised at the echoing sound. He stared intently ahead and said, that sound is a wolf. He continued, the wolf pack is about to evolve. Fang Yi looked up at the fierce wolf before him, wondering, this must be the Wolf King, right? It seems to have almost completed its evolution. It answered him with a terrifying growl. In an instant, the Wolf King completed its evolution, its pupils turning a fiery green. He was a little surprised, holding the flower pot closer to his body, wondering, this flow of spiritual energy, is it about to become an A-rank aberration? Fang Yi quickly stepped back as he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. He analyzed the situation. After evolving, the Wolf King aberration has evolved from a wood attribute forest animal to a poison attribute with strong corrosive properties. This poison attribute must have been acquired by absorbing the dark attribute to advance. Fang Yi judged by observing the spiritual power radiating from it. Model, it seems the dark attribute activities have become so frequent that the Wolf King suddenly evolved to have 2 attributes. He pursed his lips and told himself, but it's just an A-rank anomaly power, nothing more. No sooner said than done. Fang Yi decisively plucked the glowing flower from its pot, muttering, now let's deal with them. He knelt on one knee, planted the flower's roots into the ground, and assessed the situation. Although it was only an A-rank anomaly, the trouble was the sheer number of wolves. Moreover, at the foot of the mountain was an urban area. If they reached the city, the consequences would be dire. Then Fang Yi slammed his palm down, channeling a golden energy into it. Let's begin. The Wolf King seemed to get the signal and shot forward at the same time. Shortly after, a blue primordial spirit shot straight up into the sky. At the same time, he said to himself, I want to see, without using any other abilities, just how much damage I can do with the desolate power alone. Meanwhile, down at the foot of the mountain, several people looked up at the strange energy. Xiaoheng stared at it and asked, the Wolf King's evolution was a success. It's so strong. What's the contamination level? The other person looked down at their hand and replied, 90. Hearing that number, he and the other members turned pale. He turned to repeat it, 90. The captain of the annihilation squad pressed the red button on his bracelet and added, not only that, it's still rising. The wood attribute Wolf King should have the strength of at least a 3-star ghostly domain realm, maybe even a 1-star spirit creation realm. How could it be this high? The other wolves are between 2-star and 3-star ghostly domain realm. Xia Hang frantically interrupted. But at this rate, we don't have enough manpower. We're no match for them. Even you just broke through to the 3-star ghostly domain realm, right? The crowd simultaneously looked toward the raging blue vortex and shouted, "It's a dark attribute." A dark attribute appeared again. How is this possible? No wonder the contamination level is so high. The Annihilation Squad captain suddenly spoke up. I get it now. The reason the contamination level is so high is that the Wolf King has evolved with 2 attributes. For this to happen during an anomaly is extremely rare. The number had now reached 100, throwing everyone into a panic. He quickly declared, even if we're no match, we have to stop them. Once this pack of beasts successfully evolves, the area at the foot of the mountain will be devastated. The nature of beasts is already brutal, and now that they've received evolutionary spirit energy, they'll be even more terrifying. I need to inform the Spirit Association and request backup immediately. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, making everyone cry out. Wait, can everyone feel the mountainside shaking? An earthquake. How could an evolving wolf pack cause an earthquake? No, this is wrong. Another anomaly has appeared. A moment ago, it was just 100, but in a flash, it skyrocketed to 1,000. They immediately fell back, witnessing the blue energy shoot out in all directions. They exclaimed, "My God, that's the desolate power. Why is the desolate power here?" As those primordial spirits descended upon them, the crowd began to flee. Run. We have to retreat to a safe area no matter what. Are those the vines that disappeared earlier? There was no warning. The Annihilation Squad captain spread his arms and ordered, "Hurry. We need to evacuate all nearby residents immediately." A team member glanced back and asked, "Wait, Captain, the desolate power isn't coming for us." So, what is this? Hearing that, the captain also glanced back to observe. Everyone froze as blue tendrils spread all over the cliffside. They were all incredibly curious. Did the desolate power go deep into the mountain? Yeah, it's strange. The sense of danger is gone. Should we still report it? The roots grew longer and longer, sprouting on the rugged stone surface, and white flowers also bloomed on those winding roots. One person, seeing the spirit energy it was emitting, wondered aloud about the flowers. The scene then shifts to Fang Yi, who was standing alone in a forest of flowers facing the fierce Wolf King. He looked up, furrowed his brow, and spoke, "This sea of spirit flowers will not stop, multiplying and growing until it has drained all the energy from the pack." Fang Yi looked at the wolves ensnared by the roots, and the Wolf King, confronting him, then continued. Luckily, they have protective spirit auras to struggle with. But what about the others? One wolf, wrapped tightly, trembled all over, unable to even howl. A few seconds later, the roots dropped it. All that remained was a dry skeleton. He casually stuck both hands in his pockets, watching as red flowers began to bloom. The Wolf King could no longer hold back. It opened its mouth and fired a blast of its spirit energy. A streak of green light shot swiftly toward where Fang Yi was standing. He was immediately enveloped by roots. His tone was openly contemptuous. "It's useless. Don't you realize the desolate attribute of the spirit flower has already taken deep root in the earth beneath this mountain forest?" The roots surged higher and a crimson flower appeared at the top. Fang Yi stood on it, looking down at the Wolf King, and stated firmly, "A sea of flowers covers the sky, taken from the mountain used for the mountain." It flinched in fear when it heard his next words. "Even though you've ascended and awakened your consciousness, you probably don't know the saying, wildfire can't burn it all away. It grows back when the spring breeze blows. Do you?" Yet the Wolf King still decided to charge. Seeing its figure, Fang Yi praised it. "Not bad. You even figured out the flower's location." He turned to the crimson flower and whispered, "Little flower, they found you. What should we do?" The Wolf King charged forward full of vigor, not forgetting to let out a few intimidating growls. At its master's command, the flower instantly moved to block Fang Yi. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense as the Wolf King opened its jaws wide as if to swallow the flower whole. It didn't hesitate and took a huge bite out of the flower. It seemed like the Wolf King would destroy it, but unexpectedly, the petals tightened around the beast's neck. He was also quite surprised as the Wolf King's spirit energy began to radiate outward. Fang Yi frowned thoughtfully. Is it really just letting the dark attribute consume it? The connecting threads of the red flower began to weave together, forming countless threads that wrapped around the Wolf King, causing it to scream in agony. In just a moment, the Wolf King began to disappear into the flower's pistil. The petals continued to bury its body. As the flower closed completely, a question lingered in Fang Yi's mind. The desolate power is truly domineering. What kind of ability is this? I never expected that after I grafted the desolate attribute onto this spirit flower, it would form its own cultivation method without any further modifications from me. He looked at the swaying flower and affirmed, once trapped in this overwhelming sea of flowers, no anomaly can escape. After corroding the Wolf King's flesh, it spat out a massive skeleton in front of Fang Yi, making him even more certain. Even if you continuously destroy the spirit flower, it can regenerate using its endless desolate power to turn everything into white bones. Fang Yi reached out and lightly touched a petal, murmuring, "That is called the Endless Spirit Sea." As the flower bloomed under the full moon, the system announced Spirit Flower has successfully been grafted with the desolate attribute Endless Spirit Sea. Not long after, the petals slowly opened, revealing a golden stamen. Fang Yi found his attention drawn to it. He squinted down below. The spirit flower was rising higher and higher, draining the crimson petals from the sea of flowers. He immediately realized, "Little flower, you're about to evolve." The scene shifts to the control room where someone stares at the crimson screen and shouts in panic. A-rank mutation pollution detected. Everyone look, 2 completely different spiritual energies have appeared in the polluted area. The Wolf King leveled up and gained a dark attribute, but another wilderness attribute has appeared without any warning. Su Qinghuang stood there a little worried while the president frowned and questioned. The specific location, a subordinate pointed a hand at the map. It's the low mountain forest here, the place Captain Su was previously in charge of. Hearing this, he looked puzzled. Didn't the Breaker Squad already go to stop the wolf pack? Suddenly, a voice from the walkie-talkie made the president pause and listen intently. It was the Breaker Squad captain reporting from the field. "This is the Breaker Squad. At the location of the mutated wolf pack, a powerful wilderness energy has suddenly erupted. The concentration reading is off the charts. This wilderness power has eliminated the A-rank mutated wolf anomaly. But the power isn't targeting us. It went into the mountains. Right now, the mountains are experiencing a phenomenon of mass blooming of anomalous mountain flowers." He looked at the countless petals flying before him and continued, "We can't get close. We don't know if this wilderness power will affect the surrounding area next." The captain spoke urgently. "We predict that once this unidentified anomaly fully erupts, its impact will far exceed any celestial trajectory we've seen before. Should you send reinforcements here? If something goes wrong, all the precursors present here combined probably can't fight it." The president, alarmed, adjusted his radio and spoke. "In that case, we will dispatch 2 elite squads, Su Qinghuang." A drop of sweat rolled down Qinghuang's face. She thought of Fang Yi's silhouette and had a suspicion. "That's right, it's the back mountain. I've always had a gut feeling. This time, it's him too." She suddenly raised a finger and said, "Wait a minute. I think the person emitting this wilderness power is probably Fang Yi. His house is in this location." Qinghuang thought of him surrounded by golden spiritual energy, certain that he would protect everyone here. The scene shifts to the back mountain, a gloomy peak with endless red petals falling. Fang Yi was still calmly looking up at the spirit flower, wondering. As expected, the one who ate the Wolf King will become like it. It's about to evolve its second attribute. The flower began to radiate a mysterious power, bursting into a brilliant flame. He had to raise a hand to shield his face, asking excitedly, "A fire attribute? That's a little surprising." Fang Yi then reached his hand forward to retrieve the spirit flower, muttering, "All you have to do is consume things to evolve. The way you level up is almost cheating." As soon as it shrank, fitting into the palm of his hand, the system announced that the spirit flower had consumed the mutated Wolf Pack and Wolf King. Evolution complete. A-rank Desolate Flame Spirit Flower Wilderness Attribute. Fire Attribute. After evolving, the Desolate Flame Spirit Flower will have an extremely strong desire to absorb spiritual energy. It can be placed in the boundless dark realm for nurturing. Fang Yi was momentarily stunned, repeating the 4 words, "boundless dark realm." He quickly summoned a black circle, whispering, "Why didn't I think of that? I can't believe I can put the spirit flower inside the boundless dark realm." It began to pull the spirit flower inside. Fang Yi was sure of it, inside the boundless dark realm. There are numerous anomalies with dark attributes and a suitable environment. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it might evolve a dark attribute. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered rapidly, creating bolts of lightning that struck down, catching his attention. Fang Yi looked up and wondered, am I about to break through 2-star spirit creation realm? Then 2 golden arms formed their fingers, pressed together slowly, lifting his body. Fang Yi entered a meditative posture and began to feel it. "I can feel it's become easier to channel my power. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is merging naturally with my body, as if we were born as one." At that exact moment, Jiang Lu, standing in a small cave, witnessing this scene, sneered. "Found you, so you were here." He smirked and muttered to himself. The legendary Heavenly Flames single blade at the 2-star spirit creation realm. This is getting exciting. Jiang Lu unleashed his own energy. "Posturing a fire attribute, precursor, huh? Then I'll have to take you down a peg. I want everyone to know that I'm the #1 fire attribute precursor." Immediately, Fang Yi sensed him and questioned loudly, "Who's there?" Just as he finished speaking, a blazing flame shot towards him, making Fang Yi wonder. A fire attribute precursor. He quickly swung his palm behind him, summoning his black circle. Fang Yi calmly pushed it forward, blocking the blazing flame, thinking to himself, "So you've finally shown yourself." He sternly reprimanded him. "Where were you hiding before? You're not even trying to conceal your spiritual energy." Fang Yi observed his opponent's feat as he landed, noting a wild precursor who broke through to the spirit creation realm. No affiliation, no organization, just likes to pick fights. Jiang Lu strode forward leisurely, taunting him. "You're interesting. I can feel an immense spiritual pressure from you. How did you dodge my flying flame just now?" Fang Yi pursed his lips at the arrogant words, sizing him up. Jiang Lu, emboldened, pressed on with a smirk. "I forgot to introduce myself. He took a running start, charging at Fang Yi with spiritual energy swirling around him, and shouted, "My name is Jiang Lu. You'll remember my name soon enough." Fang Yi quickly formed a two-fingered hand sign, raising it to the sky and calling out Divine Furnace. Jiang Lu, still smug, rushed forward with his eyes gleaming. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of blue light appeared in the vast sky. A bolt of lightning immediately shot towards him, causing Jiang Lu to freeze in wonder. What is this? His face began to contort, his eyes squinting as he faced it. But Fang Yi's divine lightning struck Jiang Lu directly, making his entire body light up. A few seconds later, it vanished, leaving countless scratches on Jiang Lu's body. His knees buckled, and his whole body seemed to be paralyzed. Jiang Lu lowered his head to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as he asked himself, What just happened? Isn't he also a fire attribute spirit cultivator? Meanwhile, Fang Yi, his eyes bloodshot, had already walked up to Jiang Lu. He reached out and grabbed the back of his neck. Without a word, Fang Yi slammed Jiang Lu's head into the ground, causing his entire body to crash down with a thud. He glared daggers at Jiang Lu, his voice cold. "I didn't quite catch that. What did you say your name was again?" "Powerless." He gritted his teeth, glaring up from the ground. A million questions raced through Jiang Lu's mind. How is this possible? How could this happen? I'm a one-star spirit creation realm cultivator, always the fastest to advance among all the spirit cultivators, not to mention my ultimate technique. He remembered the admiration from everyone. It was one of the rarest high-grade attributes, the fire attribute, immense power, and the strength of the spirit creation realm. I'm clearly an expert among experts. Everyone should submit to me, suck up to me to receive benefits during this era of spiritual energy awakening. Back in the present, seeing Jiang Lu's silence, Fang Yi just clicked his tongue. He channeled his divine lightning into the man's body, making Jiang Lu scream in agony. He saw a cold blue light flash in one of Fang Yi's pupils and thought, isn't he a fire attribute? Why does he also have the lightning attribute? It completely extinguished my flames and even left me unable to stand. Fang Yi then said nonchalantly, "And here I thought you were supposed to be strong." Fang Yi smirked. "Is that all you've got, kids? These days are way too confident." Jiang Lu gritted his teeth in fear. But this guy clearly hasn't broken through to the two-star spirit creation realm, right? So why do I feel like the pressure and spiritual energy coming from him is a whole 2 realms higher than mine? No, is it 3 realms he was? Terrified by the murderous look on the man's face. "I'm going to die. I, Jiang Lu, am actually going to die here." Jiang Lu quickly looked up and begged, "Don't kill me." Hearing this, Fang Yi paused for a moment. He raised his hand and then said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. A spirit cultivator's powers shouldn't be used carelessly against other people." Fang Yi shoved his hands into his pockets, advising, "If you've got so much free time, why don't you go clean up the aberrations that are running rampant?" Seeing this, he stammered AU. Fang Yi looked off into the distance and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Jiang Lu sat up watching his retreating back and thought, what is that guy's deal? How can he have so much spiritual power? His eyes widened, wondering, is it because his abilities are just that ridiculously overpowered, or am I just that weak? The scene changes to a bustling city at night illuminated by countless lights. Jiang Lu in his tattered clothes walked alone into a room. He frowned, still lost in thought. His friend saw him and started teasing, "You're back. Is greater than music. Is greater than. That new hairstyle looks good on you." "Young Master Jiang, I told you there's no point in provoking others." Li Shen pointed a finger at him, admonishing, "Even if you get angry, I have to say it again. You can't keep going on like this. The spiritual energy hasn't even officially returned yet. We're as insignificant as dust, but you're going around making enemies everywhere. Isn't that just too reckless?" Jiang Lu didn't say anything, quietly walking over to the sofa as his friend continued to nag him. "You're so aggressive you don't distinguish between friend or foe. You'll only bring disaster upon yourself." San Huang cut in. "Weird. He's lectured you this much today, and you still haven't lost your temper." The two of them watched in confusion as he slumped onto the couch. He wondered what happened. San Huang quickly went over, throwing an arm around Jiang Lu's shoulder and teasing him. "What's wrong? Did you get possessed? Or something? Are you still the same troublemaking Jiang Lu we know? The one who wants to fight everyone he sees, ready to explode at any moment?" Li Shen walked over and asked softly, "Didn't you go to challenge that 1/heavenly fire guy today? What exactly happened?" He announced glumly. "I was taken down in an instant." San Huang jumped up and shouted, "What do you mean taken down in an instant? Explain yourself." Jiang Lu trembled all over, saying through tears, "I was taken down in an instant." He put his hands on his head, blaming himself. "I should have realized something was wrong back then. If I had just stopped in time, I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation." Li Shen was doubtful. "Is that 1/guy really that strong? You're a high-level fire system genius. It hasn't even been a month since you awakened, and you've already broken through to the spirit creation realm. Someone like you is a rare sight across several provinces." He recalled the divine lightning, his face pale with fear as he recounted the story. "It was just for a moment. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. My proudest move, flowing fire, flying flame, was shattered by his lightning. San Huang interrupted. Maybe you found the wrong opponent. After all, your fire attribute is so pure, it's astonishing. Unless it was someone from a high-level battle zone, there's no way anyone normal could be your equal. Especially now that you've ascended to the spirit creation realm. Li Shen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You awakened late not long ago. When you were fighting with us for resources, you defeated 2 wild spirit cultivators of the same system who were even at the 3-star noble palace realm. So is it possible that the 1/heavenly fire you ran into wasn't a spirit cultivator at all? We even predicted back then that his strength wasn't any greater than yours. Jiang Lu grabbed his arm, crying and shouting, how could I be mistaken? That's the exact place where 1/heavenly fire appeared. It has to be his territory. You guys didn't experience it yourselves, so you can't possibly understand. He thought back to being struck by the divine lightning and described it frantically. He's a monster. That violent lightning power. It was like all the thunder in the heavens gathered right next to my ear. My head almost exploded on the spot. The two of them froze as they heard Jiang Lu's confirmation. My gut tells me it was him. He thought of Fang Yi's imposing figure and said with certainty, he's a high-level dual-attribute fire and lightning spirit cultivator of the spirit creation realm. His lightning ability is countless times stronger than my fire. He was definitely hiding his true strength. He has to be at least a 3-star spirit creation realm cultivator. Li Shen still couldn't believe it. A wild 3-star spirit creation realm spirit cultivator. How is that possible? San Huang concluded. If your feeling is right, then this person is going to become the nightmare for all the spirit cultivator prodigies out there. He crossed his arms and commented, an attribute and talent that terrifying. It really makes people feel like they can only look up in awe but never reach. Jiang Lu mumbled, he crushed me with a single move. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and asked, do you guys think I should secretly try to learn from him? Hearing this, the other two let out a confused huh as the scene cuts to Fang Yi. While cultivating, he wondered strange. I was clearly on the verge of breaking through to the 2-star spirit forging realm just a moment ago. Why has that feeling suddenly vanished? Fang Yi squeezed his eyes shut, searching for a reason. It couldn't be his own fault. He let out a sharp breath, then opened his eyes, revealing his golden pupils as he muttered, it must be an external factor. Fang Yi then pushed the door open, thinking to himself that, for some reason, the spiritual energy in the air refused to gather and resonate, making it impossible for him to condense the celestial phenomena needed to create the right environment for a breakthrough. He thought of the Spirit Association and the monitoring department. They will synthesize the spiritual power fluctuation phenomena collected by both sides. This data will be recorded and strictly managed to prevent any external incidents. It's rumored that the extrapolated data shows that with the Xia Kingdom's current reserves, it will be difficult to survive the first year of the spiritual energy revival period. Fang Yi saw several bolts of lightning strike this area and wondered could it be that something big is really about to happen. The spiritual energy revival is about to happen sooner in the city where I live. He sat down on the sofa, picked up his phone to contact Old Man Land to see how the military was doing. But the operator announced that the number he had just called was currently unreachable. Fang Yi looked down at the screen, confirming the failed connection. Could the military already be on the front lines? No, that's not right. If there were a major incident, the military would have definitely contacted me. The worst-case scenario is that they've been forced to cut off communications. Suddenly, a call came in. The name that appeared surprised him. Su Qinghuang. The moment Fang Yi answered the phone, her hurried voice came through. Fang Yi, the situation has changed, requesting support. He glanced behind him at a creature banging on the glass door and said, the signal's not great. Are there a lot of anomalies appearing in the city? Qinghuang stammered. No. It's a huge problem. I'm in the city. Then the phone cut out, making Fang Yi ask with a sigh. Hello. Then he looked over to where the bat was before. He shot at a bullet-like glare as if challenging it. The bat quickly shattered the glass door to charge inside. Fang Yi remained casually seated, watching it rush towards him while muttering, it doesn't know its own limits. He brought two fingers together, creating a ribbon of blue light. Fang Yi quickly leaped up, swinging his arm to shoot that spiritual power straight into the bat's body. Just then, Wang Liangyi pushed open the door and shouted, Cousin, an anomaly bat suddenly. The little girl stopped short, looking at the large hole in the shattered glass door and wondered. Did something happen? Wang Liangyi walked closer, looking through the hole and continuing. Anomalies only appeared occasionally before, but now one just brazenly showed up inside the house, and it looks like there's more than one. Fang Yi agreed. Yeah, it's possible. As long as the situation is stable, it's still within my control. He looked up at the sky and muttered, the worst-case scenario is that a massive disturbance will occur here, just like the natural disasters we've seen on the news. Fang Yi frowned and explained, a 2-star noble realm anomaly would normally hide in the shadows, not rampage through a bustling city district, let alone launch a direct assault on a forerunner's home. He concluded, we're in for a tough fight next, but I just don't know what it is. Call every forerunner you can contact and tell them to come to the house. Wang Liangyi obediently followed his orders. Yes, sir. Fang Yi turned around and asked, "You're about to reach the threshold of the spirit creation realm, right? Then I'll temporarily entrust the protection of this house to you. Hold this glass door tight, don't let any anomalies break through. You guys don't have a problem with that, do you?" The girl replied defiantly, "No problem." The scene changes to a skyscraper rooftop where someone's voice is heard. "Our signal has been affected." Fang Yi couldn't hear our specific location clearly. Qing Huang said worriedly, "If such a massive mutation and disaster really happens, we'll have to handle it ourselves." Another member suddenly interjected, "Could it be an equipment malfunction? Honestly, Captain, I really can't imagine what an unpredictable high-class anomaly would be like." She adjusted her radio and continued, "I'm also hoping this is just a false alarm." Qing Huang quickly reported, "What's the patrol status of all teams? Area A contamination level 4. Everyone heighten your alert and report the contamination fluctuation data in your respective areas." Suddenly, something fell from above, causing her squad to look up in confusion at a swarm of anomaly bats that were now diving towards them. Qing Huang announced in a loud voice, "Anomaly swarm detected." The lightning bolts were now striking relentlessly and news reports were broadcasting everywhere. This city is about to welcome the biggest storm in half a century. Many areas have issued red alerts. Due to the storm, the entire city will have a day off. Residents are advised to stay home and not go outside. Everyone immediately headed home, buzzing with discussion. It feels like the sky is about to change drastically. This is terrifying. It's not actually going to happen, is it? An apocalypse. What on earth has been going on lately? The people on motorcycles outside were also shouting, "Something's definitely wrong with the sky. We're not that unlucky, are we?" At the same time, Li Chen driving behind them spoke up, "Do we go or stay, Jiang Lu? You decide." Suddenly, a few bats unexpectedly charged towards him. Jiang Lu raised his palm, creating a blazing red spiritual power, and shouted, "You're asking for death." He quickly launched the energy at them. They flew in a perfectly straight line, making him wonder, "What's wrong with these anomalies?" Jiang Lu's fire attribute is right here. Don't the small-time anomalies usually go around it? In just a moment, the bat standing in the spiritual power let out a screech, confusing everyone. The bat wasn't burned to death. Jiang Lu panicked, sweat pouring down his face as he denied it. "No, that's not right. It wasn't that it didn't burn to death. It's that they regenerated. It's one thing for the people here to be monstrously strong, but even the anomalies are this terrifying. Let's go home. Quick, let's go home." The scene changes to a few hours earlier as Qing Huang looked at everyone on the screen and spoke. "Therefore, we should immediately invite the highest-ranking personnel from the Spirit Association and Fang Yi to engage in close communication." Just as she turned towards the president, she received bad news. A person appeared on the screen and announced, "Special anomaly warning. An A-rank anomaly is about to hit the city center. ETA is within 24 hours. A large number of bat anomalies have already gathered on the outskirts." Someone shouted in shock, "An A-rank anomaly." Qing Huang quickly gave an order, "Deploy the teams immediately. I'm going too." The other person being pursued by the bat stressed S-rank. The latest forecast indicates the incoming anomaly is an uncapped S-rank immediately after an anomaly bat with glowing red pupils dove at him. The scene shifts to inside the military district. The place was completely deserted. On the roof, a flock of bats was busy destroying the area. Jilan brandished her two familiar weapons, ready to fight them. Her eyes gradually became dangerous, her face darkened. A few seconds later, Jilan unleashed a dense barrage of slashes into the air. When she was done, she squinted at what was in front of her. Information displayed Jilan's ability. High-level mutated metal attribute spiritual power. She could transform spiritual power into any form and enhance it to unleash 200% of its power. Jilan turned to look at He Tian landing and thought to herself, "These dark attribute bat anomalies are endlessly regenerating. No matter how many we kill, they just keep coming like they're trying to block us." He looked up and said, "Chief Jilan, it seems your wounds have healed and your power has returned." He Tian stepped forward, judging the situation from the sky, but things didn't look good. In the entire military district, only high-ranking officers like us are left to defend this place. Please give us the next order." Jilan said in a low voice, "My district signal is being jammed by an anomaly. The anti-jamming measures have failed. We can't contact our personnel operating outside or the other military districts." Believing the other districts were facing the same situation, she summoned her weapon, looked at the swarm of bats before her, and declared, "What we need to do now is..." Jilan ordered loudly, "Team 1, Team 2, stay and defend this position. Don't let them enter the forbidden zone. Everyone else follow me. We'll break through the encirclement and rendezvous with the breakout teams from the other districts." Immediately, everyone charged forward with fierce determination. More and more bats descended, enveloping the entire city, making one realize the anomaly's ultimate target wasn't the forbidden zone, but the city itself. At that moment, two people were taking shelter from the rain at a bus stop. Someone was running, shouting, "Run, it's raining." A streamer raised her phone again, saying cheerfully, "It's really pouring. I'll find a raincoat and keep filming. This crazy weather is great for views." She turned to the person next to her, saying, "Just like last time, I had to risk getting sick to film a viral video." Suddenly, the man next to her began to tremble violently. Seeing this, the color drained from her face. The streamer screamed in horror as she saw he was covered in blood. She quickly ran away as the anomalous bats snatched people from the streets. Where are those gunshots coming from? There are so many bats, they're biting people, drinking their blood. Help me. A moment later, one of them grabbed her by the collar, lifting the streamer into the air. Just as she was in mortal danger, a green arrow shot past, forcing the bat to drop her. She fell to the ground with a thud and looked up in shock at the person in front of her. Su Qinghuang extended her hand and said, "My teammates will take you home." She quickly gave an order, "You two get her home safely." A subordinate cut in frantically. "Captain Su Qinghuang, the number of C-rank bat anomalies is increasing and they seem to be evolving." Su Qinghuang urged them on in a stern voice. "If you know they're using human flesh and blood to evolve, then hurry up and get the civilians to safety." She looked up and continued, "Then get back here and regroup with me. This area has the highest concentration of anomalous contamination." The two immediately shouted their acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was leaping across tall buildings, his sword in hand. He landed on a nearby rooftop facing a giant bat. Fang Yi cautiously backed away, realizing, have all these bats evolved to be nearly as strong as a 3-star demon general? He raised his weapon to his face, then swung his arm forcefully, sending a golden arc of energy slicing through the night. But something wasn't right, which made Fang Yi pause for a moment. He looked at the bats and thought, this anomaly is different. The swarm endlessly reproduces and transforms. They seem dead, but still show signs of life, making them hard to completely eradicate. Moreover, any area in the city with a concentration of people has attracted a swarm of these anomalies, all with a very high concentration of dark attributes. Fang Yi's face grew serious as he thought about the dark energy. It's like countless identical contaminated zones appearing at once. This has the potential to become a full-blown catastrophe. It's going to take some time to find where the Spirit Association members are. Well, I'll just have to take it one step at a time. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Boundless dark world, become nourishment for my spirit flower." Fang Yi thought of other faces and told himself, but I have to be fast. The spirit practitioners have already formed teams. Basically, everyone who could be called has been called home. With my cousin's abilities, plus those other spirit practitioners and the protection of their homes, they should be able to defend themselves. But if this keeps up, that nightmare will become reality, and surviving will be incredibly difficult. 10 minutes later, Su Qinghuang stood amidst a swarm of bats, cursing under her breath. Damn it, no matter how many I kill, there's no end to them. She grew anxious. Her spirit power wasn't regenerating fast enough. At this rate, she'd run out completely. I wonder if my two unlucky teammates have run into trouble. Suddenly, cries for help came from behind her. "Help me!" Su Qinghuang quickly rushed to save the person, not forgetting to yell out. Damn it. These anomalies keep getting stronger. Their energy is almost reaching the spirit creation realm. Our forces are spread too thin, rescuing people. It's not enough. They've already started to attack people inside buildings and Massa. Just like what had almost happened in the capital before she quickly fired off green bolts of light piercing the anomalous bats. Although Su Qinghuang was strong, she was swarmed by others a second later. Her eyes widened as she thought, if this continues. Su Qinghuang looked at the vortex of anomalous bats before her and realized a king of anomalies is about to be born. The city descended into chaos. The scale of this anomaly was no less than the near disaster that almost struck the capital. What's worse, it seemed no one could stop it. Not the Spirit Association, not the military. It felt like no one could salvage the situation and reverse this tide of death. The entire city was on the verge of being destroyed in an instant. An urgent report came in. Squad A of the spirit practitioners in Sector A have sacrificed their lives, detonating their spirit bones to halt the swarm's advance. Squad B in Sector B lured the anomalies and were surrounded. They also detonated their spirit bones, successfully taking the bat swarm down with them. Latest alert, a dark attribute anomaly codenamed Cocoon has been detected. Its energy has reached the Diamond Realm. Threat level S. Predictive models confirm its potential. The King of Anomalies. At the observation area, an officer watching the screens relayed the information. A subordinate reported, "Our spirit practitioners and personnel have suffered heavy casualties, but the number of bats is too large and their reinforcement speed far exceeds our current defensive capabilities." The S-Class emergency plan has been activated, but even with coordination efforts, spirit practitioners from other areas can't get here in time. The city has been encased in a thick layer of black bone. Reinforcements from the military district and other areas cannot get in. We've become an isolated city. Guildmaster, make the call. The time has come for the city's survival. As a spirit practitioner, I am willing to stand with everyone to live or die with this city to advance and retreat as one. As a citizen of this city, if the anomalies want to destroy it, they'll have to get through us first. Try to contact headquarters to send the final code. If we can't stop this disaster to prevent the dark attribute from spread, they would immediately launch a devastating attack. Meanwhile, Su Qinghuang encased herself in a shield orb, protecting herself from the swarm of bats. She thought to herself that her spiritual energy was running dangerously low. If this kept up, Su Qinghuang unleashed a burst of power forward. The energy blast lit up the entire dark space. When she saw the monster, she was shocked. No way. This is a third-level creation realm creature. Su Qinghuang was trying to attack it, but she realized it herself. Damn it, my spiritual energy is almost completely gone. The monster's claws snatched Su Qinghuang, sending her into a freefall. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Qinghuang's mouth. This is the only way. She mustered all of her strength to release a final blast of energy. Even if I die, I have to. Just then, a flame streaked past Su Qinghuang and a violent explosion erupted before her eyes. She stammered, "This is..." Seeing Fang Yi standing protectively in front of her, Su Qinghuang was stunned. Boss Fang Yi. A glint of icy fire flashed in his eyes as Fang Yi raised his sword. Divine lightning. He didn't hesitate for a second, facing the monster that was blazing with power. A downward slash of divine lightning sent the creature flying. Fang Yi landed and said apologetically, "Sorry, finding you was a bit of a pain. There were too many identical aberrations on the way." Su Qinghuang warned, "Be careful, they regenerate." The sky was swarming with bats, but he remained unfazed. "Of course I know." A ball of power condensed in Fang Yi's hand. "Don't worry, whether in life or in work. Boundless dark realm deploy," the domain expanded. His voice was firm. "I always keep my word." Only then did Su Qinghuang realize it. That's right, how could I have forgotten that the city still has this peerless ascendant Fang Yi? He raised the boundless dark realm and waves of dark power radiated from its center. Fang Yi turned to her and asked, "Are you all right?" Su Qinghuang replied, "I'm fine, thank you for saving me. I still have some hemostatic medicine that can help me recover." His eyes had turned red. Fang Yi transferred lightning energy to her. "There, I helped you clear out the remnants of the dark attribute. If you have time, bandage your wounds." "Okay," Su Qinghuang agreed, shocked inwardly. As expected of a top-tier lightning attribute, the pain from my wounds has lessened considerably and they're healing even faster than with the hemostatic medicine from the Spirit Association's research department. From the surveillance monitor, a staff member noticed, "Hey look, the number of aberrations seems to be decreasing. Did they manage to break through the encirclement?" Zhang Ding shut him down. "No. All reinforcement ascendants around the city have been attacked and we've lost contact. They still haven't been able to enter the city. Look at the number of aberrations. Outside the city, it hasn't decreased. Inside the city, the number of ascendants keeps dropping and not a single team has re-established contact. Perhaps the king of aberrations is about to appear, so the number of bats in the city has decreased because they're gathering. I actually wanted to go home and visit my parents, but I guess that's not going to happen now." Back on the ground, Fang Yi was asking, "Then let's do what we can. Do you guys have any solid intel? What exactly is this thing?" Su Qinghuang replied, "It's an S-class super aberration using the entire city as a blood sacrifice. Its power is no less than the one that was sealed in the spirit war zone before. Cataclysm is the word often used to describe it. This cocoon is like an omen of that cataclysm. It can only serve as a warning. Just like how humans can know a disaster is coming but can't stop it from happening. Inside, an extremely terrifying creature is gestating. Once it succeeds, the entire city will be annihilated. But we now have a more scientific explanation. Research shows that even aberrations of the same type will cannibalize and attack each other. In their chain of mutated evolution, evolving through consumption is the fastest way to level up. But dark attribute aberrations are different. The most typical example is the swarm effect of this group of bat aberrations. A perfectly evolved specimen will have an effect like bloodline suppression on others of its kind. Normal aberrations will automatically submit and take on a servant-like position. We call this perfectly evolved form the king of aberrations. Boss Fang Yi, I know you're very strong, so strong that it's beyond my comprehension, but you still haven't reached the Vajra realm. Furthermore, even the strongest ascendant was left bedridden after sealing the last cataclysm, requiring everyone to continuously gather the 7-rot flower. We don't want to lose another cataclysm-level ascendant. If you can please leave as soon as possible. Break through the aberration's blockade to get out of the city, rendezvous with the military, and tell them to abandon this place." Fang Yi tapped her on the head. "Did the recovery of spiritual energy make you forget everything you learned in 20-something years of school? This is my home. No matter the cost, I won't have any regrets." Hearing this, Su Qinghuang felt a wave of relief. Under the heavy rain, he stepped forward. In the sky, the swarm of bats had gathered around the sphere. Fang Yi activated Golden Sun Burst and a surge of energy erupted. His voice was casual, using the entire city as a sacrifice to celebrate the birth of the Star King. Fang Yi held out his hand to her. "Is your watch and device still working? Let me borrow it for a second." Su Qinghuang was surprised. What she handed it over to Fang Yi. "Doesn't this thing detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Association?" The sword in his hand was already ablaze with fire. "I have to go up there and destroy it first." As the bat swarm converged, it was time for him to act. On the monitor, the target was ascending rapidly. A surveillance officer reported in, "The signal from the precursor we lost has been re-established." "It's Captain Su. Captain Su, do you copy?" Seeing the transponder's flight path, they realized something was wrong. How is she moving that fast? And she's heading straight for the epicenter with the highest contamination levels. Tell her to turn back. Going in there alone is a suicide mission. Li Hai spoke into the radio specialist. Su Qinghuang, respond if you receive this. Cease your actions immediately to avoid casualties. Wait for reinforcements from the Spirit Association, headquarters, and the military. We'll find a way. Specialist Su Qinghuang, remain at your current position and await orders. The watch on Fang Yi's wrist crackled to life. He held it up and said, finally figured out how to use this thing. Hello, can you hear me? Li Hai urgently asked. Who are you? Where is Specialist Su Qinghuang? Fang Yi replied. She's fine. Right now, I need all of you to cooperate with me. I'm going to take down the king at the center of the aberration zone. You what? He flew straight towards the center of the bat swarm and repeated, I said if you don't want this city to be destroyed and become food for aberrations, then all communications personnel will use every device and piece of intel you have right now to coordinate with me on a surprise attack on that cocoon. We're going to kill it. Li Hai was shocked when he heard the plan, but he made an instant decision. All right. Everyone pause what you're doing. Connect to him immediately, use the undamaged satellite radar check for nearby anomaly sources, and give him all the intel you can. You two, you're in charge of the main connection. Guide him with precise directions. The staff member immediately got to work on the equipment. Yes, sir. They acquired an image. The satellite feed showed that surrounding the giant cocoon was a massive swarm of anomalies. The closer they were, the denser the swarm, circling like a hurricane. The number of anomalies on the northern route is relatively small. A breakthrough is possible there. The main route is too dense with anomalies. Recommend breaching from the southeast secondary route. Just as Fang Yi was charging straight up, the surveillance team realized something was wrong. Anomalies have spotted him, 2 of them estimated to be S-rank with the power of a 2-star spirit forging realm. Be careful and evade them, Li Hai thought grimly. But could he really escape? It was too late to retreat now. Outside, the entire observation area was shaking. He was charging out, tearing apart the anomaly that blocked his path. Fang Yi then asked, what's next? Li Hai was stunned. The anomaly source is gone. 1 slash. He killed an S-rank dark attribute anomaly in a single slash. Could he be? Everyone started celebrating. It's the tyrant, it's the tyrant. This is great, we're saved. That's right, the great hermit hiding in the city. I never expected a precursor this powerful to be here. Fang Yi calmly analyzed the situation before him. He thought to himself, after enhancing my demon-subduing blade technique, the flames now have a suppressive effect on dark attribute anomalies which can slow down their regeneration speed. If I had successfully broken through earlier and increased my strength just a bit, 1 slash might have been enough to completely nullify the reconstruction ability of these anomalies. Brilliant strikes of power crisscross through the dark night. If that's the case, I'll just have to rely on high speed and frequency to finish this. Endlessly swarming. This is really annoying. Suddenly, a burst of green energy erupted from the center of the bat swarm, and the bats began to act strangely. They stopped midair. The people below were surprised. What's going on? The bats have stopped attacking. The association head realized this was bad. For the Batkin to suddenly halt their attack, there's only one possibility. They're being summoned by the Anomaly King. Does the king intend to accelerate its advent? If the bats blocking the outskirts are all being summoned back, does that mean we still have a chance? On Jilan's front, she unleashed her power upwards, blocking the descending bat swarm. Jilan turned to Wang Liang and asked, how much longer until we can enter the city, he estimated. According to the device's calculations, half an hour at the fastest. She looked up at the vast number of bats in the sky and sighed. Half an hour. By then the Anomaly King will have successfully hatched. The city will be gone. What's the point of stopping it? Then Wang Liang was also helpless. There's nothing we can do. The number of these bats is 10 times more than our initial estimates. Yes, 10 times the number of projected S-ranks. Watching the artillery fire at them, Jilan saw no hope. Even if we rely on large-scale thermal weapons, we still can't eliminate them completely. This can't go on. If this swarm continues, the surrounding cities will sooner or later be consumed by a sea of dark attribute contamination. Is our manpower still not enough to break through the encirclement? He replied. Not even close. I don't know what some of the other precursors are doing, just standing by and watching. Do they think the fire won't reach them? Her gaze fixed on a single point where the bat swarm was gathering into a dark mass. Look. What's that? The bats inside the city are converging on the Anomaly King's birthplace. And from the very center, there's a brilliant flash of fire. Jilan thought to herself, wait a minute, that brilliant fire in the middle of the swarm. Could that be him? Wang Liang, noticing her dazed expression, called out softly, Jilan. She snapped back to reality. It's nothing. Jilan commanded. Everyone, increase firepower. Don't worry about supplies, that's not an issue. We have to push into the city. This is the spirit war zone. We will not give up on protecting a single city. In the sky, a streak of fire, transform into a dragon, charging towards the bat swarm. Both Jilan and Su Qingwang were left stunned. This sea of fire. Wang Liang recognized it instantly. It's my cousin. That's my cousin's blade technique. The bat swarm grew even more ferocious, but they were all just fodder for the fire dragon. Fang Yi let out a cold laugh. You all came to stop me. Perfect. He swung his flaming sword down. A colossal flame shot straight towards the bat swarm. The pillar of fire tore through the swarm, incinerating the bats. His eyes burned with an infernal glow. Right here, right now, Fang Yi was on the verge of a breakthrough again. I can feel it. It's back. Even with the spiritual energy so thin, I can feel the sensation of an impending breakthrough. He stood there, preparing his next move. Fang Yi shouted faster. With his sword in one hand, he condensed the infinite dark sphere in the other. The ball of dark power grew larger and larger. Fang Yi then summoned the spirit flower. Cracks began to appear. The outer shell of the dark sphere shattered. A brilliant red spirit flower bloomed. Celestial lightning descended in torrents. I'll drain every last one of you to fuel my breakthrough. The spirit flower bloomed fully, unleashing a desolate power. From the flower, tendrils shot out, piercing through the bats, turning them all into nutrients for the blossom. Fang Yi landed on the pistil of the flower. Seeing the sky now empty of bats, he murmured, "They ran away again, huh?" Chasing it to the middle of the area, I finally realized that although this giant cocoon appeared in the sky with a strange demonic presence, it was actually like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, visible, untouchable. But I could hear the king's heart beating. He closed his eyes to feel it, like a majestic and wild sound of war drums echoing from an ancient battlefield. It was a resounding declaration of war capable of awakening the most evil and insane ambitions from the depths of a person's soul. If it's still too timid to show itself after all this, I'm afraid it hasn't fully hatched yet. Fang Yi asked, "Hey, have you found its specific location yet?" The other side reported back, "Found it. The king's location has been synced to your device." The watch on his wrist emitted a red light, shooting a beam straight up towards the sky. He realized that was the spot. A golden energy radiated from Fang Yi's body, the golden sun-breathing technique. He shot upwards at full power, and that dazzling energy spread across the night sky. The surrounding bats were all incinerated instantly. The people below could only see a brilliant power in the sky, and they were all curious. What kind of ability is this? Is it a fire attribute? No. How could a fire attribute be this powerful? It can even counter the dark attribute. It's the extreme yang attribute, a high-level attribute that is the complete opposite of the dark attribute. Lehigh noticed that the number of anomalies was dropping sharply. The diameter of the encirclement was shrinking, and the anomaly concentration was starting to drop to 100. This was truly unbelievable. As the tank convoy was assembling, reports are coming in. The entire swarm of bats that was blocking us has received some kind of order. They are all retreating, flying back towards the city. Qi Lan is hoping Fang Yi will attack the Anomaly King's flank. Wang Liang prays in amazement, so it really is him, that tyrant and his heavenly fire single blade. I can't believe this power is the purest and most extreme form of the Yang attribute. The only problem is he's facing the Anomaly King all by himself, she urged. Let's hurry and use this chance to enter the city. Wait, look over there, he advised. That thing. A look of shock appeared on Jilan's face. The cocoon, which was covered in a slimy substance, was showing signs of movement. Could it be? Is the Anomaly King starting to break out of its cocoon early? The pioneers below roared in anger. It's all because of that thing. It's the source of all evil. And these abominations, they killed our countrymen. Kill them. I'll wipe out every last anomaly. Meanwhile, the spirit flower began to root itself into the cocoon. Wang Liangyi worried from below. Just defending is a death sentence. We have to do something. We have to help my cousin. The birth of the creature in this giant cocoon will cost all of us our lives, turning the entire city into a blood-soaked purgatory. On the side, Su Qinghuang was doing her best to heal everyone. Wang Liangyi glanced over. The number of B-rank anomalies stopping her cousin A-rank and even S-rank was proof of just how many of our friends and family they had killed. Her gaze stopped at a certain point. That's it. Earlier, when my cousin took out that flower, I saw it absorb the power of so many bats. Isn't that just like the time we encountered that demon vine with the desolate attribute? So my cousin also wields the desolate attribute. The young girl took the lead and unleashed her power. In that case, let's pour all our spiritual energy into the net formed by those plants so it can absorb our power. Everyone followed her lead. The guild master saw their actions. He was surprised to see spiritual energy flying towards the flower. Are the pioneers gathering their spiritual energy to attack the anomaly? No, that can't be right. Their power isn't strong enough to directly attack the anomaly up there. When he saw the roots absorbing the spiritual energy, it dawned on the guild master. I see. They're supplying spiritual energy to the plant that Fang Yi summoned. He himself unleashed his power. I have to lend him a hand too. The others didn't hesitate for a second. Me too. All of us too. A massive wave of spiritual energy from all three of them shot out. Su Qinghuang, who was healing people, froze when she sensed it. From all directions, countless streams of spiritual energy were flowing towards the spirit flower. She had to stop her healing and look up. This is the combined power of every single pioneer in this city. She also lent a hand, condensing spiritual energy in her palm. Bring it on, Anomaly King. This was the resistance of all of humanity in this city. The spirit flower's power was enhanced and it glowed with a brilliant golden light. The anomalies became even more ferocious, but any that attacked were slashed to pieces by Fang Yi's sword. A warning came from his watch. Be careful. All the bat-like anomalies from outside the city were frantically closing in on him. 200,000 B-rank anomalies equivalent to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. 100,000 A-rank anomalies at the 1-star Spirit Creation realm, and there were even S-ranks up there. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by the bats, a brilliant golden aura of spiritual energy protecting him as he turned. Looking at the cocoon, Fang Yi said nonchalantly, "It's useless. No matter how many minions you summon, I will annihilate them all." He provoked his opponent. The Anomaly King hasn't even finished evolving yet, it's rushing to break out of its cocoon. "Are you afraid? I'll cut you down directly." Unable to bear the humiliation, it reached out with its wicked hand. Fang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, hilt ready to fight to the end. It was coming. The top of the Anomaly King's head revealed a pair of cold blue eyes. It let out a roar, unleashing its power towards its opponent. Beneath it was an orb containing immense power. The ground below cracked over a wide area. Everyone worried. An earthquake. No, it's the Anomaly King's power. Damn it, does this mean the Anomaly King can easily destroy us just by emerging from its cocoon? Everyone held their breath. From Jilan to Su Qinghuang, their eyes were fixed on him. Wang Liangyi also prayed, "Fang Yi, you have to succeed." His cold voice rang out. "You are the Anomaly King of Darkness, the main culprit behind this disaster." The spirit flower bloomed behind him, creating a shield for Fang Yi. "I grew up here. I love this place, and I cherish the life I have now." The Anomaly King opened its massive mouth and unleashed its power. Fang Yi's brows furrowed in extreme seriousness as the two powers collided. Fang Yi declared, "So you can just go and die." A violent explosion erupted. Opposite him was the eye of the Anomaly King, just a tiny 1-star Spirit Creation realm warrior. It roared, "And you dare to challenge me?" Fang Yi could feel the immense pressure emanating from it. This was not good. The Anomaly King was truly different from ordinary anomalies. Even after taking a full-powered blow from him, it wasn't killed. Even after being burned to this extent by my Yang attribute, it was still able to swallow me whole. This digestive fluid is also extremely corrosive, and the concentration of the dark attribute hidden within is off the charts. If this were any other pioneer, they would have vanished from this world long ago without a trace. Strange. This level of abnormal evolution should only be possible for a creature with high intelligence. Could it be that it's not afraid of me attacking it from the inside? The inside of the body is the most dangerous place after all. Fang Yi threw a flaming punch down. First, let's just test it. Blazing fire radiated from his hand as he landed. Fang Yi frowned, thinking to himself, "It seems that although my power has been weakened considerably by its fluid, I can still injure it. As long as it works, everything can be resolved." The Spirit Flower. The Anomaly King used this move to fight me, and even managed to pull the Spirit Flower from the outside in as well. Luckily, it had already absorbed enough of the anomaly's dark attribute. Not only that, but it also absorbed the spiritual energy sent by the pioneers in the city. Seeing the dim spirit flower in his hand, he guessed, "What's wrong? You don't like its dark attribute." He thought to himself, "This is something I didn't expect." A spirit flower with a desolate attribute is actually repelled by the Anomaly King's dark attribute. My original plan was to hollow it out from the inside. He slammed a blow into the ground, and the Anomaly King began to summon a swarm of bats to surround him. Number 81 was worried. "Wang Liangyi, what's the situation now?" she replied. "I don't know where my cousin is either." An announcement came from the coordinator. "Everyone retreat in an orderly fashion. Do not panic and cause a stampede. We will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety." Su Qinghuang thought to herself, Fang Yi is fighting inside the Anomaly King's body. Everyone was successfully carrying out their protection duties. The bats and the Anomaly King didn't have time to attack the city. "We need to complete the evacuation quickly." Jilan coordinated from a high vantage point, minimizing potential casualties. Looking at that Anomaly King, she knew they had to be fast. "We can't defeat it." A vortex formed around it, and it devoured all the bats that were sucked in. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. A stream of slime shot down towards where Fang Yi was standing. He pursed his lips and tried to hold his breath as spiritual energy radiated from his body. A glob of slime landed on Fang Yi's shoulder. His eyes narrowed, growing tense. Fang Yi's vision began to blur, but he snapped them open when he heard a tearing sound. Ruined buildings appeared. In the building right behind Fang Yi, an Anomaly King was hiding. As it threw a punch, he managed to turn around just in time. Spiritual energy was already condensing in Fang Yi's palm, but he discovered that his spiritual energy was gone. Now Fang Yi was about to be struck by that punch. After a few seconds of confusion, he jumped onto a nearby stone slab to dodge. Fang Yi thought to himself, "I dodged it. My body's physical functions have somehow remained at their post-cultivation state." This proved that he was now under the Anomaly King's illusion ability. It was trying to make him feel as if he returned to his past life, making him think he hadn't awakened yet, that he hadn't become a pioneer. As its foot came down to stomp on him, Fang Yi could only struggle to dodge. He came to a decision. The Anomaly King wasn't powerful enough to completely strip away his powers. Its actual strength was no greater than his own. Fang Yi closed his eyes. "My abilities aren't gone. What I need to figure out now is how to break through this barrier. There must be a breakthrough point within the illusion, and this breakthrough is the very weakness the Anomaly King has exposed to me. The Anomaly King's hand grabbed him, and it laughed triumphantly. You, ignorant fool. Once you're here, you can't get out. Just look. An idea flashed in Fang Yi's mind. That's it. The Anomaly King's eyes turned a blazing red, and half of its face became ferocious. It turned out that face had transformed into his own. Its mouth opened wide. It's all over. This is what you truly deserve. This is your fate. Accept it. Even if you insects gain a little power, what can you possibly do? In the end, humans are nothing but food for my evolution. However, Fang Yi remained perfectly calm. Is that so? Are these really the only tricks you have? Spiritual energy erupted from his body. It seems you still don't know. Me, I was granted a new life so I could protect my family and the people by my side. The Anomaly King was suddenly blasted by the spiritual energy. From mid-air, a powerful flame emanated from his body. A brilliant fire blazed in Fang Yi's eyes and hair turned fiery red. He commanded, "Come out and get to work." The system surrounded Fang Yi with 3 giant hands containing immense spiritual power. The system announced verification complete. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm? He raised his sword high. King of Anomalies, I have to thank you for helping me achieve this enlightenment. My rebirth is the turning point to change this world that was meant to be devoured by your kind, and I am the one chosen to get revenge. It created a vortex trying to suck him in. A mocking laugh rang out. You useless little ant. I actually thought you had some skill, but you're just a mere 2-star spirit creation whelp who dares to provoke me. Fang Yi stood there calmly watching the wave of power approach him. He dodged back slightly, avoiding a direct confrontation. It sneered, "Human, you can't escape this place. Just obediently become my nourishment." But the Anomaly King's laughter suddenly stopped short, and its scream rang out. What is this, my body, my precious body, you despicable human? The Anomaly King had been struck by a fiery punch from below. Fang Yi had unleashed Wind Burial. 9 dragons, heavenly fire exorcising evil. As it was attacked by flames from all directions, the Anomaly King screamed. This is absolutely not the power of the spirit creation realm. From the sky above, people only saw a dazzling sphere like a small sun accompanied by the announcement to clear all anomalies. The Anomaly King's blood-red eyes were gradually covered by a black mist. Finally, the sky began to return to its clear blue. The mist was being drawn back by the infinite dark realm condensing right in front of Fang Yi. He coldly took it all in. The infinite dark realm was gradually absorbed by Fang Yi. He rejoiced inwardly. It's finally over. The people below found it hard to believe. It's over. Cheers erupted. It's over. The city is safe. We weren't wiped out. We survived to see the second day. Is it really settled? We're saved. Jilan looked up at the sky. It's morning. Wang Liang asked her from below. Aren't you going to find them? She replied. There's no need. We have our own work to do. For instance, helping these people return to their normal lives and restoring this city to what it once was. In the control room, everyone was hugging each other. This is great. We did it. We really did it. We actually played a part in stopping Wang Liang. It feels like a dream. Thank God he showed up. To think he actually defeated the king. Without him, we would have had to bear the shame of letting the city fall. Even in death, we couldn't have escaped that responsibility. Su Qinghuang asked worriedly, they're still alive, right? The guildmaster reassured her. Don't worry, our medical center wasn't destroyed by the swarm of abnormal bats. She replied, I understand. Without Fang Yi, they wouldn't have stood a chance of receiving treatment. Sometimes I have to wonder what kind of master he is to have such immense power. He can always turn the tide, accomplishing things others can't even imagine. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. After this battle, headquarters will have to make a move, won't they? Su Qinghuang replied, that phenomenon in the sky just now showed that he's ascended to the 2-star spirit creation level. At this stage, someone will get in touch with him before we can. Her gaze drifted towards Fang Yi in the distance. When I first started monitoring him, I thought I might stand a chance of competing with him. But now, I've been left so far behind. And from what I know of him, his spirit energy attributes and innate talent are at their absolute peak. I fear his true strength is even greater than this. Never mind this place, even in the entire Xiai kingdom, he's the most supreme prodigy, the guild master added. That light that reached the clouds, the fire dragon seal that annihilated all the abnormals. That was a sight everyone witnessed. It must have already caused a huge stir. The wave of discussion will only grow, not just among the pioneers, but among ordinary people as well. We need to act fast. Su Qinghuang was startled. What the guildmaster replied. The Grave Sealer. That name's not bad, is it? Meanwhile, number 81 was rushing after Wang Liang Yi. Yi, slow down. Wait for me. All you care about is him. Where's cousin? She urged. Don't rush. I still think we should just go home and wait. Suddenly, Wang Liangyi's gaze stopped. She called out softly to Fang Yi, Cousin, turn around and look at them. Fang Yi then walked over and asked, why did you two insist on coming out to find me? How are you right now? Can your body still handle it? She asked. Wang Liangyi replied, I knew it. You need us to help you walk. He reassured her, I'm fine. You did a good job. Fang Yi thought to himself, worthy of an abnormal king. It's been a long time since I've been this badly injured. That final swarm attack combined with the seal had used up nearly all his spirit energy after breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation level. And now here I am making these two kids worry about me. The moment she touched him, Wang Liangyi sensed it. She asked directly, wait a minute, cousin. Did you break through another level again? 2-star spirit creation level. To advance at such a terrifying speed, just how incredible is your talent? Number 81 was also in shock. What big bro broke through again? News reports were flooding in. The man who saved the city, the superclass pioneer, the mysterious master, the grave sealer, slayer of the abnormal, king in a single blow. Just who was this godlike figure? To annihilate an abnormal king, single-handedly, what level must he have reached? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. That was so cool. I really thought we were all done for. The experts from the Spirit Guild and the military district were powerless, but he took out a catastrophe-level threat all by himself. Just who is this grave sealer? Without any official resources or support, for one person to cultivate to this level, could there be some unfathomably mysterious power backing him? It feels a lot like one of our great Xia's undisclosed trump cards. In front of his computer screen, reading the news, Jiang Lu swore, holy crap, I'm not seeing things. It's really him, the one who single-handedly defeated the abnormal king that nearly destroyed the entire city. He felt that for him, Jiang Lu losing to such a master was actually a blessing in disguise. As Jiang Lu eagerly got up to leave, Li Yu hurriedly asked from behind, young master, Jiang, where are you going? He replied, I'm going to ask him to be my master. The man behind him muttered, I figured. I have a feeling a lot of people will be trying to find him now. Scene changed to Suju's city in Great Xia. Around a conference table, someone asked, what's everyone looking at? A man puffing on a cigarette said disappointedly, I was hoping to see the military and the Spirit Guild wipe each other out. This is highly unsatisfying. Another man ordered find a top-tier gun and send them to meet him. A third voice rejected the idea. No, that won't do. This person is a child of destiny, a savior. How could a mere gun be worthy? A photo of him was placed on the table. The grave sealer. A sharp fingernail traced a line across Fang Yi's neck in the picture. The photo was then incinerated by a flame. No need to rush. Anyone who stands in our way, regardless of their realm, will be destroyed. The man's eyes glinted with cold, killing intent. Back at Fang Yi's house, there was a knock on the door. Hello, is Fang Yi home? When he opened the door, two people were waiting outside. Su Qinghuang was holding a pile of gifts, and beside her was the guild master. Regarding the S-Class abnormal invasion, we were guilty of a major oversight. Thanks to you, sir, we avoided an irreversible catastrophe. On behalf of the Spirit Guild, we wish to express our deepest gratitude. Fang Yi calmly invited them in. It was nothing. Please come in and talk. Wang Liangyi brought out water for the guests. Su Qinghuang silently observed the surroundings. So this is what a great master's house looks like. What is the military thinking, leaving him in a place like this? The Spirit Guild should have secured better housing for him, she thought. The guild master began, actually, the Spirit Guild sent us here for another matter as well. We wish to request your approval. We intend to officially launch the title of the Grave Sealer. The current situation across the Xia Kingdom is that every city has a number of powerful pioneers. Their fame makes them quite well known within the pioneer community. This S-Class abnormal was the most terrifying disaster-level event we've seen so far. We want to use the launch of the Grave Sealer title to establish Tai City as a key strategic city in the post-Spirit Energy Revival era. After a disaster of this magnitude, we are certain that our city needs a famous and powerful pioneer to act as a leader, a captain. Su Qinghuang continued, in the future, cosmic anomalies will become more frequent and abnormal invasions will increase. We cannot be put in a position where we have to abandon the city again. Fang Yi was surprised. Abandon the city, she confirmed. That's right. But really, it amounts to the same thing. After all, without you, everyone in the city would have died anyway. It would just be a different kind of death. Wang Liangyi had a realization. I see. It seems I haven't fully grasped just how cruel the world has become after the Spirit Energy Revival. Fang Yi comforted her. Yi, we don't need to be so pessimistic. He thought to himself, I've been so focused on my own cultivation that I've completely overlooked the city's strategic development. Before the Spirit Energy Revival, Tai City, where he lived, was one of the key cities in its province within the Xia Kingdom, but in terms of either strategic depth or development, it wasn't even close to the top 3. Among the more than 100 cities, the top 3 were the capital Shen City, along with Tian City and Shang City. Besides them, there were also Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. So this disaster was actually an opportunity for Tai City. The president continued, right now, all the cities are starting to compile reports on the number and strength of their pioneers and develop regional strategies. The stronger a city's pioneers are, the higher its evaluation grade and the more resources it will receive. More and more unaffiliated pioneers are starting to join the spirit guilds in various cities. Everyone, whether they're a pioneer or a regular person, everyone needs a solid pillar of support, a beacon of hope that can light the way on the path of evolution. But our guild will keep your private identity a secret. We'll mainly highlight your mysterious persona, letting them guess and imagine. Fang Yi nodded slightly. A little mystery was much smarter than revealing everything. Wang Liangyi chimed in from the side. Exactly. The human imagination can sometimes be more intimidating than reality. He agreed. I have no objections. This benefits me and the people around me. In that case, I hope we have a pleasant partnership. Fang Yi extended his hand toward him and the two shook on it immediately. The president said joyfully, "To a pleasant partnership, funerary master." After that, through the close coordination of the Spirit Guild and the military, Tai City resumed normal operations at an unbelievable speed. The city was restored and aid for the injured was carried out in an orderly fashion. This disaster accelerated the process of maintaining order everywhere and the world began to get back on track. In Shen City, a discussion was underway at the Spirit Guild headquarters. The funerary master. Is this the pioneer who handled the S-rank anomaly in Tai City? Among the recently submitted new pioneers, he's the most outstanding of them all, possessing a high-level yang attribute. That's the direct opposite of the dark attribute. He's truly a child of heaven. An employee pointed at the computer screen, which was displaying Fang Yi's information. Not only that, according to the documents submitted by Tai City, he possesses more than just one high-level attribute. The Heavenly Fire single slash that went viral online before the user of that high-level fire attribute, and the Tyrant with the high-level thunder attribute who was named by the military district. That's him too. This person added, and that's not all, there's something even more incredible. Yu Ru joined the conversation. Are you all discussing the funerary master? Excuse me, could you let me see his information for a moment? You're the one who approved him, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Yu Ru looked at his picture on the screen. With more and more pioneers like this revealing their outstanding talents, there must be many who haven't seen his abilities firsthand and feel unconvinced. Even I want to witness his prowess for myself. The funerary master. Perhaps we'll meet soon. Meanwhile, in a library in Kang City, Chu Qingli was sitting and working. A guy next to her tried to strike up a conversation. Hey, can I ask? She cut him off. No. This is a library, you're disturbing others. The guy didn't press the issue and left with a dejected sigh. She thought with contempt. What a boring idiot, completely oblivious to the changes in the world. I've been in Kang City for a few days, I can't believe so much has happened. After the exam ended, I acquired spiritual power, becoming a one-star pioneer of the Ghost Abode realm. It's incredibly rare for someone to become a pioneer, and I just happened to be one of the chosen. Perhaps that's why I was able to avoid the disaster in Tai City. What can ordinary people possibly use to fight against anomalies, especially those mediocre ones? What chance do they have? Thinking back to when I met him. So he was just a classmate. With the way he used to be, he was probably drained of blood by those bats a long time ago. How could I have been so mistaken? To think that genius resembled that useless man even a little. This funerary master is 10,000 times more outstanding than him. Only a powerful and dashing pioneer like that is worthy of me. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was holding a real estate flyer. The goal for us cousins today is to take a well-deserved rest. Our objective, house hunting. Wang Liangyi pulled down her sunglasses and called out, "But cousin, are you sure it's okay for us not to train today?" Fang Yi replied, "It's rare to get a day off. We need a balance between work and rest." The Spirit Guild's suggestion was actually very reasonable. Aside from cultivation and ability levels, we still have to spend time improving our own living standards. Wang Liangyi said happily, "Look, it's Captain Su Bao." Su Qinghuang added, "Your living conditions really do need an upgrade. We arranged a day to go house hunting with you too." Stepping into the luxurious house, she couldn't help but get excited. But I never expected Captain Su to have resources like this. I never would have dared to even dream of a high-end house like this. Captain Su said he'd gift us 2 of them, no problem. I get 1 too. Fang Yi was much calmer. What's the big deal? We're heading into an era of spirit chi recovery. Those people know the value a powerful pioneer represents. Houses and whatnot are nothing in comparison, she replied, but this turn of events is still making my head spin. I thought I'd just be able to earn a little money and some cultivation resources to get by. A scent wafted past Wang Liangyi's nose and she grew suspicious. Cousin, do you smell something rotten? You smell it too. Yeah, it smells like a sewer. Something's not right. I've been in Tai City for a long time and I've never smelled this before. Fang Yi wondered if a careless worker had damaged a pipe. Fang Yi dismissed the idea. No, that's not it. Someone is following us. The 2 of them spun around warily to see a group of thugs approaching. So you're the funerary master, huh? You only noticed after walking right into my spray's range. So he really is just some overhyped piece of trash. A pretty boy with no real skill. Tai City really is useless. How could they recommend a kid like this to be a captain? The thugs rushed forward. We brothers are gonna have to teach you a lesson. Now hurry up and hand over the benefits Tai City gave you as a sign of respect. Wang Liangyi quickly launched a stream of spiritual power that shot past him. One of the men raised his weapon, a battle axe, and swung down, but she blocked it with a shield. This is bad. Cousin, be careful. They're also at the spirit creation realm. Fang Yi grabbed the opponent's weapon with his bare hand. The man was stunned, not expecting him to be so reckless. Fang Yi raised a hand wreathed in flame. A bunch of small fry dare to rob me in broad daylight. The fiery punch flew past the man's face and his entire body was sent flying backward. His accomplices exclaimed, "No, impossible. This pretty boy was clearly hit by my bottle of all-purpose penetrating spray with my spiritual properties. He should be paralyzed and stiffening up right about now." Across from them, Fang Yi stood calmly without a trace of fear. The spray gun in that guy's hand was powering up. It was loaded with an all-purpose penetrating drug made from a mutated wood attribute spirit user's paralytic agent. They use the spirit energy-filled sweat of a spirit user during cultivation, which goes through a refining and extraction process and is then mixed with a special powder. According to experiments, this special concoction from the black market can penetrate an opponent's spirit energy shield. Although the paralyzing effect is short-lived and not very strong in a duel where details decide the victor, its weakness is a foul odor that's hard to get rid of. The guy who had just been hit yelled out, "I was careless just now. We're all in the spirit creation realm. You think we're scared of you. You're not getting away this time, kid." Fang Yi scoffed. A mutated earth type and a mutated wood type. He thought to himself that these kinds of bizarre techniques were a perfect fit for the heretical style. A normal spirit energy shield would probably be breached by a spirit user like him. Too bad for them, it was completely useless against him. One of the men charged toward Wang Liangyi, but she kicked him straight in the stomach. As Wang Liangyi landed, she said coldly, "I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but I really hate having my daily life disturbed like this." Fang Yi took off his sunglasses, his eyes filled with disgust. This was so annoying. Flames erupted around him. Wang Liangyi get back. The spreading flames stunned them as a fireball condensed. They were engulfed in fire, screaming in agony. This is terrifying. What in the world is this flame? Is this a gravekeeper? It hurts so much. Make it stop. Su Qinghuang rushed over. "They're not completely dead, are they? Please leave one alive." She sighed in relief. Thank goodness. These people were special targets being monitored by the Spirit Energy Association. Fang Yi was surprised. "You're planning to take them in for processing." Looking at the unconscious men, Su Qinghuang nodded. The Spirit Energy Association had begun registering all spirit users for easier management, especially people like these. He replied, "I don't like being disturbed. If you people dare to provoke me again, it won't be this simple." She was also annoyed, thinking the three of them were lucky to be alive. The men were carried away on stretchers. Su Qinghuang revealed that just 2 days ago, the Spirit Energy Association would have not intervened in internal conflicts between spirit users. You would have deserved it if you were killed. The Gravekeeper only spared you out of respect for the association. Is this lesson still not enough for you? You know full well what punishment awaits. She thought to herself, a bunch of idiots. What is wrong with these people? Why does every single one of them dare to provoke the number 1 user officially recognized by the Spirit Energy Association? Wang Liangyi spoke up. "Captain Qing, I'd like to ask what kind of punishment will they receive?" She replied, "These men already have prior records. Even at the Spirit Creation realm, they'll be sentenced to life in prison. They can forget about freedom and rights forever, and they'll have to continue contributing the remainder of their value as spirit users while locked up." Fang Yi assessed the method. What a thorough way to utilize them, not bad at all. Su Qinghuang secretly observed him. The person standing before me is the Spirit Energy Association's treasure, the future of the Sha Nation. No matter how much we promote the Gravekeeper, there will always be a bunch of brain-dead morons who are weak as hell but think they're strong enough to throw their lives away challenging him. Is our publicity still too low-key? In any case, recruiting these powerful spirit users and pouring resources into their growth is something the Spirit Energy Association must do. We absolutely cannot let these guys, who can't see the big picture, ruin the good relationship we worked so hard to build with Fang Yi. Su Qinghuang smiled brightly and called out, "Let's go. I'll take you two to pick out a new villa and a new car." She decided she had to make an example of them this time. They were taken to a building. Su Qinghuang introduced, "These are the 2 properties the Spirit Energy Association has selected for you. A top-floor penthouse in the city center with the best view and full amenities. It's mainly for convenience. And this one is a 3-story villa with extremely high privacy nestled between a mountain and a river, perfect for cultivation. Both have been decorated with the highest-end furnishings, so you won't need to spend anything on renovations. You could just bring your bags and move in immediately." Wang Liangyi praised, "Both are quite nice." Fang Yi made a quick decision. "Then we'll take both." Wang Liangyi was still worried, "Is that okay?" He waited for an answer from the other side. "Can we? I trust in your sincerity, Captain." Su Qinghuang promised no problem at all. "I'll just report it to my superiors. Don't worry, it'll be quick." He then asked, "What about the car?" She led them to choose a car. The Spirit Energy Association has a partnership with the luxury dealership here. You can pick any car you want. The people around them started whispering. "Look at that girl, her skin is so fair. She has such a great aura. And that guy is no ordinary person either. Even in plain clothes, he can't hide his presence. I could tell with just one look. I wonder which young master he is. He's probably here to buy a car for his girlfriend, right? Chu Qingli's friend recognized them. Isn't that Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend? The one the principal personally received in the army. Who would have thought I'd run into my roommate's ex while out on the town, and he's buying a car for another girl? She quickly raised her phone and secretly took a picture. Chu Qingli's phone soon received a message with that photo. Chu Qingli, guess who I just saw? It's your ex-boyfriend. He's at a high-end VIP-only dealership buying a car. The cars here start at over $1 million, and he's buying one for a very beautiful girl who has an amazing aura. She replied dismissively. So what? But inside she didn't believe it. Buying a car. Where would he get the money? It seems that not only did he survive that major disaster, but he also got lucky and is being kept by someone now, huh? Too bad the gap between us isn't something you can so easily overcome. That was true in the past, it's true now, and it will be even more so in the future. Once I reach the pinnacle of spirit users, all this mundane stuff will be meaningless. Foolish. At the new villa, Wang Liangyi happily ran up the stairs. Brother, we really have a villa. As he entered the house, Fang Yi looked around. Not bad. Wipe your drool. We also have another place in the city center we can stay at. She went upstairs. I'm going to check out the second floor. He thought helplessly, this kid is finally acting like a real child, now no longer pretending to be a grown-up. In his past life, before he was reborn, he had never met her. She must have also been a dependable spirit user that everyone trusted. But this time, he wouldn't let that child shoulder such responsibility and die again. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the caller's name. Fang Yi was surprised. Jilan. What could she want? He answered the call. Hello, what can I do for you? Jilan offered her congratulations. Congratulations on your promotion. Captain Fang, I heard the Spirit Chi Association recently gifted you 2 houses. They're as generous as ever, huh? Fang Yi replied. Actually, I don't think it's a bad habit. They can keep it up. Jilan understood. You don't have to defend them. I know a powerful spirit walker like you wouldn't be swayed by such material things. But right now, there's no better compensation for improving one's living conditions. In a little while, the spirit fruits from the recent spiritual energy revival will be ready, and I'll send you a portion to try. She thought to herself the gap between ordinary people and spirit walkers is reflected in their different perspectives. And the gap between top-tier spirit walkers like Fang Yi and the average ones is even greater. Even the strategic resources in the spiritual war zone might mean nothing to him. Jilan got to the point. I have an internal mission here. I was hoping you could take it on. I wonder if you're interested, Fang Yi replied. So this is the real reason for your call, isn't it? Let's hear it. She got straight to the point. Do you know of Tianbao Tower in Kang City? Of course he knew. Isn't Tianbao Tower the largest shopping mall in Kang City? It was recently closed, causing a huge uproar among the residents of Kang City. That's right. Due to an abnormal invasion, there have been quite a few casualties. It has now become a literal haunted house. Tianbao Tower, the iconic landmark of Kang City, was a complex with the highest foot traffic. One could even say it was the face of the city. However, due to a recent influx of abnormal corruptions, many incidents occurred, and the Spirit Association in Kang City had no choice but to seal it off and handle it. Fang Yi arrived, raising his hand and greeting, "Hello, everyone. I've accepted a mission from the Spirit War Zone and have come to help." As he approached them, he thought to himself, Jilan told me not to reveal my identity or my realm for now. I'm not sure why. I'll just play along for now. Fang Yi's eyes were secretly sizing them up. I can't probe their specific realms with my spiritual power. Are they all hiding their true strength? Judging by their clothes, those 2 must be from the military district. Liang Rong spoke up. So it's you. A pleasure. The other member, Hui Wei, also greeted him. He sensed that these 2 gave off a vibe very similar to Su Qinghuang. They must be from the Spirit Association in Kangxi City. Song Yue added, Jilan, the chief, already informed us. Hui Wei introduced them. We're from the Kangxi Spirit Association. We'll be working with you this time. A downpour began and the vehicle started moving. Inside the car, Hui Wei continued. Everyone will have to be temporary teammates for this mission, although I'm still not clear on your individual strengths. Fang Yi sat in the back with 2 others who remained silent and aloof. Liu, he broke the silence. I think we should agree on one thing. Once we're inside, we have to help each other, right? He realized the personnel for this mission were quite a mixed bag. They'd really mobilized people from all over. Kangxi was a well-known city and the members of its Spirit Association seemed to be a mix of good and bad. Liang Rong glanced at Fang Yi from the side and whispered to Song Yue. Didn't Chief Lan say she was sending a big shot to help us? Is that him? I'm not so sure. He looks a bit skinny like a student. Plus, he doesn't have a government-issued bracelet. And his aura is concealed. I can't gauge his specific strength. She was stunned. A big shot. You don't mean the Entomber who single-handedly eliminated the disaster and protected Taishi City from Yi Fang Yi, do you? But the Entomber is a young student like this. Whether it's possessing 3 rare high-level attributes or eliminating the infinitely regenerating abnormality disaster with the strength of a 1-star creation spirit realm user, sealing the abnormality king and breaking through to the next realm right on the spot. That's really piqued my interest. At the military district office in the Spirit War Zone, Ji Lan had just picked up the phone. Hello, Spirit War Zone. The voice on the other end interrupted. The Tianbao building has completely fallen. Our people went in and we've lost contact. The abnormality concentration in the sky has reached 12,000. The known number of casualties is 53. Please take this seriously. She couldn't believe it. Is the situation escalating this quickly? Ji Lan gave her assurance. Don't worry, I'm not taking this lightly. The person I'm sending this time will have no problem, I guarantee it. The other side asked who it was. She replied coldly. You gave us the mission, so don't ask too many questions. Those are the rules of the Spirit War Zone. At the Tianbao building, a swirling vortex laced with lightning covered the sky as a heavy blood-red rain fell. Fang Yi's group had just gotten out of the vehicle. He mused. The situation is pretty serious. The guy inside is no weaker than the one I faced before. Someone looked up in shock at the swirling crimson sky.
Hey look, what's that on the window?
If I'm not mistaken, those are probably bloodstains. Song Yue revealed. From what I know, the inside of the Tianbao building is quite cramped. The whole building is 40 stories tall, the tallest structure in Kangxi City. Over 2,000 employees and customers were evacuated. But before it was sealed, some people refused to cooperate, so a lot of them are still inside. Kangxi City sent a rescue team before, but they went in and never came out. Liu, he added, so that casualty count of over 50 is just a preliminary estimate. After all, no one really knows what's going on in there. Fang Yi asked, is there anyone inside we can still contact? Liang Rong answered, probably not. Ever since the abnormality appeared, no news has come from anyone inside. Huey Wei continued. On the second day after the building was sealed, I was outside assisting. That day, the entire building felt like a tomb. The brand new structure suddenly looked old and dilapidated, like it had been abandoned for decades. You couldn't see a single person through the windows, just a thick, hazy fog. We were planning to use the windows as a breach point. And then I saw pieces of a corpse gnawed on by an abnormality fall from a window. After that, the building's abnormal aura got heavier and heavier. It hasn't even been a week, and it's already come to this. Fang Yi reprimanded them. You can't contact anyone inside, so the casualty figures you have are just guesses based on the body parts or remains that fell out. The Kangxi Spirit Association is far too careless in its work. His words made the man stammer. But we didn't have any other choice. Fang Yi silently analyzed the situation. Although the Kangxi Spirit Association has been sloppy with their intelligence gathering, it seems there wasn't much else they could do. The number of casualties is definitely not this low. For ordinary people, an abnormality is like a dimensional collapse attack. In a closed environment, they're sitting ducks. No matter how they run, they can't escape the beast's clutches. Fang Yi gave the order. No more delays. We're going into the building now. Some abnormalities rely on consuming living people to complete their evolution. The higher the casualty count, the tougher the situation inside. Liang Rong stopped him from behind. Hold on. The military said we have to follow your command, but you should at least tell us the strategy first. Fang Yi was nonchalant. What strategy? We don't know the situation yet. Let's go and see what's happening and then decide. Liu, he was concerned. Besides, you haven't even officially joined the government. He continued, everyone here has extensive experience dealing with abnormalities. You're the commander. You should at least understand everyone's abilities. See, I told you so. He hasn't gone through government training, so he lacks experience in this area. It was Song Yue who spoke up. All right, time is short. Let's have less talk. He was recommended by Chief Ji Lan to help, which is why he took this mission. And what's Chief Ji Lan's caliber? It's not like you haven't heard of her, right? He reminded them. Internal disputes are the biggest taboo before a mission. Fang Yi went in first by himself. If you don't want to come in, then don't follow. Liang Rong hurried to follow. Wait up. Inside, the walls were splattered with blood. Liu He felt something was wrong. Why is it completely silent in here? A powerful aura was watching them from above. Liang Rong looked up and was met with the ferocious face of a monster. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Concentrated flames erupted as a fire sword slashed out in an arc. Fang Yi's expression was calm as a brilliant sword intent crisscrossed through the air, illuminating the space. Song Yue and Liang Rong were stunned. It's over, just like that. She was shocked. Where did he even get that blade model? Fang Yi didn't answer, bending down to pick up a feather from the ground. He held it up to examine it. It was a hybrid of a bird and a gecko. With this level of mutation, it seemed it had already devoured quite a few people. Song Yue's expression darkened. Looking at the horde of monsters, she exclaimed, A+ level anomalies. The group quietly proceeded inside. Two people behind them started discussing. A+, does that mean it's at the 2-star spirit creation realm? But I just broke through the 1-star spirit creation realm. Right, that means a single blow from that thing could take me out instantly. They were suspicious of Fang Yi using a blade. Could he really be a wind burialist? That blade must be the heavenly fire blade, right? Huidu marveled, I really didn't expect you to be a wind burialist. After all, in our minds, a wind burialist is a recluse who never parts with their blade. he revealed. After advancing, I fused my spiritual energy with the blade's path, turning it into a spirit weapon that can be summoned anytime with my power. I'm sure I'm not the only one who can do this. Fang Yi took the lead, a flaming blade in his hand. Let's go. Don't waste time. The others followed one by one. All right, that's great. It's a good thing you're on our team. A flame ignited in his hand, becoming the source of light that illuminated the darkness for them. Fang Yi led them up the stairs, which were splattered with bloodstains. He thought to himself, if the situation is this dire, I'm afraid the casualties might be over 500. This place has been wiped clean too. Song Yue looked at the hallway ahead. There was clearly a lot of blood, but no bodies were to be found. Anomalies do love human flesh and blood, but there's no way nothing would be left right. It had launched a surprise attack on Liang Rong from behind. She quickly turned to look behind him, but Fang Yi was already prepared, throwing out 2 fireballs. The monster was hit and fresh blood gushed out. As its massive body collapsed, someone stammered, "Another anomaly." Fang Yi frowned and asked, "Doesn't anyone else feel that something is off?" Ling Wang was surprised, but he analyzed it clearly. Even though these 2 anomalies are as strong as elites, if it's just this number of them, it shouldn't have been enough to prevent the advanced rescue team from escaping. I'm afraid this isn't the Tianbao Tower we're looking for. Ling Wang led the people, while Song Yue was curious. What do you mean? Fang Yi explained in detail. Along this entire path, although it's covered in blood stains, the metallic and suffocating smells here come entirely from the dark attribute and the anomalies. There's no trace of the dead at all. He thought to himself, right now we're like headless flies. I'll have to test something to confirm my theory. Song Yue stammered. This. Are you hesitating about whether to unleash the infinite dark realm in front of these people? She agreed Big Bro is right. This whole way has been gruesome, but this gloom isn't the suffocating kind that comes from death. It's more of a hollow emptiness, as if no living creature has ever passed through here like a simple hollow model. Fang Yi held out his hand. Exactly, if I'm not mistaken. This place has been turned into an empty shell by an anomaly with only the outer form remaining. Their real layers, probably. As they saw the sphere of the infinite dark realm, someone stuttered, "Is this the dark attribute?" A system notification appeared. Dark inner realm of the same type has been detected. Activate data. He selected yes. Yes. Dark inner realm. A space created based on the dark attribute, which can also be called the nest of a dark attribute anomaly. It simultaneously pulls the original space inside, similar to the extreme dark zone and the infinite dark realm. To truly enter the dark inner realm, one must find the gate it created. He replied, I see. For us to enter the real Tianbao Tower, we need to find the gate. And it's the same for those who want to escape. Moreover, they are affected by the dark attribute inside, which impacts their minds and emotions, creating powerful illusions. That's why some people would think that a window is the gate to survival. This also explains why those who originally escaped through windows ended up as corpses. Song Yue continued, because they were manipulated by the dark attribute and died within the inner realm. So now we have to find the gate Big Bro was talking about, right? A warning notification appeared. The dark inner realm is attracted, sensing the presence of its own kind. The dark inner realm has appeared. He condensed his spiritual energy. It's here. A mass of darkness shot towards them like a drill. They started to feel unwell. I'm being attacked by the dark attribute. Why isn't my protective spiritual energy working? Me too, my head is killing me. It feels like something is trying to crawl out of my skull. Fang Yi's eyes flashed with 2 different colors as a golden sphere of spiritual energy enveloped them. Liu He and Huey Du felt better. I'm okay now. Was that the dark attribute attacking us just now? Seeing that he was still standing firm, they were amazed. Wait, the wind barrierist. Is he really completely unaffected? Haven't you realized yet? He's the one who saved us. Liang Rong and Song Yue discussed amongst themselves. Even though the dark attribute wasn't directly attacking us, we were still being severely affected. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lasted much longer. A flame condensed in Fang Yi's palm. Found it. The flame took the shape of a dragon and shot forward. Break. A sword began to form in his hand. He slashed forward with the sword. It's right here. A fierce wave of power erupted from that spot. Song Yu was stunned. This is. Fang Yi silently lowered his gaze. Dark energy radiated from the gate in front of them. He gripped his sword tightly, then stepped forward first. Let's go. Everyone stay close to me. Their images were being watched by something. Liu, he realized, I think. I can smell it. They all stopped, their eyes filled with shock as they stared at what was in front of them. She exclaimed, the smell of corpses and the blood of our own kind. Ahead of them was a pile of bodies. After entering the dark inner realm, Fang Yi's group immediately encountered a series of strange phenomena inside the real Tianbao Tower. The sound of flapping wings echoed urgently, mingling with eerie whispers. Mine. Not mine. Come. Come. Immediately after, an anomaly lunged forward, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, its blood-red eyes fixed on the group as it charged. Huey Dewey shuddered and cried out, another A+ level dark attribute anomaly. This is insane. Liang Rong didn't say anything. but gritted his teeth, enduring the chilling sensation running down his spine. Fang Yi said nothing and acted directly. He opened his palm, releasing his blade. Then he kicked it powerfully, sending the blade flying straight towards the anomaly. The move was swift and decisive. Boom! A loud impact rang out as the blade pierced through the anomaly's body, causing it to explode. Without stopping, the blade continued towards the one behind it, while Fang Yi simultaneously leaped into the air. Just as the blade pierced the second anomaly, you were now within range to recall your weapon. Behind him, another larger anomaly was waiting to attack. Fang Yi immediately gripped the hilt of his saber. The weapon returned to his hand and his combat power surged. Without a word, he swung his saber horizontally and vertically. Each slash was sharp and decisive, every strike a killing blow. No anomaly survived his blade. That was the power of the red flame saber technique. This technique leaves a flame insignia on the target's body, allowing Fang Yi to easily activate it. Internal flame. The moment he spoke, a ferocious fire erupted, turning the area into a fiery inferno. The anomaly's bodies were quickly incinerated. Liu, he thought in horror, the fire attribute is just too terrifying. Those dark anomalies were incinerated in the blink of an eye. Song Yue, resisting the terrifying heat, marveled silently. He hasn't needed our help even once since we started. She whispered to Xu Yu, I have a feeling his fire attribute is mixed with another type of flame, something like erupting lava. Just then, Fang Yi suddenly walked in a different direction. He approached and touched the bodies of the victims on the ground with his fire saber. Flames enveloped Fang Yi's body, spreading to the ground and igniting the corpses of the unfortunate victims. He murmured softly as if sending them off. Anomalies bring harm. You are all innocent. These monsters will be buried with you. It's just. Having to perish alongside these beasts is still an injustice to you. Huey Du, watching from behind, couldn't help but exclaim, one blade cremation. He truly is the Undertaker. The legend is real. While waiting for the fire to consume the area, Fang Yi turned to look at the four of them. Since you're already here, you might as well do something. You're in charge of finding and saving survivors. Leave the anomalies to me. He quickly gave his orders. The first floor is clear. I'm heading straight up. The group of four nodded in understanding, ready to follow and provide support. The Tianbao Grand Tower, in reality, which was now this dark inner world, had been completely overrun by anomalies. Fang Yi took the lead, clearing a path with his saber. A single, deadly heavenly fire slash wiped out all the anomalies on the 10th floor. After consuming humans, the anomalies' realms had continuously leveled up. Now they were at least at the 1-star spirit creation realm. Aside from the gruesome scenes on each floor, their strength and abilities hadn't changed significantly. Progress was smooth. Fang Yi reached the 15th floor, but he still hadn't found any survivors. As soon as he stepped onto the 15th floor, he shivered. This floor. It's so dark and cold. The dark attribute is piercing through my spiritual power shield. Just like the other floors, this place was also littered with the bodies of the unfortunate. Liang Rong quickly noticed something unusual. He stared intently in one direction, a growing sense of dread creeping over him. There's something moving on those bodies. It's corrosive. Everyone be careful. Don't let this fuzz get into your nose. The space was terrifyingly silent. The dripping sound of blood echoed, and the thick smell of fresh blood indicated that an anomaly had been active not long ago. Just then, above their heads, a giant centipede crawled by. Its form was grotesque, with 6 glowing red eyes and a wide-open mouth full of sharp teeth. It roared, threatening the 5 of them. Fang Yi cracked a satisfied smile. A soul-fused anomaly has finally shown up. The centipede opened its mouth and roared, shooting out countless poisonous spikes infused with the dark attribute. The spikes rained down like arrows at incredible speed, but Fang Yi dodged them all. He looked up at it coldly, spinning the fire saber in his hand. The saber formed a powerful shield of fire, incinerating all the poisonous spikes. No matter how many it shot, it was useless. With a crackling sound, the centipede realized its disadvantage and immediately retreated. Its giant body coiled into a circle. Instead of attacking, it planned to use its thick armor to defend and stall for time. Fang Yi saw through its intentions. He raised his saber and scoffed, trying to stall for time to evolve. Fang Yi lowered his stance and threw the fierce fire saber at the centipede. Dream on. The centipede shrieked in panic. The distance was too close, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Its eyes filled with terror. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, and the light from the flames illuminated the entire corner of the floor. He sounded indifferent, mixed with a hint of disappointment. I overestimated you. I thought you were at the 3-star spirit creation realm, that you'd at least give me a little trouble. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from behind. Liang Rong was instantly on alert. He whipped his head around and shouted, "Who's there?" Fang Yi also walked toward the sound. Survivors. A door creaked open, and inside was a pale-faced young man with a trembling voice. Are you Pathfinders? He opened the door for them to see inside. There are 5 of us still alive in here. Fang Yi scanned the small room. For some reason, there was a secret space here looking like a storage room for a major brand's valuable items. The survivors all seemed to be scared stiff. He gave them a reassuring smile. It's okay now. We're here to rescue you. Huidu stepped forward to introduce them. We're from the Shangxi Spiritual Qi Association. The monsters outside have all been eliminated. You're safe now. Come on out. The young man was still dazed, muttering killed. Fear was etched on his face as he struggled to form words. Killed. Killed. Huidu moved closer. What are you saying? The young man became agitated. Killed them all. So many terrifying monsters. You killed them all with just one slash. At the same time, outside the Tianbao Grand Tower, a large crowd had gathered to monitor the situation. They were all monitoring an external support staff from Shangxi. Someone holding a tracking device spoke up. Unlike before this time, we might actually have hope. Another person nodded. Yeah, we can feel the Undertaker's fire attribute's spiritual power on every floor. Even though we can't make contact, we've picked up his spiritual power fluctuations, faint as they are. Suddenly, someone reported. The latest spiritual power fluctuation is on the 40th floor. A colleague was startled. What, the 40th floor? How long has it been since they went in? The blood rain began to fall again, and the gloomy atmosphere sent a chill down everyone's spines. But an excited voice cried out, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The Undertaker took only 9 minutes and 56 seconds to clear his way to the top floor of the Tianbao Grand Tower. This news is definitely going to shake the entire Pathfinder community in Shangxi. And that's not all. A new discovery, the pollution value of an S-class anomaly, has appeared on the top floor. On the top floor, Fang Yi stared coldly at the final beast of the building. So you're the anomaly king of this place. Before him was a giant pale white anomaly. Its withered wings flapped gently, keeping it afloat. This was the anomaly king that had taken over the Tianbao Grand Tower. The bone bird. Fang Yi didn't hesitate. He immediately closed in on the bone bird in the air before it could attack him and the others. He absolutely was not underestimating his opponent. On the contrary, he observed it cautiously. Although the anomaly king had the form of a bone bird, the parasitic-looking worms on its body were actually a part of it. He absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. With that thought, Fang Yi swung his blade to test the waters. Just as he expected, the bone bird didn't just stand there and take the hit. It quickly folded its wings using the hard joints to block his attack. Fang Yi was a bit surprised by its reaction speed. He hadn't thought it could actually clamp down on his blade. No matter how he tried, he couldn't pull it out. The bone bird opened its eyes, its gloomy blue gaze fixed on Fang Yi below. Someone nervously cried out, Even the Undertaker can't handle this anomaly king. Someone said anxiously, No, we have to help. Huey Wei wanted to, but he was helpless. What good would we be? Who among us can even fight that thing? And yet, at that moment, a mysterious smile spread across Fang Yi's face. He was never one to back down from a challenge. The crackle of thunder echoed in his ears as he stared coldly at the bone bird. Enough with the games. The probing ends here. He yanked his blade hard, infusing it with the power of lightning, the 100 refined divine thunder. A series of deafening explosions rang out. Fang Yi spun powerfully, swinging his blade down hard on the wings that held his weapon. A fusion of lightning and fire with terrifying power, one strike heavily wounded the bone bird. It shrieked in pain, but he just slashed down again, saying coldly, Shut up, you're too noisy. A bolt of lightning struck down, nearly severing the wings the bone bird was so proud of. Fang Yi was getting bored. Is that all you've got? Aren't you going to fight back? If you're this weak, you don't deserve to be the anomaly king here. His eyes were like ice, lightning flashing as he spoke with a mocking tone. Even if you turn the entire Tianbao Grand Tower into your pantry, your combat power doesn't even compare to that calamitous bat. It was rare for Fang Yi to talk this much. He casually shattered a few more of his opponent's bones and said nonchalantly, I think it's only fair to let you taste the feeling of just waiting for death. Liu, his eyes went wide. I take back what I said. This is a one-sided slaughter. Hui Wei broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a sense of regret at the same time. This is terrifying. He's toying with an anomaly king. That's an anomaly king right there. Why would an undertaker like him show up in Shangxi City? If only he were one of us. Song Yue watched the battle in the sky intently. She analyzed. Every one of his slashes is precisely calculated. From left to right, from outside to and perfectly balanced without the slightest deviation. From start to finish, he never once attacked the bone bird's skull. This bone bird not only poses no threat, but it can't even fight back. Because the power gap between them is just too massive. He's on a level far beyond that of an anomaly king. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Yi landed on the ground after his chain of 100 refined divine thunder attacks. The bone bird shrieked miserably as its body exploded piece by piece, leaving only its head intact. It tried to use its healing arts to recover, but Fang Yi obviously wasn't going to give it that chance. He stared at it coldly. Still want to recover. You think I'm playing around? With that, he charged forward, blade in hand. This time, the lightning was bright enough to illuminate the entire sky. It was time for the bone bird to meet its end. The anomaly king seemed to sense the danger, opening its mouth to roar and threaten Fang Yi, but he had never been one to back down from a weaker opponent. A thunderous explosion echoed as a massive lightning bolt like a great pillar erupted from the top floor of the Tianbao Grand Tower. The bloody rain began to subside. The lightning didn't stop striking straight into the blood-red clouds above. Soon the thunder and lightning faded, the blood clouds dispersed, and the rain slowly trickled to a stop. The sky over Shangxi City, gloomy for days, finally saw a ray of sunlight. The support team outside the Spirit Energy Association looked at their equipment. It's over. The Anomaly King's energy is dissipating. Everyone discussed with great emotion. Unbelievable. Just how powerful is this Spirit Walker? He's not on the same level as us in Shangxi City at all. Is this the gap between an ordinary person and a top-tier genius? I think I get it now. There's always someone stronger. Looking at the partially destroyed Tianbao Grand Tower, their conversation shifted to the previous incident in Taishi City. I heard that the S-class anomaly that invaded Taishi City was called the Hell's Sacrificial King. The calamity was sealed the moment it appeared, but the details are all in a top-secret file. Though they didn't know the specifics, they all understood that such a case was unlikely to be repeated. At that moment on the top floor, Fang Yi stood firm like a pillar of the Spirit Walker world. He calmly reminded them, "The bone bird is dead, the dark inner world has dissipated. You can contact the outside and report in." Immediately, Song Yue made the call. Hello, this is Song Yue. Reporting the current situation. The Tianbao Grand Tower incident has been resolved. All anomalies have been dealt with. Before she could finish, Fang Yi had already left. Just then, the sun peeked out, its warm light shining down on him. Song Yue watched his retreating back and replied into the radio. "That's right. Thanks to the Undertaker, we completed the mission smoothly. I hope the Shangxi City Spirit Energy Association can cooperate in expressing our gratitude to Taishi City and the Undertaker." By now, Fang Yi was some distance away, heading for the emergency exit to complete his mission. All he wanted was to go back, rest, and cultivate. So he had no idea that as he left, Song Yue was angrily shouting into her radio, "The captain of Shangxi City. You mean the one who just took office today? What's he doing here? Showing up after the mission is already over." The liaison from the Spirit Energy Association replied awkwardly, because he knew the Undertaker from Taishi City had arrived. "We also advised him not to cause trouble, but a confident Spirit Walker like him wouldn't listen." At that moment in the skies above Shangxi City, a figure shot like a rocket toward the Tianbao Grand Tower. Hearing the news, not only was Song Yue furious, but Hui Wei and Liang Rong also frowned. Song Yue yelled, "What do you people think you're doing? This mission was assigned to the military district, and it was the spiritual military zone itself that invited the Taishi City captain here. We are responsible for ensuring the Taishi City captain's safety. The Spirit Energy Association and the Shangxi City captain have unclear intentions. This is a provocation against the authority of the military zone." By now, Fang Yi had gone down the stairs completely unaware that someone was targeting him. Song Yue continued to warn the Shangxi City Spirit Energy Association. The Undertaker is a key captain jointly, recommended by the Spiritual Military Zone and the Taishi City Spirit Energy Association. Anyone who dares to provoke him will have to bear the consequences themselves. Shortly after Fang Yi walked out of the Tianbao Grand Tower, his senses were incredibly sharp. A single glance was enough to notice something was off. Besides, the person targeting him wasn't even trying to hide their aura. The opponent rushed over with a powerful presence. He stood straight, hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "That was fast. You're here already." The person spoke, "I am Yue Fang Yi Jiang, the captain of Shangxi City. You must be the Undertaker from Taishi City." Fang Yi replied nonchalantly, "So what if I am?" He silently sized him up. A wind attribute, Spirit Walker. First time meeting. This guy was arrogant but deliberately concealed a part of his spiritual power. He was at least in the spirit creation realm. Unleashing a wind blade attack, Fang Yi Jiang was met by Fang Yi's fire blade. The clash between them set off an explosion and both were forced back a step, keeping a defensive distance. Seeing how young Fang Yi was, Fang Yi Jiang smirked. He calculated that this encounter was just a kid, a perfect opportunity to establish the Yue family's authority. He put on a polite facade, first thanking the young man for helping Thung City resolve the Tianbao Grand Tower crisis. But then he questioned, "As the captain from Thai City isn't coming all the way out here, a breach of the rules. Young people should understand etiquette," Fang Yi calmly replied. "When I arrived, Thung City didn't have a captain. I came here on a commission from the military zone. So what does a new captain like you want to settle?" Fang Yi Jiang rubbed his nose and gave a disarming smile. "Don't be so tense. Young people are always so hot-headed. Our Yue family is one of rules and order. We bear no ill will and have always respected talents like yourself." As he spoke, he began to channel his wind attribute along with another dark attribute. His voice changed. "I just want to borrow your blade for a bit." So his real goal was to steal the weapon. Dual attribute spirit power swirled in his hands. Fang Yi Jiang threatened him, telling him not to even think about leaving Thung City otherwise. A strong wind kicked up, whipping Fang Yi's hair and clothes around, but his expression remained unchanged. After understanding his goal and gauging his opponent's strength, he burst out laughing. Haha, borrow it. Fang Yi had no idea this was the worst mistake of his life. He was still confident that his opponent would yield. But then Fang Yi swung his blade and his aura changed instantly. The fire blade seemed to come alive as heavenly flames erupted from it. A powerful dragon-like pressure radiated from his body, causing Fang Yi's face to pale and his smile to freeze. At this moment, Fang Yi looked like a life-reaping Asura, a true entomber. He coldly retorted, "Borrow my entire family forge, why don't you?" Without another word, Fang Yi attacked. He gripped his blade tightly and swung it upward, splitting the very ground beneath them. Flames erupted from the cracks, but Fang Yi dodged nimbly to the side. A look of interest flashed in his eyes. Not bad. This is starting to get interesting. And with that, the battle exploded. The flames spread wildly. Song Yue quickly started coordinating. The two of them are fighting. The regional signal has been cut off by the powerful aftershocks. We'll report to the military zone immediately. You guys quickly inform your superiors. Also, get the survivors out of here. Standing in the sea of fire, Fang Yi spoke calmly. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't want to lose a captain. Huidu was stunned. What? What did you say? He was about to retort when Song Yu clapped a hand over his mouth and immediately replied, Understood, right after the group split up to take action. Liu, he grumbled. That old geezer, Fang Yi. He just got promoted and he's already causing trouble. Hurry back and call for backup. Huidu was still unconvinced. I think we should teach that entomber a lesson. Our Thung City is a national third-tier city, Liu. He snapped back. Do you really think that's possible? Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi raised his hand and summoned his lightning attribute. Next up, let's see what fate has in store for you. A bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar crashed down on Fang Yi. He swung his arm, deflecting it, the clash of spirit power echoing loudly. He provoked arrogantly, Oh, big words. If you want to kill me, then you'd better use your full strength. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Yi appeared behind him. A surge of spirit power sent a chill down his spine. Fang Yi whipped around instantly, his pupils contracting. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire area as a fierce blaze erupted. Fang Yi was sent skidding across the ground, severely cracking the pavement. He broke out in a cold sweat. What was that feeling just now? Though he didn't want to admit it, he was starting to become wary. He looked at Fang Yi standing amidst the towering sea of flames, blade in hand like a life-reaping Asura, and couldn't help but think extreme Yang attribute. Its explosive power is terrifying. Strange. My body is actually feeling fear. Hearing him, Fang Yi let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. My full strength, I'm afraid you won't even last 10 minutes. For some reason. Suddenly, Fang Yi burst into laughter, his voice filled with excitement. His eyes were glued to Fang Yi's blade. He assumed all of his power came from the weapon. So it really is that blade. The new type of weapon secretly forged by the Spirit Tool Association. Fang Yi furrowed his brow but said nothing. His opponent had misunderstood, but he had no interest in explaining himself to the weak. Jealousy festered in Fang Yi. A spirit weapon that holds immense elemental power capable of slicing mountains and splitting seas once forged. I can't believe it's already completed and they gave it to a mere kid. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his hand gripping his clothes tightly. But it's fine. This trip wasn't a waste. This spirit blade will be mine. With that, Fang Yi tore off his shirt like a beast, breaking its chains and roared his threat. You brat from the spirit creation realm. Hand over that blade obediently or I'll kill you and take it myself. Not enough. Still not enough. Didn't I tell you to use your full strength? Meanwhile, inside the Thai City, Spirit Tool Association, the chairman slammed his hand on the table in fury. What? The captain of Thung City is fighting our captain from Thai City, Su Ching Huang demanded. Wasn't the entomber invited by the Spirit Military Zone to help handle the anomaly? What on earth is Thung City trying to do? The chairman said grimly, This matter isn't simple. It doesn't just involve our two local associations, it's also connected to the Spirit Military Zone. Just then, a secretary came in to report to the boss. He leaned in and whispered something, and the chairman started in surprise. What did you say? The chairman frowned. Have you contacted Thung City? What was their response? If we can stop this within 10 minutes, the situation might still be salvageable. The secretary replied, We've contacted them, but they said. He hesitated before continuing. They believe that since Thung City is a third-tier city, their captain is their pride and joy, and he won't necessarily lose. Su Ching Huang was stunned. The chairman gritted his teeth, and the leader of Thai City roared in anger. When are they looking down on us in Thai City? The chairman couldn't help but slam the table again. Fools. A bunch of absolute fools. Thung City is too short-sighted. Do they really think an S-class anomaly is that easy to seal? Su Ching Huang calmly analyzed the situation. Perhaps it's not foolishness, but overconfidence. What realm has that man reached? The secretary answered, I heard he just reached the threshold of the 3-star spirit creation realm. He comes from a prominent family. Thung City poured all its resources into cultivating him. The sky outside turned a shade of gold. In the meeting room, someone snorted coldly. So what if he's a 3-star spirit creation realm? The chairman's eyes grew cold. What about the 3-star spirit creation realm? The Entomber doesn't just possess multiple extreme attributes. His true strength far surpasses his apparent realm. Feng City has never experienced the Hell King's sacrificial ritual. They don't understand the true meaning of the name Entomber. Their captain won't just lose. Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi threw a cold punch. He didn't know that the chairman had already predicted the outcome, a conclusion that matched his own speculation: he would likely die. Wham! A punch carrying immense physical force slammed into Fang Yi Jiang's face, distorting it and making him spit blood. In the skies above Feng City, it was a completely one-sided beatdown by Fang Yi. Fang Yi Jiang was powerless to fight back. He panicked. What's happening? Why can't I use my fireblade techniques? All he could do was raise his hands to defend himself as his body racked up injuries and his spiritual energy drained away like a river. To Fang Yi Jiang, Fang Yi's attacks were relentless and insane. His moves weren't flashy, but they were completely overwhelming. He swallowed hard. Was there really a fighting style in this world that could completely shut down his swordsmanship? As he was trying to figure out how to break the stalemate, Fang Yi suddenly said, "Hey, we're here." Fang Yi Jiang was confused and glanced behind him. When he saw the building, he was shocked. It was the Spirit Aura Association building. He couldn't believe they'd ended up here after fighting for so long. Just then, Fang Yi's low voice echoed in his ear. "Out of respect for Tai City and the military, I was going to give you all one last chance." Then he launched a kick from below the tip of his boot, connecting with Fang Yi Jiang's chin, sending him flying backward. Only then did Fang Yi draw his blade. He raised it high, his Yang attribute flaring up as heavenly fire swirled around his body. But since I'm afraid some people are planning to hide and not show their faces, I'll have to make things clear. Fang Yi Jiang was sent flying toward the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association building, still confused about what was happening. In the sky, spiritual energy gathered around Fang Yi. The people below noticed the disturbance and looked up. "What's going on? Is there a fire over there?" One sharp-eyed person exclaimed in shock. "No, that's not it. Can't you guys feel the temperature rising? It's getting hot." "I see it. There are people fighting in the sky." They saw two figures hovering in the air. Fang Yi was shrouded in scorching yang energy, while Fang Yi Jiang defended himself with his wind attribute mixed with black fire. A murmur went through the crowd below. That flame looked like something they'd seen on the news from the neighboring city. "I told you, the news online was real. The recovery of spiritual energy is real." Fang Yi didn't rush to attack, seeming to be waiting. He spoke calmly. "You have 5 minutes. Didn't you want me to use my full power?" Faced with this provocation, Fang Yi Jiang gritted his teeth in anger, because the reality was he'd been completely overpowered right after making that boast. But just then, Fang Yi swung his blade down, saying coldly, "I'm only using 30% of my power and you're already in this state." Facing the powerful strike, Fang Yi Jiang was stunned. What does he mean? You're telling me this isn't his full power? Impossible. He's just a 2-star spirit creation cultivator. In his panicked thoughts, he missed his chance to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the wave of spiritual energy rushed toward him. Boom! Fang Yi Jiang's body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut crashing toward the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association building. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the Shen City Spirit Aura Association headquarters, the screens flashed red and alarms blared, signaling an emergency. The person in charge opened the monitor to check, and discovered a massive surge of energy had appeared in the country, centered on the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association building. Noting that the energy was still rising, the cultivators were horrified. "This isn't a dark attribute, and the frequency is wrong." Someone asked, "What's happening in Xiang City? We haven't received any reports of an aberration invasion." Someone else guessed it wasn't an aberration, and just then a person burst in to report, "Sir, we've received a message from the Tai City Spirit Aura Association. The person fighting is Xiang City's captain, Divine Blade. He was targeting the weapon of Tai City's captain, the Undertaker. And when he wouldn't cooperate, Divine Blade tried to kill him for it." The director and everyone else were shocked. "What?" The director immediately gave an order. "Xiang City has a death wish. Warn them to stop immediately. If they don't dismiss all the senior members of the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association." In the tense atmosphere, the main doors opened and a figure appeared. "We need to send someone there at once. This is a serious incident for the entire Spirit Aura Association." The newcomer was the headquarters cultivator Gu Yuru. She spoke up. "It would be more appropriate if I go." Back in Xiang City, a little girl stood in her house looking outside at the battle. Her eyes widened in amazement. "Mommy, look, a shooting star." From their small house, they could see a brilliant streak of light crashing straight into the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association building. A heavy impact sound echoed. The mother ran over and hugged her daughter. "Don't look, let's go." The father was hurriedly packing their bags, urging his wife and child. "We can't stay in Xiang City anymore. We have to go to Shen City right away. It might be safer there." The wife holding her child asked worriedly, "Is it really like what they say online? Is the world really changing?" As the association building exploded with a deafening roar, the little girl burst into frightened tears. "Mommy, I'm scared." The mother soothed her. It's okay, everything will be all right." The father led the way. Let's go, hurry. Just a moment before Yue Fang Yi Jiang had been sent flying by Fang Yi's fire attack, creating a streak of light like a shooting star. Despite being beaten so badly, he maintained his arrogance, even daring to shout threats. Undertaker, stop right now. If you don't, the Yue family won't let you go, and neither will the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association. Inside the Xiang City Association headquarters, seeing the streak of light getting closer, everyone panicked. How dare the Undertaker do this? To attack them all the way at their headquarters was outrageous, someone shouted. Quick, go help Captain Divine Blade. He's about to fall. Immediately after, someone issued an order to Fang Yi. Undertaker, captain of Tai City, cease your approach to the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association immediately. Hearing this, he wasn't pleased. It was clear they had no idea what they were dealing with. He coldly stared at the sheltered fools who were threatening him. Divine Blade is the captain of Xiang City. If you lay a hand on him, you are provoking the entire Xiang City Spirit Aura Association. That staff member loudly declared their position. We will absolutely not tolerate this behavior. You should prepare for the consequences. Hearing this, Fang Yi's expression grew even colder. So, this is the attitude of the Xiang City Spirit Aura Association. He raised his fire blade, his yang attribute, and heavenly fire surging. Fang Yi calmly exposed their thoughts. You look down on the captain from Tai City who came to help even though he's a captain, just like yours. You probably thought the Xiang City captain was stronger, so you didn't step in to stop him. He waved his hand and the heavenly fire transformed into a fire dragon enveloping the association building. The sudden heat made the people inside scream in panic. The staff member from before collapsed in fear and the others lost their composure. Fang Yi turned his head to look at the heavily injured Fang Yi Jiang behind him. It just seems you misjudged the situation. With your level of strength, you really thought you could steal my blade. Fang Yi Jiang gasped for breath, looking utterly pathetic. Fang Yi had confirmed the attitude of the Xiang City Association. He didn't want to drag this out any longer, so he threw his fire blade towards Fang Yi Jiang. Then let's see if you can catch it. The man laughed loudly, oblivious to the danger. Ha ha ha, you finally know your place, he laughed, rushing forward to grab it while spewing insults. The Xiang City Spirit Aura Association is so useless, letting Tai City create such a powerful weapon first. Fang Yi Jiang was mad with greed, adding a treasure like this. Only I am worthy of possessing it. Fang Yi's expression was icy. He felt nothing but contempt. He couldn't understand cultivators like this who would resort to robbery and murder for power that didn't belong to them. In the end, how were people like that any different from the aberrations? This was one of the very things causing humanity's decline, yet the Kang City Spirit Qi Association tolerated it, doing nothing to stop it. Fang Yi looked at the crazed Fang Yi Jiang with cold eyes, having already decided to eliminate him. Boom! A deafening explosion roared as a hook of fire engulfed the upper part of the building. A heat wave spread out and Fang Yi Jiang's figure was swallowed by the flames. Fang Yi said calmly, I forgot to tell you this saber is not a spirit weapon made by the association. It's a weapon I forged myself and it acknowledges only me as its master. Inside the Kang City Spirit Qi Association, flames shattered the reinforced glass. People ran for their lives, their cries for help sounding faint against the explosion. Someone realized we're screwed. I think the saber captain is dead. The upper half of the building was engulfed by skyfire and the flames are still burning. The people below asked each other in a panic, didn't they say? The Gravedigger was only at the 2-star creation realm. Yue Fang Yi Jiang was a whole realm stronger than him. The one who had just spoken was Wang Zhang, the person in charge of the Kang City Spirit Qi Association. He had been directing things from the ground floor, so he escaped the blast. But that only made him more terrified of Fang Yi's power. Wang Zhang calculated silently Yue Fang Yi Jiang was Kang City's only spirit walker to reach the 3-star creation realm. He was cultivated with a massive amount of resources. With a little more time, he could have entered the Diamond Realm. With his talent and status, he was strong enough to be among the top captains. But he was no match for the Gravedigger at all. The Gravedigger. He's already surpassed the level of a captain. As he thought this, Fang Yi landed in front of Wang Zhang, causing him and his 2 bodyguards to back away. Seeing him holding the flaming saber, his coat billowing in the wind, his face cold and emotionless, a terrifying thought emerged. This man could destroy the entire city. Wang Zhang fell to the ground in fear. His bodyguards trembled. What do we do now? He wouldn't actually wipe out the entire association, would he? The other bodyguard quickly begged for mercy. Captain of Tai City, please have mercy. This was our fault. Just then, the sound of a helicopter appeared in the sky above the smoldering wreckage. The pilot reported extreme Yang attribute energy detected ahead. The flames are weakening. Wu-Ru, standing at the helicopter's open door, was a bit surprised by the report. Weakening. It seems we were too late, but she wasn't worried. On the contrary, she assessed that his power was immense enough to destroy all of Kang City. Wu-Ru raised her hand, summoning her water attribute power, and with a wave, she created a cool, refreshing rain. She looked down at Kang City and murmured, this is the level of a nation-class spirit walker. The rain fell, cooling the heat and extinguishing the remaining flames. Her making that comment means she believes he was holding back. The helicopter circled a few times as the fire gradually died out. Below, Wang Zong was overjoyed. Headquarters is here. The helicopter descended the wind from its rotors, whipping Fang Yi's coat. He looked up, his expression unreadable. He observed the girl in the white dress, assessing her. A water attribute spirit walker. Her spiritual power is pure. Stronger than Yue Fang Yi Jiang. Among everyone I've met, she's definitely top tier. At the same time, Wu Ru was also assessing him. High-level fire attribute, Yang attribute, a domineering skyfire, and a power that I can't see through. Looking at the ruined building, she thought with awe. No wonder he's known for being able to wipe out a city by himself. If he hadn't held back, my water might not have been enough to put out his fire. Suddenly, she noticed the saber in his hand, a spirit weapon. Its purity and integration are incredibly high. With Tai City's current research level, they couldn't have achieved this. She concluded it can only be something he forged himself. Seeing someone from headquarters arrive, Fang Yi withdrew his saber, showing he had no intention of continuing the fight. When Wang Zong saw this, he thought he had backup and shouted, "Did you have to be so ruthless? Gravedigger headquarters is here now. How are you going to explain yourself?" Fang Yi glanced at him and said coldly, "I gave you 10 minutes, but you had no intention of explaining." He stepped closer. "Which means you all believe your captain deserved to die." His words left Wang Zong speechless. He took another step forward, his aura flaring as his Yang attribute energy formed a demonic face behind him. He said in a frigid tone, "The next time you talk to me like that, I'll take your life." Wang Zhong's face went pale with fear. Just then, Wu Ru landed behind Fang Yi and spoke up, "Captain of Tai City." He turned to look at her, but said nothing. Wang Zhong was overjoyed again, thinking headquarters was about to deal with Fang Yi. Wu Ru introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Gu Yuru." Wang Zong was smug inside, thinking that headquarters would teach Fang Yi a lesson. But contrary to his expectations, Wu Ru walked up to Fang Yi and bowed 90 degrees. "On behalf of headquarters, I apologize. This incident was the fault of our Spirit Key Association. I am truly sorry. We will give you a proper explanation." This act left Wang Zhong utterly stunned. Fang Yi simply nodded. This was the outcome he had anticipated. As for Wang Zong, he was completely frozen, unable to stop himself from blurting out what Wang Zong couldn't believe it. He trembled as he stared at the scene before him, an invisible panic engulfing his mind. What a high Shuan rank spirit walker is apologizing to him. Wu Ru remained in her respectful bows, secretly calculating. This negotiation was a clear indication of headquarters' stance towards the gravedigger. We have to win him over, make concessions, and offer rewards. We absolutely cannot allow any more conflict to arise. As for the Shangxi Spirit Qi Association, meanwhile, seeing Wang Zhong trembling, the two people beside him were also on edge. The first one spoke up. "Is this how it ends? No matter what, the Shangxi captain was burned to death. Isn't that considered internal strife?" The other one frowned worriedly. "Not only is the representative from headquarters not holding us accountable, she even said she'd give him an explanation." Wu Nu heard every word. Her gaze shifted to Fang Yi, who was standing coldly in place as if waiting for a reaction from the Spirit Qi Association's headquarters. She sighed internally. Whether he was dissatisfied or not didn't matter. The key issue was that the Divine Blade captain from Shangxi had actively sought to harm him, threatening the life of an undertaker with an arrogant attitude that looked down on everyone. He even repaid kindness with malice despite the support from Taishi and the Spirit Military Zone. After bowing an apology to Fang Yi, Wu Nu straightened up and turned towards Wang Zhong's group, a wave of anger rising within her. Why didn't this group of people think to intervene back then to quell the conflict and handle the aftermath? What a bunch of fools, she asked coldly. Who is in charge of the Shangxi Spirit Qi Association? Wang Zhong tremblingly raised his hand. I am. Wu Nu ordered, "You have 3 days to stabilize the people of Shangxi and manage public opinion with a suitable explanation." Seeing that she wasn't pursuing the matter immediately, Wang Zhong quickly put on an ingratiating smile and replied, "Yes, we understand." But right after that, she stated bluntly, 3 days from now, all of you will be dismissed from your posts. Headquarters will send someone to take over Shangxi. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Wang Zhong and the two beside him stunned. Wu Nu calmly reminded them, "Remember this clearly, if you fail to do anything in these 3 days, you will bear the consequences yourselves." Behind her, Fang Yi was slightly surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected the Spirit Key Association's headquarters to decide to fire the entire current staff of the Shangxi branch. Such a decisive action was truly unexpected. Wu Nu secretly made up her mind. This time, headquarters had to make its position crystal clear and serve as a warning to everyone. Anyone who dared to provoke an undertaker again would end up like the Shangxi Spirit Qi Association and Yue Fang Yi Jiang. She turned her head and asked Fang Yi, "Undertaker, I hope you find this arrangement satisfactory. Rest assured the Spirit Qi Association headquarters will not let something like this happen again." She affirmed that anyone who provoked him was provoking the entire Spirit Qi Association headquarters. Fang Yi remained expressionless and simply said, "I don't care how you deal with them. I just want to know how you plan to control public opinion." Wu Nu understood his point, nodding as she organized her thoughts. Are you thinking that now that news of the spirit chi recovery has spread among the people of Taishi and Shangxi, it's hard to cover up? She slowly explained. Right now, supernatural phenomena are appearing all over the world. The trouble caused by the aberrations is also increasing. In reality, many people have already figured out most of it. The only reason it hasn't been announced is because the time isn't right yet. It's just that, if we make it public now, the world situation will change instantly. Chaos will start from within and quickly shatter the fragile screen of normalcy we've just begun to erect. If Taishi hadn't had someone like you at that time, the era of spirit chi recovery in Xia country might have officially begun on the very day Taishi was destroyed by the Aberration King. Or if it weren't for Elder Wu of the Spirit Military Zone, we might have done it sooner faster. And then ordinary people completely unprepared would be thrust into the era of spirit chi recovery. It finally dawned on him. So that was how it was. It was better to have a small group of people in chaos than for everyone to descend into chaos at once. If they wanted to maintain the illusion of equality and a peaceful, prosperous life for everyone after the spirit chi recovery, it was necessary for the vanguards to rise above the millions of ordinary people to face the danger head on. No wonder so many vanguards were eager to act recklessly, wanting to create even greater chaos. Xia country had suppressed public opinion so forcefully. It could be said that this restrained the vanguards from starting conflicts, limited the spread of information about aberrations, and allowed ordinary people to transition into the era of spirit chi recovery. However, without the cooperation of powerful vanguards, it would be impossible. He spoke up. It seems the time has truly come, a moment that cannot be refused. After speaking, Fang Yi fell into deep thought. Although his current level was the spirit creation realm, and he had resolved a disaster buying Taishi a chance to catch its breath, it was far from enough. Wu Nu said politely, "You must have things to attend to. We will arrange a private jet to take you back to Taishi, but I'd like to trouble you for just a moment longer. The following is a personal request of mine and does not represent the Spirit Association's headquarters." She genuinely admired him. So young, yet not only did he possess the power to slaughter an entire city, but he also had the character to shoulder such immense responsibilities. For Taishi to have such a talent was truly enviable. "I'm just so curious." Fang Yi began to speak. "The sea sage doesn't need to be so formal." She extended a hand towards Fang Yi. She asked gently, "In my capacity as Gu Wenhu, not as the sea sage, would it be possible for us to be friends?" The scene changes to the Spirit Military Zone, where Wang Liang is reporting to Ji Lan. He concludes, and that's the summary of the entire incident. She slammed her hand on the table and shot to her feet, her expression furious. Utterly absurd. How could the Shangxi Spirit Association be so incredibly foolish? If this continues, the strategic positions in Shangxi will be lost one by one. The Spirit Association's headquarters needs to take over as soon as possible, otherwise Shangxi in the harsh future of spirit chi recovery will fail completely and be wiped off the map. Wang Liang analyzed the situation. An incompetent general dooms his entire army. The Spirit Association's headquarters is probably still reliable, especially the Sea Sage. She might even be trying to poach him from under your nose. So shouldn't we also make some kind of statement? She replied, "Of course. The compensation for the Undertaker must be substantial, at the very least, no less than what the Spirit Association's headquarters is offering. Also, the original reward offered by the Shangxi Association will be doubled for him." Wang Liang remarked with a sigh. "I have to say this. Undertaker's strength and personality. Even I admire him. Decisive in his actions, knows when to be firm and when to be flexible. These are essential qualities for a city leader." He put down a file for the top secret restricted zone. "I feel this reward is more suitable for him." Ji Lan teased him a bit. "If I didn't know that you genuinely admire him, I would have thought you were doing this just to make things difficult for him." Wang Liang explained, "Risk and opportunity coexist, and only he is worthy of cultivating here. What's more, our war zone also has a genius who is in seclusion inside. In the future, things more terrifying than the Hell's Sacrificial King will continue to appear. Each one of them will shatter humanity's existing beliefs. Only by helping the Gravedigger advance quickly can he mature in the darkness of the future and reach places at the ends of the earth that we cannot see." She opened a top-secret file. "You're right. Perhaps our forbidden training grounds are just too simple for him." Outside, a subordinate hurriedly opened the door, calling out, "Miss G, Miss G." The news he brought surprised them both. "Elder Wu is awake and wants to speak with you." A few hours later, the scene shifts to Tai City at the villa where Fang Yi is staying. He's sitting on the sofa, his eyes glued to the news on his phone. The screen displays a notification. "Your bank account has received 10 million yuan. Wang Liang Yu walked in, calling out, "Cousin, you're finally back. I saw it on the forums." He patted her head reassuringly. "It's nothing serious. Don't worry too much." She continued, "You're not worried. The Vanguard forums are all saying you took down the captain of the Divine Blade from Shang City. That's a huge exaggeration." Fang Yi gently flicked Wang Liang Yi on the forehead, chiding her. "Besides cultivation information, you should spend less time on the forums. Did you forget your promise to improve yourself as soon as possible?" Then he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and walked away. "All right, I need to go cultivate for a breakthrough." She was surprised. Didn't you just have a breakthrough not long ago? Are you about to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? His tone was a bit vague. Still not sure. He left Wang Liangyi behind, feeling strangely bewildered. Why do I feel like my cousin has something on his mind? As soon as Fang Yi entered his room, he sat down to cultivate. A sphere of energy enveloped him, causing him to float above the bed. Fang Yi thought to himself, just a little more. This is the purest dark attribute from this bone bird. I'll fuse it into the infinite dark realm to maximize the use of its medicinal energy. From within the golden energy, the shadow of an imperial dragon appeared. The system displayed a notification. Do you want to inlay the dark attribute into the infinite dark realm? He immediately selected yes. A notification appeared. After fusing with the dark attribute, the infinite dark realm has been upgraded. After an enemy is pulled into the infinite dark realm, the bone aberration and other aberrations within the realm will fight for you, doubling the effectiveness of weakening the enemy. The entire room was plunged into a gloomy atmosphere illuminated only by the light radiating from the energy sphere around him. Fang Yi was inwardly surprised. They'll fight on their own. Doesn't that make me like a monarch commanding these aberrations to work for me? The sphere containing him hovered in mid-air as countless streams of golden energy shot out from it. They pierced straight through fiercely screaming souls. His new form was transforming. A system notification popped up. Checking. You met the requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? Amidst the mountains and forests, a 4-armed figure glowing with brilliant golden light appeared like a descending deity. The spiritual energy fluctuated violently and a thunderous roar echoed. A few nearby hikers saw it and exclaimed in terror, "Oh my god, look, what is that thing? Is it a 4D effect?" A man holding a camera looked up and followed the sight. What's happening? Could it be that an immortal has descended to the mortal world? Is it the same immortal who saved us by destroying those 7 beasts last time? Fang Yi had no idea his breakthrough was causing such a commotion. At this moment, 2 opposing forces existed in his room, one gold and one black. Inside the infinite dark realm, the young man's figure stood amidst countless giant aberrations. He wasn't the least bit intimidated because they were all his servants. The subjugated aberrations were like subjects bowing before their monarch, continuously strengthening Fang Yi's infinite dark realm. He sat firmly on his throne within the infinite dark realm with all the aberrations below kneeling in submission. At the same time, the system announced that the infinite dark realm's upgrade was complete and had gained a new ability. New ability Aberration Combat. After pulling a target into the infinite dark realm, you can summon previously destroyed aberrations to attack. Note, the stronger the opponent, the greater the spiritual power consumption, and the shorter the duration. Fang Yi held the sphere containing the bone bird in his hand and said nonchalantly, "Looks like our infinite dark realm has a new member." He released the bone bird inside, looked at the aberrations below, and instructed, "Your power is very pure and will be beneficial to my growth. From now on, do a good job here and I will not treat you poorly." The aberrations bowed their heads in submission. Fang Yi fell into deep thought, calculating. In order to make the most of the infinite dark realm's new ability, I need to continue increasing my spiritual power reserves. Outside, a thunderous explosion rocked the entire area. A pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky from behind the mountain. Fang Yi had finally broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. He didn't stop immediately, but instead sensed the spiritual energy circulating within his body. It was clear that the abilities and techniques he had absorbed had fused even deeper, and his power had become more refined. He opened his eyes and commented with satisfaction. Thanks to the upgrade of the infinite dark realm, using the dark attribute no longer feels sluggish like before. Fang Yi stepped off the bed. The spiritual energy still lingered around him. He summoned a small flame in his hand. Everything else will have to be tested in actual combat. At the same time, in the spiritual war zone, Jilan stood in Elder Wu's room and exclaimed, "So fast, he's broken through again." Elder Wu was awake, his spirits much better than before. He asked, "How long has it been since he picked the 7 decay flower to save my life?" Ji Lam replied respectfully, "Half a month." She couldn't help but be amazed. In just over 10 short days, Fang Yi had accomplished so many unbelievable things. For any other pioneer, those would be the achievements of a lifetime. Elder Wu remarked. He had just entered the spirit creation realm and he was already suppressing the dark tide. He picked the 7 decay flower, not only saving me, but also countless pioneers in Xia country. This ability to suppress the darkness is something that even you and I don't possess. He looked out the window with admiration. He successively eliminated the aberration kings of 2 cities, dealt with the disasters, and rose 2 stars in rank all in just over 10 days. I really want to meet this genius. At the Tai City Key Association, Su Qinghuang looked at the screen with joy. That's the direction of Fang Yi's new house. He's breaking through again. A nearby staff member was shocked. The energy fluctuation caused by the Gravedigger is even greater than when the Aberration King appeared. The manager gave an order. Immediately activate the protection protocol. Ensure the Gravedigger's advancement is not disturbed. Initiate Level 1 Public Relations Protocol. Su Qingwang held her phone reading the news. After the catastrophic event with the Hell Sacrifice King, the Gravedigger had established a great reputation among the pioneers. Even ordinary people were gradually beginning to accept these strange phenomena. They recognized Fang Yi's spiritual power and felt a sense of security because of it. She smiled as she read the comments on the forum. As for those condescending people from Shang City, let me educate you all on the Gravedigger's power. Someone doubted that Tai City's problem was solved by one person. The Great Master immediately took care of the Tianbao building. I heard the robber was nearly as strong as an anomaly in Tai City, yet the captain from Shang City couldn't even fight back. He was beaten from start to finish. I have no idea where you got the guts to provoke him. The Great Master only needed to say a few words to turn him into a dog to please Su Qinghuang. That's a sufficient warning so no one else will dare to cause trouble. At the same time, in a small office in Shang City, a red-haired girl sat in front of a computer. Chu Qingli bit her finger, a worried expression on her face. I can't believe cultivation is this hard. After awakening, there's still no sign of me reaching the 2-star Ghost Mansion realm. What on earth is the problem? The Undertaker's name flashed through her mind. Looking at the news on the screen, she grew frustrated. These pioneers are completely useless. They can't dig up any information and they don't answer when I ask. Chu Qingli snorted coldly. I'm afraid it's impossible to contact the Undertaker. She felt unwilling. It would be great if I could meet him in person. Those people look down on me just because I've only just entered the Ghost Mansion realm. She refused to believe they'd still have that attitude if they met her face to face. It's just that after the spirit energy restoration, her resources and trump cards still weren't enough. Chu Qingli considered her options. According to online information, Shang City had offended the Undertaker. She couldn't stay here to develop and had to return to Tai City quickly. With that thought, she shut down the computer, packed her things, and put her tablet in her bag. She made a silent vow. Whether now or in the future, when spirit energy is fully restored, Chu Qingli must seize the opportunity. Back at Fang Yi's villa, after the anomaly from his breakthrough, the sky had cleared up again. Wang Liangyi walked over and asked, "Have you finished your breakthrough?" She had prepared a nourishing meal and asked with concern, "Are there any changes to your body?" Fang Yi replied while eating, "Yeah, it's all right. Other than my spiritual power flowing more smoothly and its effectiveness doubling, there haven't been any major changes." He speculated that there probably wouldn't be any significant changes until he reached the Diamond Realm. Yi showed him a text message on her phone. Sister Ji Lan is asking if I want to go to Tianhai Wang Liang. Apparently, a new anomaly has appeared there. Fang Yi wiped his mouth and nodded. Yeah. He showed her his phone and said with a smile, "I got an invitation too. The Spirit War Zone probably wants to make up for what happened in Kang City. If you were invited too, let's go together." Yi happily agreed. Tianhai Wang Liang is a forest under the jurisdiction of the Spirit War Zone, and it's strictly sealed off. It used to be just an ordinary forest, but in recent years it has flourished and its creatures have evolved. The spiritual energy there is dense, making it both an ideal place for cultivation and a place of unusual hidden dangers. The two set off immediately. The person greeting them welcomed them cheerfully. "We meet again, Captain of Kang City." It was Song Yue. She smiled and asked, "I wonder if the Great Master still remembers me." Fang Yi nodded. "Yeah, why are you here?" Song Yue said proudly, "I'm in charge of guarding the Forbidden Zone. Officer Ji Lan assigned me to receive you and your cousin and to brief you on the situation." She explained that just before they arrived, a difficult anomaly appeared in Tianhai Wang Liang. A mutated flame spontaneously ignited in the forest. It's not a dark flame, but it has a very grim aura and can't be extinguished or suppressed. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Another new mutated flame," Song Yue nodded. "That's right. Since your cousin is here, I'll go with you." Fang Yi shook his head. "That's not necessary." "Yi, what do you think?" She replied, "I don't think it's necessary either. Thank you." Song Yue didn't insist. "All right, then you two be careful. I'll wait here." She looked at Yi, thinking to herself that, although the girl looked fragile, she had a resolute aura, powerful spiritual energy, and even greater talent than her own. She stood guard watching the cousins leave, feeling a sense of admiration, wondering what they ate to have such outstanding talent. After walking for a while, Fang Yi and Yi arrived at the site of the anomaly. It was easy to spot because of the fierce flames radiating intense heat. In the middle of the sea of fire was a cave. Fang Yi stopped. "Is this the place?" He reached out his hand to feel the air and frowned. "The aura of death is too strong. It's no less than the dark tide," Yi added, "and since this fire can't be extinguished, it's spreading." To be safe, Fang Yi activated his golden sun body protection and signaled for Yi to step back, which she obediently did. He sent out his spiritual power to investigate. The flames were immediately drawn to it, eager to rush forward and attack. Fang Yi assessed the situation. This flame is stronger than a normal fire attribute, and it seems to hunt and absorb spiritual power. But no matter how special it is, it's still fire. He used his Yang attribute to counter it. In the face of supreme Yang power, these flames were insignificant. After investigating, he created a protective barrier for Yi. His intuition told him the source was up ahead. "Yi, your attribute is wood, so you're at a disadvantage here. Be careful." She nodded in response. Once she was ready, Fang Yi summoned his fire blade, his expression cold. With a loud crash, he slashed down, parting the dark flames and clearing a path into the deep, dark cave. Yi followed closely as Fang Yi created a flame to light the way. She shivered. The death energy is even heavier in here. Above them, molten lava dripped down. Yi asked, "What is that?" Fang Yi replied, "Lava. System notification. A worldly phenomenon has been detected. Preliminary identification confirms fluctuations of the tomb fire attribute. The system is now collecting data and beginning analysis." Fang Yi reached down and touched the stream of boiling lava at his feet. The moment he scooped some of it into his palm, the system immediately announced, "You have obtained the tomb fire attribute technique Tomb God Domain. It has the ability to absorb surrounding elemental energy and use that energy to enhance the Yang attribute." Having acquired a new ability, Fang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately tested it. His golden sun body protection enveloped his entire body, and the tomb fire surged toward him like a great wave. He murmured, "Its nature is similar to the desolate attribute, but it's part of the fire system. It's highly targeted, specializing in enhancing the Yang attribute. Furthermore, this thing contains its own unique ability." The system continued to announce new ability acquired Death Mark. Warning, this ability possesses a special attribute. Proceed with caution when implanting. Seeing this, Fang Yi grew suspicious. What's this all about? He continued reading the system information. Possesses the ability of infinite death. After being killed by another, a death mark will be left on the opponent's body, the effect of which is to make the opponent lose their sense of pain and fear of death, forcing them to experience death an infinite number of times. Death mark. Accompanying effect, Netherworld flame. The flames of the Netherworld will converge from all directions, endlessly burning the marked individual, causing death by collapse. It is extremely corrosive. As its name suggests, one will face the erosion and curse of death, with their body's structure continuously collapsing. Hellish nightmare. The gates of hell open and evil spirits line up to escort them to their grave. Upon receiving this bizarre ability, Fang Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Infinite death, huh? This ability is indeed extremely powerful, but it's not suitable for me right now. The price to pay is too great. Death. This side effect is not something I want. He immediately made his choice. System retain the death mark ability. Do not learn or implant it for now. Outside, a series of loud explosions echoed as the surrounding lava was gradually absorbed by Fang Yi, leaving Yi standing on a cliff, wide-eyed in astonishment. She was overjoyed for him. She never expected her cousin to be able to directly subdue this hell-like flame. Doesn't that mean he now possesses yet another elemental ability? The crimson protective layer gradually faded and Fang Yi stepped out. Yi was still lost in awe. Just how many attributes has he mastered by now? It's truly unbelievable. Noticing his cousin was a bit dazed, he reminded her, "Don't lose focus. There's something else in here." Hearing this, Yi immediately snapped back to her senses, and sure enough, she noticed something unusual. Behind them, a four-legged winged dragon-like creature clung to the cliff wall, its blood-red eyes staring intently at the two people below. Yi was startled. "Is that a dragon?" Fang Yi landed beside her, seeing through its true nature. "No, it's just a mutated lizard." Facing this evolved creature, he paid it no mind. At most, it was just a giant four-legged insect. He chuckled softly and deployed the Tomb Fire domain at his feet. "Perfect. I'll use you to test my new Tomb Fire domain." The lizard opened its mouth wide and spat out a stream of dark fire, identical to the lava Fang Yi had just absorbed. He leaped up to meet the challenge. Fang Yi swung his blade down, his Yang attribute materializing as a crescent moon that shot forward. It blocked the opponent's attack. The shockwave from the clash between the two was incredibly intense. The cave ceiling couldn't withstand it and began to crack. Boom! A loud explosion roared as the cave ceiling completely collapsed and a flash of light emanated from within. This was no ordinary explosion. The commotion was so great that even Song Yue, standing far away, saw the mountain being torn apart. She immediately gave an order. "Something's happened inside. Call for backup now." The young man immediately acknowledged. In just a moment, the news reached the spirit battle zone. Monitoring alerts detected a new mutant life form in Tianhai Wanglian. The spirit energy concentration had increased by 1000%, danger level S anomaly level, currently unidentifiable. Jilan frowned. This isn't good. Why is it such a coincidence? The spirit energy here has been stable for a long time, and it happened right when the Undertaker went in to cultivate, Elder Wu said in a low voice. "Although I trust in his strength, we should still go and take a look." Jilan replied, "Yes, sir." The two of them immediately set off their speed like a flash of lightning. In the forest, Song Yue and the young man were running towards the explosion when they saw two streaks of light cross the sky. Song Yue looked up in amazement. The young man laughed loudly. "It's Elder Wu and Officer Jilan. Elder Wu is back," Song Yue immediately urged. "Let's hurry up too." Just as he finished speaking, with a loud crash, a golden light fell to the ground, the aftershock cracking the earth. The person who appeared was none other than Wu Lidong. When the dust settled, he stood there full of vitality in his special armor. Song Yue was astonished by this power. Is this speed the mark of the Diamond Realm? If the Undertaker was the type of expert who created anomalies with every explosive move, then Elder Wu was a profound and restrained existence able to intimidate everyone without any need for ostentation. He had pinpointed the location and arrived in just a few seconds. His teleportation ability had reached the peak of mastery. Then Ji Lan also landed, followed by Song Yue and the soldiers. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Elder Wu looked at the pile of rocks in front of them. For an ordinary person, clearing this pile of rocks would be a difficult task, but for Elder Wu, he raised his hand and channeled his spirit energy. With a single wave, he shattered all the obstacles. The cave entrance was revealed. Elder Wu led the way. Let's go in. Inside the cave, the chaotic aftermath of the battle still lingered. Even though Wang Liangyi hadn't participated in the fight, she was still shaken and stumbled, luckily protected by the Golden Sun shield. She called out worriedly, "Fang Yi, are you okay?" After the overwhelming battle, the lizard god had been annihilated. Fang Yi stepped out from the smoke. "I'm fine." He sensed a fluctuation in spirit energy and glanced behind him. "It seems someone is looking for us." A sound echoed as a figure dashed forward at extreme speed. In a flash, Elder Wu appeared in front of Fang Yi. He calmly looked at the man and seeing no hostile intent, he stood still and observed. Seeing his calm demeanor, Elder Wu asked, "You're the one who saved my life. The Undertaker, is that right?" At that moment, Ji Lan and Song Yue also ran over. Ji Lan called out Elder Wu. He noticed the lizard god's corpse nearby and was shocked. "Undertaker, did you really grow this strong all on your own?" Elder Wu analyzed the scene. This lizard was on the verge of completing its evolution. Once it became a dragon, it would have reached the Diamond Realm. But based on its wounds, a clean and decisive use of spirit energy, you killed it with a single slash. As he said this, he suddenly paused. "I can sense a grave fire aura on you similar to the demi-dragons, but much purer. Could the warning just now be?" Ji Lan stepped forward in disbelief. "You already took care of it and killed it directly." She thought to herself, if this demi-dragon had fully evolved, the consequences would have been unimaginable if the Undertaker hadn't been here. By now, Fang Yi had realized who they were. He smiled. "It really is you, Elder Wu. There's no need to be so formal. It's a joyous occasion that you've recovered, senior." He laughed heartily. "Likewise, with a junior like you, I can finally rest easy." He then asked, "Since you killed it, can you help us keep this a secret? Don't let anyone outside Tianhai Wangliang know, not even the Spirit Energy Association." Fang Yi's mind raced. On the surface, Tianhai Wangliang is a cultivation area managed by the Battle Zone, but in reality, it's a place where spirit energy fluctuates violently. It wouldn't be strange for anything to appear here. It's even more dangerous than the anomalies in the extreme dark zone. The Spirit Battle Zone is shouldering a huge responsibility and doesn't want to add more pressure on the association. Understanding this, he nodded. "No problem." Another guess formed in his mind. Grave Fire has a devouring characteristic similar to the Taudi. That lizard also evolved into a demi-dragon by absorbing energy. Could it be that a Taudi once existed in Tianhai Wangliang? If such a beast appeared, it would be a catastrophe, right? No wonder this place is so heavily guarded. Noticing the change in his eyes, Elder Wu smiled and extended his hand. "It seems you understand. Thank you." Fang Yi shook his hand and replied, "It's what I should do. No one wants a high-level anomaly to appear. Before there are any signs of one, there's no need to create more pressure for everyone." With the matter concluded, everyone left the cave. As soon as they were outside, a faint aura spread through the air. Fang Yi, being perceptive, noticed it first. He said, This aura is." Wang Liangyi took a deep breath, looking happy. "It feels very pleasant." Ji Lan also sensed it. She was shocked. "This spirit energy," she exclaimed, "has that person broken through to the Diamond Realm?" At that very moment, a handsome long-haired figure appeared in the middle of the forest, his demeanor like that of an immortal descending to the mortal world. The young man gently stepped onto floating bamboo leaves, using them to descend step by step as if he were walking on a solid invisible staircase. That person was a member of the Spirit Battle Zone named Bai Su, a pioneer with the wood attribute. An officer holding a data slate shouted with joy, "Isn't this Bai Su's aura? Has he successfully reached the Diamond Realm?" Song Yue was also excited. "This is great. The Spirit Battle Zone finally has another venerable master who has reached the Diamond Realm." Amidst the joyful atmosphere, Fang Yi remained unfazed. He had subtly noticed something unusual. Something's not right. His spirit energy is actually... Bai Su landed on the ground and announced confidently, "Elder Wu Ji Lan, I have come out of seclusion." Immediately after, his gaze landed on an unfamiliar face in the area. He asked, "And who is this?" Elder Wu smiled and introduced him. "Let me introduce you. This is the wood attribute adept of our spirit war zone, Bai Su, our ace who has been in secluded training to break through to the Diamond Realm." Bai Su politely greeted him. "Hello, I'm Bai Su. But to be clear, I'm currently only at the half-step Diamond Realm. I haven't truly completed the breakthrough." Fang Yi smiled back. "Hello, I'm the funeral director." He wasn't bad, Fang Yi thought silently, assessing the captain from Tai City. The man's spiritual form was operating smoothly, with spirit energy flowing throughout his body. Unlike the oppressive aura of many other adepts, his felt refreshing. He had indeed touched the threshold of the Diamond Realm, not too far from his own current level, which just showed how difficult the Diamond Realm was to cross. When Bai Su heard his title, he was stunned. The funeral director, captain of Tai City, Elder Wu slowly explained. This captain was invited here by Ji Lan. He not only saved me, but also handled a calamity-level disaster in Tai City. He'll be an important partner to the war zone from now on, so you should be respectful. Bai Su nodded. So much happened while I was in seclusion. Elder Wu turned to Fang Yi. Bai Su awakened very early. His talent and resources are among the top tier in the Xia Kingdom. His breakthrough speed in the spirit creation realm was nearly as fast as yours. After that, he has always been training in the Heavenly Sea King's tomb, so he's unaware of the situation outside. He continued, with the recovery of spirit energy, humanity's path of cultivation has always been one of defying the heavens. Therefore, our speed of absorbing spirit energy is the slowest among all living things. Initially, we were classified into 5 levels based on the mutations of plants and animals. To this day, the pinnacle of humanity only consists of 5 people who have reached the 3-star Diamond Realm. Elder Wu looked at Fang Yi. Of course, that doesn't rule out the possibility of undiscovered individuals like you, but they are extremely rare, and most find it difficult to progress further. He continued, as time goes on, the spirit energy becomes denser, making cultivation easier, but the Diamond Realm remains a difficult hurdle. Many fail, and some even lose their lives. He channeled power into his arm, then retracted it. After reaching the Diamond Realm, a person undergoes a complete transformation, like shedding their mortal coil and approaching a transcendent state. The flow of spirit energy becomes even smoother. He nodded in satisfaction. Bai Su has reached the half-step Diamond Realm. His spiritual power is stable and not volatile, even gentle. This is very good. I am very relieved. You flatter me. Bai Su humbly looked at Fang Yi. I can see the funeral director is also very strong. Seeing his smile, Fang Yi didn't react. His expression remained indifferent. Bai Su continued, revealing his true purpose. Before my breakthrough, I sensed the fluctuation of your spiritual power. It was thanks to that I was able to take a half-step into the Diamond Realm. For that reason, I would like to have a match with you if I may. Hearing this, Fang Yi let out a faint smile. A fighting spirit began to brew between them. He noted that while Bai Su appeared humble on the surface, his will to fight was incredibly strong. To some extent, the two were quite similar, almost cut from the same cloth. It was rare to meet an opponent on the same level. Fang Yi didn't refuse and instead laughed out loud. Haha, all right then. Elder Wu stepped forward and said, in that case, I will act as the referee. This is just a spar, so no going overboard. The medical staff saw Yue and the soldiers immediately stepped back to give them space. At this level of power, every battle was a rare sight. Both combatants were serious, their eyes gleaming. With a loud bang, the two rushed at each other, the aftershock spreading throughout the forest. Song Yue was shocked. Bai Su had just come out of seclusion and was already fighting the captain from Tai City. A clash between two geniuses. This was exciting. Ji Lan, however, observed calmly. Elder Wu was also pondering. On one side, the rising genius of Tai City. On the other, the representative of the Spirit War Zone. Who would have the upper hand? From the very start, Bai Su revealed the strength of his wood attribute. He manipulated his spirit energy, affecting the surrounding vegetation. Like a myriad forest, manifesting the trees and plants exploded with growth rushing toward Fang Yi. He dealt with it cautiously. Wood system adepts had a high affinity with nature, able to control plants and accelerate their growth. He placed a hand on the ground, counterattacking with lightning. Bai Su's spiritual power was at a high level, allowing him to forcibly create an army of plants. Faced with a relentless assault, Fang Yi nimbly dodged, breaking through the vines, thinking to himself that in a fight, his opponent could suddenly manipulate any plant for a fatal attack. The moment he thought it, a vine snuck up on him from behind. The entire forest was his domain. Seeing that lightning wasn't effective, he switched to fire, but plants were excellent conductors for flames. Heavenly fire erupted quickly, incinerating the vines, but they regenerated almost instantly. This astonished Fang Yi. You noticed the difference, didn't you? The plants he controls can't be burned. Bai Su nodded. That's right. Wood is normally at a disadvantage against fire, he said, patting a vine, but my plants are no longer countered by it. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes. He needed to reevaluate his opponent. Green vines wrapped around him quickly, forming a sealed cage that trapped him inside. Bai Su stood outside and asked, how's this move? He was confident. If you were a real enemy, what you'd be facing would be much more than just this cage. Fang Yi silently praised him. So this is the power of the half-step Diamond Realm. He activated his golden sun aura and touched a vine. A toxin spread up his hand. The wood spirit energy was incredibly pure. Bai Su warned him, it's best not to touch it for long. This plant is poisonous on its own, and my power makes the toxin even stronger. Even a 3-star spirit creation realm adept like you would have a hard time. Fang Yi chuckled as his yang attribute flared up. Is that so? That just makes me want to try it more. Boom! A golden light exploded, engulfing the vine cage. Feeling the terrifying temperature, Bai Su was stunned. The flames soared high, incinerating all the plants. He couldn't believe it. How was this possible? The very thing he was proud of was broken so easily. The shock was staggering. Before him was a spreading forest fire. He still couldn't believe his spirit energy-protected plants had been burned away. Baisu gritted his teeth. What in the world is this flame? While he was distracted, Fang Yi appeared behind him. He swung his blade. You left an opening. The blade slashed down, but Baisu managed to dodge. Feeling the pressure, he broke into a cold sweat, his mind in turmoil. His opponent was clearly only at the 3-star spirit creation realm, but his actual strength was no less than his own. He retreated to create some distance. Now the battlefield was nothing but a ring of fire and charred trees. Baisu looked around. You anticipated that I would channel my spirit energy into the forest and predicted my line of retreat. He asked, did you burn this forest on purpose? Fang Yi replied, that's right. You're very strong, so I had to be more calculating and cut off your advantage. He continued, otherwise, the more prepared you became, the harder it would have been for me to deal with you. A sense of defeat welled up inside him. Baisu gritted his teeth. He considered himself a rare genius of the war zone. Training in the heavenly sea was his greatest asset, yet he still couldn't gain the upper hand. He refused to accept it. A thought flashed through his mind. No. I'm at the half-step diamond realm, I can't lose. He laughed loudly, then try and take this. He sat down, pouring all of his spirit energy into the ground, forcibly creating plants from the barren earth. This action surprised even Fang Yi. Ji-Lan and Elder Wu immediately tried to stop him. Baisu, are you trying to get yourself killed? Recreating the entire Sky-Sea forest will completely drain your spirit energy. A series of booming sounds echoed as a lush green forest suddenly grew explosively. Baisu frantically burned through his spirit energy, creating a domain that was entirely his own. Outside the domain, Elder Wu couldn't interfere and could only call out to Baisu. Unfortunately, he didn't react at all, completely focused on pouring his spirit energy into the vegetation, recreating the very landscape. Tree roots burst through the ground, causing Fang Yi to lose his balance and stumble backward. He circulated the blazing yang attribute energy within him, silently noting how incredibly dense the wood attribute spirit energy was. Fang Yi charged forward, shouting to the two worried figures outside Elder Wu Ji-Lan, the match isn't over yet. Just leave this place to me. Hearing this, Elder Wu paused for a moment, his worried gaze fixed on the battlefield. As he closed in on Baisu, Fang Yi's eyes blazed, the yang attribute energy circulating through all his meridians. He coated his body in yang attribute, spirit energy, and struck powerfully against Baisu's vines. Shattering them, Fang Yi summoned his blade and slashed down. A sharp slicing sound rang out, and a massive vine near Baisu was severed, forcing him to dodge aside just in time. But due to the excessive drain on his spirit energy and the destruction of his vines, he suffered a backlash. Baisu spat out a mouthful of blood, unwilling to accept defeat. He roared, let's continue. I can still recreate an entire Sky-Sea royal forest, but the only reply he received was Fang Yi's cold voice. Is that all you've got? With that, he lunged forward, throwing a punch. Even with the protection of spirit energy, his opponent's defensive barrier was easily shattered. Boom, Baisu was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. The watching soldiers gasped. He seems dissatisfied with the strength of the spirit command. Baisu is our strongest, and he still doesn't think he's good enough. Song Yue watched, stunned, and spoke up in defense, but it wasn't wrong. Baisu really had been pushed this far. She looked at Fang Yi as he landed, a sense of pride in her heart. She thought to herself that her cousin hadn't even used his full strength, yet he still had so many attributes he hadn't revealed. It was understandable that the genius of the spirit command would lose. Elder Wu accepted this reality. He just hadn't expected Baisu to be unable to hold on, or that even his composure would be shaken. The successor of the spirit command is still worlds apart from the mortician, Ji-Lan remarked. You already knew that, teacher. On the outside, Baisu appeared composed, but on the inside he was pure and as simple as a child, someone purely dedicated to the pursuit of the martial path. Back on the battlefield, as the dust settled, Baisu's figure was revealed. He looked quite battered, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and said softly, thank you. Regaining his composure, Baisu stood up and continued to channel his spirit energy. But I can still fight. My spirit energy isn't depleted yet. Faced with someone so obsessed with martial arts, Fang Yi felt a bit helpless. Honestly, I think this match can pretty much end now. Baisu didn't listen. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and then released 3 clones. All of creation hear my command. Fang Yi calmly analyzed the situation. Using spirit energy to create clones, his spirit energy and consciousness are indeed very strong among spirit walkers. I'd say he's the strongest opponent I've ever faced. He's already consumed a lot of my spirit energy. As Baisu and his 3 clones attacked, he summoned his blade, but heavenly fire transformed into a dragon, powerfully surging forward to destroy the 3 clones. In a flash, all he could see was the fire dragon circling around him with no sign of Fang Yi. Where did he go? His aura is still here. With just a moment's carelessness, Baisu's feet were bound by the heavenly fire. Then the fire dragon coiled tightly around his body, trapping him completely. He panicked, unable to move. Immediately after the tip of a flaming blade was pointed at his face, Fang Yi stood atop the fire dragon's head, his presence overwhelming, and asked in a cold voice, "Can we end this now?" Elder Wu watched this scene and sighed. To Ji Lan, Bai Su's defeat was certain. The mortician truly never ceases to amaze. Ji Lan felt a pang of pity. Although she had anticipated Bai Su's defeat, she hadn't expected it to be so overwhelming. This was also the first major setback for this prodigy. "She wasn't worried from the start, I knew it," a soldier said. "Someone who can deal with 2 disaster-rank superiors consecutively." Bai Su's loss was inevitable. Song Yue nodded. "That's right. No matter how many plants Bai Su created, he couldn't win. The match is over, the result is clear." Fang Yi released Bai Su. He looked at his opponent and mocked himself. A half-step diamond genius, Bai Su fell into a state of self-doubt. That's all there was to it. Not knowing what else to think, he clasped his hands in a formal gesture. "Thank you for the lesson. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Fang Yi didn't seem to mind. "It's fine." With that, Bai Su turned and walked away. Ji Lan tried to call him back, but it was too late. "Where are you going?" He replied, "Secluded cultivation." Ji Lan was helpless. "But you just came out of seclusion. There's so much work to do at the command." Elder Wu said, "This is the first time he's suffered such a huge blow. Just let him go." He turned to look at Fang Yi, who had just sheathed his blade, and walked over with a smile. "Mortician, would you be interested in staying at the Spirit Command? Even though you're the captain of Taishi City, you can hold concurrent positions." Elder Wu said seriously, "I want you to become my successor." Hearing this, Fang Yi was slightly surprised. Successor Elder Wu made his offer. "That's right. I want to cultivate you. It's not to boast, but if the Spirit Command's resources are second in the Xia Nation, no one would dare claim to be first. This isn't something you can normally achieve. Afterwards, I will introduce you to Shen City, which has the largest amount of resources. The Spirit Command was also promoted by Shen City. The people who have a place there are all top-tier experts. You will definitely thrive there interacting with them. Your realm could even surpass mine." Fang Yi smiled. "Thank you, Elder Wu, but I have no such intention. I'm not part of the Spirit Energy Association either. My captain title is just a nominal one back home. I don't want to join any faction." Hearing this, Song Yue and the soldiers behind him were all shocked. Elder Wu nodded, respecting his choice. In this era of spirit energy revival, the stronger one is the less they want to be tied down, and the major powers aren't qualified to force them, he said. "Let's just consider it building a good relationship. Even if you don't join, you can still make a request." Fang Yi thought for a moment and then said, "In that case, I'd like to continue cultivating with her in the Tianhai Wangliang. Would that be possible?" The moment he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled, making Elder Wu reconsider. The Tianhai Wangliang was unpredictably volatile and a thunderstorm was coming. He analyzed that after the battle, the lightning attribute had also accumulated energy. Plus, Fang Yi hadn't even used all of his heavenly lightning. Thinking this, Elder Wu laughed heartily. "Good, young, and talented. Everyone fall back, leave the Tianhai Wangliang to them. Do not disturb them." Song Yue and the soldiers replied, "Understood." He looked at Fang Yi. As long as he was still a spirit walker of the Xia Nation, that was enough. Fang Yi smiled gratefully. He had also noticed the approaching thunderstorm, which is why he made the request. Now that it was approved, he flew into the air. Indeed, the Spirit Command didn't put any pressure on him. This was the advantage of absolute strength. Fang Yi's eyes gleamed. This time, it's the lightning attribute. Lightning filled the sky and thunder boomed. He shot straight into it. 104 divine lightning. Song Yue looked up and asked, "What is the mortician doing? Is he planning to make contact with the lightning? His fire attribute is already at such a high level. If he recklessly touches pure lightning energy, it will just cause 2 powerful attributes to clash inside his body. Whether it's dual attributes or mutated attributes, there's always a primary and a secondary. If one type of spirit energy is powerful, the other can only play a supporting role. Otherwise, under an extreme conflict, the human body wouldn't be able to withstand it." Does he not understand this? A bolt of lightning struck down from above. Not only did Fang Yi not dodge, but he even flashed a confident smile. The lightning crashed down with the force of the heavens. Song Yue shielded himself, but still asked Elder Wu's sisterland, "Aren't you two going to stop the mortician?" The lightning in the Tianhai Wangliang isn't something living creatures can approach, yet he wants to draw the heavenly lightning to himself. Ji Lan said calmly, "Because he also possesses the ultimate lightning attribute. The tyrant, that was reported earlier, is the mortician." This left Song Yue in disbelief. "What have I been at the command for too long? Dual attributes aren't rare, but this is just too terrifying." Ji Lan added proudly, "You're not the only one who's shocked. I was the same way when I first found out. I've gotten so used to calling him the Mortician that I almost forgot he also has the title of Tyrant. Throughout the entire Xia Kingdom, he is a prodigy capable of dominating an entire generation. The stronger the lightning, the more he can convert it into his own power for training." Standing in the eye of the storm, Fang Yi urged for more, feeling his spiritual power was still lacking. This wasn't enough. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck down, and Fang Yi absorbed every single one. Through the 100 refined divine thunder, his entire body was tempered. His bones, meridians, and physical form were all cleansed by a myriad of lightning bolts, causing the attributes within him to harmonize even further. Internal flame attribute tempering complete. Heavenly fire attribute tempering complete. Yang attribute tempering complete. Dark attribute tempering complete. With the 100 refined divine thunder process finished, his body and spiritual power became purer, and his reserves of spiritual power grew even more abundant. Fang Yi clenched his fists. The lightning refinement made his whole body feel reborn. Afterwards, he tested his new power on a mountain. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning blasted the mountaintop, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Fang Yi was pleased. This was the power of the Heavenly Thunder Sea King technique, truly a different beast after cultivation. Seeing this, Bai Su gritted his teeth. The spiritual mountains and stones here had been nurtured by spiritual energy for years, to destroy an entire mountain with a single strike, and he hadn't even used 30% of his power. Even a lightning-based Xian practitioner of the same level couldn't achieve this with just the force of their punch. He looked up and called out, "Is it over, Gravedigger? We'll have our chance to fight again someday." Elder Wu stroked his chin with pride. A talent like him brings countless surprises with just a brief visit. So young and so skilled, he really wanted to keep him around. To be able to defeat Bai Su, who was at the half-step diamond rank, and even slay a disaster-level anomaly. His strength and temperament are both outstanding, and he reached the top ranks of the Xia Kingdom through his own training. His talent is terrifying. If he became my successor, I would have no regrets in this life, Jilan added. But right now, the Spirit Zone needs him, not the other way around. Hearing this, Elder Wu laughed heartily. Haha, Jilan, you changed a lot. She seemed a little embarrassed. Have I? Elder Wu said. It's a good change. It makes me more confident in your future. Perhaps we could try inviting that young lady. Wang Liangyi descended from the sky, landing at the same time as Fang Yi. Looking at her, Fang Yi was filled with hope. This is a rare opportunity, little cousin. You have to work hard too, he thought happily. He turned to see some familiar faces and asked Elder Wu Ji-lan, you two haven't left yet. The elder replied, that's right. I have a new idea. I don't need anything from you. I want to invite your family member, Wang Liangyi, to the Spirit Zone's training area. Fang Yi asked, you mean Wang Liangyi can continue to study and train there? He thought to himself that while this offer might not be tempting enough for him, it was a great opportunity for Wang Liangyi. He just wasn't sure what she was thinking. Just then, Wang Liangyi opened her eyes. She had heard Fang Yi talking with Elder Wu. Thank you, Elder Wu. The Spirit Zone is very sincere towards new Xian practitioners. I appreciate it. As her guardian, it's hard for me to refuse this offer, but I can't make this decision for her. Suddenly, Wang Liangyi said, I'm not going. Fang Yi turned to her and asked, you've finished your training? She replied, yes. Thank you for the generous offer, senior, but I don't want to go. Elder Wu asked why. Wang Liangyi said, perhaps I'm still immature. To say I don't want to hold my cousin back would be using him as an excuse. But I am also a Xian practitioner, and I have my own pride. I want to rely on my own abilities to achieve everything. Fang Yi was taken aback, feeling that this little girl had truly grown up. Elder Wu nodded. All right. It seems we were not thoughtful enough. My apologies. We will continue to observe you. Keep up the good work. Wang Liangyi replied, I definitely will. The scene changes to Fang Yi's home. The spiritual power issue was resolved. Next, he needed to sort out his grave fire attribute and figure out how to use it. And then there was the death seal. These were all bottlenecks for Fang Yi. When they got home, Wang Liangyi saw a girl sitting in front of their door and asked, Cousin, why is there someone sitting in front of our house? Qing Huang stood up. You two are finally back. Wang Liangyi was surprised. Captain Su Fang Yi asked Su Qingwang, why are you here? What happened? Qingwang said with a serious expression. Something big happened on the frontier. Captain Yueshi came to the Taishi Spirit Energy Association for help. Fang Yi asked, where is Captain Yueshi now? Qingwang replied, she's seriously injured and being treated at the association. She risked her life to get the message out. With no other options, she specifically asked for you, Gravedigger. The next day at the Taishi Spirit Energy Association hospital, a heavily bandaged young woman stood in the hallway when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Chen Ruo. She turned around, a smile gracing her lips when she saw who it was. Captain Qinghuang, you're here. And this must be. Qingwang took the initiative to introduce them. This is the captain of the Taishi Division, the Gravedigger. And this is the captain of the Yueshi Division, Chen Ruo. Hearing this, she immediately rushed forward and grabbed Fang Yi's hand. Hello, Captain Taishi. I'm the captain of the Yueshi Division. The anomaly in Yueshi has definitely surpassed A+ rank. I heard you've handled 2 disaster-level events. Please, you have to help me. In contrast to her urgency, Fang Yi just glanced at the hand holding his without saying a word. Realize the readings only showed a B rank concentration, but so many people have gone missing. Our people who went in all vanished, and the reinforcements never came back either. My sister is very strong, but she also. From these fragmented pieces of information, Fang Yi put it all together. So what you're saying is the anomaly in Yushi has made many Xian practitioners disappear, but the readings only show it as B rank. Even though Yushi is on the frontier, it shouldn't be lacking in capable people. Something is clearly wrong with this situation. He asked directly. These people, including your sister, are they missing? Or are they dead? Hearing this, Chen Ruo trembled. Seeing how agitated she was, Qing Huang helped her to a bench in the hallway. Calm down. Chen Ruo shook her head. I don't know. I can't contact them. She clutched her head, blaming herself, then added, but my sister and I have a special connection. I can feel that she's still alive. As she was speaking, she suddenly stopped as if remembering something important. I almost forgot the most important thing. She hurriedly rummaged through her bag. This is a token of our gratitude. Please agree to come. Please, I really have no other options. Chen Ruo took out a small box and handed it to Fang Yi. He took it, a rare hint of surprise on his face as he thought, what is this? Even through the multiple layers of seals, he could feel a familiar Yang attribute aura. He asked, what is this? Why does it need to be sealed? Seeing his interest, Chen Ruo immediately explained. This is a spirit crystal formed from a mountain where the Yang attribute erupted when Yuishi was transformed. It contains a massive amount of Yang attribute spiritual power. It's our treasure. Fang Yi opened the box. Inside was a brightly shining golden stone. Chen Ruo continued, originally we wanted to use it to train our Yang attribute Xian practitioners, but no one could absorb it. They would even get burned. Qing Huang stared at the stone in his hand in amazement. She never expected it to be a spirit crystal. The conditions for their formation are extremely strict. Even the Spirit Association and major military districts rarely have them. Furthermore, people without an innate attribute can use them to awaken one. That's why all the major powers fight over them and almost no one is willing to sell. Spirit crystals are the crystallization of clashing spiritual energy, not a natural occurrence. For something so precious, Fang Yi accepted it immediately and agreed to help. Deal. We'll leave as soon as I get them. Chen Ruo was overjoyed. Okay, no problem. The three of them got into the car right away. When they were about 1 kilometer away from Yue town, Fang Yi asked, how exactly did the anomaly manifest? Chen Ruo explained while driving. At first, tombstones appeared in the mountains. The villagers heard noises from inside, but there were no other signs of an anomaly. The next day, when we checked, the spiritual energy fluctuations were still normal. We cordoned off the area and evacuated the civilians, but that night, skeletons crawled out of the tombstones and started dragging people inside. Just as she finished speaking, it began to rain and the mountain road became slippery. After driving a bit further, they got out of the car. Chen Ruo pointed to the tombstones lining the road. We're here. Su Qinghuang shivered. The path leading into the town looked incredibly eerie. Great Master, what do you think? Fang Yi sensed the area and then said, strange. There's no anomalous aura. Chen Ruo led them deeper inside. This is Yue town. After that day, tombstones started appearing everywhere with no rhyme or reason. Skeletons can crawl out at any time to capture people and bury them as sacrifices. She was stunned as she looked at the increased number of tombstones. So many more have appeared in just one day. Come, I'll take you two to meet the people from the association and the military district. Under the rain, Fang Yi frowned slightly. The concentration of the anomaly was too low. He had never encountered a situation like this. Skeletons were appearing, yet the tombstones had no special fluctuations. As he walked, he wondered, could the tombstones be used to conceal the aura, or did they have another purpose? Capturing people for burial? It was like a sacrificial ritual. He touched a tombstone and spoke. Anomalies are like humans. They can perform sacrifices to resurrect a more powerful existence, just like the calamity in Tai City before. He elaborated. The swarm of bats slaughtered the residents so that the anomaly king could descend. Hearing this, Chen Ruo suddenly stopped, her face pale. The calamity was also a sacrifice. Su Qinghuang sensed something was wrong too. What is it? Chen Ruo said with difficulty. The mountain residents here don't like change. Even though we advised them to leave, they stayed. Tomorrow, they're even planning to hold a sacrificial ceremony. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open and a loud boom echoed through the rain. She panicked. It's happening again. From a tombstone near Fang Yi, a skeletal white hand broke through the earth and reached out. It lunged for him, but he easily dodged it. He glanced at it, assessing. A single one isn't strong. B rank as expected. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, severing the bony hand. But just as he was about to press on, another hand clamped down on his blade. Fang Yi's gaze was cold. He couldn't pull his weapon free, but he remained calm, observing. A moment later, a skeleton emerged from the ground, its jaw agape as it lunged at him. Su Qinghuang was astonished. What's going on? Aren't they afraid of the Yang attribute? At the same time, countless skeletons began crawling out of the ground, attacking the three of them. Fang Yi smirked. It seems that way. But I need to confirm a few more things. This mission is getting interesting. Chen Ruo didn't stand idle. She took out a bamboo flute and blew, turning the sound into an attack force that shattered several skeletons. She said their rank isn't high, but they feel no pain and have no concept of death. And there are even more of them than before. There's no end to them. A sense of despair washed over her. Could it be that even the mortician couldn't solve this? As Su Qingwang kicked apart a skeleton, she said, "Don't lose hope." Suddenly, flames erupted all over the skeletons, causing her to freeze. "What is this?" She looked over and saw Fang Yi, his voice cold as he deployed his power. The grave fire domain appeared. A black and red barrier enveloped the area, and a torrent of grave fire surged forward, consuming the skeletons. At the same time, the system announced special death attribute detected. Fang Yi's interest was piqued. A death attribute. The announcements continued. Absorbing and converting energy. Strengthening Yang attribute. Yang attribute enhancement complete. An earth-shattering explosion roared as the grave fire domain expanded, sweeping away every moving skeleton on the ground. The aftershock was so powerful that Su Qinghuang and Chen Ruo struggled to stay on their feet. Amidst the sea of red fire and billowing black smoke, Fang Yi's figure hovered in midair. Su Qinghuang said smugly, "See, this is the true power of the mortician." Chen Ruo exclaimed, That's terrifying. The mortician truly lives up to his reputation. That fire just now incinerated everything, the skulls and even the tombstones. I was being short-sighted before. Yue Town can finally be saved. I'll take you to meet the other members of the Spirit Association." And so the three of them headed to the Spirit Association's temporary gathering point in Yue Town. A girl stepped out to greet them. Chen Ruo introduced them. "I brought reinforcements. This is the captain from Tai City, the mortician, and a member of the Tai City Spirit Association, Su Qinghuang." Then she introduced her teammates one by one. "These are the members of our Yue Town Spirit Association, Chen Fang Yi, Chen Jing, and Chen Si." The girl named Chen Jing asked in a daze, "The captain from Tai City, the mortician, is he the one who handled that calamitous anomaly all by himself?" She looked at Fang Yi with doubt. "He's so young." Chen Fang Yi said with frustration, "What's the use? The situation in Yue Town is completely different from any other anomaly." He waved his hand dismissively. "There are only a few of us left here. The entire town is about to be swallowed by tombstones. You all should leave quickly. Why did you even come back? And why bring outsiders here to die?" Chen Si held her head. "This isn't a B-rank anomaly. You've both been tricked by her. You only came here to be buried with us." Chen Ruo looked at Fang Yi apologetically and explained in a low voice, "The mortician. They've just been through too much." He gave a slight nod. "I've accepted the commission. Naturally, I will see it through to the end." He looked at the Yue Town Spirit Association members and said calmly, "I'll handle the problem here." Hearing this, Chen Sai began to explain the situation clearly. "Our Yue Town is quite remote, and the villagers' way of life is relatively primitive. For any problem they can't solve, they pray to the gods for blessings." Chen Fang Yi was speechless after hearing this. "There are graves everywhere. What blessings are they praying for? We couldn't persuade them. You can go see for yourselves." Standing on high ground, Fang Yi took in the entire view of Yue Town. Night fell, the air grew gloomy, and mist lingered. In the distant mountains, pillars of light appeared one by one. He couldn't help but wonder, a large-scale god-worshipping ritual. He began to speculate. A primitive village, simple-minded people, plus an ancient ritual. It always made one think of the appearance of an anomaly. Just then, the sound of drums began to beat rapidly. Chen Fang Yi and Chen Si looked at each other in alarm. On a large altar on the mountain, two people were beating drums, while villagers approached in a long line, scattering paper money as they walked. Fang Yi's group and Chen Ruo followed. She said worriedly, "The ritual is about to begin." With so many people gathered, if the anomalies in the tombstones erupt. Contrary to Chen Ruo's anxiety, Fang Yi calmly walked towards the altar. "I, on the other hand, find this whole thing quite interesting. Who wants to come with me to check it out?" The villagers gathered in large numbers, lighting a huge bonfire in the middle of the square. The ceremony was taking place in Yuan Square. Once the fire was lit, everyone gathered around the altar. The villagers wept and prayed. "O divine spirits, please look upon your children. Please have mercy and save my child. I'm willing to trade my own life for theirs." Then they all kowtowed in unison, the sound of their foreheads hitting the ground mingling with the steady beat of a drum. Merciful gods, merciful gods. The very next second, as they raised their heads, the bonfire was suddenly extinguished. The villagers cried out in panic. The sacred fire. Why did the sacred fire go out? A chilling aura spread through the air as darkness fell. The ground trembled and cracked open. From beneath the earth, tombstones emerged one by one, and those on the outskirts immediately fled. Tombstones, tombstones. The skeletal monsters have appeared again in the night mist. Skeletons with glowing red eyes materialized before everyone. Those who could still move ran. Run for your lives. But there were still some elderly and stubbornly superstitious people who stayed behind. "Oh gods, this must be a test for us." A young mother trembled as she held her daughter frozen in fear. The little girl sobbed. "Mommy, the gods will save us." Right elsewhere, someone had already been caught by the skeletons. Other skeletons were in pursuit and cries for help rang out. "Help me." The mother was knocked to the ground, having already put her child down, hoping she could escape. But the little girl wailed, "Mommy, The girl didn't run, unaware that a skeleton was approaching from behind. Its bony arm swung down, about to snatch the child. In that exact moment, a brilliant golden light erupted behind the girl, incinerating the skeleton. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere as skeletons were sucked into a tomb fire and burned to ashes. The villagers stared in astonishment toward the light of the flames, seeing the flames leap high into the air. They cheered and fell to their knees. It's the heavenly fire. Just then, a foot appeared on the altar, or more precisely, on its highest pillar. Fang Yi spoke coolly. Stop praying to your gods. He stated the cruel truth. There are no gods in this world. They're not coming. Hearing this, the villagers below were stunned, falling silent as they tried to comprehend his words. After a moment of silence, someone shouted, "Oh my heavens, a god has descended," and many others echoed the sentiment. The god has destroyed the calamity. Some wept, "Oh divine one, please save us." There are still so many skeletons. Fang Yi realized he couldn't explain, so he just shook his head, knowing he still had to save them. He raised his hand to control the tomb fire, then unleashed a skill that countered the skeletons. As the tomb fire domain spread out, all the skeletons were immediately sucked into it. At the same time, Fang Yi continued to explain, "I'm not a god. I'm a pioneer captain from Tai City. Codename Gravedigger." The tomb fire domain expanded, its suction force growing stronger. Below Chen, Fang Yi was stunned. "What is this?" He stared at Fang Yi with disbelief. "Just who is this Gravedigger? What is he doing? What kind of ability is this?" Chen Ruo didn't know either, only that he was extraordinary. She smiled and said, "I told you, he's no ordinary pioneer. You guys just didn't believe me." As Fang Yi moved toward the other anomaly zones in Yue City, Chen Ruo told her teammates, he single-handedly eliminated 2 catastrophic anomalies in Tai City and Kang City. He fought a one-on-one duel with the captain of the Kang City Spirit Energy Association, a top 3 city in the Shai Kingdom. I heard that both the Spirit Energy Association headquarters and the Spirit War Zone treat him as an honored guest. Fang Yi rushed onto a mountain path, and the skeletons scattered in fear upon seeing him. At that moment, the system announced that the tomb fire domain had absorbed a large amount of an unknown attribute, and his Yang attribute had been strengthened. He looked at them in no hurry to chase. Instead, Fang Yi raised his flaming blade. "Then let's try out the enhanced version of the Crimson Flame Blade technique." He slashed down with his blade, and a fiery light illuminated the sky as if it were day, liberating Yue City. Wherever the Yang attribute flame swept, the anomalous spirit energy was devoured. The people cried with joy. Heaven has not abandoned Yue City. It's gone. The tombstones and white skeletons had all vanished. At the same time, the device in Su Qinghuang's hand beeped and the screen turned green. She announced Anning District anomaly value returned to normal. She continued checking. Beimu District anomaly value returned to normal. Chen Ruo monitored the readings and said, "Ahead is the Jinming District, which has the highest concentration." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qinghuang's expression changed, her brows furrowing as a sense of unease washed over her. She turned around. "Something's not right. Don't you all see it?" Su Qinghuang said worriedly. "The pillars of light are increasing." Chen Ruo also noticed it and gasped in horror. "There are fluctuations in the Jinming District. The anomaly concentration is converging." Just as she said, the pillars of light were gathering at a single point, the concentration spiking, forming a cloud of dark green smoke in the sky above the Jinming District. And within it, a green skull was staring intently at Fang Yi. It was another anomaly king. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Unknown attribute detected. Analyzing. A moment later, the system provided the result. This attribute is designated as the Death attribute. The Death attribute anomaly king materialized over central Yue City. Its body formed from dark green smoke hovered in the air, its skeletal fingers reaching out as if to snatch Fang Yi. Facing the Bone King, he frowned slightly, wondering why its aura felt so unsettling. Below, Chen Ruo asked worriedly, "What in the world is that thing?" Su Qinghuang couldn't help but frown. "This anomaly's concentration. It surpasses the anomaly king we faced back in Tai City." The Bone King was carrying a giant coffin on its back. It roared and charged straight at Fang Yi. The Spirit Energy Association team below tensed up. "Here it comes." Chen Ji realized he was the one causing the pillars of light to surge, emitting a dense aura of death. The Bone King's eye sockets lit up his cold gaze, surveying everything like a monarch. A single glance sent a chill down Fang Yi's spine. This was the first time he had such a reaction to a regular king. He clutched his head as intense pain washed over him. He felt his spirit being forcibly bent, his brain being invaded, and a wave of nausea rose up. What was happening? Fang Yi suddenly felt incredibly small, unable to resist as the bony hand closed in. He's too strong. Could this be a fully evolved anomaly king? This death aura far surpasses any anomaly I've faced before. Dense chains of death energy rushed at him, and he had no way to defend or counterattack. After a moment, Fang Yi barely managed to steady his mind. He glanced at the chains striking at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade in a horizontal slash. He dodged the ones in front, only to be surrounded from behind. Just as he severed a few chains, dozens more appeared behind him. He looked down and quickly analyzed the situation. The Yang attribute counters darkness. and this death energy shared the same source as darkness, a branch of it. Fang Yi struggled to swing his blade and noticed something unusual. His enhanced yang attribute couldn't completely suppress it. In the square below, the people continued to pray, kneeling to their gods. Recreate the miracle, protect our people, grant us eternal blessings. But their prayers brought no additional strength. In the battle against the Bone King, Fang Yi was gradually losing ground as a thick fog began to form around him. Su Qinghuang, watching from below, stared with wide-eyed horror. Gu Fang controlled the coffin behind him, from which powerful chains shot out and wrapped around Fang Yi, shattering his golden sun protection and making him drop his blade. Someone screamed in panic as the entomber's flame blade hit the ground and broke into pieces. At the same time, in Tai City, Wang Liangyi's heart suddenly started pounding and a sense of unease washed over her. Cousin. She was cultivating on the back mountain, but the growing anxiety made her unable to stop thinking about why she felt so uneasy over a normal mission. Her cousin was so powerful. He'd easily slain 2 aberration kings before. Could something have gone wrong this time? Wang Liangyi frowned, deciding to take out her phone and call him. She blamed herself, wishing she hadn't listened to him. She should have gone with him to Moon City. But before she could dial, her phone rang with an incoming call. Wang Liangyi was surprised to see it was Sister Ji Lan on the other end. Ji Lan's voice was grim. Yi, we just received news. Moon City has been surrounded by a mass of tombstones and completely sealed off. Your brother is in trouble. After hearing this, Wang Liangyi immediately went to find Ji Lan. The army quickly dispatched reinforcements with military vehicles speeding along the mountain roads. In the Tai City Spirit Energy Association's meeting room, the air was heavy after they received the news. Some held their heads in their hands just as things were starting to look up. Others were in disbelief. Could the entomber be dead? Is humanity's resistance truly meaningless? Even the entomber. At the same time, at the main headquarters of the Spirit Energy Association in Shen City, someone was reporting. The Spirit Energy Association regrets the incident in Moon City. A B-level fluctuation has unexpectedly produced an aberration king. This proves that aberration kings must be eliminated before they complete their evolution. Yuru slammed the table and stood up coldly, asking, is now really the time to be stating the obvious? She left her seat, declaring, I'm going to Moon City. From behind, Luo Qiang called out to stop her. What are you going there for? You're a core member of Shen City. The military has already dispatched forces to break the siege. Yu Rou shot him a cold look. They had almost lost a Diamond Realm Venerable before, and now they were about to lose a dozen of the nation's pillars. She raised her voice. With this spiritual energy fluctuation, what do you people intend to do? Are you just going to abandon another city? Give up if you can't fight back. Since when did the Spirit Energy Association become so cowardly? I refuse to accept this. Luo Qiang frowned. What are you implying, Yu Rou? He yelled. You're just shifting the blame. The entomber chose to go himself. In this era of spiritual energy recovery, one wrong step means death. It's not surprising that he died. Yu Rou angrily shot back, so we should all just wait to die. Then what's the point of cultivating? Back then, during the disaster in Shen City, why did old Wu have to sacrifice himself to seal it and save us? As her anger flared, a powerful pressure emanated from her. We might as well just seal off Shen City and wait for annihilation. Luo Qiang was at a loss for words. We're also thinking about everyone. It's useless for you to go. But she had already left the meeting room. Yu Rou frowned, her heart filled with indignation. A bunch of cowards. She had seen the entomber's true strength and refused to believe he could die so easily. At that moment, outside Moon City, the military vehicles had arrived. Sitting in a vehicle, old Wu saw the pillar of purple light on the mountain and grew worried. This aberration king is a dark variant. We've never seen one with a death attribute before. He looked over at the anxious Wang Liangyi. I suspect the entomber has run into a problem. He might be trapped by some kind of rule that prevents escape. The vehicle came to a stop and he and Ji Lan got out. A soldier, reported old Wu's sister Lan. The military vehicles can't break through. Ji Lan asked what he meant. Hearing this, Wang Liangyi grew even more worried. The soldier explained, we've deployed all our forces, but multiple waves of attacks have been ineffective. Moon City is covered in tombstones. Every assault force has been swallowed up. Our attacks are useless, and all the frontline soldiers have been dragged into the tombstones. The Aberration King's power is still growing, spreading outwards. After simulating the chances of a successful rescue, Wang Liangyi trembled. Old Wu and Ji Lan waited for the result. The soldier looked at the expanding Death Kai and the field of tombstones, then concluded, it's impossible. He then asked if they should retreat. The Aberration King is immune to attributes and even seals the abilities of our practitioners, even the entomber. Wang Liangyi suddenly cut him off. No, that's impossible. She was trembling, tears welling in her eyes, but her voice was firm. Thank you all for your hard work. I will go to Moon City myself. Meanwhile, in Moon City's central square, there was no one left. Everyone had been dragged into the tombstones and necrotic energy blanketed the entire area. The tombstones bore the names of those who were taken, including Su Qinghuang and Chen Ruo. The streams of necrotic energy seemed to have a mind of their own, all moving in a single direction. The energy was being absorbed like nutrients by the Bone King, who paid special attention to the floating coffin, which was precisely where Fang Yi was being held captive. Inside the coffin, snakes and centipedes crawled all over him, greedily absorbing the necrotic energy from his body. Fang Yi lay perfectly still as if in a deep, sealed slumber. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing them to be pitch black. The system immediately sent a notification. The death mark ability you implanted has been successfully activated. You have acquired the ability Infinite Death. The system concluded. The trial of the death mark is now complete. Fang Yi's eyes opened fully. He let out a long breath and thought to himself, so this is the power of the death mark. This ordeal had once again made him taste an indescribable sensation. He looked at the skull in front of him and suddenly found that it was no longer as terrifying as it first seemed. Even the King of Death seemed more tolerable. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Even so, this experience, this rebirth trial, he never wanted to go through it again. Let's rewind a bit. The moment Fang Yi confirmed that he was locked down by the King of Death's power, he immediately made a choice. Back then, he had quickly opened the system interface. If death was unavoidable, his only option was to gamble on implanting the death mark. The system immediately carried out the command. You have implanted the death mark into your body. Now learning all abilities of the death mark. A red insignia flashed briefly before merging into Fang Yi's body. The system continuously announced that the death mark was activating and awaiting its effect. At the same time, the death seed erupted within him. His body went out of his control as he was dragged away by the King of Death. The system prompted, the King of Death's rule of death has been cast upon you. After that, Fang Yi's body lost all signs of life, becoming like a soulless corpse. But the system continued to operate as programmed. You have died. The Death Mark's ability activates completing the first condition. The Death Mark has been detected entering the King of Death's body. The ability activates completing the second condition. Following that, Fang Yi's body was pulled into the coffin by the necrotic energy. During this silent period filled with necrotic energy, the system continued to run. The Death Mark will now proceed to the final step with you, the Trial of Death. The Trial of Death consists of 3 challenges for its owner. Only by overcoming them can one receive the 3 abilities of the Death Mark. The challenges are in order: the fire attribute of the mysterious Yellow Springs, the Hell of the 4 Directions with the undying and inextinguishable flames of the Yellow Springs, which burn for eternity. The second is the poison attribute of the Death Ice Spire, where the body must endure corrosion and a death curse that causes endless decay. And finally, the Earth attribute of Hell's vile landscape. The gates of Hell open and evil spirits line up to escort you to your grave. During the trial, all the pain and experiences make it difficult to distinguish fantasy from reality, like being trapped in an infinite cycle of death and rebirth, remaining as still as a mountain, regenerating the physical body and letting the spirit bloom like a flower. One must pay an enormous price to overcome this trial. After being resurrected, Fang Yi understood that this was the moment the real battle began. What he needed to do was defy the King of Death's law of mortality. Immediately, he summoned his powerful lightning attribute. Searing bolts of electricity shot out, spreading like a spider's web. The King of Death paused for a moment, looking down in confusion. Its special coffin had been blasted open from the bottom by the lightning. Then Fang Yi fell out of the levitating coffin. With a loud thud, he landed amidst a dense field of tombstones. The King of Death looked down, its eyes filled with killing intent. As dust and white bones swirled, a cold figure emerged. Fang Yi was panting heavily after the fall, frowning as he looked up at the King of Death, who was equally surprised to see him. Its aura instantly wavered. The system announced the King of Death has detected your resurrection. Enraged, it raised its hand and threw 2 seeds of death toward Fang Yi. A loud explosion rang out as the seeds hit the ground and detonated. The arrogant King of Death didn't even bother to check the result, but it never expected Fang Yi to be completely unaffected. He smiled as the system announced, "You have evaded the law of death." The King of Death was stunned to see him get up. Although he had suffered some internal injuries causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, he was very pleased with his new ability, even flashing a provocative smile. The King of Death felt its authority had been challenged, and it was both furious and astonished. Meanwhile, outside the blockade of Yue City, countless tombstones stretched across the mountains. Someone remarked on the incredibly dense death energy. Elder Wu Jilan and Wang Liangyi stood observing the scene. Wang Liangyi trembled at the sight. "My cousin." Jilan circulated her spiritual energy. "Don't overthink it. Now that we're here, saving people comes first. Let's try to destroy these tombstones." But before she could act, a powerful pillar of water erupted from behind them, shattering a row of stone tablets in front of her. Wu Ru appeared, descending from the sky like a goddess. "That last attack was hers," she said. "You can count me in." Jilan turned and smiled. "The sea mystic, you came too." Then the 2 of them attacked the tombstones together. Wu Ru said, "I'm here to help." Explosions echoed continuously as large sections of tombstones were destroyed. As the tombstones vanished, the soldiers who had been dragged underground were pushed back to the surface. They looked around bewildered. What happened? But before they could celebrate, new tombstones emerged. They surrounded Wang Liang, Yi Ji, Lan, and Wu Ru. The three stood back to back. Here they come again. Ji Lan warned cautiously, everyone be careful. The skeletons here can pull living beings into the tombstones. As soon as she finished speaking, skeletal hands burst from the ground. Countless skeletons charged like predators, but before they could attack, they all froze abruptly, as if on command. Immediately after, they returned to their tombstones, burrowing back into the earth as if they had never appeared. This strange behavior left Ji Lan confused. Wang Liangyi was stunned. Wu Ru watched them disappear and spoke up, a mass retreat. What on earth is the Aberration King planning? Ji Lan shook her head. I don't know. It must be planning something big. Since we're here, all we can do is adapt to the situation. As they spoke, they continued to advance. Just then, Elder Wu appeared. He had just rescued some trapped soldiers nearby. Perhaps this is a good sign, he said. The Aberration King is recalling its forces, which means those who were buried still have a chance to survive. He had saved many people, reassuring them. This proves the one who was entombed isn't dead. On the contrary, he's causing quite a bit of trouble for the Aberration King. Back with Fang Yi, the lingering dust slowly settled, revealing his calm and cold face. After multiple attacks from the King of Death, he remained standing unmoved. The system chimed Death Count 2. Immediately after, a positive notification appeared for Fang Yi. Your ability has caused the King of Death to enter a continuous death loop. Weakening progress 10%. He calmly assessed the situation as the Mark of Death activated. The effect not only applied to Fang Yi himself, but also reflected onto the King of Death. Once locked on by its ability, a target must die. Facing it meant only death or eradication. It was this very rule that made an Aberration King like it so unique. Seeing the King of Death still looking bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, he gave a cold, taunting laugh. But now your own rule of death is turning against you. It roared in fury, slamming its own body and releasing a massive amount of death energy. Dark green seeds of death shot out like missiles, locking onto Fang Yi. He didn't bother to dodge or even move, simply letting the death energy rain down on him. A deafening explosion shook the area. The system reported Death Count 3. The King of Death still hadn't realized its own power was waning. Seeing its attack was effective, it let out a ferocious grin. The system continued to announce, your ability has further weakened the King of Death. It is beginning to enter a state of unconscious collapse. Weakening progress 30%. Immediately after, small cracks appeared on its body and a few bone fragments fell off. When the smoke and dust cleared, Fang Yi was still standing there as if the last attack had done no damage at all. The King of Death's grin slowly froze its eyes, shifting to panic. Fang Yi revived once more, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneering internally. Keep it up. I'll wear you down to nothing. Taking hits without fighting back wasn't his style, so he decided to counterattack while it was weakened. He immediately condensed his Yang attribute spiritual energy to confront it. A whistling sound tore through the air. Fang Yi fired a brilliant golden arrow, carrying scorching Yang energy straight at the King of Death. It raised a skeletal hand to block, deflecting the arrow. The system announced the mystical mark of the underworld has been activated. A black flame clung to the hand that had just deflected the arrow. The system continued, the King of Death has received a debuff, Nether Flame Incineration. It was utterly bewildered, unable to understand why its hand was on fire, and no matter what it did, it couldn't extinguish the flame. The King of Death panicked, trying to figure out what to do. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had already leaped high above its head, calculating in his mind. Just as the description of the Mark of Death stated, the King of Death didn't realize its body was weakening. It couldn't even feel the pain from the effect. He gripped the fire blade he had just forged and slashed down fiercely. The king assumed this attack would be useless, thinking Fang Yi would strike stealthily, but the King of Death had already glanced in his direction. Fang Yi didn't hesitate, roaring heavenly flame slash. The King of Death looked up, raising its sharp skeletal hand to block. With a mighty shout, the heavenly flame slash collided with the bone hand. A deafening explosion rang out. With his human physique being weaker than the aberration's, Fang Yi died once again. The battlefield was left shrouded in dust. The system reported Death Count 4. The King of Death continues to weaken. Weakening progress 45%. The Mark of the Frozen Pagoda was activated, and this time the one affected was Fang Yi. His body shattered into pieces with only a single thought remaining in his mind. It's starting again. A sharp sound echoed as the King of Death's skeletal hand snatched his small body. It brought him up to its face, observing him intently, as if trying to understand how he could revive over and over again. Even as his body disintegrated piece by piece, Fang Yi still managed a provocative smile. King of Death, take a look at yourself. Look at the state you're in now. It didn't fully understand his words, but still looked down at its body. It didn't see any obvious changes aside from a few bone fragments falling and small cracks on its face that it didn't notice. Fang Yi didn't explain as flames erupted around his body. He gave it a smile and then vanished into the fire. Seeing its prey self-destruct, the King of Death froze for a moment. Immediately after, the system announced Death Count 5. This time, the King of Death's body changed drastically. One side of its face completely cracked and fell off. The system displayed weakening progress 60%. The death energy was corroding its supposedly immortal body. This threw it into a panic. The system continued to update. Mark of the Hellish Nightmare activated, increasing weakening progress. Instantly, it saw its own body being destroyed piece by piece. At the same time, outside UA City, the tombstones scattered across the mountain collapsed in unison. The sound of destruction echoed everywhere as if the entire mountain was shaking. Ji-Lan was shocked. Am I seeing things? All the tombstones are collapsing, Wu Ru confirmed. You're not seeing things. Everyone look, she said, pointing to the sky in the distance. A report just came in from the front line. The anomalous pillars of light are gradually disappearing. Wang Liangyi felt a glimmer of hope. Does that mean my cousin is still alive? Old Wu immediately gave an order, go. We're entering UA City. They still need us there. He radioed for other teams to come for support to evacuate survivors and the wounded. After speaking, he led the three of them away. A voice responded from below, understood. Inside UA City, in the large square, the stone still stood. Perhaps because it was close to the King of Death, it hadn't been destroyed yet, only showing some cracks. Suddenly, a hand burst through the ground, a human hand, not a skeleton's. It was Su Qinghuang, who had just escaped her grave. She struggled to crawl out, panting, her heart still filled with fear. What happened? A moment ago, my life force was clearly drained. Moreover, when she was pulled into the tombstone, she felt as if her body and soul were no longer in this world. The memory still made her shudder, like being dragged into a hell with no escape. But then that scene had shattered. Su Qinghuang mumbled, the tombstones. I have to save people. She immediately rushed to another tombstone bearing the name Chen Ruo and started digging repeatedly, calling her name. Chen Ruo, are you still alive? A short while later, she dug Chen Ruo out and breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Ruo was still there, unlike her sister, who had vanished completely. Suddenly, it began to rain. Su Qinghuang looked up at the sky, which was no longer gloomy. The sky. Looking closely, she saw light piercing through the thick clouds. The sky was cracking apart. Back on the battlefield, a skull was thrown to the ground. At this point, the King of Death was nothing but a dilapidated head, the light in its eyes dimming, its power fading. It opened its mouth. I am the noble King of Death. What are you things? It glared at the shadowy figures of various shapes before it and roared, you dare to scorn me. The shadows didn't answer, simply opening their mouths as if to devour it. The system announced Hellish Nightmare has weakened the King of Death by 80%. The light in its eyes faded, its skull cracked. Death was near, but it didn't realize it. Weakening progress, 90%. A moment later, the skull shattered. The King of Death never imagined it would meet its end. The system displayed, weakening 100%. An announcement followed immediately. The King of Death's power has been weakened and seized by you. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate and sunlight shone through, illuminating Fang Yi. Swirls of black and purple death energy coiled around him. The system announced, congratulations, the former king has fallen. A new king is enthroned. The dark clouds that covered the sky suddenly parted and a beam of brilliant light shone down. Fang Yi's body floated in mid-air like a god descending to the mortal world. Below, Su Qinghuang held Chen Ruo and looked up in awe. This is. Wu Ru was stunned. The gravedigger didn't die. He not only broke the King of Death's law of death, but he also summoned the 100 demons of hell to devour it. Old Wu seemed to realize something and chuckled. I'm afraid it's far beyond our imagination. He speculated. The law of death cannot be avoided, it can only be broken. Before falling victim to the King of Death's rules, the gravedigger must have already prepared a solution. He did indeed die, but in doing so, he grasped the power to destroy the King of Death. He was born from death. Wu Ru was full of respect and doubt. But can a human really possess the power to reverse life and death? She worried. The King of Death was an awakened anomaly king. What if it took over the gravedigger's body? Ji-Lan understood her concern, smiling and shaking her head. No, everyone, look. She pointed towards the newly rescued people and analyzed. If the gravedigger had been completely defeated and become a puppet or a vessel for the King of Death, we wouldn't have been able to save so many survivors. Besides, the things he summoned didn't attack us. Just then, a panicked voice cried out, over here. There's a seriously injured girl. She's starting to turn purple. The girl weakly asked, What happened? She looked around in a daze. It's so noisy. Didn't I already die? The residents of UA City panicked and cried out when they saw a figure floating in the sky. Who is that? Why does he have the aura of an anomaly king? Someone trembled, a reaper. Is that a reaper? So they really exist? Someone else retorted, What are you talking about? That's the gravedigger, the one who saved us. The little girl Fang Yi had saved suddenly spoke up. No, that name doesn't sound nice. The little girl shouted happily, He's a god. He's our god. He's the one who destroyed the evil thing. At that moment, Fang Yi high in the sky began to make his move. With his usual cold expression, he summoned the death scythe. He said it was time to end this. A tearing sound echoed as Fang Yi swung the scythe into the void, instantly ripping space itself open. The people below were stunned. The night sky was torn asunder, the void cracked open, revealing a bleak and chilling world. This fissure generated a powerful suction force. pulling in all the residual death energy from below. Yu Jilan and Old Wu were all astonished. Old Wu exclaimed, "The realm of the netherworld, where 10,000 ghosts cry. He's actually summoned the true hell to descend upon this world." Fang Yi stood in midair, his body enveloped in yang energy. "Return to where you belong." He then raised his hand as if sealing the rift using a purifying yang attribute. Instantly, a golden light as brilliant as the sun illuminated the entirety of the gloomy Yue city. When the light faded, the rift closed. Fang Yi let out a soft breath. It was finally over. He then slowly descended to the ground. Below, the survivors burst into tears of relief. Loved ones embraced each other tightly. "It's a miracle, we're still alive." Fang Yi watched this scene quietly, a flicker of worry in his heart. The battle with the King of Death had consumed too much of his spiritual energy, and with the death mark on him, he didn't know what consequences would follow. With that thought, he landed in a quiet mist-shrouded cemetery. Just then, Wang Liangyi ran up and hugged him tightly. Her appearance startled him for a moment. Wang Liangyi looked at him. "You're not dead, right? You scared me so much." He smiled and patted her head. "I'm all right." Only then did Fang Yi look around and see Su Qinghuang clutching her injured arm, smiling at him. "Thank you." He didn't understand why, but Su Qinghuang was smiling as she looked past him. Chen Rang was there, hugging another girl. The two sisters sobbed, finally reunited after the disaster. Fang Yi understood and smiled. Her little sister was still alive, a blessing in disguise. As Elder Wu was observing, someone came to report. "Elder Wu, the data has been compiled." The soldier reported the casualties. The losses in Moon City caused by the King of Death amounted to about half the population, mostly those who hadn't awakened or had been consumed by the tombstones for too long. The reinforcing pioneer forces totaled 1,500 people. 50 are dead, 30 are missing, and over 1,000 are injured. After hearing the report, Elder Wu closed his eyes and then gave an order. "Begin the reconstruction. Compensate the victims and their families." Wu Niu, standing behind him, added, "Shen City will also provide assistance." Jilan felt it wasn't enough and asked, "Master, isn't it time to announce the era of spiritual energy's return? How much longer can we hide this from ordinary people? I feel so small. I couldn't save so many people." Elder Wu understood, but shook his head. "This isn't something we can decide." You comforted her. "People are not as weak as you think. After so many incidents, some have already noticed the signs. Even if they haven't awakened, they are preparing to face the apocalypse." Elder Wu placed a hand on her shoulder. "Jilan, you don't have to carry it all. Every pioneer has their own responsibility. Doing your best is enough." As the event concluded, Wu Nu smiled. "I originally came to assist the mortician and see him, but it seems that's no longer necessary." She watched as he was surrounded by the townspeople. He was probably very busy right now. This battle would undoubtedly establish him as a pillar of the Xia kingdom. Meanwhile, the people of Moon City were cheering, "Lord Mortician, you are our god. Without you, I would have become a vengeful spirit." "Thank you, Elder Wu," understood Wu Nu's implication and nodded, announcing that the Mortician had eliminated the Aberration King, would serve as a deterrent to other nations. He gave an order, but his file and abilities must be kept secret. Right now, other nations have been investigating him since he became famous, but his core data has not been leaked. When the news from Moon City is announced, they will assume the Xia kingdom has grasped the patterns of the kings, something the rest of the world has failed to do. Even with their alliances, they won't dare to act recklessly. This will give us the upper hand. Elder Wu continued to command return and study the data and video recordings. "We must quickly understand a complete Aberration King. The Xia kingdom's future is long. We can't let the Mortician bear this burden alone." Jilan's spirits lifted. Master is right. There's no time to rest. Wu Nu adjusted her glasses confidently. "Let Shen City handle the next aberration." After everything was settled, Fang Yi and Wang Liangyi returned to his villa in Tai City. He soaked in the spacious bathtub, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Holding his phone, he scrolled through the news. After cleaning up Moon City's square, the government had collected the Dark Attribute Spirit Crystal, left behind by the King of Death, and gifted it to him. In addition, there was the Yang Attribute Spirit Crystal Chen Rang had mentioned. He now possessed 2 top-tier attribute crystals. Fang Yi stood up, water streaming down his body. He took out the dark crystal, intending to try and absorb it. Although the 2 attributes were opposites, since he was now recognized as the new King of Death, absorbing it probably wouldn't be a problem. The system announced dark attribute fluctuations detected. Preliminary scan confirms it is a dark attribute spirit crystal. Activating ultimate computational ability. Commencing compilation. The system quickly completed the task. Compilation complete. You have obtained the dark attribute technique, Death Travel. At the same time, a dramatic black cloak seemed to drape itself over Fang Yi's body. The system explained Death Travel is a teleportation technique. It uses shadows as a veil to move through the darkness, passing through the void to reach a target location. After the system finished its explanation, the black cloak on him vanished. He reasoned, "It sounds rather vague, but in essence, it's just a teleportation skill." It was nighttime. Fang Yi left the bathroom and stepped into the dark hallway where only a sliver of moonlight shone in from outside. The skill might be simple, but its effectiveness in combat would be immeasurable. Using the shadows in the hallway, he instantly teleported down to the living room in the blink of an eye. Spatial teleportation was truly a skill that combined both life-saving and escape capabilities. There was one more thing after being recognized by the Mark of Death. Fang Yi had gone from indirectly absorbing the dark attribute to enhance himself to being able to absorb it directly. Currently, his level of control over dark attribute spiritual power had clearly increased after defeating the King of Death and absorbing the remaining dark attribute from its spirit crystal. He could feel that he was now approaching the Diamond Realm, just one short step away. After testing his new move, Fang Yi opened the door and entered the room. There was still the Yang attribute spirit crystal. It was originally the reward from Chenrang for helping Moon City resolve its crisis, but after the King of Death was eliminated, both he and Su Qinghuang almost forgot about it. As a result, Moon City felt that Chenrang personally giving the spirit crystal to Fang Yi wasn't formal enough, so they organized a grand handover ceremony and even erected a statue of him in the city. Recalling this, he was simply speechless. Holding the Yang attribute spirit crystal in his hand, he decided to just let it go. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, his cold face staring intently at the crystal before him. At the same time, in the sky above the villa, a massive vortex of spiritual energy formed, blazing red and scorching hot. The system activated. Yang attribute fluctuations detected. Preliminary scan confirms it is a Yang attribute spirit crystal. Activating ultimate computational ability. Commencing compilation. The Yang attribute spirit crystal spun in Fang Yi's hand, gathering countless streams of spiritual energy. Then the system announced the compilation was complete. The crystal was absorbed into his body, and a brilliant light like the midday sun erupted throughout the room. The light shifted unpredictably before forming a pair of radiant golden wings on Fang Yi's back. The system announced, "You have obtained the Yang attribute technique, Sun God." A sun-shaped insignia flashed on his forehead. The system introduced it. Sun God can summon a massive Yang God idol from the void to incinerate all things. At that very moment in Tai City, a giant golden crow appeared in the sky, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Hey everyone, a giant golden object has appeared over Tai City. It looks like the legendary golden crow sent by the heavens. I'm in High City and the light from over there is blinding me. Is this another bizarre disaster? I'm so scared. We just had a moment of peace. Amidst everyone's anxiety and unease, a bold reporter reported, "Don't panic. This is Tai City. I suspect it's that great god who saved all of Tai City before. Perhaps he's breaking through to the next level again." On the Pioneer forums, people were buzzing. Coordinates are in Tai City. That familiar, overwhelmingly powerful Yang attribute has appeared again. Has the Great Undertaker advanced to a new level of power? This celestial event was unlike any before. The lives of ordinary practitioners are still lives. They were just passing by on a mission, and were nearly burned to a crisp. At the same time, deep in a dense forest, a group of people was resting. One of them, reading the news, spoke up. "Whoa, this Undertaker is on another level. When will we ever be strong enough to put Country B in its place?" A Fang Yi chimed in resentfully yesterday, that so-called Great Seer from Country B. It sounded half-baked from the start. What was he spouting about Xia country not surviving the first year of the spiritual energy revival? Hearing this, Chu Qingli, a fresh-faced newbie to the world of practitioners, naively asked a question. The seer from Country B. Could what he said be true? Qin Lu immediately shot back. "I spit on that superstitious garbage. If anyone's collapsing, it'll be them first." Despite being told off, she continued. "But a lot has been happening in Xia country recently." Fang Yi glared at her. "What are you getting at? Are you a spy?" Qin Lu was even more blunt. "Hey, how long have you been awakened and you're still a one-star ghost realm? You're pathetic," Chu Qingli retorted stubbornly. "So what? Aren't there plenty of one-star ghost realms? If it weren't for the spiritual energy revival, would you even have the right to look down on me?" Her arrogance got on to Fang Yi's nerves. He stepped closer, sizing her up. "Oh, I get it now. A little princess like you who always looks down on people. You must be pretty unhappy about this whole spiritual energy revival, huh? Doesn't feel too good to be looked down on by others, does it? Well, you better get used to it because in this new world, you're the trash." In the middle of the wilderness, Chu Qingli threw one of her arrogant tantrums at her teammates. Hilarious. What kind of power do you guys even have? In front of the Undertaker, you'd all be bowing and scraping just like everyone else. If you want to laugh at me, try becoming as powerful as him first. Fang Yi caught the key phrase. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you actually want to team up with the Undertaker. Hearing this, she was slightly taken aback. Seeing her flustered and guilty expression, Fang Yi burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you think you're worthy. I've never heard of the Undertaker teaming up with anyone." Qin Lu balled his fist, pointed his thumb to the ground contemptuously and said, "You're kicked off the team. Now scram and go find your precious Undertaker." With that, they all packed their bags and left. Chu Qingli panicked. "Wait, I did the mission with you guys. You have to give me my share of the reward." Fang Yi glanced back at her. "You want a reward. You should be grateful. We're not charging you a protection fee." He threw a punch from a distance. "Get lost." The powerful defensive force slammed into Chu Qingli's stomach, sending her flying backward. She doubled over, clutching her abdomen in agony. Her face twisted with rage and pain. Just you wait for me. A post on social media caught everyone's attention. Country B's great seer makes a shocking statement. Will Xia, Country Blue Star's #1 nation, truly not survive? The first year of the spiritual energy revival. What is their true agenda? A rational discussion. Should we temporarily ban all topics related to Country B? At the Thai City Spiritual Energy Association, Fang Yi looked at the computer screen with his arms crossed. This prophecy is really affecting our practitioners that much. The guild president nodded slightly. It is. That's why we had to ask you to come and make a statement using your government-verified Undertaker account. To prevent anyone from trying to figure out your identity, we could only ask you to come here in person. Su Qinghuang added, Country B is skilled at using public opinion to manipulate people's hearts. Even before the spiritual energy revival, they used tactics like this many times, all aimed at shaking our people's morale, creating instability, and hindering our cultivation. The guild president looked at Fang Yi and continued, exactly. News has already spread that your power is on par with an anomaly king, so they can't sit still any longer. Country B won't let us cultivate in peace and continue to grow stronger. I heard that the natural disaster that almost occurred in Shen City recently also had Country B's hand in it. Hearing this, Fang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Their strength isn't greater than ours. If they can control natural disasters, then how? The guild president shook his head. We're not sure about that either. Because originally all nations predicted that disaster would strike in Country B, but it ended up merely appearing in Shen City, almost costing us Old Wu and many of our elites. Fang Yi understood now, his fingers flying across the keyboard. I admit I hadn't considered that. He then hit the enter key, finishing his social media post. A new post instantly appeared on his official account, The Undertaker. Even if the apocalypse were to descend, it couldn't keep up with the speed of my breakthroughs. Many practitioners were following Fang Yi's every move. Instantly, the comments exploded. The Undertaker is about to break through again. Is he trying to reach the Diamond Realm? That kind of progress is terrifying. The god of Xisha country stands tall at the peak of this new era of spiritual revival, but one person timidly pointed out, wait, has anyone else noticed the so-called hell descending on earth from the prophecy? Didn't that already happen in Yue City? Fang Yi's thinking was very simple. There was no need to say much right now, nor was there a need to attack Country B. He just needed to use the simplest method to show them his strength, and that would be enough. Eyewitnesses started commenting under his post. I'm a survivor from Yuexi City. I saw with my own eyes the embalmer summon the 100 ghosts of the Yellow Spring to tear apart the King of Death and destroy the King of Death. Someone spoke up. What, the embalmer did this? Others began to mock Country B. Haha, what is that tiny Country B even prophesizing about? I hope the great master doesn't make them cry later. There were also fans who rushed in. Brother Fang Yi, I'm your loyal fan. Can you just reply to me once? I'll print it out and put it on my tombstone for future generations to admire. At the same time, at Country B's information control department, a person shouted, this embalmer is so damn annoying. How is his influence so terrifying? Haven't you gotten the data on the embalmer yet? You people are completely useless. The one who spoke was the network data expert Mar, a precursor from Country B. Fang Yi angrily yelled, if you can't find this person, you can all forget about continuing in this industry. No one can stop our plan. Back on Fang Yi's side, seeing the positive trend online, he figured this should calm things down for a while. The chairman laughed in relief. Thank you so much. Just then, an assistant ran in to report Sir Embalmer, a message from headquarters. In the west of Xia country, two powerful attribute streams have merged to form a new forbidden zone. Xia country has already sealed it off. Fang Yi looked at him and asked, what attributes? The assistant replied, it's a combination of yang and dark attributes, which makes it extremely dangerous, but it could also hide a great opportunity. This information was passed to us privately by a sea mystic from headquarters. If you're interested, sir, you can set out tomorrow morning. Fang Yi immediately agreed. He was thrilled as this was a perfect chance to test his two new abilities. In the West Xia Kingdom, outside the forbidden zone of the Black Sun Abyss of the Netherworld, a giant vortex formed in the sky. Below, sturdy military vehicles approached. As the vehicles came to a stop, a slender figure opened a door and stepped out, followed by a steady, reassuring foot planting on the ground. Fang Yi and Ji Lan observed the situation. He spoke up. No wonder you had to send so many people to follow me and even conduct real-time surveillance. Ji Lan nodded. That's right. This black storm is the natural barrier of the Black Sun Abyss. Only by breaking through it can one enter. The vortex's wind blew through Fang Yi's dark hair, but he remained calm, as if he already had a plan. The vortex naturally formed a thin barrier. Ji Lan looked at Fang Yi's back as he stepped forward. She asked, inside is a violent clash of yang and dark attributes with strange turbulence and a chaotic climate. Embalmer, are you ready? Outside the forbidden zone, a massive storm covered the sky, plunging the surrounding area into pitch darkness. Two military vehicles sped toward them from behind. Fang Yi was a little surprised. Ji-Lan introduced them, explaining they were pioneers selected by the headquarters of Shen City and Hai City. She clarified, they are just like you both at the 3-star spirit creation realm. They are top prospects expected to break through to the Diamond Realm and have shown the most outstanding performance in forbidden zones or when handling anomalies. The gentle-looking young man smiled and spoke up. Apologies, Elder Lan, we're a bit late. Is this the captain of the Tai City Embalmers? I'm Wang Lan, the new captain from Hai City, a 3-star spirit creation realm pioneer with the water attribute. The one next to me is Song Yiming, a dual attribute user of wind and fire. He's very strong, an elite pioneer from Shen City. Also at the 3-star spirit creation realm, Yiming was much colder, carrying a rather large blade on his back. Greetings, Ji-Lan continued. Everyone understands the situation regarding the Black Sun Abyss, so please use your own abilities to break through the dark windstorm barrier and enter on your own. Fang Yi stood motionless, feeling the stares from behind him. He grew wary and thought to himself, why are these two staring at me like that? Seeing that no one was making a move, Yiming decided to go first to gain the upper hand. He let out a soft snort, then drew the blade from his back. If that's the case, I'll give it a try. He channeled his spiritual energy. He had taken this mission arranged by the old-timers at headquarters, partly because of this embalmer. He'd heard that not only did he possess the extremely rare Yang attribute, but he had also acquired the Dark attribute during the Yue City disaster a few days ago. Yiming's fire and wind attributes allowed him to float effortlessly into the air. He calculated that with his pure fire attribute enhanced by his wind attribute, he could push the power of his flames to its absolute limit. He charged confidently into the vortex. How could his Yang attribute possibly compare to this? Down below, Ji-Lan observed and said, Song Yiming as a dual attribute genius from headquarters. She smiled faintly. Has pushed both of his attributes to their peak. The dark windstorm barrier is extremely difficult to break. The main reason is that the dark attribute inside has somehow condensed and simulated an incredibly harsh climate. But for Song Yiming, this was simple. In the blink of an eye, he successfully sliced open a path just wide enough for one person to enter. Seeing his teammate go first, Wang Lan also made his move. Then I'll be next. He summoned a blue water umbrella in his hand. Wang Lan's water form technique didn't seem to have any offensive power. He then casually opened the umbrella and walked into the storm ahead. Ji-Lan explained, but as his realm has increased, his defensive abilities have reached an incredible level of proficiency. The umbrella seemed to tear right through the dark windstorm's defensive barrier. As Wang Lan approached, it opened a narrow path for him. Once inside, he waved his hand to retract the umbrella and sighed. This dark climate is really powerful. If I had just entered the 3-star spirit creation realm, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold onto the umbrella and would have died right here. He then looked up to observe the situation inside. Whoa, this is incredible. Can Yang and dark attributes really fuse and coexist? At the center of the vortex was a small spinning sun radiating both Yang and dark attributes. Yiming glanced at Wang Lan and said quietly, I don't feel much from the Yang attribute, but the dark attribute is. Indeed, chilling and strongly repels the human body. Forget about conquering it, just not being affected is an achievement in itself. Wang Lan sensed the surrounding atmosphere and frowned slightly. Maybe it's because you have the fire attribute, so you handle the Yang attribute quite well. He continued, I also felt a bit more uncomfortable when I first passed through the darkness. So about those rumors concerning that embalmer. Yiming's curiosity was piqued. I'd also like to see for myself just how strong he really is. While the two were talking, a powerful surge of Yang spiritual energy rushed toward them. An explosion echoed and Yiming immediately shouted. Watch out, he and Wang Lan quickly retreated, dodging the attack. Once they were safe, Wang Lan realized it was the Yang attribute. That single attack had directly torn the dark windstorm barrier wide open. Fang Yi casually walked in with Ji-Lan. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing Fang Yi's indifferent expression after that sword strike, Ji-Lan, who was following behind him, was simply speechless. Yiming finally snapped out of his shock. He looked at Fang Yi. Was that you? The barrier behind them remained open, unable to close itself. Fang Yi calmly replied, that's right. Yiming stammered, how did you do that? The dark windstorm barrier is actually staying split open. It's not regenerating, Fang Yi explained. It's very simple. You just need to use a Yang attribute that is stronger and of a higher quality than the dark attribute inside to suppress it. Although it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, the Yang attribute is a natural counter to the dark attribute. As long as you have enough spiritual energy, you can maintain it for a certain period of time. But it is a bit of a shame. I could have brought more pioneers in, but for safety's sake, I only brought Ji-Lan for now. Yiming was speechless, cursing internally. Simple. He calls that simple. Even Wang Lan was stunned, thinking to himself, is this guy really in the same realm as us? That's easy to say, but only a master like Elder Wu should be able to do something like that. Ji-Lan could only chuckle to herself, I'm used to it. Every genius precursor goes through a shock that shatters their worldview like this. Seeing that they were silent, Fang Yi was quite satisfied with his performance and let out a small smile. Just then, the system announced that a contamination source had been detected. The dark anomalous value was fluctuating, and A-rank anomaly had appeared. At the same time, the ground where everyone was standing began to shake like an earthquake, sensing the pressure in the air. Yiming wasn't too worried. It's just an A-rank anomaly, but since it's a dark attribute, we can give it a try. And so the group led by Fang Yi immediately rushed inside. Suddenly, a group of 3 strangers appeared before them. Looking at their clothes, Fang Yi guessed to himself, "Are these people from country B?" Jilan also saw the figures and she was a bit surprised and angry. "Wait, there are other people here. Was that anomaly fluctuation just now because they destroyed the anomaly? No other precursors requested permission to secretly enter today. It's highly likely they're illegal trespassers." The 4 of them stopped. Wang Lan spoke up. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Among the group of 3, there was a blonde leader named Manhwa. He arrogantly introduced himself. "As you can see, precursors of Shy Country, we are from Country B here for a trial." Yiming angrily retorted, "A trial? This is Shy Country's territory. You entered a forbidden zone of another country for a trial without any approval." Jilan stepped forward to reason with them. "This place belongs to Sha Country. What you're doing is illegal trespassing. Please leave immediately." But the illegal trespasser Minghui had no intention of leaving. "People of Xia, the times have changed." He spread his arms as if declaring control. "If your people don't come in to seize the resources and opportunities, we won't let them go to waste. We are stronger than you. We will have the opportunities here. This is the right choice." Fang Yi patted Jilan's shoulder to reassure her, then stepped forward and let out a soft "oh." "So you're saying only the strong can seize the opportunities, is that right?" He secretly sized up the 3 people in front of him. At that moment, Fang Yi could sense that these 3 had concealed their auras. Their cultivation levels were even higher than Jilan's and Song Yuming's, which explained their arrogance. Did Country B send their most elite precursors to secretly invade Xia Country's crucial forbidden zone because they want to declare war? Regardless of their strength, he confidently stepped forward to drive them away. "Then you can get lost." Behind him, Jilan immediately reported to headquarters. "We have discovered 3 illegal trespassers from Country B in the northwest direction of the forbidden zone. We will expel them immediately. Please increase surveillance." At the same time, Wang Lan and Yiming also got into a combat stance. The trespasser was probably too confident. Ming Hui laughed loudly, revealing his spiritual power attribute. "You refuse the easy way, so you'll get the hard way." Seeing his spiritual power attribute, both Yiming and Wang Lan were horrified. A dark attribute, precursor. The trespasser boasted proudly. "A dark attribute domain. This is my home turf." Jilan was stunned. Her sharp eyes recognized it. This is nether poison emitted from decomposing corpses, a mutated branch of the dark attribute. Wang Lan immediately became vigilant. What are they planning to do? Just as he finished speaking, Jilan realized there was a problem with the radio in her hand. "Oh no, they destroyed all the communication and monitoring equipment we brought with us." Fang Yi understood the opponent's intention. "They want to kill us to silence us." The hot-headed Yiming grabbed his blade and rushed forward. "Why are we just standing around waiting for him to cast his skills? Let's strike first. If we can't absorb the dark attribute, then we'll just destroy it." Wang Lan tried to stop him. Wait, but it was too late. Yiming slashed out a huge fireball, flying straight towards the unknown trespasser. However, the unexpected happened. The opponent's nether poison attribute easily enveloped the fireball. With a loud bang, the fireball was thrown high into the air and exploded, causing no damage to the opponent. Yiming was horrified. What? It didn't stop there. The nether poison attribute continued to spread like darkness. Jilan warned everyone. "Here it comes." Wang Lan immediately unfurled his water barrier, forming a protective shield around the group. "Everyone be careful." At this moment, Fang Yi was the calmest one, his plans unclear. A hand made of nether poison viciously tore through Wang Lan's water attribute defense. He panicked. "My defense!" Just then Fang Yi charged forward with his sword, coldly reminding everyone get back. He slashed his sword forward directly, shattering that hand. Ming Hui was completely stunned, never expecting someone could break his attack. Behind Ming Hui were several more hands made of nether poison looking like spider legs. He spoke. "A fire attribute precursor from Shi Country, huh? You won't be so lucky next time. Turn around and look at your teammates. They look even more helpless than you do." Hearing Ming Hui's triumphant words, Fang Yi turned his head to look behind him. Just as Ming Hui had said, Jilan, Wang Lan, and Yiming were all completely surrounded by the nether poison. Her spiritual energy was being constantly drained. Jilan realized this man had been hiding his true strength. He had to be at least a 2-star Diamond Realm expert or even higher. Yiming cursed in anger. "Damn it, he's so treacherous." Seeing them at a disadvantage, the man on the other side, Ming Hui laughed out loud. At the same time, outside the restricted zone, analysts were at work. "The Dark Storm seal is closed. The probability of us breaking through it is very low." An order was given to send a warning to headquarters. "An unidentified transcendent from Country B has secretly infiltrated our border's restricted zone and what's more has initiated an attack on our people." Fang Yi turned to look behind him. Do we still have the footage from before the communication device was destroyed? His assistant behind him reported. It's all been saved to the server. To be safe, I've already made it backup. She brought the tablet forward, pointing to the person in the video as she explained. But it seems the rumors about Country B having someone with the dark attribute are true, though it appears he hasn't fully mastered it. Based on the video analysis, his ability is likely just a minor branch of the dark attribute, but its destructive power is still extremely high. Once hit, the wounds become impossible to heal. She added, we've only heard rumors that Country B has been conducting cruel experiments on their transcendence. The man in this footage could very well be the result of those experiments. Meanwhile, inside the dark storm, Seal Ming-hui was gloating. Your comrades have already been corroded by my nether poison attribute. Before long, their bodies will fester and rot away, and they will die. Their spiritual energy will become my nourishment. He looked at Fang Yi. As for you, you'll come back with me to the great Country B. Ming-hui charged forward, his eyes bloodshot. And then you'll become a part of me. Ji Lan struggled but still couldn't break free. This level of spiritual pressure. Country B must have sent one of their top-tier national powerhouses. The sealed Yi Ming frowned. What are you doing? Fight back. Do you want us all to die here? Fang Yi activated his golden yang body protection, staring coldly at his opponent. A 2-star diamond realm. And here I was wondering how strong a transcendent from Country B could be. As someone who wields the dark attribute, didn't you notice? This yang attribute. It burns as bright as the midday sun. It completely dispelled Ming-hui's nether poison. Is your nether poison ability useless against me? The man froze for a moment, clearly not having noticed this detail. What did you say? Just then, Fang Yi smirked and activated his system. You have deployed the enhanced Serene Yang Tomb Fire domain. Almost instantly, a thunderous explosion erupted. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Those two useless fools, I can't believe they were defeated so easily. Fang Yi launched himself into the air. Aren't you going to save them? They're about to die, you know. Ming-hui raised both his hands high, gathering power into a ball of nether poison spiritual energy above his head. Ha, you overestimate yourself. As long as you're human, you can't escape the power of my nether poison. Fang Yi charged forward, sword in hand, his yang attribute radiating intense heat. It wasn't until he got close that Ming-hui realized, wait, this is the yang attribute. The Xia nation actually has someone who wields the yang attribute. While he was stunned, Fang Yi was already in front of him, swinging his sword in a heavenly fire single slash. The sound of the blade tearing through flesh echoed as Ming-hui had almost no chance to resist. Even though his body had been sliced in two, he wasn't dead yet. His heart was filled with terror. How could someone wield power that rivals an aberrant king? Impossible. A plume of black smoke escaped from the two halves of Ming-hui's bisected body. The sight left Yi Ming and Wang Lan completely stunned. High above, Ming-hui coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood. His body didn't fall to the ground. Instead, the gash was slowly closing. Standing off to the side, Fang Yi also noticed this strange phenomenon. A crackling sound was heard as the smoke acted like an adhesive, pulling him back together. Ming-hui gloated, this place is overflowing with the dark attribute. You can't kill me here. Seeing him still smiling as his body regenerated, Yi Ming was horrified. He's still alive. He watched as the dark attribute flooded into Ming-hui's body like water. Jilan spoke up. He was aiming for the dark attribute of this place all along. Fang Yi ignored him as he absorbed the dark attribute and commented coldly, you want to absorb the dark attribute to heal your wounds. A pity. Your nether poison attribute is truly too weak. Using dark energy to restore yourself. The conversion rate is far too low. He narrowed his eyes, assessing him with dissatisfaction. To deal with you, I don't even need to use the new ultimate technique I've mastered. A top-tier expert from Country B, is this all you've got? As soon as he finished speaking, Ming-hui noticed something was wrong. He panicked. No. What's happening? He trembled all over as a sense of dread spread through his body. Is something suppressing my nether poison attribute? Why am I not healing anymore? Why Fang Yi couldn't be bothered to listen to his rambling. He raised two fingers and... snap. A sharp snapping sound echoed. He simply turned his back and Ming-hui's body instantly exploded like a firework in the sky. Fang Yi landed gently on the ground without a single speck of dust on him. Below, Ming-hui's two followers were also dead. He said nonchalantly, it's over. Then he reached his hand out toward Yi Ming and Wang Lan, startling them both. They thought Fang Yi was about to silence them. A few gentle sparks of lightning coursed through their bodies. It quickly shattered the nether poison attribute affecting them. As the lightning retracted, Wang Lan was astonished. This is... Yi Ming moved his body joyfully. Fang Yi explained, I removed the dark attribute from you. He then placed a hand on Ji Lan's shoulder. A current ran through her body and she smiled. I never thought you could so easily slay a diamond realm transcendent from Country B. It seems I've underestimated your growth rate. Fang Yi scoffed. This trash, I'm actually questioning their combat abilities. He stated calmly that Diamond Realm guy clearly didn't achieve his breakthrough through normal means. His spiritual energy was very impure. Besides, they've infiltrated the Xia Nation's inner circles, yet they didn't know the Xia Nation had a transcendent with the Yang attribute. Jilan was also puzzled. I'm not sure why they didn't know about you either, but there's a rumor that's been circulating among our inner circles. The aberrant calamity that year almost brought down the Wang Liang divine punishment, but Elder Wu stopped it with his own body. Originally, that divine punishment was supposed to strike Country B, but it sounds unbelievable and we don't have any concrete evidence. After hearing this, Fang Yi thought for a moment. Is that so? I don't think that speculation is entirely an exaggeration. He analyzed Elder Wu was the pillar of the Xia Nation, so the chances of him being targeted were very high. And Country B has always been our bitter rival. If that's true, then I suppose I have unintentionally done a good deed. Avenging Elder Wu. Yiming looked at Fang Yi as if he were his idol. I was so ignorant before. From this day on, I'm going to hang a picture of the embalmer at the head of my bed to motivate myself to train. I'll work hard so that one day I'll be worthy of his notice. Wang Lan was speechless. Brother, did the Yang attribute fry your brain? Fang Yi walked forward, turning his head back to instruct them. Although I've removed the dark attribute from you all in your current state, you're not suited to enter the central area of the Forbidden Zone. Jilan, you're even in command of the military personnel. You should lead them back, or you could try cultivating in the outer areas. As for himself, Fang Yi also stated his purpose clearly. I'm going to check out the real situation in the center of the Minghuang Forbidden Zone. Fang Yi left his teammates outside and entered the center of the Forbidden Zone by himself. Seeing him walk in so calmly, Song Yiming spoke up. He's just going in like that. Wang Lan, who was standing beside him, turned to look at Ji Lan and asked Sister Ji Lan, what would you say our chances of success are if it were us? Hearing this, Ji Lan only narrowed her eyes, remembering the image of Fang Yi, casually sitting in a chair, laughing and saying, you guys still need an old woman like me to look after you. After that thought, Ji Lan said, I used to be considered the only choice to succeed. Old Wu, but when the embalmer showed up, I could only take a backseat. Of course, we could still enter the Forbidden Zone center. It's just that trying to absorb those extreme attributes would be a complete fantasy. Hearing Ji Lan say this, Yiming and Wang Lan's expressions immediately changed. They wondered if they were just imagining things. Why had their big sister changed so much? Meanwhile, inside the central Forbidden Zone, the vortex suddenly began to fluctuate, letting out continuous howling gusts of wind. Song Yiming immediately noticed. He glanced over and shouted, what's happening inside? Hearing him, Ji Lan immediately warned the other two, get back. As she spoke, she created a shield to block the destructive force of the dark vortex. The instant the dark power collided with Ji Lan's shield, a massive explosion occurred. The explosion was so huge that it sent all three of them flying. Song Yiming screamed. Holy crap, everything around them was also affected, getting thrown everywhere. The explosion was immense, its impact affecting everything. The three of them, Ji Lan, Yiming, and Wang Lan, had just steadied themselves after being thrown back when Yiming immediately exclaimed, so this is the true face of the Minghuang Forbidden Zone's center. Just like in the satellite images before the three of them, now stood a massive pillar with a shape like a dark eye at its top. A dark aura enveloped the area. Yiming continued, it's like the eye of some god. As Jilan observed it, she frowned and shouted, everyone look, isn't that Fang Yi? Fang Yi was now levitating in the air with the dark power swirling around him. Fang Yi raised his hand and a dark orb immediately appeared. He looked at it thinking it was strange. He clenched his hand into a fist, still deep in thought. He could feel two extreme, completely opposite attributes that were gradually transforming into a new type of spiritual energy. Moreover, it seemed to have only started changing because he touched it. Right at that moment, two orbs, one of dark attribute and one of yang attribute, suddenly merged. His system immediately displayed a message, Heaven and Earth Great Mutation Phenomenon detected. It was initially identified as containing both yang and dark attributes. During the fusion of attribute fluctuations, a completely new unknown attribute is being automatically generated. The new attribute is named Ethereal Turbidity. The orb in Fang Yi's hand had now completely merged. The system sent a notification. System has begun automatically collecting data. Recording initiated. The orb in his hand was still releasing all of its dark power. Both streams of power with yang and dark attributes were now being absorbed by Fang Yi into his body. You have obtained a new technique, Ethereal Turbidity Accord. After he finished absorbing it on Fang Yi's forehead, something resembling a third eye suddenly appeared. The system sent him another notification, Ethereal Turbidity Accord. Myriad transformations are all but illusions. Illusion and reality give birth to each other. From nothingness comes the cycle of life. The surveillance personnel outside saw that the dark energy stream was gone. Someone shouted, the dark attribute in the black hole has been completely sucked away. Song Yiming stood below looking up. Witnessing this scene, he mumbled to himself, the dark and yang attributes have fused, while wondering, what kind of monster is this guy? Looking at the residual energy in the air fused from the two attributes, Jilan seemed to be thinking about something. She then asked Yiming and Wang Lan, how do you two feel? Wang Lan and Yiming both sensed their own abundant spiritual power. Wang Lan said this is a completely new spiritual energy. It seems terrifyingly powerful, but it lacks that creepy physiological sense of fear, that instinctive repulsion we have to the original dark attribute. Should we give it a try? Hearing this, Jilan clenched her fists, her eyes showing determination. There's no time to waste. Let's start cultivating too. Immediately, all three of them sat down on the ground, crossed their legs, and began to cultivate. Yiming planted his sword in the ground and said even just getting a small taste of it would be great. Scene changed to outside the forbidden zone. A member of the task force was observing with binoculars and said, "The data readings are insane. This is on the level of an abnormal king." The person holding a tablet to monitor the area also spoke up. "Wait, the people from Country B seem to have vanished." The person with the tablet suddenly frowned and said loudly, "Could it be that the embalmer dealt with the vanguards from Country B previously when the embalmer was in Kangxi City? We all heard about the lessons he taught the Kangxi City Spirit Association." The person next to him heard this, clenched his fists, and said, "They got what they deserved. Good thing we secured proof of Country B's actions." The two of them then hurriedly ran towards their vehicle and said loudly, "I'll contact headquarters immediately to initiate full diplomatic procedures. It's highly likely that Country B will launch an attack." The other person agreed, saying, "Exactly. The evidence must be delivered directly to our superiors. This video can definitely be used as leverage in our confrontation with Country B. We have to do our part to secure an advantageous position for this shy kingdom." The scene then changes to a meeting room filled with many people. This is Country B at the highest level of military command. A man stands up, slams his hand on the table, and shouts, "What in the world is going on? Didn't we send our strongest pioneer out there?" This enraged man is the leader of Country B, Fang Yi. He continues to yell, "How could they just go missing? Before you took action, didn't you all give me your guarantee?" The silver-haired man sitting not far away was gray. He finally spoke up, "Sir, this can't be considered missing. They were annihilated." He propped his chin on his hands, frowning as he continued, "Our vanguard suffered heavy losses, taken out by the cruel and cunning tactics of that backwater nation." Hearing this, Kan flew into a rage and roared, "Isn't that man supposed to be the strongest? And yet he still lost to that pathetic country. My entire force was wiped out. You people better give me the benefits I'm owed. I want everything from that backwater nation, or else I'm pulling all of my funding." Hearing the old man's threat, Gray spoke up, "This debt with the lower nation, we will definitely collect. I'll find a way to make them pay dearly." But as he said this, he suddenly stood up. The power that erupted from him put everyone in the room on guard as he declared, "Although I am a citizen of Country B, a nation brimming with pride, I am also a pioneer. Unlike you pampered dogs, I despise being threatened. I hope you can remember that." Seeing this, the bodyguards carefully shielded Kan. Though furious, Fang Yi could only grit his teeth in silence. As Gray turned to leave, the old man yelled another threat. "I'm going to call the leader of the lower nation right now. You all better teach them a lesson." Gray remained silent, leaving with his subordinate. As he walked down the street, he asked, "What are the results?" Gray's subordinate heard him and immediately replied, "Sir, we currently have no way of entering the Jia Kingdom's forbidden zone, nor can we pinpoint the exact location, where the second young master went missing. The precision device originally placed inside his body has most likely been destroyed. We can rule out the possibility that it was affected by the major fluctuations in the Minghuang forbidden zone." Hearing this, Gray gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he thought to himself, Xia Kingdom. Just you wait. The scene changes to the center of the Minghuang forbidden zone, where Fang Yi was still levitating in midair. He was absorbing dark and yang energy. The flow of power gathered and formed a seal on his forehead. With his eyes closed, Fang Yi thought the soul-piercing eye technique is an illusion art capable of dragging any living creature into a state of absolute despair. Its most direct application is the ability to pull enemies into an illusion without any direct action, tricking them until they die. Isn't that convenient? Having finished receiving the soul-piercing eye technique, Fang Yi landed back on the ground. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Fang Yi immediately collapsed to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He looked at the blood on his hand and thought, this dark power is truly tyrannical. Even after forming a completely new attribute, it still tests me with a backlash. Fang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He smirked and said, how interesting. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've faced a challenge like this. Meanwhile, at the Pioneer Alliance of Country B, the pioneers were gathered in a meeting room discussing. Did our experiment really succeed? A national protector, the country's ultimate weapon, actually lost to the Xia Kingdom. I don't believe it. We wield a dark attribute that humans cannot control, completely overwhelming all pioneers worldwide. Or was it because of a side effect? Suddenly, the door was kicked open and Greyhin barged in demanding, who was just here discussing the Great Gamma Plan. His face was terrifyingly grim, menacing everyone in the room. His subordinates behind him took the opportunity to fly up and seal off the entire area. It sounds like someone has their own opinion. The alliance leader of Country B's pioneers, Gray, glanced at one of the men sitting in the room and said coldly, then offer up your body as a test subject. His subordinates immediately dragged the unlucky man out as he begged for his life. Don't take me. I don't want to be an experiment. Please, Alliance leader, spare me. Another person in the room, terrified, asked, trembling, L leader, is this really set in stone? Gray clenched his fist and affirmed, that foolish mastermind is useless. I will personally go and threaten the Shia kingdom, he said confidently. Not only that, I will make every country in the world witness it firsthand. The scene shifts again. In the highest conference hall of the Azure Planet's United Nations, representatives from various nations are holding a meeting. One person began. This time, the Xia kingdom has truly gone too far. The envoy from Federation E, the envoy from Country A, both are present here. The envoy from Federation E has even prepared a speech. We, representing the Azure Planet's United Nations, condemn the Xia kingdom's actions in killing a key pioneer from another nation. With a great disaster looming, nations should not be slaughtering one another. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind, coming from the main entrance and silencing the entire conference room. Haha, a good kill, I say. Elder Wu entered a third-level Vajra Realm Master, Commissioner of the Xia Kingdom's military and regional chief of the Xia Kingdom's spiritual division. He spoke up. Why are you all still drinking spring water? It's not very sanitary these days. He glanced at his subordinate, signaling him. Quickly change it to chrysanthemum tea for them. It'll help them cool down a bit. An envoy in the room was somewhat intimidated by Elder Wu's presence. It's you. It's been a long time since we've heard any news of you. Gray also appeared, his expression souring at the sight of Elder Wu. It's been a long time, old senior, but now is not the time for pleasantries. The major nations have all agreed. With the restoration of spirit chi, we will not interfere with one another, nor will we engage in conflict. He continued, but a powerhouse for my nation went missing in your Xia kingdom. Regardless, the Xia kingdom must provide an explanation. However, Gray was in turmoil internally. Hasn't his fate already ended? Why is this happening? Hearing this, Elder Wu erupted in anger, a golden light flaring around him as he bellowed. An explanation. Haha, do you think you're worthy of demanding an explanation from me? As he spoke, the golden light expanded, affecting others in the room. This time, it was clearly your pioneers who struck first. The villain playing the victim. Truly your country's style. Some couldn't withstand the pressure, thinking to themselves, Mr. Wu has always been so gentle. Why is he being so forceful this time? Gray, though suppressed, tried to argue back. Haha, words are cheap. Do you have any proof? Internally, he grew more panicked. What on earth happened in the Xia Kingdom that I don't know about? If the Xia Kingdom's only third-level Vajra Realm Master has returned to his peak, then our plan. Elder Wu picked up a remote and turned on a projector. You want proof? Then I'll give you proof right in front of everyone. Let me be clear, pioneers from Country B secretly crossed into our Xia Kingdom's territory, plotting to steal a great opportunity. The screen immediately showed a clear image of Manhua and his subordinates. They were even shown destroying the recording device before attacking first, but unfortunately for them, they were killed in a counterattack by one of our pioneers. I'll say it again, it was a good kill. Scum like them deserve to be wiped out. The envoys in the room were all stunned. After the footage finished playing, Elder Wu, filled with killing intent, crossed his arms and warned Gray, I'll give your nation a saying from our Xia Kingdom, evil begets evil. I ask all of you here to bear witness. If any other nation's pioneers dare to plot against the Xia Kingdom's resources, Elder Wu turned to leave. This will be their end. Behind him, Gray refused to accept defeat, secretly channeling his power. He unleashed a technique, ordering trackless phantom art follow him. Several streams of green smoke obeyed, rushing towards Elder Wu, but before they could even touch him, the entire technique was reflected back. Gray was sent flying backward by the counterforce. Without even turning his head, Elder Wu scoffed, haha, such pathetic skill. Don't embarrass yourself in front of everyone. People of Country B, go back and train some more. Gray slammed hard against the wall, his body slumping. You. The others rushed over in a panic. Alliance leader, sir, call a doctor quickly. As Elder Wu left, he thought to himself, the Undertaker. How many more miracles can you create for the Xia Kingdom? Elsewhere in the Minghuang Forbidden Zone, a black vortex was swallowing the sky. Ji-Lan looked up at it. The speculation, the fluctuations, it's terrifying. The Undertaker might be in danger. In the middle of a vast land, a lone figure stood, his body slumped over. It was Fang Yi. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and threw his head back as 3 beams of light shot out from his eyes and forehead. The light expanded, enveloping him. Fang Yi let out a massive roar, causing the ground around him to crack and shatter. Ag. As the light faded, Fang Yi absorbed a new source of power. The corrupted spirit eye technique had fully merged with him. His body no longer rejected the dark attribute. His pupils were now completely covered in a violet hue. Since I've absorbed a new technique, I might as well test it out, he thought. Fang Yi snapped his fingers, activating the turbid spirit eye technique. Countless fragments appeared before his eyes. Fang Yi looked up. Each fragment contained a different image. So these illusions are all experiences I've been through. Quite interesting. He looked at one fragment where a giant spider was spinning its web to capture people. Every opportunity that made me stronger was a living hell for someone else. Is this the power of the turbid spirit eye technique? The image then shifted to a place where ice and lava intersected. If combined with the death's adamantine seal, the experience would be like 3 layers of hell. In that instant, Fang Yi seemed to hold the powers of both ice and fire in his hands. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? The sky above was torn apart by a giant vortex. Golden energy streams mixed with the vortex, creating a bizarre spectacle. Fang Yi took notice. A few bolts of lightning appeared, flashing menacingly. He checked and saw his spiritual power overflowing on the verge of breaking through to the Vajra realm. Fang Yi stomped hard on the crumbling ground, smiling as he stepped forward. Good, just what I wanted. A bolt of blue lightning struck down. An illusion of golden light appeared before Fang Yi. The two charged at each other, ready to fight. The collision created a massive explosion that reached Jilan's team. Seeing this, Jilan couldn't help but be astonished. Could it be that he's trying to break through to the Vajra realm right here? Song Yiming, who was behind her, was also stunned. What? On the battlefield between Fang Yi and the illusion, a powerful pillar of energy light shot straight down to the ground. Fang Yi stood in the middle of the pillar, observing. Is that all? A confident glint flashed in his eyes. Then it's my turn. With that, he spread his arms wide and shouted, unleashing the boundless dark realm. He yelled even louder. The illusion on the other side showed no fear. 100 refined divine lightning. Then Fang Yi extended his hand and shot a bolt of lightning at the illusion. Immediately after, another pillar of light descended from the sky. Fang Yi gathered the golden energy streams, converging them into a circle in his hands as he broke through, completing the process. First layer, Vajra realm. Fang Yi hovered in midair, clearly feeling a new power surging within his body. I can't believe I'd break through to the Vajra realm right here. This can be considered a pleasant surprise. Having fully assimilated the Vajra realm, he reached out his hand and gathered a brilliant beam of light energy. Then he swung his arm violently, throwing the ring of light, creating a significant shockwave. The shockwave reached Jilan and Song Yiming. Song Yiming exclaimed, "Ah, he did it." Jilan couldn't help but remark, such powerful spiritual energy. The others were also stunned by the power of the attack. They murmured in awe, what a terrifying storm. What on earth just happened? Crash. A vehicle from out of nowhere, caught in Fang Yi's aftershock, came plummeting down onto the rocky ground. Bai Su emerged from the wreckage, horrified. It exceeded the maximum monitoring threshold. And yet it blew up in an instant. The storm obscured the celestial phenomena in the forbidden zone, but the pale golden light from before, along with the data displayed before the system failed, indicates something. I suspect someone has broken through to a new realm. The others who witnessed it were also stunned. Wait a minute, are you saying the Undertaker has broken through to the Vajra realm? They shouted in amazement. What a terrifying sight. With so much lightning striking down, how is he still alive? Jilan's group moved to stand on a rocky outcrop, looking down at the giant circular crater below. In the center of the crater, a brilliant golden light billowed upwards, obscuring everything inside. Jilan assessed the situation. The spiritual energy in the Forbidden Land has been completely drained. All of us combined could only absorb less than 1/10 of the spiritual energy. The rest was all absorbed by the Undertaker. Wang Lan looked down and sighed. It's a huge bottomless pit. Jilan added, if it weren't for him, this spiritual energy would have been divided up by those disgusting people from Nation B long ago. It's better that the Undertaker took it all. With that, she and the other two jumped down. As they got closer to the crater's edge, Song Yiming suddenly froze. He saw the hazy figure of Fang Yi walking out of the brilliant golden light, and he couldn't help but be wary. His aura is so dense. He's just walking towards us, yet I feel like Mount Tai is crashing down on me. Wang Lan, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She even took out her phone to take a picture, deciding to hang this one up. Maybe using this as my wallpaper will help me break through to the Heavenly Steel Realm faster. Hee. Song Yiming still hadn't let his guard down. He worried, just how strong has he become now? Fang Yi's figure became clearer as he approached the group. He walked leisurely. Hello everyone, someone shouted excitedly. The Vajra realm. He really did it. Jilan looked at him and smiled softly. If the hymn from before was like a divine sword just drawn from its sheath, tearing through the night, then the hymn now is a divine sword, shining brilliantly. At the same time, she hid a trace of doubt. Everyone knew how difficult it was to go from the third layer spirit creation realm to this half step into the Vajra realm. In such a short time, he's grown this much. But on the other hand, she still had great expectations for Fang Yi. Fang Yi has given me such a huge surprise. This is the fortune of this Xia nation. She suddenly thought of Elder Wu. His future is still so bright. Perhaps it won't be long before he can fight shoulder to shoulder with his teacher. No, he might even be stronger. Meanwhile, news of Fang Yi's breakthrough had spread across all the news outlets. The western coordinates of the Xia nation were just struck by countless terrifying lightning bolts. The Undertaker has broken through to a new realm again. Everyone who saw the news was stunned. The Manhwa Forbidden Zone, which was just classified as an S-rank key Forbidden Zone, has also been drained dry. Oh my god, if it's the Undertaker, doesn't that mean our great Xia nation has another Vajra realm venerable one? The great Undertaker, I gotta suck up to this big shot. All hail the Master. Gray also quickly received the news. He tapped on the screen, somewhat annoyed. Humph, it's that Undertaker again. He calculated that if this Undertaker was allowed to continue growing, the Xia Nation's internal factions will unite, which will definitely hinder our plans. Gray turned to someone nearby and said, "It's time to make our move." The other person agreed, their face turning grim. Last time it was because of that grave robber that our plans were ruined, allowing Tai City to get away by a stroke of luck. This time, not a single one of them will escape. A woman pulled out 2 photographs to investigate the grave robber's identity. My follower successfully infiltrated the cultivator's mobile database. We found these 2 pictures. Gray looked at the tablet displaying Fang Yi's information. He laughed sinisterly. Haha, it doesn't matter. Whatever methods you use, let's just wish for a successful partnership to expose the true face of the grave robber. Elsewhere, at 3 a.m. atop a building in some city, a pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky onto the rooftop. The beam shone directly on a man enveloped in a red sphere. All those late nights and early mornings spent cultivating weren't for nothing. That person was Jiang Lu, a fire attribute cultivator. Jiang Lu. He clenched his fists in excitement. I've finally reached the 2-star spirit creation realm Wu. He picked up his phone, eagerly anticipating the reaction to the phenomenon. That breakthrough must have attracted widespread attention. Let's see how everyone's worshipping me. But Jiang Lu's gaze stopped on a news story about Fang Yi. Journey with me through the dark and stormy weather to explore the Minghuang Forbidden Land. The Grave Robber tours a breakthrough sanctuary, the most complete check-in guide on the entire web. Trending. Who is the Grave Robber really? Jiang Lu's face immediately filled with admiration as he stared at the T-screen. The Grave Robber has gotten even stronger again. He's truly worthy of being the master I've chosen. He grew even more fired up. If a genius like the Grave Robber has to work that hard, how can I be satisfied with this minor breakthrough? He looked up at the sky and an image of Fang Yi's face appeared in his mind. Perhaps it's time for me to follow his path. If I return to Tai City now, I wonder if he'd be willing to take me in. The sky had brightened and the morning sun shone across the city. In Tai City, Jiang Lu stood in the middle of the street and shouted, "Tai City, I'm finally back." Nearby, a woman in red high heels approached. She walked past Jiang Lu, bumping into him, and he immediately looked annoyed. "Hey, beautiful," he called out to her. "Didn't your mother teach you to apologize when you bump into someone?" The woman stopped and took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. "Oh my, I am so sorry." Her purple eyes began to glow. The moment Jiang Lu met her gaze, his consciousness immediately grew hazy, as if he were being hypnotized. Hemph. Having achieved her goal, the woman smiled and commanded Jiang Lu, "Come with me. Someone's looking for you." Jiang Lu began to walk stiffly after her. "Where are we going?" "Ah," she replied in a mysterious tone. "To the Tianshuan cult." A church that looked like a heavenly sanctuary came into view. The woman led Jiang Lu inside, her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings with vigilance. When they reached an alley where ghosts floated in the air, she gave a warning about sneaking into Tai City. "Remember, you must not disappoint the father." This also implied that the Tianshuan cult had long controlled all of Tai City, and if they could turn the grave robbers' lair into new territory for us to exploit, then with the father's blessing, our great Tianshuan cult will surely bring glory to the Xi kingdom. Inside the confession room in Chuan City, the headquarters of the Tianshuan cult, the darkness was so thick it seemed to swallow all light. Jiang Lu lay motionless on a cold wooden table, while soft moans escaped his lips. Suddenly strange words tumbled from his mouth, startling and terrifying him. "I swear my master and that big shot aren't close. You can kill me, but I still won't know anything." Jiang Lu panicked, thinking to himself, "Weird, where am I? Damn it, my head feels like it's splitting open." He looked down at his own mouth, his heart growing colder by the second. His lips were still moving, but his consciousness had absolutely no control over them. "It's like my mouth isn't mine anymore. What the hell do these freaks want?" Jiang Lu quickly realized the horrifying truth. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face. "Damn it. I'm being brainwashed." A storm of fury rose within him. "These monsters in human skin want to pry information about my future master from me. Luckily, I don't actually know anything." Outside in the main hall, a man who had just hurried in spoke up. "What is he saying?" the High Father asked. The woman standing before him immediately placed a hand on her chest and bowed low, her voice filled with a mixture of reverence and caution. "May the great High Father forgive my transgression. I forced the demon in the confession room to speak, but it seems he knows nothing." The father's face turned cold, a calculating glint in his eyes. "If that's the case, then is he even qualified to be bait?" Another man spoke up slowly, each word landing with heavy weight. "I'm afraid the grave robber won't show up." The woman's gaze remained fixed on the statue before her, her expression resolute. "I will intensify his penance for the High Father. Regardless, he has already fallen into our hands. I will see the High Father's mission through to the end." Meanwhile, at the Spirit Association in Tai City, 4 people were talking in a quiet room. Su Qinghuang spoke up in surprise. "So you came all this way to Tai City seeking help to find Jiang Lu?" Mao San immediately nodded, confirming without hesitation. "That's right. He came to Tai City, hoping to become the great grave robber's disciple to increase his power, but then we lost all contact with him. Lu Chu continued, "Young Master Jiang and we know all sorts of people. Our connections are complicated. We've asked around everywhere, both back home and here in Tai City. Someone told us." He lowered his voice, his expression turning grave, that young Master Jiang was likely taken by the Tianshuan cult. Fang Yi paused for a moment. The Tianshuan cult. Su Qinghuang frowned, her voice laced with annoyance. "It's them again. I'd heard of them. They're a heretical cult, clearly backed by powerful cultivators. But why would they target Jiang Lu?" Lu Chu lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the cold tile floor, his eyelashes hiding his expression. He clenched his hands into fists, veins bulging from the effort of holding back his emotions. "Exactly. We simply don't have the confidence to go up against a group like the Tianshuan cult. That's why we took the liberty of asking for your help." Su Qinghuang slowly took out a notebook, her gaze fixed on the dense lines of text as her expression grew serious. The Tianshuan cult has always been at odds with the military branch of the Spirit Association. They specialize in spiritual attacks. Over time, their church has slowly infiltrated the general populace. Their main stronghold is in Chuan City. Su Qinghuang's voice continued. In Chuan City, their followers number nearly 1 million. The Chuan City Spirit Association has tried to suppress them multiple times, but the sect leader and the celestial chosen sect's movements are so bizarre they're even harder to deal with than the anomalies. She glanced at the person beside her, her eyes turning cold. Their main base is in Exichuan City, which means Jiang Lu's disappearance. Could the celestial chosen sect have already infiltrated Tai City? She nearly shot up from her seat, her voice urgent and firm. "I'll immediately notify the Tai City Spirit Association and have the entire city monitored to track down the celestial chosen sect. If a cult of this level successfully infiltrates, all our previous efforts to fight the anomalies and protect Tai City will have been for nothing," Fang Yi said in a low voice. "They snuck into Tai City while no one was watching right after it experienced a major anomaly disaster, and then they kidnapped Jiang Lu, who had just come to find me. It seems they're targeting me directly." He analyzed that based on what was said, the Celestial Chosen Sect is a very secretive organization, yet they dared to leave their distant main base and sneak into Tai City to hide, all to deal with him in secret. While they're deliberately hiding, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to find any clues about them. A strange feeling arose in Fang Yi's mind. But to deal with me, they're making such a scene. He gently rubbed his chin, his gaze deepening. "Right now, I suspect them sneaking into Tai City is actually a form of misdirection." As soon as he said this, the other three were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape in shock. Su Qinghuang couldn't help but ask, her voice full of doubt, "Misdirection?" Why Fang Yi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked Xu Dun a question. "Sichuan City is probably the place in the Xia Kingdom with the mildest anomalies from the spiritual energy resurgence so far, right?" She confirmed. "That's right. Although there are occasional anomalies, they're all low-level C rank at the highest, and many middle-aged groups like to retire there. A lot of people haven't even realized that life has changed at all," he explained. "Exactly, but Tai City just experienced a major anomaly disaster, and it has the legend of the world-saving undertaker. For a sect to just parachute in here, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. What they want to do is probably to establish footholds, first create an opening in Tai City, and then take it over step by step," Fang Yi emphasized. "And in that plan, I am the biggest obstacle." Suddenly, Fang Yi shot to his feet. "Jiang Lu has most likely been moved to their main base in Sichuan City. Instead of waiting passively, we should strike proactively. We'll book a flight to the nearest place to Sichuan City. I want to confront these people who are using the spiritual energy resurgence to cause chaos and see what they're really made of." Hearing that, Lu Ju immediately stood up, his previous gloominess wiped away, his eyes shining. Yes, Lord Gravekeeper, Mao San also scrambled to his feet, following without hesitation. "We will go with you, sir." Before leaving, Fang Yi didn't forget to tell her to report this to her superiors, adding, "There's no need to be too tense. If you're really worried, just roll out a few more anti-cult propaganda campaigns." Su Qinghuang raised her hand in a salute and replied, "Understood, big boss." At that moment, a thought appeared in his mind. The Celestial Chosen Sect must be destroyed. To think I didn't even know that such an influential cult was holed up in Sichuan City. The train of thought continued in Fang Yi's mind. He had heard her say before that she had retired and settled there. The scene changes to somewhere in Sichuan City, the main base of the Celestial Chosen Sect. A man gently pushed open a door and entered, his movements so careful they were nearly silent. He stopped in the middle of the room and bowed deeply, his voice full of reverence. "High Priestess." The man reported the Undertaker and his companions have taken the bait and boarded a plane. They'll be arriving at our holy land in Sichuan City soon. The High Priestess leisurely turned a small object in her hand, the corners of her lips curling up slightly, her voice laced with satisfaction. "I didn't expect that crude-looking bait to actually be of some use. To think he actually dares to come directly to my territory." Her gaze suddenly turned cold, and the object in her hand was instantly crushed to pieces. "They're our guests. Even if they are heretics, we must still welcome them properly. We can't disgrace the etiquette of our holy sect. As the high priestess opened her hand, a faint illusion of a clock appeared in her palm. Its hands turned slowly in the air, as if counting down to something. She stared at it and chuckled softly. Tell me, do you think a heretic like him could be of use to our holy sect? Suddenly, the high priestess shot to her feet. A heretic is still a heretic. If they cannot be converted, they are simply stubborn. The man advised worriedly, High priestess, there's no need to waste your energy on them. She said coldly, you're right. In that instant, the magic within the high priestess's body erupted violently, her crimson eyes filled with killing intent. Heretics have only one fate: to have their bodies burned and be purified through destruction. The scene changes to the Sichuan City airport. Fang Yi looked at the flickering electronic display, unable to hide his surprise. But what surprises me the most is that even with the spiritual energy resurgence at this level, the Xie Kingdom's flights are still operating normally. Mao San nodded. Yes, but the number of flights has been greatly reduced. If the Spirit Association hadn't helped us book tickets, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it in time. Before long, they arrived and quickly left the urban area, heading deep into a lush, dense forest. Mao San asked curiously, Lord Undertaker, so where are we going and what are we doing now? He put his hands in his pockets, strolling casually on the path covered with dry leaves. We don't need to go anywhere, we just need to wait. The man froze his eyes wide. Wait, Fang Yi put a finger to his lips. Shh, listen. He stood still, his gaze unwavering, his voice calm and cold. They've already come to find us. At that moment, the once quiet forest suddenly became eerie. The sound of the wind was mixed with a rapid rustling from above as countless dark figures swooped down, their crimson eyes locked on their targets. Fang Yi warned them, be careful. Don't forget they have hypnotic abilities. Don't look into their eyes. The two behind him immediately squeezed their eyes shut, circulated their spirit, energy, and shouted in unison. Right at that very instant, a dark figure descended gracefully, its slender body wrapping around his neck. Big brother, you told your companions not to open their eyes, so why aren't you closing yours? The woman immediately used a technique to cast a seductive illusion. Fang Yi pressed his lips together, his expression unchanged as a thought flashed through his mind. A second-tier spirit creation realm. Her voice was as soft as silk, whispering lightly in his ear. Could it be that you want to have this nun's beauty all to yourself? He replied coldly. That's right. Fang Yi's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with mockery. Did you really think I'd answer like that? The woman froze, her pupils shrinking. Her earlier seductive charm vanished, replaced by shock and unease. What? He gritted his teeth, the spirit energy in his body erupted, and his magic surged like a great wave. You're the first one who's dared to get this close to me. I should really give you a little reward. Perhaps a forerunner with illusion attributes like you is more interesting. Fang Yi immediately counterattacked with his eye technique Spirit Pierce. This action sent a shock through Baigu's heart. Know this. This is absolutely impossible. Why does the Undertaker know illusion techniques? This was never recorded in the files. The moment she was bound. Model. The woman shrieked madly. Trying to use an illusion on me, Baigu took out a magic pocket watch and snapped. You foolish heretic. My Church of Heaven's Choice are the masters of illusion. She threw the watch towards Fang Yi and sneered contemptuously. Pathetic. I have the Holy Mother's blessing. Defeating a nobody like you is as easy as flipping my hand. Immediately after, Fang Yi began to taunt his opponent, goading her on. His words instantly made Baigu uneasy. In the blink of an eye, a sphere containing the souls of demons appeared before her, accompanied by Fang Yi's voice. A little white mouse that only knows how to jump around. What a perfect test subject. Baigu was struck by the formation, her body racked with pain as she screamed. Her heart was filled with disbelief. How could his illusion inflict such real pain? Had her own power and techniques actually failed? Why, just as she had that thought, chains shot out and bound her. As her body was hoisted up like she was on a rack, Baigu thought I was clearly acknowledged by the Holy Mother. So, why have I become a lamb for the slaughter? I'm not like them. I am a child of heaven, chosen by the gods. While bound, she heard the countless wails of demonic souls. In her panic, Baigu began to stammer incoherently. As the demon souls attacked, she trembled and said, Who am I? Where am I? After escaping Fang Yi's illusion, Baigu obediently knelt before him and said, Holy Mother. Fang Yi looked at her and thought to himself, is this all she can handle? So weak. If I push her any further, this cultist will definitely die. I should get some clues first before I send her on her way. With that, he asked directly, All right, now tell me everything you know. What is the goal of your Church of Heaven's Choice? She clasped her hands and replied with complete sincerity. The Holy Mother said, We must eliminate the Gravekeeper, our greatest obstacle, in order to complete our grand plan. He continued to press her. What is your grand plan? And where are the specific locations of the Holy Mother and Jiang Liu? Baigu stammered in response. The grand plan is the Holy Mother. They are at the Holy Altar. Help. At that moment, a seal inside her body activated, causing her excruciating pain. After a blood-curdling scream, Baigu coughed up blood and collapsed in front of him. Fang Yi gritted his teeth in anger, speculating to himself. Looks like I triggered some kind of restriction. It must be a trick from that holy mother to prevent her followers from speaking of taboos. If they speak, they die. A moment later, the real masterminds appeared before him. Fang Yi said in a low voice, "Come on out." "What did you do to your subordinate?" Shui Zhu shouted. "How audacious! How dare you disrespect the Holy Mother!" Lan Xiang gave an order to capture Captain K alive to make the Church of Heaven's choice famous throughout the lower nation. Gu Yuan added, "The Holy Mother is not someone a thing like you can approach. Surrender quietly or we'll kill all of your teammates." Fang Yi made his move and replied, "In your dreams." He thought to himself. Then again, these heretics are all at the third stage of the creation realm, and one is even on the verge of a breakthrough. With their illusion techniques, they could indeed cause some trouble, maybe even enough to handle the entire spirit aura association of a city. But their foundations were unstable. Strong on the outside, weak on the inside. Fang Yi decided to attack. "Heavenly flame slash," he roared, "your strength isn't even worth mentioning." Instantly, the group of heretics was defeated, crying out in pain. A moment later, he placed his blade on Gu Shenfeng's neck, causing the man to freeze in terror. Li Zhang, standing nearby, was trembling just as much. Fang Yi then looked at the glass panel on Li Zhang's chest. An image of the Holy Mother immediately appeared in the glass. On the other side, the Holy Mother was also holding a glass panel. She observed Fang Yi through it and said, "Gravekeeper, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. Our Church of Heaven's choice exists to save humanity. In fact, Chuan City has already experienced 3 major anomaly disasters, and all of them were resolved by our church. From this perspective, isn't the Spirit Association the true heretic holding power yet doing nothing?" Fang Yi laughed loudly in response. "You deceive others for so long, don't start deceiving yourself. Although Chuan City is surrounded by mountains, it's still a central city. There are no beasts inside, and the military has sealed off the forbidden zones outside. So where did these 3 anomalies come from? You use enchanting words to attract followers, and plunder resources to continue your cultivation and achieve breakthroughs. That's the real purpose behind your fabricated lies, isn't it? What a despicable method." The Holy Mother showed no shame and simply laughed. "Oh, you think so?" She then took out a pocket watch and casually flicked it open. She began to make her move, saying excitedly, "You understand us very well. The way we see it, you people selling your lives for the Spiritual Energy Association. You're the ones who've been brainwashed. What's the point of protecting those ordinary people? They're weak. It's better to just let them die. This world should belong to us, the vanguards. We are walking a path of evolution that no one has ever tread before. What awaits us is glorious splendor." Hearing this, Fang Yi tightened his grip on his blade and without hesitation lunged straight for the glass pane. Seeing this, Li Zhang screamed in panic, "You! What do you think you're doing?" He replied calmly, "If you believe the weak deserve to die, then all of you should die as well." As he finished speaking, Fang Yi's blade slashed straight at the glass. Her reverence was completely stunned, and moreover, the force of his attack passed through the glass and struck her directly, causing her to scream in terror. How is this possible? Her reverence was utterly shocked to realize that Fang Yi's power could pass through the glass to reach her. However, she was unharmed and thought to herself, "How dangerous! An illusion technique. I was almost pulled into his dreamscape. It's a good thing I'm not physically there, or the Undertaker would have silently executed me within his illusion, and on top of that, this strange type of power attribute." Then her reverence laughed and said to him, "Interesting. Your methods today are truly fascinating. You are indeed very strong. Perhaps we can negotiate." Fang Yi noticed a wound on her forehead and thought to himself, "Strange. Her head seems to be infected by some kind of blood with a dark attribute. No, that doesn't seem to be blood. It's a shame she's not actually here. From that little test, it seems my dreamscape still can't pull someone in across dimensions." At this, he spoke loudly, "I want all of you out of Chuan City within 3 days." Fang Yi was a little worried, thinking, I can only try to scare them for now. If she changes her mind after 3 days, there will definitely be a major incident. He unleashed another burst of power as a threat and said, "Furthermore, release everyone you've captured. Or else." An idea suddenly flashed through Fang Yi's mind. Based on the Heaven's chosen sex methods, there's no way they'd retreat this easily. The only choice is to meet force with force. The High Priestess agreed quickly. "Fine, I agree. The Heaven's chosen sect will withdraw from Chuan City. As for your man, I'll return him in 3 days as long as I can leave here safely." Fang Yi didn't make things difficult and replied, "No problem." She nodded at him. "Then it's settled. Farewell, Gravekeeper." The High Priestess then demonstrated her power through the glass, accidentally injuring her own subordinates, in the process causing her minions to scream in agony. "It's so hot, don't burn me, I can't take this heat." After the High Priestess saved his life from that last attack, Fang Yi's eyes were also affected. He clutched his head, crying out for a few minutes. Fang Yi looked over at Lu Zhu and Mao San and quickly woke them up. "Hey, wake up. Their main target isn't Jiang Lu, so he'll definitely be returned safely in 3 days. Next, I need to go to the Chuan City Spirit Energy Association and wait to see what the Heaven's Chosen sect does for the next 3 days. You two are coming with me." As the two of them woke up, he reached into his pocket to find something. While they tried to calm down, Fang Yi looked at his phone and thought, oh well, I'll just wait at the Chuan City Association for these few days. Once everything settles down and this is all over, I'll contact her. The scene shifts to the Chuan City Spirit Energy Association. Here, Chen Yang spoke respectfully to Fang Yi. Lord Gravekeeper, Captain Su Qinghuang from Tai City has already contacted me. We will definitely cooperate with you with all our might. He lowered his voice and replied, none of you need to do anything. As long as that High Priestess appears in Chuan City, I can handle it myself. But these two are Jiang Lu's teammates, and they don't belong to any Spirit Energy Association. Please look after them. He replied cheerfully, no problem. Just then, an assistant ran in holding a phone saying urgently, Director Fang Yi, quick look at the Pioneer forums. He was startled when he saw Fang Yi, exclaiming, huh, but upon realizing who he was, he immediately handed over the phone and explained, Lord Gravekeeper, please don't pay any mind to this. It must be some villain pulling the strings trying to stir up public opinion among the pioneers for some reason. He took the phone and said calmly, oh, let me see. It was quite the commotion. All 3 pages were dedicated to this topic, which had suddenly blown up before anyone noticed. The screen displayed headlines like the Gravekeeper is unworthy of leading the pioneers. The Gravekeeper has repeatedly slaughtered the innocent with photographic evidence of his arrogance, exposing the ugly truth behind this pioneer. The Gravekeeper's blind supporters are just paid shills from Tai City. Gravekeeper, Gravekeeper. Fang Yi wasn't angry. He just found it strange that all these posts originated from Tai City IPs. The scene shifts to the Tai City Spirit Energy Association building where someone was on the phone shouting angrily, this is the Tai City Spirit Energy Association. Please cooperate and immediately block all IPs originating from Chuan City. If this Heaven's Chosen sect isn't eliminated soon, it will become a disaster for the Xia Kingdom. The scene changes to the High Priestess, who is loudly spreading propaganda to her followers. I have seen the future. The Chosen Ones will be trapped in a cage of fire, struck by lightning and burned by crimson flames. This isn't divine punishment, it's the work of those who stand in our way. O my chosen ones, we have overcome countless hardships seeking the path of heaven's choice to save the world and bring forth a new life. The Gravekeeper uses a pretense of kindness to deceive others, and he has even murdered our chosen. Kindness. Now we must eliminate those who obstruct us. The incited followers descended into a frenzy, starting a wave of protests against Fang Yi. Expose the disguised evil. The righteous Heaven's Chosen sect will prevail. The Heaven's Chosen sect is the true savior of the world. Don't be fooled by a false facade. The real demon always appears in the guise of a savior. Save Tai City. Tai City is harboring a demon. The people of Tai City are in peril. Does the Gravekeeper want to destroy Chuan City? Killing the Heaven's Chosen sect is the same as killing Chuan City. We will not allow our guardian deity to be driven away. Everyone swarmed the Chuan City Spirit Energy Association building, while they were continuously shouting, "What strongest savior? We've never heard of him. Is he supposed to be protecting us?" He was standing high above, observing the crowd below. Seeing his 2 panicked teammates, Fang Yi said, "The Chuan City Association really has no support from its people." Lu Ju clutched his head, saying, "There's absolutely nothing we can do about these people." He shouted angrily, "So ignorant and unreasonable. As pioneers, we can't even lift a finger against them." Then Chen Yang ran up and said, "Lord Gravekeeper, the current situation is..." Fang Yi cut him off before he could finish. "That's right. Your abilities are useless here. Using civilians as weapons and hostages is nothing but a petty trick." The scene changes. At this moment, the High Priestess was also in the crowd. She thought gleefully, "Gravekeeper, I wonder how you like this little gift. All the people of Chuan City are my puppets. If you want to destroy the Heaven's Chosen sect, you'll have to destroy Chuan City first." Immediately after, she continued her incitement. "We have to force him to back down. We'll leave first and let these ignorant masses continue to block him. Also return that waste of space to them. The Heaven's Chosen sect always values loyalty." Hai Peng immediately chimed in, "The High Priestess is merciful." He then threw a white sack down into the cheering crowd. From above, Fang Yi saw what happened and immediately flew into a rage, unleashing his power and creating a massive explosion. Seeing the golden light emanating from the building, the crowd screamed in terror. She watched the scene confused. A second later, Fang Yi appeared saying, "I told you. If you haven't left Chuan City in 3 days, you will face the consequences." When the High Priestess saw him, she thought in shock. Why would he dare to show his face? Isn't he afraid of causing mass chaos in Chuan City? She immediately shouted, "Today it was I who miscalculated. If I knew you were hiding people, I would have killed him long ago. But with so many people here, don't you care about their lives?" He swung his blade and let out a loud laugh, replying, "Is that something you don't know?" One slash from Fang Yi injured Hai Peng and caused the High Priestess's expression to change drastically. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, he attacked while saying, "My techniques are a natural counter to dark attribute anomalies." Luckily, the High Priestess managed to block the attack with her watch. At that moment, Fang Yi looked her straight in the eye and asked, "You aren't human, are you?" The High Priestess admitted it. "So you found out anyway? As expected, nothing gets past you." As she spoke, a third eye appeared on her forehead. At this moment, the High Priestess hesitated before saying, "To be honest, it's been a very long time since I've seen." Fang Yi glared at her with pure rage but didn't say a word. A moment later, after the High Priestess had completed her transformation, she said arrogantly, "Someone like you. A perfect parasite." Seeing that bizarre form, he immediately had his system analyze it and received a response. Dark intelligence detected. This dark consciousness is a sub-branch of the dark attribute, one that awakened its own self-awareness through the process of attribute death. The dark consciousness has no fixed form. Through a process of death grafting, it takes over various pioneers to strengthen itself. Each grafting causes the chosen pioneer to die a horrible death, their body and spiritual energy becoming nutrients for the dark consciousness. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Tian Xuan sect's catacombs. The moment they saw the place erupt in flames, everyone panicked and cried out, "Our palace, our great palace, help us, Father, this fire is impossible to extinguish." The scene shifts back to Fang Yi. After his opponent transformed into the dark consciousness, it grew even more arrogant with its perfectly forged body and abundant spiritual energy. "Such a fine vessel. It's better off in my hands. My believers, the time has come for you to make your contribution." In an instant, following a series of tragic screams, all the spiritual energy of the fanatic followers was completely drained by her. Afterward, the dark consciousness formed a colossal sphere of spiritual energy. She immediately used it to try and crush Fang Yi. He reacted quickly, launching a sword strike that pierced through the energy sphere and shot straight toward the dark consciousness. It carried with it an immense force capable of incinerating everything. In the end, Fang Yi managed to slice off a part of the opponent's body, causing her to scream. "That hurts. It's been a long time since I've had to endure such pain." But before the dark consciousness could finish, Fang Yi cut her off. "It seems that wasn't enough. I'll have to tear you apart completely." As he attacked, he thought, this dark consciousness still has an escape plan. To be able to generate a consciousness, disguise itself as a human and establish a force, it won't be as easy to eliminate as the previous anomaly kings. With a single move, Fang Yi directly shattered her body. Witnessing this, Chen Yang was horrified. The dark attribute. It can actually gain consciousness and parasitize a pioneer. This information must be reported immediately. At the same time, his ice arm managed to hold onto a part of the dark consciousness's body, but when she escaped, Fang Yi was a little surprised. The dark consciousness turned back to mock him. "Unexpected, isn't it, human? No matter how special you are, you're destined to become my vessel. Don't worry, I'll put your body to good use." With that, the arrogant laughter and evil aura of the dark consciousness enveloped the entire city, plunging the area into darkness. Only the spot where Fang Yi stood remained brilliantly lit. He wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was intrigued. A little interesting, quite strong. The dark consciousness, even when suppressed by my Yang attribute, which counters darkness, you were still able to reflect my power. But you should understand, I'm already completely dead. She immediately panicked and screamed. "What did you say?" Seeing Fang Yi enveloped by the dark consciousness's aura, Lu Ju said worriedly, Lord Mortician has been swallowed by the dark attribute." Mao San quickly reassured him. "It's all right. The Mortician can even kill the King of Death. He can definitely do it this time too." Song Yue also spoke with unease. "I hope so, but this dark consciousness is something that has never appeared since the establishment of the Spirit-Intellect Association." Chen Yang quickly said, "All right, enough discussion. The only thing we can do now is trust in him." Just then, Jiang Lu woke up and spoke. "Hiss. What happened?" Not seeing Fang Yi, he panicked. Did my master lose? The scene shifts to inside the sphere of the dark consciousness's aura where he was still safe. Fang Yi observed his surroundings and thought this place can be considered the inside of the dark consciousness. A moment later, the system announced the death count. 1. The death brand has been activated. Due to your ability, the dark consciousness is weakened. Weakening progress 20%. Fang Yi looked at his hands and muttered, "My soul. But I haven't turned into a spirit form." A second later, he was surprised by the scene before him. A number of souls were approaching him. When a female soul drew near, he hesitated and asked, "Are you the last pioneer to be death grafted?" Fang Yi was even more surprised when they all knelt before him. He immediately asked, "Do you all want me to help you find release?" Then Fang Yi thought to himself, these pioneers have been dead for a long time. All that's left now is their trapped soul auras coexisting but depleted of energy. If the dark consciousness is destroyed, they too will completely vanish. Fang Yi immediately drew his sword and activated his power. He struck with the thought that dying within the purifying divine flame was their best release. Fang Yi's one sword strike was swift and decisive, followed by a spreading wave of cleansing Yang attribute power. Hit by the blow, the dark consciousness shrieked, "What have you done? It hurts like hell. It's useless. I will death graft onto you soon enough. If you refuse the easy way, I'll just have to chop off all your limbs first." At the same time, the system announced a large amount of the dark attribute has been affected, activating the condition to enhance the Hellscape seal. Due to your ability, the dark consciousness is further weakened. Weakening progress 50%. Activating the Hellscape seal. Dark consciousness weakening progress 80%. Weakening has reached its limit. Dark consciousness, weakening progress, 99%. The opportunity appeared. Fang Yi pointed at her and shouted break, causing the dark consciousness to be both shocked and terrified. And right after he uttered the word, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by the opponent's screams. No. After witnessing the sky erupt with a series of violent explosions, everyone panicked and screamed. Chen Yang saw it and said with an uneasy tone, "This sound. Could it be that the dark consciousness has been destroyed by the mortician?" Jiang Lu, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, such powerful spiritual energy. On the other hand, a sense of disbelief rose in his heart. Using a human body to actually reach such a limit, fusing with and wielding the peak level of the Yang attribute. He himself was already a first-wheeled descended king of Yang. The oppressive golden light scattered all evil. At that moment, Fang Yi also appeared. He then muttered to himself, "Looks like this trip wasn't a waste after all." Immediately after the system announced, "Scan complete." The dark consciousness has been eliminated, confirming no rejection reaction between the host's body and the dark attribute. Spiritual core fusion is continuing to enhance the technique. The infinite nether realm is strengthening the domain. Just then, Ling Hua spoke up, "Me too, I want some too." Seeing that it could talk, Fang Yi was startled and thought Ling Hua has actually evolved the ability to speak. Not only that, Ling Hua quickly swallowed the flame on his hand and even bowed its head to thank Fang Yi. "Thank you for the reward, master." Meanwhile, he was also speculating about Ling Hua's gender. Judging by the voice, it seems to be female. After I entered the Diamond Realm, Ling Hua has also been quietly growing stronger. Absorbing power was originally just an instinct, but now it could produce a voice awakening its sentience. Perhaps it was due to the spiritual energy absorbed in the boundless dark realm. After devouring the dark attribute, its aura had grown significantly. A few minutes later, Fang Yi saw it actively crawl into his sleeve to sleep and said in surprise, "It went back to sleep again. Strange, it seems even more drowsy than before. I'll have to find a chance to study it." The scene changes. After the sky cleared, Chen Yang said excitedly, "Thank goodness for Captain Undertaker. Without him, our Chuan City would have been done for." Jiang Lu agreed. The Undertaker really managed to deal with that dark attribute that gained sentience. I can say I've witnessed him save an entire city with my own eyes. I can die with no regrets now. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura shot straight towards him. It moved like a flash of lightning. Before it could harm Jiang Lu, someone thankfully intervened just in time, leaving him both shocked and terrified. A second later, Jiang Lu asked angrily, "What in the world just happened?" The one who saved him was Fang Yi. He spoke up, so one of them still slipped through the cracks. Seeing Fang Yi, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Lord Undertaker, thank you so much. Thank you for your help. This debt that Chuan City owes you, we will never forget it." Jiang Lu couldn't help but look at him in surprise. As he saw the marks left on the ground, he thought to himself, such a refined attack technique, a flawless setup. A single strike of pure Yang energy, leaving the darkness no room to escape. This is the Undertaker, the only idol of my generation who has stepped into the Vajra realm. A moment later, he stepped forward to shake Fang Yi's hand and said with a smile, "Lord Undertaker, thank you for eliminating this disaster for Chuan City. You should know even when we fought tooth and nail against the Tianquan sect, we could never get rid of this threat." Fang Yi replied in a low voice, "No need for thanks. I want to remind you just dealing with the Tianquan sect isn't enough. You can't let your guard down. Chuan City is a city that has never experienced a major anomaly. Compared to other cities, it's as if you're still living in a bygone era, but the natural resources around Chuan City are abundant. The recovery of spiritual energy is an unavoidable trend and mutations could occur at any time. Once that happens, the more Chen Yang listened, the more uneasy he became. He then explained their plan. "We have been making preparations. The Forbidden Zone has dense spiritual energy and we patrol it every day." Fang Yi nodded. Also, I thought I had completely destroyed the sentient darkness just now, but a sliver of the dark attribute still slipped through the net." He pointed at Jiang Lu and continued. It almost attached itself to him. As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them shouted in unison, "Whoa, what?" The next second, Fang Yi turned to leave. He then suggested to Chen Yang, "Take me to Chuan City's Forbidden Zone for a look. I feel that the spiritual energy recovery in Chuan City isn't far off." He immediately agreed. "Understood." Fang Yi took out his phone, looked at it, and thought to himself, "I was hoping to see her one more time, but it seems I'll have to put that on hold for now." The scene changes to the mountain area of Chuan City. In the forest, Chen Yang was personally driving him and explaining, "Our national highway that winds around the mountain is still in use. Most of the mountain area is open with only a small part that was found to have dense spiritual energy designated as a forbidden zone. Oh, right, would you like to see the pandas later? Or maybe get some hot pot?" Hearing this, he thought for a moment. After considering it, Fang Yi replied, "Let's skip it. We should focus on the main task first." At the same time, the Hunyuan iron-eating beast came to his mind and he muttered, "The people of Chuan City are truly carefree to the bone, so relaxed. But if a panda were to absorb spiritual energy, would it really transform into the form described in the ancient texts? He was lost in thought when he suddenly noticed something outside. Fang Yi thought with interest. Found it, over there. He immediately jumped out of the car, ignoring Chen Yang's call, Lord Undertaker. Then Fang Yi said, block the main road. I'm going up the mountain. None of you need to follow. However, Chen Yang also stopped the car, quickly got out, and watched his retreating figure. After observing for a moment, Chen Yang muttered, why can't I sense anything? The scene shifts to Fang Yi heading deep into the forest alone. He immediately activated his special ability and thought, it's close. The aura of a thunder peak. The closer I get to the summit, the stronger this resonance becomes. Fang Yi chose to stand on a nearby tree branch to observe. He scanned his surroundings carefully, then shrouded the tree he was on in lightning. Finally, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens right at his position, accompanied by a system notification, thunder attribute barrier detected. Realizing this, Fang Yi decided to break the barrier. Immediately, he made his move and roared, 100 refined divine thunder. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in lightning, but he was stunned when it failed to break the barrier. Seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, Fang Yi consulted his system and received a response. Analysis complete. A massive amount of lightning attribute detected. This is the divine punishment lightning, a legendary weapon of the gods that never misses its target. It is unstoppable with 100% accuracy and carries the solemn authority to pass judgment on its enemies. Its appearance is always accompanied by great natural disasters heralding imminent danger. Upon receiving this information, he angrily slammed his hand on a tree branch. Fang Yi yelled to build his momentum and then unleashed a technique to draw the lightning into his body. Fang Yi's own lightning shot straight into the sky. Before him lay a colossal disaster, but it could also be an entirely new opportunity, two opposing sides existing at once. The power of his thunder was clashing fiercely with the lightning in the forest. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, with neither able to overpower the other. A second later, the system continued to provide more data to assist him. Massive amount of lightning attribute detected. Activating ultimate computational ability. Compiling. You have obtained the Divine Limit Lightning technique. The Divine Limit Lightning summon a lightning tribulation, guide the tribulation's lightning into the body, shatter your limits, and break through the bottlenecks and pathways of traditional cultivation realms. This technique helps you achieve grand completion, finish your lightning evolution, and elevate your combat power. The information from the system left Fang Yi both thrilled and incredulous. Breaking the absolute limit. As I understand it, every ability in the world has its own limit. For example, cultivation realms require certain conditions to be met before you can even sense the threshold for advancement, and a breakthrough can either succeed or fail. Take cultivation techniques, for example. They require sufficiently strong and abundant spirit energy to be used to their full potential and be enhanced. And so he looked at his own hands and smiled faintly, then decided to test it out, saying, but the significance of the Divine Limit Lightning seems to be that it can break this rule. It can summon a lightning tribulation, and through the process of tempering the body, to perform enhancement advancements and techniques, Fang Yi thought to himself. What's more, the description also specifies that this tribulation lightning can be used to destroy enemies. The tribulation lightning can become a trial from heaven and earth, and its intensity is predicted to be 100 refined divine lightning, making it an extremely reliable power. I can't believe I obtained such a powerful trump card in these seemingly ordinary mountains. After a while, Fang Yi noticed a strange disturbance on the mountain peak and immediately became alert. He decided to investigate, thinking to himself, there are extremely strong fluctuations at the peak. The source must be there. I have to go check it out. This lightning doesn't seem to intimidate me anymore. As soon as he arrived, Fang Yi saw a spot emitting arcs of lightning as the system displayed a notification. King's throne descended. The king's throne attribute is lightning. The throne contains ancient spiritual power and has awakened as the world's spiritual energy recovers. Seeking a suitable master. Fang Yi was puzzled, thinking to himself, the Lightning King's throne is looking for a master. He immediately tried to claim the Lightning King's throne. When Fang Yi was just a few inches away, his body froze with a grunt. In the end, he couldn't claim it. Along with his system confirmation, the Lightning King's throne had already found its master. Access denied. Fang Yi saw the gourd vine and said hesitantly, this is a gourd vine. He thought to himself, I can't believe the master the king's throne chose is a plant. Indeed, as spiritual energy recovers, all things in heaven and earth have their own destiny. Nothing can be underestimated. In this era, even fruits and plants can become formidable beings in the world. Just then, Ling Hua popped out and said, Master, were you calling for me? This surprised Fang Yi, who asked Ling Hua. Before he could understand what was happening, Ling Hua had already moved closer to the gourd. Fang Yi thought to himself, it seems Ling Hua means that this gourd vine sensed her presence and is actively communicating with her. He stood to the side to observe. The gourd vine swayed gently while Ling Hua continuously nodded. A few seconds later, Ling Hua turned to Fang Yi and said, Master, it's greeting us. It says we are the first of its kind that it has ever met. It wants to be friends with us. He replied with a confused, oh. Fang Yi forced a smile and said to it, kindred spirits. Ah, but on the other hand, a thought suddenly popped into his head. It makes sense for Linghua to be its kind, but am I also considered the same kind? Perhaps it's because I carry an aura similar to the Lightning King's throne. Linghua continued telling Fang Yi, "It says it can't leave this place yet. It absorbed many things before and fell into a deep sleep, and when it woke up, it had become like this." He looked at the gourd and muttered to himself, "So that's what happened. The gourd vine received a tremendous opportunity, so it needs time to digest it. After it's completely digested, it will evolve normally like Linghua and grow to a terrifying realm." Even so, Fang Yi stepped forward to greet it. "Hello, Master of the Lightning King's throne." At that moment, his perspective suddenly shifted. "Although it's a shame I was one step too late and couldn't claim the Lightning King's throne, there's no need to take it by force. First, it's not a bad thing to be able to interact with an awakened being. Second, the throne has already found a master. The price to seize it would certainly be steep. Although this gourd vine is the master of lightning, its personality seems gentle and harmless, and it even actively communicated with us, so it won't be a threat. And as for these so-called thrones, there certainly can't be just one in all of Chuanxi's wild mountains. If I want a throne of my own, I need to think carefully. An opportunity like this could choose a gourd vine, but it could also choose an aberration. If such a powerful opportunity is seized by an aberration, humanity's future will become even more difficult. It seems I can't keep this news to myself. I need to report this to the Spirit Energy Association and the military district so they can respond in time. But then again, what if it's possible to possess more than one throne? Then Linghua said to Fang Yi, "Master, it's telling you to go west." He was startled and replied, "What?" She then explained. She said, "Its throne can sense a new throne descending in the west. The new throne has a wood attribute." Fang Yi turned to the gourd vine and said, "Thank you for your guidance. We'll be taking our leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, the gourd vine suddenly wrapped itself around Fang Yi's leg. He let out a surprise, not understanding its intention. Fortunately, Linghua immediately explained, "It's telling you to wait a moment and circulate your new technique. The lightning attribute here is extremely abundant and the effect will exceed your expectations. You agree with this suggestion? Well, then it would be rude of me not to accept." Fang Yi quickly sat down and thought as he began to cultivate, "This gourd vine really considers me a friend. It's so generous, even sharing the spiritual energy and opportunities of the lightning attribute with me." A few seconds later, as his power reached its limit, he shouted, "Divine lightning limit." Fang Yi excitedly thought to himself, "All right then, let's see how much this divine lightning limit can boost me." His body gradually began to change, and the thunder and lightning around him grew even stronger. A few minutes later, Fang Yi suddenly shouted, "Golden Sun breathing technique," and just a second later, a pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. Fang Yi looked up at the sky and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "So this is the power of a lightning tribulation. I can feel the strength of the lightning flooding into my limbs and bones, then being quickly absorbed by my golden sun chi and blood. The two powers aren't conflicting. On the contrary, they're making my body feel warm, and my soul feels like it's stepping into a whole new realm." The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. After a few minutes, the system displayed a notification. "Golden Sun breathing technique has broken its limit. Currently evolving. Evolution successful." Fang Yi looked at his hands in disbelief as his body began to float. In midair, the system reported Divine Sun devouring heaven technique. "You have become an incarnation of the Divine Sun, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Your ability to absorb and devour spiritual energy has been enhanced." Following this, a sudden rain began to fall. Fang Yi spread his arms wide, feeling his own power and thought, "This is amazing. This feeling is like standing in a lush green field receiving nature's purest rain. Pure spiritual energy is flooding my body, making me feel refreshed and full of vitality. Vast mountains and forests, a rain of golden light. All the spiritual energy is converging on me." While enjoying the fruits of his labor, Fang Yi suddenly showed a look of astonishment and thought to himself, "No way. Why do I feel like I've already touched the threshold of the two-star diamond realm?" At that moment, it seemed as if a giant entity had appeared and was staring intently at Fang Yi. Next, the system announced Ultimate Yang and Void Lightning attributes have formed, creating the Divine Meridian Purification. Approaching the breakthrough conditions for the two-star diamond realm. Currently breaking through. Upon receiving the notification, he laughed excitedly and said to himself, "This is happening way too fast." Fang Yi was giving his all to break through to the next realm. He ignored all the pain, racking his body, focused only on achieving a successful outcome. And just as Fang Yi had hoped, the system immediately confirmed his breakthrough to the two-star diamond realm. After finishing his cultivation, he said to himself, "I actually did it. I've stepped into the two-star diamond realm." The essence of a pioneer's cultivation is absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, because it cannot be directly assimilated and used by the body, this spirit energy must undergo many complex steps of conversion and refinement before it's suitable for human absorption. Only by practicing high-level techniques and advancing one's realm can the conversion efficiency be improved. In this new era of spirit energy recovery, strange phenomena and corruption are everywhere. Yet, the current peak of humanity is still only at the three-star diamond realm. That just shows how incredibly difficult it is to absorb and convert spirit energy to strengthen the body. And yet, I managed to break through to the 2-star diamond realm so quickly, and there's even a throne here. After thinking it through, Fang Yi confirmed that the era of spirit energy recovery had fully accelerated, arriving even earlier than predicted. Just then, Ling Hua appeared again looking for him. Master. Seeing her, Fang Yi was a bit surprised. Ling Hua then conveyed the gourd vine's message. It congratulates you on your advancement. Under the pressure of your advancement, the throne has also been forced to begin cultivating. It's getting dark and it hopes we can leave a little earlier because it's very afraid of your kind. Master. He agreed with that sentiment. It made sense given the huge commotion he caused this time. News about the throne needed to be reported to the Spirit Energy Association and the War Zone as soon as possible. But this gourd vine was harmless. It wouldn't be right if others came to covet it. Fang Yi thought to himself, the power that the throne holds will surely lead to conflict among the pioneers. But what gives the pioneers the right to assume the throne must belong to humanity? In the end, Fang Yi made a promise to the gourd vine. Don't you worry. I won't let my people come and fight for your throne. Right now, it can't leave this place, so it can only bid us farewell for now. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Lord of the Thunder Peak. The scene changes to the military war zone where Ji Lan is rushing to find him. Old Wu, have you heard the news? He replied immediately. Headquarters just detected unusual fluctuations in Chuan City equivalent to a 3-star diamond realm caused by 2 different sources of spirit energy. What did the funeral director say? She recounted the entire incident to Old Wu honestly. He broke through to the 2-star diamond realm. There was also an S-class spirit energy fluctuation from a diamond realm phenomenon called the Throne. Due to its special nature, he wants to assign the task of investigating the throne to us. After hearing this, he fell silent, which made Ji Lan a bit curious. She asked, aren't you surprised? Old Wu lowered his head, looking troubled, and replied, the intense recovery of spirit energy is inevitable. The appearance of a special opportunity like the throne was already anticipated by the Xia kingdom. You've been stuck at the half-step diamond realm for quite some time now. In the past few days, have you felt any powerful urges to break through? During this period, all of the Xia kingdom's pioneers have entered a breakthrough period. Moreover, at this very moment, abnormal activity has reached its peak. To be honest, I can feel myself about to touch the boundary of a breakthrough. His words made her eyes widen in shock as she asked, what? He quickly explained to Ji Lan. When spirit energy erupts, both opportunities and dangers increase and become more unpredictable. We are pioneers, but we are also soldiers of the Xia kingdom. Our duty is to be the first to enter dangerous places and turn them into safe zones. Even if we have to sacrifice our own lives, the Xia kingdom must seize this opportunity. And I, an old man, cannot simply stand on the sidelines. Then Old Wu clenched his fist with determination and said, the Xia kingdom cannot let the funeral director be the only one to claim a throne. We pioneers must also obtain one and fight for it with all our might. Then he shouted an order, relay my command, cooperate fully with the funeral director and the Tai City Spirit Association's actions. We must unite all the forces that can be united, even if some pioneers and factions have their own selfish plans to seize these resources. But under pressure from us and the Spirit Association, they were forced to stay quiet. The scene changes to the Spirit Association headquarters. Wu Ru received the news and told everyone, we've received a report about the throne from the Gravekeeper. We're currently conducting a full investigation of areas with potential throne appearances and abnormal fluctuations. She immediately summoned all the city captains, feeling extremely worried. She thought to herself, this is happening too fast. The situation has already escalated to its most dangerous point. Can we really overcome this? Scene changed to the Tai City Spirit Association, where the president shouted in shock after receiving a report over the phone. Well, the Gravekeeper has broken through to the 2nd-level Diamond Realm. So that's how it is, I understand. The Tai City Spirit Association is to cooperate with Captain Gravekeeper and manage Tai City well so he can operate in Chuan City without any worries. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuang asked joyfully, the Gravekeeper has already reached the 2nd-level Diamond Realm. The president answered openly, that's right. The 2nd-level Diamond Realm is second only to Elder Wu's realm. He's the 2nd person in the Xia Kingdom to achieve it, and our Tai City will also benefit from this. She had now advanced to the half-step Diamond Realm, so Su Qinghuang scratched her head a bit shyly and replied, it was just an abnormal surge of spiritual energy, something I really didn't anticipate. I was being too short-sighted. Just 2 days ago, I was feeling complacent about my own progress. The president agreed. Indeed, if Tai City were to face a similar event again or even a disaster greater than the last one, I truly dare not imagine it. We must protect Tai City. We can't hold the Gravekeeper back. See, Wu Nu was presiding over an emergency meeting presenting information based on clues provided by the Gravekeeper. Headquarters, through analysis, has investigated similar abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations on a global scale, discovering over 20 similar cases, but it has not yet been determined if they are directly related to the throne. Within the Xia Kingdom, there are 7 such locations. Hearing this, the captain from Fang Yi City, a first-level Diamond Realm expert, propped his feet on the table and said confidently, "So, that means we have 7 thrones. But with so many pioneers here, how does the Spirit Association plan to divide them?" Next, Captain Wang Lan of High City, who was at the half-step Diamond Realm, spoke softly. "Captain of Fang Yi City, this is a Spirit Association meeting. I'd appreciate it if you take your feet down." When he was called out, he retorted with annoyance, "Just you. You think you're worthy of the throne?" The captain of Fang Yi City immediately made a show of force. He clenched the teacup in his hand, grinding his teeth as he spoke. "So what? Who here doesn't want it?" The argument between the two made the atmosphere in the room heavy. Meanwhile, Yunu remained silent. At the same time, the captain of Ling City, Chen Ya, lowered his head in thought. A moment later, he propped his feet up on the table, provocatively laughing as he said to Wang Lan, "Our great Undertaker shares the same attribute as you. Do you really think a suitable throne will fall into your hands? Speaking of which, why would High City let someone like you be captain?" He began to unleash his power and replied, "How uncultured." Before the situation could escalate, Yunu shouted to stop them. "Captains of Fang Yi City and High City, both of you sit down. No fighting is allowed during this meeting." As soon as she finished speaking, an immense pressure suddenly appeared, suppressing everyone and stunning Yunu, Wang Lan, and the Fang Yi City captain. As he found himself restrained, Wang Lan thought in horror, "What is this? This pressure is terrifying." A moment later, they heard footsteps approaching. The Fang Yi City captain looked in the direction of the power and thought, "Who is it? Could it be Elder Wu from the Spirit Zone? This terrifying power is at the 3rd level of the Diamond Realm, but why would Elder Wu be here? Could it be?" However, his guess was wrong. The one who arrived was Fang Yi. He then greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, it seems I'm the only one who's late. My apologies." As soon as she saw him, she said, "Undertaker, you're here." The captain glanced at Fang Yi with a look of annoyance and thought to himself, "Strange, why do I feel like shrinking back like this? What's going on?" So he's the Undertaker. A few seconds later, Fang Yi lowered his voice and asked, "Can someone tell me what just happened?" As he said this, he looked towards the Fang Yi City captain. The Fang Yi City captain feigned innocence in front of Fang Yi, laughing loudly as he said, "It's nothing, we were just having a discussion." At that, Fang Yi gave him a displeased look. A second later, Fang Yi activated his powers to teach the man some manners. As his body was locked in place, unable to move, the Fang Yi City captain looked frustrated, thinking to himself, "How is this possible? I'm at the 1st level of the Diamond Realm, why can't I even budge?" After subduing the troublemaker, he returned to the head of the table to preside over the meeting. "All right then. Wang Lan, Chen Ya, and the Sage of High, it's been a while." Wang Lan happily greeted Fang Yi. "Long time no see. Lord Undertaker, we just received news about the throne and we're discussing it." He sat down and spoke to everyone seriously. "I came here today to share some information with you all regarding the throne. Because I am also a member of the Spirit Association, I don't wish to hide any information." The throne appeared on a desolate mountain peak in Chuan City, possessing an incredibly powerful force capable of transforming heaven and earth. Its attribute is lightning, and the living being that the throne has chosen as its master is a gourd vine. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously cried out in astonishment, "A gourd vine." Immediately after, Zhao Xiao lost his composure, stood up and shouted, "The throne, a divine object containing ancient power, has been claimed by a mere gourd vine. It's a complete waste." Yu Xing immediately added, "That's right, something like this should be handled by a capable person." Even the Fang Yi City captain jumped up, saying loudly, "I propose we directly take over the current throne and use it to increase our strength. If outsiders found out that the throne of the Shi Kingdom is in the hands of a gourd vine, wouldn't we become a laughingstock?" However, Fang Yi immediately objected, "I disagree. I am standing here today to make it clear to everyone, if anyone dares to target the lightning throne, then I, the Undertaker, will definitely take it back." His words plunged the entire meeting room into silence. A moment later, an arm was suddenly raised. It was Chen Ruo, and she spoke up in support of him. "I agree with the Undertaker's opinion." Yunu also voiced her support for Fang Yi. "I agree as well, and I'd like to add something. The captains should not underestimate plant-based life forms favored by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." According to the latest findings from the Chuan City Spirit Association, right before the captains arrived, the area where the lightning throne descended had already transformed into a hellish lightning zone that no one could enter. Wang Lan thought for a moment, then raised her hand in agreement. "I also agree with the Undertaker and the Sage of High. I approve." The others also agreed one by one. "I have no objections either. In that case, we should focus on finding a new throne." Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Yunu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Having the Undertaker here is truly a great help. For the Spirit Association to control all the top-tier pioneers right now is indeed not an easy task." A moment later, she turned back to the map and said, "If there are no further objections, then we will proceed with assigning tasks for the throne search. Based on the range of spiritual energy fluctuations, we will divide into 4 directions. Each city's captain will choose the nearest location to take action. As for competing for an unclaimed throne, the Spirit Association will not proactively interfere, but we absolutely will not allow anyone to conceal information about the appearance of a hidden throne. Just then, an assistant rushed in, frantically shouting, "Report breaking news, the Lord of Lightning has completed its evolution. Even our drones can't get close. The readings are still rising. Beyond all expectations, the Lord of Lightning's spiritual energy has reached the 3rd level of the Diamond Realm." The Fang Yi city captain couldn't believe his ears and shouted. What Yu Xing also yelled in shock. The 3rd level of the Diamond Realm, even Wang Lan lost his composure. "Doesn't that mean it now has enough power to rule over the Xia kingdom?" Fang Yi said nothing and began to think 3rd level of the Diamond Realm. Given that the throne contains ancient spiritual energy, this isn't too surprising. He quickly took out his phone to check. The screen displayed today's weather in Chuan City, 11 degrees Celsius thunderstorm. Tomorrow in Chuan City, 9 degrees Celsius thunderstorm. The day after in Chuan City, 5 degrees Celsius. Thunderstorms, just like that. Fang Yi muttered to himself, "Perhaps if it can complete its advancement, I should also make a trip back to the mountain." With that thought, he announced loudly, "This meeting is now over. I wish all you pioneers the best of luck in successfully obtaining a throne." After the meeting, Yu Nu approached Fang Yi and said, "Undertaker headquarters hopes you can stay in Chuan City for the time being." He just let out an "oh," looking at her with a puzzled expression. Yu Nu explained, "We're concerned that some pioneers might still try to make a move on the Lightning Throne model. Furthermore, although the Dark Intelligence incident is over." Fang Yi understood her implication and replied, "Everyone believes there's a chance the Dark Intelligence wasn't completely destroyed, correct?" Wu Nu immediately confirmed, "Correct. Both the Dark Intelligence and the Throne are products of the spiritual energy surge. The Throne possesses unparalleled ancient power, which we won't discuss for now. We witnessed the destruction of the Dark Intelligence with our own eyes, but we still worry that a remnant of it might still exist. Because it has been severely weakened and cannot leave Chuan City, it will become a threat to this place." Fang Yi took out his phone to check it again. The screen showed 2 words, "Goo Goo." He then spoke frankly to Wu Nu, "You're right, it's better to be prepared. I was thinking the same thing. I won't be leaving Chuan City for the time being." Scene change. Fang Yi finally arrived at the Forbidden Lightning Zone on Desolate Mountain in Chuan City. Seeing the lightning relentlessly striking down, he thought to himself, "So much magnificent lightning. It's as if it's welcoming me. Today, I'll borrow the power of this lightning, which is even stronger, to temper and upgrade my techniques." Fang Yi approached the gourd vine and greeted it loudly. "Has it really been that long since we last met? You're cultivating even faster than I am now." It replied, "Thank you, it's all because you helped me." He was stunned and asked me. A thought suddenly crossed Fang Yi's mind. The Lord of Lightning has also started to gain sentience. But that's normal. After all, it has cultivated to the peak for a human pioneer. A moment later, it explained clearly, "The throne told me. It predicted that you would be the one to save me from my tribulation. That's why I want to give you a portion of my spiritual power. I was worried you wouldn't come back." At this moment, Ling Hua also appeared and chimed in. "And me too," Fang Yi quietly spoke his thoughts aloud. "Actually, I was planning to do just that." "In that case, I'll gladly accept your kind offer." So he immediately sat down. Meanwhile, Ling Hua ran over to the gourd vine. Ling Hua and the gourd vine released their spiritual energy to help Fang Yi cultivate. A few minutes later, he muttered to himself, "All right then, let's cultivate." He summoned the Crimson Flame Saber technique. When the Crimson Flame Saber appeared above his head, he shouted, "Now!" Immediately after, the Crimson Flame Saber suddenly erupted with lightning. The system instantly announced, detecting a large amount of lightning power. The Crimson Flame Saber technique requires suitable spiritual energy to advance. The Crimson Flame Saber technique is now advancing. Fang Yi struggled to control his own power to merge it with the Crimson Flame Saber technique. As the 2 sources of power gradually merged, he cried out in pain. Then the system announced Crimson Flame Saber technique evolution successful. Fang Yi had finally obtained the true art of lightning and fire. A second later, he immediately threw a palm strike to test its power. While Fang Yi was cultivating, the system continuously sent out notifications. The true art of lightning and fire after being tempered by the thunder of heavenly tribulation. The Crimson Flame Saber technique has surpassed its limits. The internal flame attribute has been enhanced into a yang attribute, further strengthening it by another level. Evolved into a lightning fire attribute. The saber body's tempering process has reached 100%. Enhancement complete. A moment later, a massive amount of flame suddenly erupted from the mountaintop. Scene change. Watching this scene on a computer screen, Chenru's eyes widened in shock as she said, "This flame. It's from the Gravekeeper." Wang Lan was confused and replied, "Isn't that the throne's forbidden lightning zone? Could something have happened between them?" The captain from Fang Yi City grew jealous and said angrily, "That guy won't let us compete for it. Is he planning to take it all for himself?" Yu Xing, after observing the situation, immediately refuted him. "I doubt it. The Gravekeeper has said before that the Lord of Lightning is his friend." Scene change. At the Chuan City Spirit Association, as soon as the location monitor displayed a red alert, Liu Bao loudly reported, "Warning, the abnormal energy concentration at the throne's location has exceeded testable limits. All personnel are prohibited from approaching the restricted zone." Chen Yang saw this with a look of disbelief, thinking, what on earth is the Gravekeeper doing in the restricted zone? Could he really be in a fierce battle with the throne scene change? Fang Yi reached out and grasped the Crimson Flame Saber. He was incredibly excited, thinking to himself, excellent. The Crimson Flame Saber technique has evolved, and the long saber's body has been forged 100 times. Additionally, the system also provided an update on Ling Hua. Ling Hua's sentience has been enhanced and her elemental abilities have greatly increased. It seems she chatted with the throne for a while. After that, Ling Hua cheerfully returned and said to Fang Yi, Master of the throne is so nice. Let's go find the next throne quickly. He immediately turned to the gourd vine and asked, has a new throne already appeared? It said to Fang Yi, sincerely, my friend, you are truly amazing. Congratulations on your new breakthrough. During my cultivation just now, I felt a connection. A new throne is about to descend. This new throne has an aura that both complements and clashes with me. He glanced at Ling Hua and thought to himself, complements and clashes with Ling Hua. It seems to be a wood element throne. A moment later, the gourd vine slowly told him, the new throne is descending right over there. I can sense its general location. I'll transmit the signal to you. It quickly activated its power to guide Fang Yi. He closed his eyes to feel it. Once he pinpointed it, Fang Yi smiled and said, I see it. The scene changes after he arrives in a new city. He felt it was a bit familiar and said slowly, this is Yuan City. As far as he knew, Yuan City was an autonomous city about a 2-hour drive from Chuan City, famous for its luxury and modern conveniences. But on the flip side, it was also a place where good and evil mixed with a vibrant but chaotic culture, and it once had the highest crime rate in the Xia Kingdom. The scene changes. Fang Yi walked through downtown Yuan City. He was lost in thought as he walked. But now, with the recovery of spiritual energy. According to the Spirit Association, the process of establishing a branch in Yuan City was very slow because local gangs were obstructing them. As a result, no pioneers were willing to join the Spirit Association, which naturally meant there was no captain for the Yuan City Spirit Association. As he was walking, Fang Yi suddenly stopped. He looked around and asked Ling Hua if it could feel it. To the west, it immediately nodded in confirmation. The scene shifts. To the west was a brightly lit mansion. Inside, there was a swimming pool with someone swimming in it. A moment later, Zhang Huan rushed over calling out Young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang. He then leaned in and whispered in his ear. After listening, Jiang Xin said a pioneer. Then the local tyrant of Yuan City quickly put on a robe and laughed. So what? No one can stir up trouble in my Yuan City. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly echoed, leaving him both shocked and confused. A giant manosphere gradually expanded, illuminating a corner of the sky, followed by a fierce gale that sent everyone screaming in panic. Even Jiang Xin looked worried. Unwilling to accept someone causing chaos on his turf, he roared in order to go. I want to see who's got the guts to cause trouble right under my nose. The scene changes. 2 minutes later, Jiang Xin and Zhang Huan arrived. At the same time, Fang Yi was searching and thought to himself, it's just ahead. While he was still thinking, the man charged forward, shouting, who dares trespass on young Master Jiang's private territory? Seeing Zhang Huan's fist flying towards him, Fang Yi said coldly, private territory. As he blocked the attack with one hand, the man shouted in alarm. What Fang Yi then loudly rebuked him. This mountain range is within the territory of the Xia Kingdom. If it belongs to anyone, it belongs to all the people of Yuan City. In the future, it will be managed by the Yuan City Association. And you dare call this your private territory? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yi gave Zhang Huan a taste of his Thunderfire true art. Meanwhile, the throne in this place was resisting Jiang Xin, causing him to panic and say, you have no reason to reject me. I am the king here. Since you appeared here, you naturally belong to me. I must sit on the throne. The throne must be mine. If you dare refuse, don't blame me. I'll even destroy you. Hearing these words, Fang Yi let out a cold laugh. Immediately, Jiang Xin shouted angrily, who's there? He calmly placed a hand on the man's shoulder and said, a treasure of this level chooses its own master. You're clearly not qualified to sit on the throne and become the Wood Lord. Jiang Xin roared in anger, I'm not qualified. Fang Yi ignored him and approached the throne. Jiang Xin lunged forward, yelling, you're dead today. Just as he was about to attack Fang Yi, he suddenly froze his face, turning pale with fear. Jiang Xin was terrified because he saw Ling Hua. At this point, he didn't dare utter another word. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly said, you're not even as strong as your own bodyguard. Is the local tyrant of Yuan City really this weak? As soon as he finished, the throne suddenly resonated. A notification appeared, Wood Element Throne is pairing with a master. Pairing successful. Master Ling Hua. A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. Elsewhere in Chuan City, a beam of green light flared up in the night sky. Wang Lan could tell it was the Wood Element Throne and that it had already found a master. Yuan City. If a pioneer from over there claimed it, first things could get a little tricky. Wu Ru quickly called him. Fang Yi answered. He figured the pioneers in Chuan City must have seen the throne's fluctuations and the strange phenomenon. I'm just kidding. You took the throne, Fang Yi replied. The new Wood Lord is still a plant, not a human. But it's my Linghua. Go ahead and announce it. In fact, you can also announce that I possess the desolate attribute. Linghua was raised by me. How should I put it? It's my spirit pet. The ghost lantern that first appeared in Yanghua town. I'm the one who destroyed it. And as for the local tyrant of Yuan City, I've already taken care of him. The Spirit Association can quickly come and set up a station in Yuan City. As for his forces, I'll leave them for you guys to clean up later. This will be a long-term project. He hung up the phone. Fang Yi turned to praise Linghua. Not bad, kid. Your luck is pretty good. But you'll have to stay here for a while. You can't go anywhere. We'll have to part ways for now. Okay. Seeing Linghua's reaction, he thought to himself, why does this feel like I'm dropping a kid off at school? It asked in a soft voice, Master, when can I return to your side? Fang Yi estimated. Probably when you've grown to the Vajra realm. Cultivate diligently and enjoy this opportunity. The next day in Chuan City, Wang Liangyi was brought in by the Spirit Association. She thought happily to herself, cousins Linghua became the master of the wood element throne yesterday. The news has already spread throughout the pioneer community, and he even revealed that he has the desolate attribute. When she walked into the room, 4 people were sitting in front of her. She was feeling vexed, but then the Spirit Association suddenly said they wanted to recommend her as the captain for Yuan City. Even though they promised their full support, Wang Liangyi sighed and rubbed her aching temples. For now, all I can do is wait and see. I don't even know if I'm capable of handling this responsibility. But first, I should go visit my mom. Life in Chuan City should be pretty nice, right? Just as he left, the streets started to tremble. People panicked and fled. An earthquake. It's an earthquake. Everyone get to the shelters quickly. But Wang Liangyi realized something was wrong. This violent surge of spiritual energy was an anomaly. The scene shifts to the Spirit Association in Chuan City where the news has just arrived, causing panic among some. A breakthrough mutation has occurred. Strange, why didn't we sense it? And why didn't the forecast system issue a warning? An assistant reports to you new. This is bad. A large-scale abnormal spiritual energy surge has been detected in the restricted area of Mount Wangliang. The concentration index has risen, but there was no warning. The beasts in the mountains that absorb the spiritual energy have all mutated. They are forming 7 attack waves towards downtown Chuan City. The beasts are now attacking the city. Piercing screams echo through the streets. Help. The monster is huge. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Wang Liangyi, who was there, could only try to escape. She tried calling her mother but couldn't get through. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Oh no. Mom. A brilliant flame shot out from the beast's mouth. Stunned Wang Liangyi turned to see a pillar of power descend from the sky, tearing the beast in two. She exclaimed, this spiritual energy is. Seeing Fang Yi approach, she reported Chuan City has mutated just as you thought. I can't contact my mom. Hurry, let's go find her. In a supermarket in downtown Chuan City, the place was in ruins as a desperate voice called out, Dad, Mom. A little boy stood trembling and crying in the middle of the supermarket. Where's everybody? The boy was terrified, trying to hold back his sobs, but fear had taken over. The little boy, Su Qing Huin Hao, fell to his knees and wailed. Fang Yi's aunt quickly covered the boy's mouth and whispered, Hey little one, if you cry here, the beast will find you and eat you. Su Qing Huin Hao's eyes were still filled with tears. But, my mom and dad. She smiled and held up a package of crackers. The boy was successfully distracted. This is my favorite snack. Fang Hong gently persuaded him. All right, then stop crying for now. Wait until the nice adults get us out of here and then I'll let you have it, okay? This is a reward for a good boy. Just as they let their guard down, a beast stalked towards them. Its eyes were blood red, its appearance ferocious. It let out a roar and lunged at them. Fang Hong scooped up the boy and ran for her life. However, she carelessly tripped over a bottle rolling on the ground. They both fell to the ground with a thud. Fang Hong still held Su Qing Huin Hao tightly in her arms. The creature's sharp claws were about to strike. Fang Hong screamed, You damn beast, you god-forsaken monster, I'll take you down with me. The beast was defeated by Fang Yi, who had arrived just in time, standing protectively in front of them. He asked about their condition. Is everyone okay? Fang Yi's gaze shifted to the person in his aunt's arms. Su Qing Huin Hao stared blankly at him. Fang Yi noticed the crackers in the boy's hand. These rice crackers. A childhood memory surfaced of Fang Yi visiting a grave. I suddenly remember when I was little and lived with my aunt. She used to bring these to comfort me. Fang Hong's voice snapped him out of his reminiscence. Fang Yi, this is Su Qing Huin Hao. He asked curiously. Auntie, this child is. She explained. The supermarket was really dangerous earlier. This child must have gotten separated from his parents. I thought I could help a little. From behind, a frantic Wang Liangyi ran towards them, calling for her mother. Fang Hong was surprised. Wang Liangyi. She threw her arms around her mother. Mom, you scared me to death. Fang Hong smiled reassuringly. It's okay, I'm not hurt. He stood to the side, watching the mother and daughter reunite. The little boy tugged on Fang Yi's sleeve and called out, Superhero. He glanced down and saw that in Su Qing Huin Hao's eyes he was no different from a superhero. Are you a superhero? This is for you. Can you take me home? Fang Yi took the crackers. Why don't you try making a wish on it? It will grant your wish to be reunited with your family. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed danger from behind. Fang Yi grabbed the boy, dodging and leaping back. A huge hole had been blown through the adjacent wall. He narrowed his eyes at whatever had caused the commotion. This one is. Seeing its muscular build, Fang Yi knew it was their Beast King. Right after their reunion, another crisis appeared. A dark aura from the Beast King surrounded them. He thought to himself with relief, good. It seems this mutated beast's target is me, the one with the highest spiritual power. This gives me some room to work with. At least the danger to my aunt and the others will be reduced. Fang Yi immediately instructed Wang Liangyi, get them out of here or I won't be able to fight. Play it by ear and stay safe. She complied, got it, I understand. When it roared at Fang Yi, he immediately assessed its attributes. Dual lightning and wood attributes. What a coincidence. Those are the very attributes of the two thrones. The Beast King took the initiative, lunging at Fang Yi. He raised the sword in his hand, seeing the surge of power from its body. It's been corrupted by the dark attribute. The Beast King began to observe its prey. It raised its fist and advanced, its mouth full of sharp teeth, opening towards Fang Yi. He raised his sword hand. The Beast King threw its head back and roared. Meanwhile, Wang Liangyi was leading her mother to safety. However, their path was blocked by another Beast King. She cursed. Damn it, there are two Beast Kings. Fang Hong, holding Su Qing Huin Hao behind her and protected by spiritual energy, called out softly Wang Liangyi. Her daughter reassured her, Mom, don't worry. Wang Liangyi launched herself into the air to attack. I am your daughter after all. The other Beast King began to gather energy, firing a blast of wood-type power at her. The Beast King's other hand also glowed with wood energy. It aimed at Fang Hong behind her while she was busy blocking the other attack. She quickly analyzed the situation. We're both wood type. My spiritual power has no advantage against this beast. If I rush in recklessly, Mom and that child will die. Wang Liangyi came up with a plan. She took the initiative and offered, eating those two mortals won't make you much stronger. Why don't you take me instead? The scene cuts to the monitoring room of the Spirit Association in Chuan City, where staff were panicking at the data. How can this be? The birth of one Beast King is already an S-class disaster. 2 red dots were circled on the screen. Chuan City actually has 2 of them. The abnormal concentration is still rising. Although all the spirit practitioners have gone to assist the civilians, Chuan City is on the verge of being destroyed in an instant. A spirit practitioner in the city sent a report. There are still many mutated beasts breaking through the restricted zone. A large number of beasts from the mountains are pouring into Chuan City. Can't the reinforcements from headquarters get here any faster? Requesting an upgrade of the disaster level. Requesting urgent priority rescue. Someone was stunned, but didn't, the morticians say. In the sky, a pillar of light shot down from above. They recognized that area as the place where a throne had descended. The scene shifts back to Fang Yi. The air was thick with smoke and dust, and the ground was shattered. He stepped on the Beast King's head and asked, Did you come from the wild mountains? Do you know about the gourd vine? From above, dark clouds were swirling, accompanied by bolts of heavenly lightning. He looked up at the sight in amazement. Impossible. Could it be that this beast disaster was really caused by the master of the lightning throne? If that's really the case, it means possessing a throne would bring great danger to any precursor other than myself. But according to the system's announcement, the throne is supposed to be a golden opportunity with 100 benefits and not a single drawback. So what's the real problem here? Meanwhile, for Wang Liangyi, the situation was critical as the Beast King had raised its claws. She protected herself within a sphere of energy. You don't actually think I'm stupid enough to just let you eat me, do you? Wang Liangyi's eyes narrowed as she studied it. She then declared coldly, unleashing her spirit energy. If you want to eat them, you'll have to get through me first. You beast. Today it's either you or me. At that same moment, the commotion in the sky grew more intense. A throne and a gourd vine appeared high above. A precursor exclaimed in shock. It's the lightning throne. The master of the throne is here. They all stared intently at the gourd. Look, what is that? My god. It's a huge long sprout. Fang Yi watched it in silence as the demonic beasts growled at the trembling body of their king. He guessed that the aberrant beast king was afraid. It seemed they had only borrowed the power of the lightning throne to mutate and weren't actually being controlled by the throne or its master to cause all this chaos. The plant had firmly attached itself to a tall building. Its branches spread out and it began to grow gourds. A green aura emanated from within the fruit, surging towards the Beast King. The king was ensnared by the vines. Its once ferocious and massive form shrank, becoming as small and harmless as a cat. The Lord of Lightning spoke apologetically. My friend, I am so sorry for causing such a disaster. I just achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation and was finally able to leave the mountain. These pesky little guys. Can I take them back to the mountain instead of killing them? Watching through the surveillance monitors, everyone was completely stunned. The Lord of Lightning is apologizing to the gravedigger, so this wasn't caused by the Lord of Lightning on purpose. A discussion erupted among them, but I was more focused on something else. How could that gourd vine become so powerful? The power of lightning directly purified the aberrant beast king. Just how unfathomably deep does the power of the throne run? It would be great if I could also be recognized by the sovereign. Then again, the powerful Lord of Thunder bowed before the Gravekeeper. Doesn't this mean the Gravekeeper's strength needs to be reevaluated? With the danger averted the next day in Lingxi, Chuan City people were discussing the current global situation. He continued, there won't be any more peaceful days from now on. However, the main district in Lingxi will still do their best to protect everyone's safety. Once Fang Hong understood the whole story, she worried, so, humanity won't really be wiped out, will it? Chen Yang smiled reassuringly. Why? So pessimistic. Auntie, you should know the Gravekeeper has already resolved quite a few disasters. Even an S-rank anomaly king who sensed his spiritual power was intimidated during their fight, and in the end, it barely escaped with its life. And your daughter is a pillar pioneer of Xia country. Yuan City even wants to recruit her as a team captain. She sat next to Wang Liangyi and said gently, you children, you've worked so hard. Hearing words like these during such a chaotic time doesn't really comfort me. I'm just worried about whether you two are tired or hurt. What if one day, you really have to make a sacrifice? He changed the subject. Don't overthink it. By the way, where were Jiang Lu and his group earlier? I didn't see them helping out during the anomaly. She recalled, oh them. I took them to Lingxi Hospital for treatment, but a nurse said, all three left during the night. He was muttering, I'm wasting my time. I have to get stronger, much stronger. This is so humiliating, I heard. That this Jiang Lu fellow was really restless while he was hospitalized, constantly saying he wanted to be discharged to continue his training. Just as they were speaking, someone rushed in, worriedly calling out for Su Qing Wang Hao. The little boy's eyes lit up. Mom, Dad. As Su Qing Wang Hao's father hugged him, his mother tearfully expressed her gratitude. You are Su Qing Wang Hao's saviors. Please accept our thanks. You didn't just save his life, you saved our entire family. The family bowed and the boy's mother continued. Even though we're just ordinary people with no powers, if there's ever anything you need, the two of us will be there in a heartbeat, no questions asked. Thank you. Wang Liangyi replied casually. There's no need for that. We just did what had to be done. The Su family then left with their son. Fang Yi suddenly remembered and asked, oh right, Auntie, would you like to come back to Tai City with us? They then boarded a plane back to Tai City. In Tai City, a group of people held up congratulatory banners. Welcome back, Gravekeeper to Tai City. Qing Huang clapped, welcoming his return. Welcome. As they went inside, Fang Hong couldn't help but exclaim, this villa is huge. Wang Liangyi covered her eyes. Mom, close your eyes. He opened a drawer, revealing a property deed. Guess what we prepared for you? Fang Yi explained. This is a house that Yi and I bought for you here in Tai City. The location and building are very secure, right next to where I live. You can come visit whenever you miss us. And it's okay if Yi decides to go to Yuan City later. Because we've also bought a new house for you in Chuan City. She said emotionally, you two good kids. Mom is so proud of you. But Yi, I feel like something is on your mind. He spoke for her. She's undecided about whether to go to Yuan City or not. She confirmed. Regarding Lingxi and Yuan City, I really don't have a plan. I feel like they're treating my cousin like a lifesaver, trying hard to establish a new connection with the Gravekeeper. But if I want to make a change, it won't happen overnight and they can't always help me. Fang Hong pinched Wang Liangyi's cheek and said firmly, why not try? Isn't my daughter the type to do something as soon as she sets her mind to it? Didn't you once use tutoring as an excuse to trick me so you could run off and find your cousin? She was surprised. So, you knew all along, Mom, her heart filled with a newfound confidence. That's right, I'm an adult now. I'm not a kid who just follows in my relative's footsteps anymore. What's there to hesitate about? I'll just give it a try. Fang Yi's phone buzzed. He answered it. Hello, Jilan. Any new leads from the district? She reported. Ah, old Wu discovered a new mysterious belt and wants to invite you to join him. The scene shifts to an underground black market. Inside, a few people sat with dejected looks. A woman spoke up. So does this mean we can never go back to Yuan City? A remnant from the Jiang family angrily yelled. Nonsense. The door burst open and laughter echoed from outside. The person wore a mask covering half their face. No need to be tense. People of the Jiang family, our positions are similar. Interested in making a deal with me. The scene shifts to the spirit war zone where Fang Yi had arrived. The moment he opened the gate, he sensed danger. Old Wu launched a surprise punch at Fang Yi, who quickly raised a hand to block it. Fang Yi asked in confusion, Fang Yi Wu, what's the meaning of this? He laughed reassuringly, don't misunderstand. None of my old brothers believed that a monster-level talent like you actually appeared in Xia country. Looking at the figures stepping out, he asked, so I showed them this. Are you believers now? An elder from the war zone at the second level of the Vajra realm replied, Li Dongli, where did you find such a good seedling? I just saw you sneakily take half a step back. Someone behind him teased, Fang Yi Wu, the new generation surpasses the old. You can retire now. Fang Yi thought in astonishment, these old guys are all at the second level of the Vajra realm. Old Wu suddenly mentioned, young friend Su Qing Wang, do you remember the extreme yin belt from last time? Beyond Earth, these kinds of mystical domains appeared long ago, and they're even more dangerous. They are closely linked to the recovery of spiritual energy on Earth. These old comrades from the war zone have never appeared, not even during the chaos in Xie country. That's why every major war zone is short on top-tier combat power. It's because they've all gone to these mystical domains. You could say that's the real front line. The challenge humanity faces from the spiritual energy recovery began long before you realized. Fang Yi calmly replied, Jilan told me. A mystical domain is like a time fissure where many dangerous attributes intersect. He revealed, an extremely high concentration of dark attributes has created all sorts of terrifying things. Because this is a classified domain and their recent activity has been so frequent, new domains have been appearing constantly. It can also test the cultivation levels of the Pioneer's Vajra Realm, Spirit Selection Realm, and Ghost Mansion Realm. It was only then that he finally understood. No wonder the Xie Kingdom marked the contaminated areas and forbidden zones long before the spiritual energy revival. He added that in order to continuously explore and maintain this secret, while also upholding order for the Xie Kingdom in an incredibly brutal and terrifying region and still managing to return alive, each person had to have reached the Diamond Realm Venerable stage with a genuinely solid foundation. They were not to be underestimated. The true strength of the Spirit War Zone was likely far greater than what was visible on the surface. Wu Lidong's expression turned serious. This time, we will explore the most difficult part of the mystical domain. He named the location the Tomb Complex. Someone behind them snorted coldly. The newcomer was Old Zhang. Zhang Tian, one of the elders of the Spirit War Zone. Old Wu called out in surprise, Old Zhang. While the old man stared at him, sizing him up, Zhang Tian simply turned away without a word. Old Wu introduced him. This is Old Zhang, Zhang Tian. He's eccentric and cranky, a stubborn old mule. Even we have to walk on eggshells around him. Don't take it to heart, that's just how he is. Don't be fooled by his attitude. His strength ranks in the top 3 among us. We called him here, this time to ensure our safety. Although his temper is bad, he's a man of honor. Fang Yi replied, it's fine. I always respect the veterans who have dedicated themselves to the Xie Kingdom. A cranky temper can also be a personality trait. Old Wu grabbed Zhang Tian's shoulder and said, Old Zhang, let me introduce you properly. This young man is the captain of the Spirit Association in Tai City and his nickname is the Gravedigger. That whole S-class disaster, the Hell's sacrificial king that caused a huge uproar in the city before he took care of it all by himself. Zhang Tian was stunned. An S-class disaster. Old Wu urged them on. Since everyone's here, let's go open the gate to the mystical domain. The 5 of them approached the entrance to the mystical domain, the Void Gate. Looking at the gate, he thought to himself, I didn't expect this Void Gate to be so simple. There was a seal on the door created with spiritual energy, and it had clearly been repaired at a later time. Fang Yi's hand touched the gate and he told himself, but I can't let my guard down. Stepping inside, he couldn't help but be stunned. The elemental power is so strong. Are all those phenomena created by elemental power? Fang Yi's gaze became contemplative, because he realized that every aura within these phenomena felt as if it came from outer space. Old Wu leading the way warned, absolutely do not get close and don't look too closely at these phenomena or you'll be absorbed and consumed by that elemental power. He ignored the anomalies pressing close to him, observing them, and thought to himself, there are too many types of elemental power here. Lightning, water, wind, void. If I get hit by any of them, my entire body and spirit will be devastated and I could even die instantly. These phenomena aren't just anomalies, they're pure, fatal elemental power. My death seal is useless here. It's hard to imagine how many dimensions this place is connected to. If this rift isn't suppressed, it will surely bring a world-ending disaster. Old Wu's tone became solemn. We're here, he announced from the front. Everyone release your spiritual energy. Maintain a calm state of mind before entering. They entered the tomb complex, a place shrouded in a gloomy aura. Old Wu exclaimed, the death energy is so dense. As wisps of black aura began to churn, Old Wu warned, it's starting. Let's make this quick. A jet black aura shot up, forming a monstrous body. Someone gasped. What is that? They began to charge forward. Both Old Wu and Zhang Tian joined forces. The monster raised its hand and a wave of power blasted towards the 2 of them. The other elder and 1 more person looked on in shock while Fang Yi remained calm. This is bad, we have to go in together. He realized that the aura on the black giant interferes with and weakens the spiritual energy of cultivators. Flames condensed in Fang Yi's hand. Just now, Old Wu and another 3rd-level Diamond Realm Venerable combined their strength and couldn't even unleash a fraction of their true power. In that case, let's try this. He unleashed the advanced Scarlet Flame Saber technique, true stage of thunder and fire. The flames shot straight towards the monster and thick smoke billowed out. He looked at the saber in his hand. As expected, my power is weakened too. If it weren't weakened, that attack would have annihilated it. Someone spoke up. The younger generation is truly fearsome. Did he almost take care of that black giant all by himself just now? See that Old Zhang? This level of skill is even more incredible than single-handedly quelling a disaster. While Zhang Tian stared in astonishment at the scene, old Wu proudly revealed, his nickname is the Gravedigger. If you knew where that nickname came from, you'd be even more shocked. His pupils began to change color as Fang Yi activated the spirit-piercing eye technique. Deploy Tombfire Domain. Dark auras appeared around him. The darkness transformed into countless claws, reaching for the monster. Go, the system displayed. Tombfire Domain has been deployed. Large amount of dark attribute detected. Detecting your technique is in operation, negating the negative effects of the dark attribute. Target marked Black Giant is being weakened. Dark attribute power reduced by 50%. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yi flew up to its face, flames blazing around him. He coldly declared its death, delivering a sharp sword strike that sliced through the monster. As its body was cut apart, Fang Yi stood calmly to the side, observing his entire body erupting with fire power. The flames began to incinerate its remaining fragments. Zhang Tian was in shock. How is this possible? Old Wu was much calmer. It's the Yang attribute. He's suppressing the dark attribute here. Cut to Yuan City, home of the wood attribute throne. Ling Hua sensed it. Master needs my help. It shot off from where it stood. Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi still couldn't kill the dark creature. This black giant doesn't look like much, but it's so hard to kill. I already wield the power of death and am the master of a throne, yet it can still struggle. Old Wu urged the others. Hurry, our young friend needs help, let's go. Zhang Tian was already rushing forward. Do you even need to say it? All four of them simultaneously condensed their power. 4 streams of spiritual energy shot down, merging and flowing into Fang Yi's back. This combined effort caused the flames he unleashed to erupt like an explosion. The aftershock and blinding light made it impossible for the others to see. When they saw what lay below, they were surprised. So this is the real tomb. Complex gravestones were now visible before them. Fang Yi approached from behind and said, "Thank you for your help just now, seniors. I was only able to successfully destroy the black giant because of your assistance. I was too careless before. Is everyone all right?" Zhang Tian approached guiltily. "I'm sorry, my attitude was terrible before. Thank you for saving me." The old friends behind him thought to themselves, is this still the stubborn mule we know? Did he get possessed? Even a dog's mouth can grow ivory tusks. From the ground, skeletal hands emerged and the withered bones crawled toward them. Fang Yi called out, "Seniors, do you remember the cataclysmic anomaly in Moon City last time?" Elder Wu replied. "Of course I remember. I never thought we'd encounter it here. Vanguard Zhang Tian, these undead creatures are disgusting. Let me go first." Fang Yi unleashed his flames, intending to incinerate the horde. Elder Wu shouted from the back, "We're coming too. A sphere of power is gathering. Leave this side to me." The immense power descended, blasting the skeletons to dust. The others were also fiercely attacking, sweeping through the horde. Fang Yi squinted his eyes, scanning the area. The system announced it had detected a powerful dark attribute fluctuation. Please proceed and touch it to create a new technique. He led the way, continuing forward. I can feel a very strong dark attribute fluctuation. Elder Wu stopped up ahead. Everyone, what is that? An illusion. No, this stone tablet is still emitting a dark attribute. But when did it appear? He asked. Perhaps it's a manifestation of the dark power. I'll go check it out. Seeing Fang Yi rush in, Zhang Tian grew worried. That kid. He doesn't have a shred of fear. His flying speed increased even more. Fang Yi now stood before the towering stone slab. As he raised his hand, darkness radiated from it. The system announced automatically creating a dark attribute technique. Technique, Great Hell Blade. A single slash summons the spirits from the mausoleum complex to fight for you for 3 minutes. The strength of the spirits is determined by your own strength. He thought to himself, they're all dark attribute techniques. The weakness of the infinite dark realm is that I have to pull enemies inside to weaken them. And the bone birds and other anomalies fight for me. But as spiritual energy recovery gets stronger, the probability of being able to use them gets smaller. The Hellish Nightmare technique has a prerequisite, the Death Brand. I have to trigger my own death to open the gates of hell and summon demons. The illusions from the Soul Turbidity Eye technique are only more effective against enemies with higher intelligence. But this mausoleum complex, who knows how long it's existed? Every single spirit here is stronger than the ones in Moon City. Their power could rival the demons of hell. This technique not only lets me command them, but also has no growth limit. When Elder Wu caught up, he surmised, this stone tablet. It's actually solidified dark attribute. Could it be? This is perfect. Quick, let's get a piece to bring back for the Research Institute to study. Didn't they say that if we can fully understand this stuff, we can change the future? This thing is incredible. Come on, let's go. Fang Yi asked, confused, seniors, what are you doing? Seeing Zhang Tian's actions, Elder Wu explained from behind. This is an unprecedented solidified dark attribute. We want to take it back to the Research Institute for development. If we make a breakthrough, our future will no longer be held back by the dark attribute. A tremor ran through the area. He then realized, oh no, maybe this stone tablet can't be touched. Chunks of stone began to break off and fall. As the debris fell towards them, they tensed up. This is bad, we have to retreat first. Fang Yi noticed something was wrong with this fluctuation of spiritual power and had a realization. I know where the original Black Seer came from. Waves of red energy erupted, enveloping the entire tomb area. Someone cried out in terror, a dark tide. This otherworldly version of the dark tide is even more terrifying than before. The ultimate ancient power. The ground is shaking violently. Darkness is erupting from below. Elder Wu shouted, rule number 1 of exploration, regardless of the situation. If you encounter a dark tide, you must retreat immediately. The person next to him yelled, it's here. The swarm of darkness rushed toward them. The elder realized, these reapers, they want to keep us all here and kill us. Seeing Fang Yi still standing there, Elder Wu called out worriedly, wait, Gravedigger, what are you doing? Get over here now. The young man was surprised because he could hear a voice from within the tide calling to him. Fang Yi wasn't the least bit afraid. Well then, let's see what this is about. With the conviction that he wouldn't die, his actions horrified Elder Wu. Fang Yi disappeared behind the curtain of the dark tide. They stood frozen as they watched. Zhang Tian charged forward to save Fang Yi but was held back. Fang Yi yelled, why are you stopping me? Elder Wu pleaded. Zhang Tian, calm down. You can't save him. If you go, you'll just be one more casualty. Zhang Tian disagreed. He is clearly the future of the Xia kingdom. It's us old geezers who got him into this. If the future of the Xia kingdom can only have one person, then it must be this kid. Elder Wu replied, calm down. You think we don't know that? If I could, I would gladly trade my life for his. His chances are slim to none right now. If we suffer any more casualties, the future of the Xia kingdom will truly be trampled upon by others. All remaining personnel must get out of here alive for me. I was the one who invited him here. I'm in more pain than any of you. All responsibility falls on me. You don't need to bear any of it. Remember, if the Gravedigger is unharmed, it doesn't matter if any of us die here. But now, as he finished speaking, a golden orb of energy flared up from within the darkness. Someone shouted, look, that's the Gravedigger's Yang attribute. They were bewildered. So what do we do now? Can we go save him? Someone else reminded him, hey you old fool. That kid saved your life, don't you forget it. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, enveloped in his spiritual power, was probing straight down. The deeper he went, the stranger it felt. Strange, there's nothing unusual inside the dark tide. His intuition told him that if he just kept moving forward, he could find the source of the call. It's just that the guidance from before seemed to have gone silent now. Fang Yi needed the system's help, so he called upon it. Before him was nothing but red. He knew that under the protection of the golden sun and the foundation he had built, no matter how strong the dark attribute was, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. Could I be hallucinating? Does the dark attribute here want to wait for my spiritual power to run out and then drain me to death? A voice rang out. I am right here. The system screen glitched. A line of text appeared. Affected by a large amount of ancient power. System has detected minor fluctuations. Source of attribute power has been detected ahead. Position confirmed 25 degrees off straight ahead. Please proceed. He was surprised. Ancient power, is it something like the king's throne? Fang Yi continued forward. Looks like I was right, it's in this direction. The closer I get to this unknown object, the stronger its influence becomes. And then he stopped. Found it. Ancient runes swirled ahead, emitting an oppressive aura that weighed heavily on Fang Yi. A figure materialized in the center. It was a suit of armor. Judging by its aura, every single scale was imbued with a profound and unfathomable destructive attribute. The system announced that it had discovered the source of the dark tide. He charged straight for it. No wonder. The power of the attributes here was even stronger than that of Monarch Liang of the demonic throne. But since he made it this far, it meant he could subdue it. Seeing Fang Yi rushing forward to claim it, the ancient armor immediately reacted, letting out a constant cry. Seeing this, Fang Yi's response was delayed. He frowned, hesitating for a moment, and in that instant, the ancient armor unleashed its power. In response, Fang Yi immediately created an orb to act as a shield against the dark power erupting from the armor. The orb shattered under the armor's might, forcing Fang Yi to shield his face with his arms. He stared at the ancient armor, a thought racing through his mind. This wicked aura, even while sealed, was still capable of erasing his golden light attribute. The dark attribute had always been countered by the Yang attribute. Even though his own power had grown, he had never faced such fierce resistance, and for that very reason he had to make it his. With that thought, Fang Yi immediately spread his arms wide, continuing to unleash his power. Yang attribute dispersion. After releasing his Yang attribute power into the space, his eyes changed. He used the boundless dark world technique. Instantly, a massive sphere appeared. The armor's power sensed it and swarmed around the sphere. Fang Yi drew his blade, raising it straight to the sky as ghostly souls materialized around him. Fang Yi declared Great Hell Blade Technique. Charge. Fang Yi commanded the souls to surge toward the ancient armor. The scene that unfolded before him was so startling, it made him gasp. As the souls rushed the ancient armor, it unleashed its power again, filling the space with nothing but endless screams. Fang Yi frowned at the sight and said, the dark aura of this armor is far more powerful than any dark attribute I've ever absorbed. I'm being suppressed. Just then, the dark powers unleashed by the armor surged toward Fang Yi. Seeing this, he didn't just stand there and take it. He swung his sword to attack and spoke again. No wonder it's a dark attribute that has existed since ancient times. Well then, let's see if I subdue you today or if you subdue me. The armor then took the initiative to merge with Fang Yi. It spoke, luring him in. Come here. Become one of us. Fang Yi gritted his teeth, his mind racing. It wanted to corrupt him, to turn him into a demon. It even wanted to seize his body. The only way to stay sane was to maintain the divine sun-devouring heaven technique. At this thought, Fang Yi's eyes changed. He clenched his jaw and then he let out a massive roar. Unleashing his power, he screamed, "Old man Fang Yi, don't you dare underestimate me. System, I want to mobilize the full attributes of every single technique I've learned." Upon receiving his command, the system immediately sent Fang Yi a warning. Warning, detecting user's current realm as 2-star diamond. Practical abilities assessed. Based on projections, if the host mobilizes all techniques and attribute powers, the host's body will not be able to withstand it. Probability of bodily destruction, 99%. Fang Yi hovered in mid-air, absorbing a massive amount of the surrounding power into himself as he declared loudly, "Mobilize." Today, it's either victory or death. As he drew this power into his body, Fang Yi's eyes changed once more. His system sent another notification. Host request accepted. Mobilizing all learned techniques. After absorbing all of this ancient power, Fang Yi suddenly clutched his head with both hands. Black blood streamed from his eyes, and the searing pain in his head forced him to cry out. Fang Yi's body was now in a state of complete chaos. His system continuously updated with notifications confirming the host's death. Death brand seal is in effect. Host is alive. The system confirmed his survival by analyzing images of Fang Yi. After a moment of checking, the system again displayed a notification confirming host's death. Confirming vital signs. Host is alive. After Fang Yi opened his eyes once again, the system sent him another message. The ancient artifact has been defeated by the one who brought together all techniques. The ancient artifact acknowledges you as its master. A deep crimson light flashed in Fang Yi's eyes as he let out a powerful shout. Fang Yi had successfully subdued the armor. As he wore it, the system displayed a new message. Unlocked equipment, ancient demon god armor. New technique acquired, secret art, dark crimson tide. This secret art and the ancient demon god armor share the same origin. The wielder of the ancient armor will automatically acquire this secret art, mastering it instantly without needing a teacher. Fang Yi floated in the air, surrounded by an immense source of power. A brilliant red flame erupted in his hand. He then clenched his flaming fist, extinguishing the fire. The dark tide surged higher and higher, its crashing waves creating a deafening roar. Looking at the scene before him, he muttered to himself, "Wait a minute. Isn't this the dark tide? Does this mean I can now control the power of the dark tide, that I can unleash the true dark tide?" With that, Fang Yi immediately waved his hand to test it, and a stream of dark power appeared in the space. Fang Yi muttered again, "And it's more than that. I can not only walk through the dark tide as if on solid ground, but I can also command it or make it retreat. Comparing it now, I see it's completely different from the dark attribute I controlled before. In the past, even though I could use the dark attribute, it was always a drain on my own energy. But now the dark attribute is like a pet that sees me as its master, and it's incredibly close to me. From this moment on, no dark attribute will ever be an obstacle for me again." With that, Fang Yi waved his hand and his ancient armor was stored away. With one hand in his pocket, he seemed extremely pleased with his new prize, smiling slightly as he said, "It's about time to head back." Just then, Fang Yi raised a hand to his chin. He fell into deep thought, wondering to himself, how long was I in there exactly? If I don't go back soon, things outside are probably going to get chaotic. The scene changes to the Spirit Association headquarters. In Shinwen City, inside the office of the General President of the Spirit Association, a blonde man in the main seat stood up and slammed his hands on the table. This furious man was Ye Xiao, the General President of the Jia Country Spirit Association. He was yelling angrily, "You people sent the wind barrier out, so why couldn't you bring him back? After all these years of cultivation, possessing the most advanced cultivation methods in the most spirit-rich region in all of Xia Country. But now you can't even protect a junior." The elders below could only bow their heads in shame. Elder Wu was speechless, but before we could say anything, Yi Xiao shouted again, "What kind of mess is this? Spirit War Zone. Do you need the Gravedigger to help you escape the Dark Tide? What right do you have? What face do you have left to claim you're protecting this Xia nation?" Ji Lan was standing outside her room at this time, silently leaning against the wall. Although her expression didn't change, her fingernails were digging into her flesh through her clothes. After mustering up her courage, Ji Lan pushed the door open and stepped inside. She raised her hand and said loudly, "Excuse the interruption, but I have a different opinion." President Ji Lan walked into the room, frowning as she voiced her thoughts. "First, I firmly believe that the Gravedigger has enough power to escape the Dark Tide. I'm even more certain that his reason for staying behind in the Dark Tide is because he encountered an extremely critical situation, one that made him willing to bet his own life." Hearing her analysis, Yi Xiao just pursed his lips and said nothing. Ji-Lan continued addressing everyone. Second, regarding the protection of the Xi nation, Elder Wu, Elder Zhang, and even myself and our other comrades have always been on the front lines. We've faced life and death, bracing for a fight to the death each time, and we have sent off countless comrades. The Gravedigger is exceptionally talented and has resolved numerous catastrophic crises for the Xi nation. Elder Wu and the others, when faced with such an outstanding person, would absolutely not intentionally push him into a dangerous situation. If they could, they would willingly trade their own lives for the Gravediggers. Hearing her say these words, Yi Xiao pointed his finger and shouted, "But the Gravedigger is the core of our Spirit Association's Captain Project. Do you dare guarantee that he can escape the Dark Tide? Your own predecessors couldn't do it, and that's the Dark Tide we're talking about." Yi Xiao angrily waved his hand and yelled, "His value is greater than all of yours. Why did it have to be him and not you?" Yuru, who was sitting next to her, also stood up and said. President Ji-Lan couldn't take it anymore and retorted, loudly, "President Ye, if you believe that the Gravedigger is certain to die in the Dark Tide, then on what basis do you claim he's more important than the entire Spirit War Zone? If you doubt the Gravedigger's strength and the Gravedigger's importance of the Spirit War Zone so much, then let's imagine there is no Spirit War Zone. In this era of spiritual energy revival where the world is in upheaval, can the survival of the Xi nation rest solely on your Spirit Association? Can you people handle it?" Hearing her speak, Elder Wu turned to caution her. Ji-Lan Ye Xiao, having calmed down a bit, spoke up. "I was a bit hot-headed just now." Ji-Lan is not wrong. Yi Xiao sat back down, his expression grim as he continued. "So what's the plan now? Once the news of the Gravedigger's disappearance is announced, not only will the cities of the Xi nation descend into chaos, but I'm afraid those lurking predators both inside and out won't sit idly by either." Hearing this, both Ji-Lan and Elder Wu said in unison, "Lock down the information. Handle it with the highest level of security." The scene changes to Fang Yi's villa in Tai City where Wang Liangyi is at home. With a worried look, the young girl thought, "It's been a week and my cousin still hasn't come back." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Wang Liangyi immediately looked towards it, calling out cousin, but the person who opened the door was Fang Hong. She had just returned from grocery shopping. Seeing her daughter, she asked, "What's wrong? Is Su Qing Huang Yi back? That boy. He's been on a business trip for so long without a single call home. It's really worrying. You two should try calling him." Hearing her mother, Wang Liangyi replied, "It's not like that, Mom. The place my cousin went is very dangerous and his phone can't get a signal." Wang Liangyi then walked to the door, putting on her shoes as she said, "But has he ever been out of contact for this long?" Before Fang Hong didn't answer, she changed the subject and asked, "Also about the Spirit Association's offer for you to take a position in Yuan City, when are you going?" Hearing her mother's question, Wang Liangyi replied, "Not yet. The plan was to wait for my cousin to come back. He was going to go with me to Yuan City for a trial run, but he's busy now and the Spirit Association hasn't given any further notice." With a worried expression, Wang Liangyi thought to herself, "This has never happened before. Even when I couldn't reach him temporarily, he would always come back quickly. I already contacted Captain Su, but he doesn't know where my cousin is either. And the message I sent to Sister Ji-Lan was like a stone dropped into the sea." With that thought, Wang Liangyi hurriedly pushed the door open and said, "Mom, I'm going out for a bit." The scene shifts to the streets of Tai City. It was raining outside and Wang Liangyi was running hastily through the rain. As she ran, she thought, "If something happened to my cousin, I'm afraid it won't just be Tai City, but the entire Xia nation that will change. The Captain Project will collapse, but he'll be fine. After all, his strength is on another level, and everything is still running smoothly for now." It was pouring rain when suddenly a fierce bolt of lightning cracked across the sky. Wang Liangyi, who was running, felt something unusual about the thunder and stopped. She looked up at the sky and suddenly a meteor appeared, plummeting downwards. The people on the street saw it and screamed in panic. "Run, a meteor is hitting the earth." Help! Wang Liangyi squinted, trying to see through the rain, and mumbled, "This is the king's throne." A dazzling light emanated from the sky, spreading everywhere. Not far from the city, a group of people also saw the light coming from the city's direction. One of the men among them laughed loudly, his eyes filled with bloodlust as he said, "The great struggle for supremacy is about to begin." The scene shifts back to Fang Yi, who is still trapped inside the Dark Tide. Looking at the rocks floating in space, Fang Yi mumbled, "This is strange. I can't find the coordinates to return to reality at all." He thought to himself, "It's like I'm walking in circles on a road with no end." Fang Yi then looked down at the ancient armor he was wearing and asked, "Don't tell me you can't find a way out either." Hearing him, the armor let out a few clanking sounds. Fang Yi continued, "Strange, your system can't be summoned either." Fang Yi then said, "The system here seems to be the same as before. No signal." Fang Yi thought about all the methods he had tried without success and frowned, but this ancient demon god armor can't find a way out. Could it be that taking it out of the secret realm caused some kind of butterfly effect? Or did something else happen? Just then, the ancient demon god armor on his body cried out, startling Fang Yi. Hearing its cry, he immediately spoke up, "You mean it's not your problem? I just remembered, weren't you able to talk before? You even used human speech to tell me to enter the Dark Tide." Looking at the power of the armor before him, Fang Yi continued to question it. Can you not talk anymore? Seeing that the ancient demon god armor wasn't responding, Fang Yi could only let out a sigh and say, never mind. The most urgent thing now is to find a way out. Just when Fang Yi didn't know what to do, a feeling came over him. He immediately looked up. His eyes widened, and he suddenly shouted, wait, I can feel it. A throne from the mysterious zone has descended upon Tai City. The scene shifts back to Tai City. Wang Liangyi was still rushing down the main street. She thought to herself, the throne is descending upon Tai City at a time like this. No, my cousin isn't here. The appearance of the throne will cause a huge mess. I have to go check it out. Just as Wang Liangyi was running down the street, she looked down at something that made her freeze. At that moment, two men appeared out of nowhere, blocking Wang Liangyi's path from both the front and back. The man in front held a dagger and asked loudly, "You're Miss Wang Liang, right?" Seeing this, Wang Liangyi immediately asked, "Who are you?" She activated her spirit energy and said in a cold voice, "What do you people want barging into Tai City like this?" In an instant, Wang Liangyi's power erupted, sending the two men flying. Immediately after, one of the men was bound hand and body by a vine created from Wang Liangyi's power. She lifted the man up, kicked him hard and loudly questioned, "Are you guys deaf or something? Huh." The man was sent flying by Wang Liangyi's kick, crying out in pain. The other man froze in place seeing this. Just then another man appeared and whistled a signal. A group of people immediately appeared and surrounded Wang Liangyi. A bearded man holding a large blade pointed it straight at Wang Liangyi and shouted, "A little brat who's still wet behind the ears, just riding on the coattails of the burial master, dares to act all high and mighty in front of me." With that, he signaled for the others to charge and attack Wang Liangyi all at once. Let's get her. Seeing this, she looked at the group and thought to herself, underestimating me, huh? Then let's test out the combat skills I've trained so hard for against multiple opponents. Immediately, Wang Liangyi used her skills to attack and bind the group with her vines. This was the tree differentiation technique. Wang Liangyi rushed forward using her legs to kick two men in the face, making them cry out. The man held by Wang Liangyi's vines couldn't struggle. He shouted angrily, "This brat's vines can control the flow of spirit energy." Wang Liangyi now held 5 vines created from her own spirit energy. She swung her arm forcefully, throwing the bound men into the distance and shouted, "All of you get lost." After dealing with this group, flames started to fall from within the rain. Wang Liangyi immediately glanced up. While controlling her vines, she saw the flames and instantly realized in her mind that something was wrong. These flames are mixed with a corrosive dark attribute. If it were a normal fire attribute, it wouldn't be able to counter her vines right now. Just then, a flame grazed Wang Liangyi's arm. Her arm immediately started bleeding. With her arm injured, she raised a hand to clutch the wound, breathing with difficulty. At that moment, the group of men she had just thrown away returned. They took this opportunity to all charge at once. Wang Liangyi immediately used her spirit energy to create a shield to block the attack and said, 9 grown men ganging up on a student, and this is all you've got." With that, Wang Liangyi simultaneously controlled her vines to fling the group away again. The entire group was thrown to the ground. The bearded man tried to sit up and said, "We've fought this long, and he still hasn't appeared. It seems the burial master really isn't in Tai City." The man's gaze on Wang Liangyi suddenly became dangerous. He continued, "Her strength has been tested. Retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group vanished instantly. Wang Liangyi was caught off guard and thought, what? She clenched her hand into a fist and slammed it against a nearby wall, blaming herself. "It's over. I fell for their trick. My behavior has just confirmed that my cousin really isn't in Tai City. The next time they come, they'll definitely be fully prepared." Wang Liangyi bit her lip, her expression a little sad, and thought again, "This stupid head of mine, hurry up and think of a way." Just then, something fell from the sky, causing a loud explosion that caught Wang Liangyi's attention. She looked up and said, wait a minute, I know." It seemed Wang Liangyi had thought of something. She decisively picked up her phone and made a call. The moment the other end picked up, Wang Liangyi said, "Is this Captain Su?" On the other end of the line, Su Qinghuang was in a forest, which was currently sealed off. Seeing Wang Liangyi's call, she asked, "Yi, I'm at the restricted area where the throne is sealed. Were you attacked by intruders? The Spirit Energy Association will immediately send someone." Before Su Qinghuang could finish her sentence, Wang Liangyi interrupted her. "I've already fought them off, but this isn't a long-term solution. Their goal is the throne. They think that without the burial master, no one in Tai City can protect it." Hearing what she said, Su Qinghuang replied, "What are you suggesting?" At that moment, a voice came from behind. "Su Qinghuang, I want to have the throne acknowledge me as its master, to take it into my own hands." Wang Liangyi had appeared here at some point, stating this with conviction. She looked at Su Qinghuang with a serious expression and said to her, "Captain Su, I don't have a second choice." Su Qinghuang immediately rushed over, hugged her tightly and said, "Are you crazy? The metal type is famously dangerous. The thing on the throne is 100 times sharper than any anomaly you've ever encountered. Besides, you're a wood type. You have no advantage against the metal type. Don't go looking for death. Just then, two people in black cloaks ran over from a distance, shouting, "This is bad. The underground forces and neutral forces from all places not managed by the Spirit Energy Association and the military district, and even some registered practitioners are all heading to Tai City." The scene changes. In another place, a group of people were gathered, all wanting to fight for the throne. The whole group started shouting, "The Burial Master is dead. Who cares about the Spirit Energy Association and the military district? It's a fair competition. The strongest gets it. Let's go. Even if we die, we have to seize the throne and become the new king of the Shi kingdom." The scene changes. In the mystical domain, a group of people were now flying forward through a tunnel. Just then, someone shouted, "We found it, but the location is a bit different from where we were before." Jiang Tian, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and called out to everyone. But the place where the gravedigger disappeared was indeed this mystical domain. When the dark tide suddenly hit, we had no other choice. As soon as they emerged from the tunnel, they were surrounded by a sea of white sand. Jiang Tian couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "How? How did it become like this? Is this still the mystical domain? Where's the blazing tomb? Where's the dark attribute?" At that moment, a large rift suddenly appeared in the space. Seeing this, someone in the team shouted, "What's going on? This power and this aura, could it be?" Jiang Tian also gasped in shock. "Are you saying it could be those things from ancient legends?" From the spatial rift, Fang Yi suddenly appeared. As he flew down, he muttered to himself, "To think I'd end up back here." Fang Yi landed seemingly unaware of Jiang Tian's group and continued, "I definitely followed the throne's aura in this direction. There's no mistake." As soon as they saw Fang Yi's back standing on the white sand dune, Yi Xiao immediately spoke up. "Wait a minute. That presence. Isn't that the gravedigger? That power he has?" Jiang Tian agreed. "It's him. It's definitely him. This kid's spirit power has already surpassed Old Man Wu's." Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes, observing the aura radiating from Fang Yi. This kind of domineering spiritual energy radiating outwards isn't just at the third level of the diamond realm. With that, he raised his hand and shouted, "Fang Yi. Is that you, Fang Yi?" Hearing someone call his name, the young man turned around. Seeing the old man, he called out, "Jiang Tian." A moment later, Yi Xiao, Zhang Tian, and the others landed on the white sand dune where Fang Yi was standing. As soon as he arrived, Yi Xiao approached and shook his hand, saying joyfully, "Hello, gravedigger. On behalf of the Spirit Association headquarters, I'm here to welcome you home." Fang Yi saw him, nodded, and asked, "You're Ye Xiao." Hearing this, Ye Xiao let go of his hand and introduced himself. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the General President of the Xie Nation's Spirit Association." Fang Yi thought to himself, the General President of the Spirit Association. He observed the man cautiously. "I've never heard of him before. Is he newly appointed?" His gaze was probing. After a moment of thought, he simply said hello. Fang Yi then spoke to the group with a more somber tone. "But this isn't the time for pleasantries. I sense the appearance of a throne, and I think that's why. Because of the throne's descent, I've been stuck here, unable to find my way back to Earth. I was just going in circles, so I need you all to get back to Tai City as soon as possible." Jiang Tian stepped forward with the others. He spoke up, "It seems we old-timers are still of some use. We can give you a hand." In the next second, he and the others combined their power, opening a teleportation gate. He looked at Fang Yi and said, "There's no time to waste. Let's go now." "Right," the young man replied. As he prepared to leave, a thought crossed Fang Yi's mind. For some reason, he had a nagging feeling that the girl Yi was in danger. "I hope it's just a bad feeling," he thought. Once the portal was open, Fang Yi and the others flew towards it. While inside the portal, Jiang Tian was lost in thought. He'd forgotten to ask the kid how he found the opportunity to break through to the next realm during the dark tide. Yi Xiao also had his own thoughts. This damn kid is really intriguing. The scene then shifts to Tai City. The streets and buildings had all been destroyed, leaving nothing but a pile of rubble. On the streets, members of the Spirit Association were clashing with other martial artists. Someone shouted, "Damn it, why are there so many intruders?" Wang Liang yelled as he fought, "They've all gone insane. Do they really want to fight to the death with the Spirit Association?" The president beside him heard this and added, "These secret organizations have always been hostile to the Spirit Association and the government. Ever since the spiritual energy returned, they've grown more arrogant, trying to overthrow everything so they can enjoy their own freedom through plunder, trampling over their own kind to seize power, pleasure, and strength. Therefore, we will do whatever it takes to eliminate the invaders." But in this desperate situation, a member of the Spirit Association ran up and reported, "The defensive barrier around the throne has been breached by the invaders." Hearing this, the president was in the middle of fending off the invading group. As soon as he gave the order, he said, "You all split into 2 teams and go support the captains. Leave this place to me." Hearing this, someone spoke up hesitantly, "But there's not much time." The president put on his earpiece and shouted, "No buts. Follow my command. I just received some good news. As long as we can hold off this attack, victory is ours." At this critical moment, Wang Lan and Song Yiming also appeared to provide support. The moment he saw the two, the president said, "You're from headquarters. Hearing this, Yiming glanced over at the man, smiled, and said, Tai City Spirit Association, you don't really think all vanguards are interested in your petty squabbles, do you? Hearing that, Wang Lan also smirked and added, we're here to repay a debt. With that said, Yiming clenched his fist. His spiritual energy was fire-based, and with Wang Lan covering him from behind, Yiming single-handedly unleashed his power on the invaders. Scorched by his flames, the men cried out in agony, it's the elites from Shen City. Why? Gravekeeper Fang Yi clearly isn't here, so why are they helping Tai City? Hearing their words, Yiming just said coldly, fools. A bunch of rabble. Even I wouldn't dare to covet Tai City's throne, yet you mongrels think you have a chance. You don't know your own limits. Among the invaders, one of them shouted out, I don't care who he is, just wipe them all out. Today, this metal attribute throne is mine. Just then, Wang Lan appeared in the sky. He controlled his water umbrella to freeze the invaders, then laughed loudly and said, I'm not a vanguard from Tai City. A survivor who managed to escape saw this and stammered in fear. He was turned into an ice statue. The scene changes to the front of Fang Yi's house. A group of men carrying weapons was standing there whispering and laughing among themselves. So this is Gravekeeper Fang Yi's little hideout. Starting today, it's all mine. I heard he's got 2 little sisters inside. Just then, the sound of a flute rang out. Each note transformed into a stream of power that flew towards the men, taking control of them. Now under control, the men began to scream and shout. Wait, what's happening? Damn it, I can't control my own body. Ah, it hurts so much. Where did Tai City get so much outside help? They even have a control-type vanguard. The person playing the flute was none other than Captain Chen Ruo of the UA City team. She then spoke, my mother always said the most dangerous thing is someone who is greedy beyond their own abilities. It seems she was right. The scene changes to the base of the rear mountain where the throne had fallen from the peak. A group of invaders had already arrived. The leader of the group laughed loudly and said, you useless trash from the Tai City Spirit Association. This throne is mine. The moment he finished speaking, a brilliant burst of power shot down and struck his men. The people on the ground were terrified by what they saw and shouted, what was that just now? Was that the aura of the metal attribute throne? The 3 of us are all metal attribute vanguards, the strongest of the metal division. So, why is the throne rejecting us? The invaders below began to argue furiously. Could it be that someone from up there has already made contact with the throne cunning Tai City, so they secretly took advantage and reached the throne 1 step ahead of us? Since we're already here, let's just wipe out Tai City and then head back. We'll conquer Tai City and kill that crippled Gravekeeper, Fang Yi, and all the Spirit Association members. The group failed to notice someone approaching from behind. It was Fang Yi. A light flashed in his eyes as power instantly enveloped his body. He growled, who was it? That just called my name. Hearing his voice, the men's faces filled with absolute terror as they stammered, GG Gravekeeper, Fang Yi. The wave of power emanating from behind him made the entire group tremble with fear. Fang Yi summoned his fire blade and said, Inferno Blade style. Immediately after, his eyes turned ice cold as he glared at them. The fire blade in his hand swung upwards, forming a massive fiery skull with its jaws wide open as if it wanted to devour all the invaders. Flames erupted in the rain and the ground around him shattered. Fang Yi then looked toward the throne on the hilltop, thinking to himself, so it's really you. Over on Wang Liangyi's side, the young girl was encased in a sphere floating in mid-air surrounded by arcs of electricity. Su Qinghuang stood below. She and the others were trying their best to protect Wang Liangyi. Su Qinghuang thought to herself, if I was prepared to die stepping into the throne, then I will risk my life to protect Wang Liangyi. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Su Qinghuang bit down hard, forcing herself to hold on as she said, hang in there, Wang Liangyi, you have to succeed. At that very moment, Fang Yi flew up to the sphere. Seeing him, Su Qinghuang shouted, who's there? Just as she finished her sentence, Su Qinghuang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood from the extreme exertion. The assistant next to her immediately caught her and shouted, G Gravekeeper Fang Yi. Hearing it was him, Su Qinghuang looked up, smiled, and said, you're back. Fang Yi glanced at her and said, Captain Su, it's been a while, hasn't it? With that, he raised his hand and released his power. Fang Yi's energy wrapped around the sphere where the unconscious Wang Li